Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick overview of a Spotify clone, which is developed using Spring Boot as a backend, and we have used Angular as a front end, and for the database, we have used MySQL, and we have used Google Gemini for the AI users. So I've already started my backend and the front end as well, and as you can see this is the login page. I've already started the application. So if I over here, you can see this. We are seeing a very nice animation on hover of this will glow and glow back when you hover out. This is the one thing. Over here, first thing, I'm going to log in with an admin user ID and password so that I can demonstrate all of this stuff. Then we will sign up a new user, and then we will see the user perspective as well. So over here, first thing, if I click on this one and if I don't type anything, it will start showing me the validation error that you haven't typed anything. So let me quickly type the email ID. So my email ID is 123@email.com. This is just a dummy data, and the password is admin123. So here you can see this is a password. Let me type incorrect password, that is 1234. And when I try to log in this scenario, you will see invalid email or password. So this is the validation error which we are getting from the backend. Let me quickly delete the 4, and now my password is a valid one. So from here you can view and unview this one. Let me quickly log in. So here you can see this, I logged in. When you log in, I will route it to the home page, and here you can see this the very beautiful animation that is of the Musify. You can change the text as per your requirement. So first thing, in the home page, you can see we have logged in as admins. Then you will have the admin badging over here. Then you will have admin badging over here. So these functionalities are only available for the admin. So in the home page, you will see all the public playlists. So over here you can see these are the playlists which are available as a public one. So I have created already the dummy data which you can see right now. Then you will see the all songs available, and everything is implemented by using the pagination. So the scroll, you can see this scroll bar is getting smaller. So you can scroll more and it will load more data. So right now 19 song has been added. So when you reach the end, it will show you have reached the end of the list. If I scroll over here, you can see the same. So whenever you try to scroll more, if you're having the more playlist, it will load more. First 10, then 10. It is paginated. Okay. First thing is this one. Second thing, you can see the search option over here. So this is to search the playlist. So if I can type mix and hit enter, then it will load all of the playlist which contains mix either in the description or in the name. So let me quickly remove this one and hit enter again. It will load all. The same way, if you want to search for any music, suppose I want to search for moon and try to hit enter. Here you can see this, I got 2 songs, one with the moon and one with the blue moon. If you want to clear, either you can clear this way or you can directly delete that and hit enter to reload it. Okay. So before we jump into the one playlist and try to play the songs, first thing, let me quickly explain this small stuff. So over here in the admin batching, when you are logged in as an admin, so what you have to do is, you have to click on this, and here you see one extra option that is for profile and one extra option that is for all users. So admin can see all users and admin can see the profile of their own. In the same way, they can see, the user can also see the profile of their own. So if I click on this, here you can see this, we can see the profile that is admin123, and you can see the admin and what role is associated with this account. Over here it's visible. The name is admin123, the email is this one, account role is this, user ID is this, and last updated the account is this one. And member since when this account is created, that is created on 8th of November 2025 for the testing purpose. Over here we have 2 options, one is to edit profile and one is to change password. So if I edit profile, you will see the very beautiful pop-up where you can basically update your name. So right now my name is admin123, let me add one extra text, that is 4. And try to save this. So when I save it, here you can see that this one is updated, and let me reload this, and here you can see that this one is updated over here and updated over here as well. So if you want to change the password, click on this, it will open the same pop-up, but over here we will have another button to show password change. So click on this, and over here we can change the password. So admin123 is the current password. If I delete this one, Then it will show the validation that current password is required to change password. Let me quickly add this. This is the correct password, admin123. Let me add a new password, admin1234. Show this. And over here, let me add the same way. If I touch it and leave it, so please confirm your new password. So admin123, and here you can see this. It's showing that new password and confirm new password do not match. So if I type 4, now here you can see this, both are matching, the validation is success. And now here you can see this, save changes. So if I click on save, now my password is updated. Now I won't be able to log in with the admin123. Let's quickly test that. So admin1234, 3@email.com, admin123. And if I show you, now I try to log in, it's showing invalid because we updated it with 4. Let me quickly log in. Now I logged in. Over here we have another option for all users. So in the all users, we can see all of the users which are added in this specific email. All of the account which is created over here. Over here we have this one which we are using right now. Let me quickly show you that. admin123@email.com. This one we are using. And here you can see this, we have updated the name. So over here we have 1234. Next thing, you cannot set yourself as a user. That one is disabled. You can set another user like Musify Demo 1 as a admin, set as a user. This is already a user. You can set it as an admin. So here you can see this user role updated to admin. So over here you can see the badging of admin. If you want to move back this one to as a user, it will be converted the same way. Next thing, let's go to the home page. And over here, what we are going to do is we are going to open a playlist. So over here you can see this play option, and when you hover on this, it will do a small animation that on which you have hovered. Okay. Next thing, let's quickly click on the one playlist. So if I click on one playlist, it will open like this, and over here we have an option for make it the specific playlist as private or public. So this option will be visible only on those playlists which is created by you. So I am an admin1234. And this playlist is created by me. So I will have only this option available for this specific playlist. Over here in the playlist, we have option to delete this specific playlist. And apart from that, what we have is we have an option to play. Before we dive into the playing one, we have an option to move this specific song to the different indexes. So right now you can see this is at the first index, but over here we have an option to move down. Up button is disabled. Why? Because this is at the first index and it can't be moved further. We have an option to remove from the playlist as well. And how you can move to the second index, that we have an option over here. When you hover on this, you will have this boxy design and you can grab this and you can swap like this. If I put it over here, it will be added to the 4th position. And you can see this is a message, song reordered successfully to position 4. Next thing, you can move from here as well. Now move up, and here you can see this, move to 3rd position, move up, you can move to the 2nd position, move up, and it will move to the 1st position. This will stay. This is basically being updated in the database. Let me quickly move to the 2nd position and let's go to home. And if I come back over here, you will see it's at the 2nd position itself. Even if I refresh, it will stay at the 2nd position. Okay. We will try to delete and remove all of those operations we will perform after creating a playlist by our own. So we have a button over here to play all, and if you want to select any specific song, you can click on that and it will be played. So before that, let me quickly create a playlist, upload a new song, and we can see how these things works. So first quickly click on the upload songs, and over here I'm going to add a title that is test song for demo artist, and I will select a media file. I will select any song. These are basically copyright free songs. There will be no copyright strike. If I select any image, I can select any, and we have an option over here for the preview. So if you want to play the song from here, you can play as well. Let me quickly play this. Here you can see this, we can play, we can skip. From here you can control the volume as well. And apart from that, if you want to change the song, if you have selected in the wrong file, then click on this once again and select the other track, and here you can see this one is updated. The preview is also updated. Let's quickly test. Here you can see this. After this, when we selected the cover image, you can see this one is also being previewed, and we have an option for upload song. This upload song button is enabled when all of the validation is successful. Let me quickly delete this artist name, and here you can see this artist name is required. If I delete this one, then it will show title is required. So let me quickly add it back, and in this scenario, this upload song will be disabled. Let me quickly add the artist. Then we will upload song and we will get the message songs uploaded successfully. When this is done, it automatically reroutes us to my upload. So I have added all the 20 songs from the same account. That's why it's showing as the same user. So here you can see this one is added at the last, which we have added right now. Next thing, let's quickly create a playlist. In the playlist or in the my uploads, there is one option to edit and delete the songs. So over here, we have an add to playlist, we have an option to edit, and we have an option to delete. So let me quickly edit this one, and when you click on edit, it will show you a pop-up, nice pop-up like this. And over here again, we have the preview for song, and again we have a preview for image. Over here, you can update the artist name, and I will add updated and save this, and this one is also as updated, and save this. And here you can see this, we can see test song for demo dash updated, demo artist updated. This is the one thing. There is one option to add to playlist, and there is an option to delete. Let me quickly create a playlist. This is demo playlist. Demo. Again, over here we have a validation. Here you can see the description is required. If I delete this one, playlist name is required. So this is demo description. Over here we will select an image. For the playlist, I have created separate images. Let me quickly view as a large icon. I am selecting this motivation mix. Click on open, and here we can see the cover image for that playlist. Make this playlist as public. By default, this one is checked. If you uncheck this, this will make as private. So let's quickly create this playlist. And as you can see, this demo playlist is private. You can see this. When you hover on this, it will show make public. We don't have any song into this one. That's why play all option is disabled. And over here, we have an option to delete. If I quickly delete this one, here you can see this, we will get a pop-up. Are you sure you want to delete the demo playlist? This action cannot be undone. So we will do these all delete and other operation. Once we are done with all of the demonstration, like adding the song to this specific playlist and then removing and all those stuff. So let's quickly go to my uploads, and we have added this song. So let's quickly play on this. And when you click on add to playlist, it will show all of the playlist, and this is a song which is going to be added to whatever the playlist you want to select. So add to playlist, this song is visible over here and it will list down all of the playlist. So we have created this demo playlist. Just select this, or you can close this specific one if you don't want to add. Let's quickly click on this one, select this one, and song added to the playlist successfully. Now, if I go to the home page, and over here, we can't see that playlist. Why? Because now we have the songs. Why we are not able to see? Because that playlist is not public. So if I go over here you can see this demo playlist. Left side playlist are those playlists which is created by you, both public and private. But at the home page, you will see only public playlist. So go over here, make this one as public. Go to home, and now over here you can see this demo playlist. If you want to remove this over here, suppose my playlist doesn't contain any songs, in that case it will automatically be removed from the home, even it's public. Let me quickly remove this. Here you can see this, the option is to remove test song for demo updated from this playlist. So remove this. If I go to home, now you can't find that playlist because that playlist doesn't contain any song. So let me quickly add the song to that specific playlist. From the home page also, you can add the song to your playlist. Click on this one and let me select the demo playlist. I will add a couple of more songs. I'm just adding a random songs. Okay. So I've added the songs to the playlist. Now if I jump back over here to the home and let's quickly jump over here, and here we have the demo playlist. Click on this one and here we go. Now if you want to play all, click on this play all. And when you click on that play all, the song will start playing and one menu will be open at the bottom with a seeker and the volume seeker over here, and we have an option for next. Here you can see this previous is disabled because this is the first song. We have a next button enabled because we have the next song in the playlist, and we have an option for repeat the whole playlist, repeat single one, and the shuffle. So if you want to move this one to down and bottom, you can do like this. You can click and leave it over here, so it will be reordered. If you want to move back, it will move back. Now let's quickly play this. We have an option to move to the next song. Let me click on this, and now over here you can see this, the second song has been automatically being played, and we can see the previous as well as next button over here. If you want to open the full page player, then you have to click over here on the any place on the left side, and then it will open the full page player. Over here you will see all of the songs in the queue, the first one, second one, third one, and fourth one, and we have the image over here, and we have AI Insight button and all of the seekers. Let's quickly click on play, and you will see a animation over here that will be in the sync with the song tunes. Let's quickly observe that. Here you can see this. When you stop this, it will be stop, the animation will be gone, but the song will be being played with the same sync of the song. Let's quickly change another song. You can increase and decrease the volume. You can make it like 0 volume from here, and let's quickly play this. With the 0 volume, still it's being played, but there is no volume. I will just leave it as it to demonstrate few of this stuff. Like if I move back over here to till the end, and you can see it will automatically move to the next song. Okay. Next thing, if I move back over here and if I move the seeker till here and turn on the repeat mode for 1. So you can see this, I clicked on twice and I have it showing 1. So now it's about to complete in 3 seconds, and you can see this will not move to the next. It will start from on the same. You can see it's playing the same song again. So repeat 1 is working. If I click only once, so it will show all as a 1. So it will go till here and it will start the first one once it's completed. So let's quickly test that as well. So you can see this, it's ended and it started playing the first song. Then we have an option for shuffle mode. If I click on this, it will be shuffled. You can see the song has been shuffled. If I click again, it's shuffled back. So this is also working. Next thing what we have over here is AI Insights. So if I click on this and if I click on this is a Cool Night by Saurabh. So if I click on this one, it will call my Gemini and it will pass the name and the artist's name, and on the basis of that, it will detect what are the similar songs and what are the similar artists. So let's quickly click on this. It will show an animation. It will show an animation like this. Analyzing the music elements, taking the mood and vibe and finding similar songs. So here you can see this. Saurabh's Cool Night likely to be embodies the chill atmospheric electronic soundscapes, and something like this you will get the full details. This is not the dummy data. This is coming from the AI from the Google Gemini. So in the same way, if you want to get another one, if you click on the AI Insights, again you will see the similar type of animation and you will get the another data. So happy heart, you got the stuff about the happy heart, and you can see the tempo over here, the energy of the song, that is 8 out of 10. You can close from here and you can minimize this as well. So over here we have an option to play and pause. Okay. Next thing what we have is, we have an option over here for the search. So if I go over here, if you want to search for anything like blue, so if I try to search it, it will search the song with the name. So from here, if you try to play, it will play only that specific song. There will be no queue, no next song. This will be completed. Once finished, it will be stopped. So let me quickly minimize this one. Go to home, and in the home, we have option over here. If you want to suppose play all the songs. So suppose right now, when the first time you can see on the right side, we have a very small scroll bar. Why? Because a very large scroll bar, because only 10 songs are loaded. So if I click on this, next 10 songs are added to the playlist. You can see 10 songs in the playlist. Now, if I minimize this one, if I scroll more, now the 20 songs is loaded. And now if I click on this or click on the first one, now over here you can see 20 songs are in playlist. The more you load it, the more it will be in sync. And again, you can shuffle over here and you can enjoy the songs in a very different ways every time. So let me quickly minimize this one. Move back over here, and over here also we have the option to search. Next thing, over here we have an option to search for any specific playlist. So like mix tapes or mix, I can search, and you can see this remix anthem, gym mix, and we have mix tapes. So over here again, this is a search box for all of my specific playlist. Click on this and close this. Okay, so over here this animation is working. Next thing, we are going to see how to remove the items from my playlist. So this is my playlist and I can remove the songs from here. Delete songs and delete this one. Next thing what we have an option to delete the song. So go to My Uploads. In the My Uploads, we have already seen the option to add and we have already seen the option to delete. Over here, we have an option to delete the song. Right now you have seen the same song number 20 has already been added to a playlist. When we delete a song, it will be deleted from the playlist as well. So my playlist, scroll till the end, delete this one and delete. Here you can see this song deleted successfully. So go to the demo playlist and here you can see this, that song is also gone from the playlist. This is the one thing. Okay. Next thing. Let's quickly move back over here, and before we finally delete this playlist, let me quickly demonstrate one new stuff. Okay, let me just quickly create a new demo delete playlist, which I am going to delete right now. Demo del description. I will quickly add one cover image and create playlist. And here we have an option to delete. When we try to delete, okay. We can also add a song, demo delete, and go to my playlist, demo delete. And over here we have a song added. When I delete, all the songs will be removed and this playlist will be deleted. So if I click on this, it will show a very nice pop-up. Are you sure you want to delete demo del? This action cannot be undo. So delete. So you can see this. Playlist deleted successfully and that playlist is gone from here as well, and we can't find that home as well. So next thing what we have to do is we have to sign up with an admin role, the user role. So let me quickly log out. So come over here and we have an option to log out over here. So we click on log out and we are logged out. So over here for sign up for Musify, click on this and you will see the option how to sign up. So over here it's showing that enter your details and we will send a temporary password to your email. So my name is suppose demo2 and I'm going to add a email musify demo2@melinator.com and create an account. And I have already logged in my Melinator. So Over here you can see this account created successfully, a temporary password has been sent to your email. So if I see over here, so in my email I got welcome to Musify. Let me quickly open this, and over here we got the hello, hi demo2, welcome to Musify, your account has been successfully created, here is your login credentials. So this is my email and this is my temporary password. Okay, so for security reasons, please change your password immediately after logging in. So let me quickly log in with my email and password as well. Let me add this. Let me copy and paste over here, and here you can see this is the password which is being sent to my email, and log in, and here you can see this I am logged in. And you can see the one playlist which we have created, demo playlist, is visible over here. And you can see when I click on any of the playlists, we don't have an option to make it private or delete because this playlist has not been created by me. I am a user demo2 and this playlist is by admin123. So the playlist which is added by someone else, you can't make modification to that one. Even you don't have actions button over here, you then don't have an action button to arrange the items into this one. So on the home page you will feel the same way as the admin one, and over here you don't have an option to upload and my upload stuff. You will have option for home, search and create playlist. So let me quickly create a playlist. This is user demo playlist. User demo playlist description, and choose an image. I will select any image. We have a preview, make this public, create playlist, and here you can see this, you can have the button for make it private and delete this one. Go to home and you can add any of the song. You can add the song into this one. Now if you go over here and if you go to the home, now you will be able to see this user demo playlist. Let me quickly log in, log out over here and log in with the admin123@email.com, admin123. Now log in. Okay, we have added to 4 as well. Log in, and over here now we can see the new playlist which is created by user demo playlist. If I click on this, again over here we don't have option to delete and make it as private because this is created by the user. So you cannot manipulate this specific one. You cannot reorder and you don't have actions. So let me quickly log out and log in with the Melinator user. So I've added the password and it asked me to change the password first because this will be crucial to remember. So let me quickly log in and come over here and go to the profile. Again, we will have the option for change password. And this time the current password is not this one. We will copy the current password. New password is demo2123. Demo123, and now change password. Now this one is updated. Now quickly log out and try again. This time demo123. Now log in, and here you can see this, we are able to log in. Now again over here we will have the option to play the song. So if I click on this, again this will be start playing. So we have decreased the volume to 0. And the song is being played. Let me quickly stop this and minimize this. It's the same interface as per the admin one with this similar type of functionality. Next thing what we have is, let me quickly go to home and we have again the search. Let me quickly log out and you can see the profile over here as well with the user badging, and then we have these all stuff. Now let me make this user as admin if that is possible or not. So admin123@email.com, admin1234, and click on login and go over here to the profiles, to the all users, and then search for this one. make this as an admin. So now let's go log out and try to log in with this email, the one which we have created. This is user123. Now log in. I guess we have created demo123. Yeah. And now you can see we got an option for upload song, my uploads, and this is a demo2 user which we have created. And we got only playlist which is associated to me, the one which I have created. But you got more controls over here. You can't delete this, but you can upload the songs. You can see my uploads. And now I am as admin. I haven't added any songs, so in my uploads it will be empty. That is segregated as per the user. So admin123 has added 19 songs, so that will be visible over here. But I don't have right to manipulate those songs. I cannot delete the songs which is uploaded by some other admin. That's why it's not visible over here. You can manage your own songs. You can add new over here. Let me quickly move back and log out. Next thing, what we have, one stuff left is forgot your password. So now, suppose for the Musify demo, I forgot the password. So quickly come over here, and here you can see this. Enter your email address and we will send you a temporary password. So if I type this and send reset email. So in this scenario, the password which you have set in your account, that will not be sent. A new password will be generated and that will be sent to your email. So let's quickly click on this. And here you can see this temporary password has been sent to your email. After this one is sent, it will redirect to you to login page. So if I come over here and let's try with the demo123, our older password. If I log in, and here you can see this is showing an invalid one. So let's quickly move back over here. Demo2, and here you can see this Musify your temporary password. So new password has been set in my account. Hey Demo2, we receive a request for your reset your password. Here is your temporary password. So let me click copy this one and add it over here, and now log in. So here you can see this. Now this login is working. So this is all about the demonstration of Musify. We have shown the admin, user, login, sign up, and the forgot stuff, and also the AI stuff. So that's all for this video, guys. Thanks for watching, and from next video onward, we will start the development of this project. Please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have already shown you a quick overview of Spotify clone. So if you haven't watched that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to do the basic configuration of the backend part. Like we will download the project, we will create all of the required stuff like adding the required dependencies, then creating DTOs, entity, repository, and creating all of the exception classes. So let's quickly start with that. So first thing what we have to do is we have to jump over here and we have to go to a specific website, that is Spring Initializer. Select this one and select this one. Over here, I'm going to select Maven. Language is Java. Spring Boot version is 3.5.7, and I'm going to give it a name, com.pd.musify. I'm going to copy the same as an artifact and name as well as this one, and I'm going to give it a name, Musify. Okay. Over here, I'm going to use 21. Properties jar, and in this one I'm going to simply add a web. Later we are going to add all of the required dependencies. So let's quickly click on generate. It will download one of the zip folder. If you see over here, let me quickly cut this one and close this. I'm going to paste it in one specific folder. Let me quickly unzip this one. Extract here. And now this one is extracted. Let me quickly copy the path. And we have to open in the same in the IntelliJ. So click on open. Select that specific path. select the folder and click select folder. And now it will take some time to resolve all of the Maven dependencies. It completely depends on your internet speed. So for mine, this is done. So move back over here in the main, and we have a Java and we have an application to run. So over here, you don't find any option to run initially, but when you come over here to this specific class, and if you run this, we will be able to run because we don't have any database dependency. We don't have any other dependencies. That's why it don't require any other configuration for now. So over here, you can see this, our application is up and running on port 8080. So let me quickly stop this one. Minimize this. So into this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to add all of the required dependencies in the POM. So let's quickly jump into the POM, make some space, come over here, and we can see we have added web. So web is visible over here. Make some space over here. And first thing what we are going to do is we are going to add the Spring Data JPA. Okay. Then we need the security stuff. That is for the Spring security, JWT and other stuff. Then we need the validator, the one which we are going to add at the REST request and to validate either the fields are empty or not. So for that, we are going to use the Spring Boot starter validator. Then we have to add the MySQL dependency. This is for the connection to the database and performing all of the operation. Then we have to add one Lombok dependency. This is for getters and setters, just it will remove a lot of boilerplate code. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add JWT dependencies. And these are the three dependencies which is required for the JWT stuff. JSON Web Token, that is JWT Impl, JWT API, and JWT Jackson. And we also have to add the security, and we have to add for the mail. This one we have to add for the security test, and we have to add for the mail because in the quick over video I have shown you for the sign up and for the forgot password we are sending a mail. So for this one we need this specific one. And finally we need another dependency that for Google Gen AI. Okay. And one small configuration which is required in the Lombok side. For the Lombok side, we have to add the plugin for the Lombok one. We have to add a small configuration. And that's all what we need to do. So I'm going to give it this specific template, whatever we have did so far. In the description, this is a basic template just to get it started with, that you didn't get confused with the different dependencies which we have to add. Let me quickly make a, okay. So I've clicked on this Maven sync and it's synced and you have downloaded all the jar. Let me quickly move back over here and let me quickly create a zip for this one. This is the empty one, the one which we have downloaded. And let me make a basic backend template. I'm going to provide this one in the description of this video. Let me quickly minimize this and back over here. Next thing what we have to do in this one is we have to add all of the required stuff in the application or properties. So let's quickly jump into the application or properties. In the application or properties, by default, we have this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add the server port. So by default, it's running on 8080, but if you want to run this on any other port, so you can mention over here like 8081 or 8082, something like this. So, but we have configured our UI to run on 8080, so we are going to keep it the same. Next thing, we have to add our database configuration. So let me quickly add that. So we have to add spring.datasource.url and jdbc:/mysql:/localhost 3306. This is the port where MySQL is running, and this is a musified database. So I'm going to add a video. So this is my name of the database, that is musified DB video. And after this question mark, we have added create database if not exist is equal to true. It means that what it will happen is whenever we will run the application, if this database is not available, then it will create our database with this name. Then we have use SSL is equal to false. And this server time zone, like which time zone you want to save the data. So that will be UTC. You can change as per your requirement. And this is my local database username, local database password, which you have to set. And we have to put which class we have to use, the JDBC driver. Next thing, we have to put the JPA configuration. So let me quickly add that. The JPA configuration spring.jpa.hibernate.ddl-auto. It means that is equal to update. It means that whenever in an entity, I'm going to add a new column. So it will update in the existing instead of deleting, dropping, then creating a new one. Those operations you can perform by changing the input over here. Then whenever an SQL query is executed, do you want to print in the console? If yes, then you have to put this specific line, that is spring.jpa.showSQL is equal to true. This will show the query in a single line, but not in the formatted way. If you want to see that in a formatted way, then you have to put this one, spring.jpa properties.hibernate.formatSQL is equal to true. Then it will be print the MySQL queries in a formatted way. Then we have to put which dialect we have to use, that is MySQL dialect, because we are using the MySQL database. Then we have to put some JWT configuration, like what is the key, what is the token expiration time, refresh token expiration time. So let me quickly put this. So now I have added over here. So into this one, what we have to do is you can keep any password as per your choice. I'm just added a dummy password just for the users in my local. Then we are going to access this by using the @value. Okay. Next thing, this is jwt.access.token.expiration. This is 30 minutes for any token. Refresh token will be expired in the 7 days. Next thing, we have to put what is the base URL and where you want to store the image and your songs. Let me quickly add those. I have added these two. Next thing, over here you can see this file.storage.song.path. This is uploads/song. And then for the image, I'm going to use uploads/image. Then the base URL is localhost 8080. Next thing, we are going to put what is the limitation of the file which we are going to upload. So server side, and I'm enabling the multi-part acceptance for my application, that is true. And max file size is 50 MB and max request size is also 50 MB. After this, we have to put some of the configurations, like for the mail and for the what is the username, what is the password, what is the SMTP auth, these all stuff. You can find a video in the description of this video how to generate this password and other stuff, and how you can use that specific in our application. So once that one is generated, you can manually put it over here, and remaining configuration needs to be same. Then we have to put what is the front-end URL. So let me quickly add that. The front-end URL is localhost 4200. And then I have to add a Gemini API key. So you can find in a description of this video that how to generate this Google Gemini API key, which I have pasted over here. Next thing, in the free model, we have limited users for each of the models type. So what we have did is, this one we have mentioned all of the different models. So if our request is failing because of this model, limit has been exhausted, then it will try with this one. If this one is also exhausted, it will try with this one. And if this one is also exhausted, it will try with this one. So this is all about the application.properties. So now we have configured everything. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create all of the required DTOs. DTOs is request and the response. So we'll quickly move back over here, right click on this, click on new, and create a new package. This is nothing but DTO. In the DTO, I'm going to create two packages. One is request and one is response, just to segregate all of the stuff. Request. And then I'm going to create one response in the same. So package, let me quickly delete the request because I want that in the DTO. Response, and create this one. So now we can see we have two. One is request and one is response. Right click on this, click on new, select Java class, and I'm going to create app user request. So let me quickly create this one. In the app user request, first thing I'm going to put on annotation @data, that is for getters and setters. That will be we got from the lambok, which we have added the dependencies. Next thing, @no args constructor, and then finally we will add all args constructor. Into this one, first variable which we are going to add is nothing but private, and this is of type string and name. And this one, the size for this one, we have added this validation dependencies in the POM, so we are going to leverage that. So size into this one, min will be 2 and max will be 50. And if this is not satisfied, then what we will do is we can throw an exception, that is name must be between 2 and 50 characters. Next variable which we have to create is email. So private string email. And on this one, we will put simply email. And if this is not of the valid type like .com and @ dot is not there, in that case, it will throw an exception. Email should be valid. If this is after this, we need private string password @size. Into this one, we will set the min size is equal to 6. And if this is not matched, then password must be at least 6 characters. Next variable which we need is private string old password. Then we need private string role. And on the top of this, we are going to add a pattern because this is of a specific type. So regex. Into this one, we have to add simply cap symbol and open the braces. Then this is user or admin. Any one of these we need. If any of these are not there, it means that we are trying to pass something else. Then role must be either user or admin. And last variable which we required is private string refresh token. Save this. Next we need is new Java class and forgot password request. Create a class for this one. And on the top of this, again, we need @data. We need @no args constructor. Then we need @all args constructor. And into this one, we need only one variable, that is private string email. And on the top of this, not blank. If this one is blank, then we will return a message. Email is required. Then we put a validation for email. So email message is equal to email should be valid, and save this. Next one which we required is login user request. So let me quickly click on this, click on new, select Java class, add this, add the name, login user request, and hit enter. In this one, again, we need 3 stuff, @data, @no args constructor, @all args constructor. Then we need the variable, that is private string email. Then we need private string password. On the top of this, @ blank, and the message will be email is required. Then @ email, and in this one we will return message email should be valid. Then for the password, @ blank, message, if this is blank, then we will simply return password is required, and save this. Next thing which we need is playlist request, and create this one. Again we need pre-annotation, @data, no args constructor, and all arg constructor. Next thing, we need one variable that is for name of the playlist. So private string name. On the top of this, not blank, message is equal to playlist name is required. Next thing, size we have to set. Max is equal to 100. Then message is equal to playlist name must not exceed 100 characters. You can change as per your requirement. Next thing, private string description. Then put the size. Max is 100. Max we can put as 500, because description can be long. Description must not exceed 500 characters. Then we have finally the boolean value, that is public or not. So boolean is public. So while creating the playlist, you want to keep it as a public or private. So that value we have to pass it over here. Next thing, we need another request. Right click on this one, and select refresh token request. And again we have to add three annotation: @data, @all arg constructor, and @no arg constructor. And finally we have to create one variable over here that is simply nothing but refresh token. And on the top of this, we will add a validation that is not blank. And this one we will pass the message that refresh token is required, and save this. Required. Next thing finally we need is registered user request. So right click on this one, Java class, register user request, and create this one. @data, @no args constructor, @all arg constructor, and then we need to add the variable private string name. On the top of this, @not blank, message is equal to name is required. Then @size, min is equal to 2, max is equal to 50, and we have to return a message. If name is not satisfying this specific stuff, name must be between 2 and 50 characters. Then @not blank, message is equal to email is required. Then @email, and message is equal to email should be valid, and this is nothing but private string email. Then we need another one, that is private string and role, and save this. Next thing we have finally is song request. So right click on this, click on new, select Java class, and give it a name, song request. On the top of this, we will add the annotation data @ no args constructor @ all args constructor. In this one, we will put the first variable, that is nothing but private string title @ not blank. With this one, we will pass the message. If this is blank, that is title is required. Then we will put @ size max is equal to 100, and the message title must not exceed 100 characters. Then we have private string artist @ not blank, and if this is blank, in that case we will simply return artist is required. @ size max is equal to 100, message is equal to artist must not exceed 100 characters, and save this. Now we have created all of the requests. In the response, we have to create few of the response. First is app user response. App user response, and click enter. Let me quickly close other classes, other tabs, and on the top of this, again we will put all the annotation @ data @ no args constructor @ all args constructor. And into this one, we need to put few of the variables, that is private, and it will return a long ID, private string name, private string email, private string role, private string access token, private string refresh token, then private local date time created at private local date time updated at, and save this. Next one we have is nothing but error response. So right click on this, click on new Java class, select this one and hit enter. And again on the top of this, @ data @ no args constructor @ all args constructor, and then we will create few of the variables. So private local date time, and this is time stamp. Then we have private int status. Then we have private string error. We have private string message. Then we have private string path. Then we have private list of string, and this is nothing but errors. We have to create one explicit constructor, that is public error response. Into this one we will accept local date time, that is nothing but timestamp, int status, string error, then we need string message, then we need string path. I will create this. Let me quickly minimize this one, and this dot timestamp is equal to timestamp. This dot status is equal to status. This dot error is equal to error. This dot message is equal to message. This dot path is equal to path. Let me quickly move back over here. Next thing which we have to create is nothing but message response. So let's quickly create this one. On the top of this, we have to add 3 constructor, 3 annotation. and we simply need one variable into this one, that is nothing but private string message. Next thing we need is paginated response. So let's quickly create that one. Right click on this one, Java class, paginated response, and click on this. Again, we need to add three constructor, that is three annotation, that is @data, @no args, and @all args. So this is of type T, and with this one we have to create few of the variables, that is private list of type T, content, private int page, private int size, private long total elements, private int total pages, private boolean last, private boolean first. Save this. Next we have is playlist response. So let's quickly move back over here, right click on this, Java class, and playlist response. Click enter. On the top of this, we need annotation, @data, @no args constructor, @all arg constructor. And then in this one, we need variable like private long ID, private string name, private string description. Then we need private boolean is public, private string image URL, private local date and time, created at private local date time, updated at. Then we finally need private and to which user it belongs to, long app user ID, private string app user name, and save this. Next we need is playlist with song response. So right click on this, click on new Java class, give it a name, playlist with songs response, hit enter. We will add annotation, @data, @no args constructor, @all args constructor. And with this one, we need things like private long ID, private string name, private string description. Then we need private boolean is public, private string image URL. Then we need private local date time, that is nothing but created at, private local date time, updated at. Then we need private long app user ID. Then we need private string app user name, private integer song count. Then we need private and list of song in playlist response, song in playlist response. And let me create a local class into this one, that is nothing but public static class, and this is nothing but song in playlist response, and just open and close this. So I'm going to use the same into this one, and this is nothing but songs. On the top of this, again I'm going to add the annotation, @data, @no args constructor, @all args constructor. I have created is as a subclass because I'm going to use this in only this specific class. Okay, so into this one, this will contain private long song ID, private string title, private string artist, private string song URL, private string image URL, private integer and position of the song in the playlist, position, and private local date time added at, and save this. Next we need is song AI insight response. Click on this one. On the top of this, @data, @no args constructor, @all args constructor. Into this one, we will create all of the variables like private string analysis, then private and list of string, that is for moods, then private string generated, and then private integer, and we have to set tempo, private string key, private integer energy, then private and list of string, that is for similar artists, private string recommended for, and save this. Next one we need is song response. Right click on this, click on new, Java class, song response, and hit enter. In this one, again, we need the annotation like @data, @no args constructor, @all args constructor, and into this one, we need few of the variables like private long ID, private string title, private string artist, private string song URL, private string image URL, private local date time, and into this one we will pass created at private long app user ID, private string app user name, and save this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create all of the DTOs. DTOs is created, entity we have to create. So let me quickly jump into the entity. Let me quickly create a package for that. Right click on this one, package, and I'm going to give it a name entity and hit enter. First thing which I'm going to create is nothing but app user. Right click on this one, Java class, app user, and hit enter. This will be the class in which we are going to store all of the name, email, password, role, and other stuff. So to mark this class as entity, we have to put one annotation, entity, on the top of this. Then we will put @table, and we'll put the name of this table is equal to app_user. Then we will put @data for getters and setters, @no args constructor, and @all args constructor. In this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to put the ID, so private long ID on the top of this. To mark this as ID, we have to put annotation @ID. Then we have to put the strategy type of the ID. Whenever new value will be inserted, the strategy for this one will be generated identity. Okay. Next thing, we need another variable that is for storing the name. So private name. Now this one, the column label is false. Next thing, we need private string email. And again, this one is also mandatory. So the label is equal to false, and this needs to be unique is equal to true. Next thing what we need is for one variable, one field, that is for password. So private string password @ column, and this is also label is equal to false. Next thing we need for the role, so private string role, save this, @ column, the label is equal to false. Then we need refresh token, so private string refresh token @ column, and this one we will give a name is equal to refresh _ token, and the length is equal to 500 max. Next thing we need created at and updated at, so private local date time created at, on the top of this @ creation timestamp @ column, and this one we will put a name, so name is equal to created _ at, and this is the label is equal to false, and updatable is also equal to false because created at will be only one time. And finally we have a private local date time, and this is updated at, and @ updation timestamp @ column, and this one we will pass the name, so name is equal to updated _ at, and the label is equal to false. So this is the first thing, one entity. Next one which we have to create is nothing but the playlist. So let me quickly create an entity for that. So right click on this, click on new Java class playlist and hit enter. On the top of this we have to put annotation entity @ table, and this one name is equal to playlist @ data @ no args constructor @ all args constructor, and this one, let me quickly minimize this. Let me quickly make some space over here. So private long id, then mark it as id by putting @id, then @generated value, and this one strategy is equal to generation type dot identity. Then we need another one, that is private string name of this playlist, and this one column, and the label is equal to false. Next thing what we have is private string description, and column definition is nothing but text. Next thing, private boolean is public is equal to false, and @ column name is equal to is _ public, and the label is equal to false. Next thing which we have is private string image URL @ column name is equal to image _ URL. And finally, last two stuff which we need is created at and updated at. So let me quickly copy this from here, move back over here, and created at and updated at. And at the end, what we need is we need to map this with the private app user, because playlist will belong to some of the user. And on the top of this, we will put annotation @many to 1, and this fetch type will be lazy. Fetch type is lazy, and then we will join the column name is equal to app user _id, and this is the label is false. Next thing, in the playlist it must contain some of the song, so we have to create, right click on this, new Java class and playlist song. hit enter, playlist song. On the top of this, this is again an entity, @table, name is equal to playlist underscore song, @data, @no args constructor, @all arg constructor. In this one, first we need ID, so private long ID, @ID, @generated value, strategy is equal to generation type dot identity. Then we need playlist, so private playlist. On the top of this, @many21, and the fetch type is again lazy, and @join column, and with this one, name is equal to playlist underscore ID, and this is the label is equal to false. Then we need the mapping with the song, which we haven't created. So let me quickly create the song first. So let me move back over here, song, and hit enter. And let's move back to the playlist. And over here, we will create private song, and on top of this, @many21, and this will be fetch is equal to, fetch type is lazy, then @join column, and with this one we will put name is equal to song underscore ID, and the label is equal to false, because for the playlist song it will have which playlist it belongs to and which song it belongs to, and when it is added at. So let me quickly add that specific stuff, that is private local date time added at, and this is creation timestamp, like when this record is created, that same timestamp will be added, and this is added at, and the label is equal to false, and updatable is also is equal to false. Next thing, we have to put one field just to manage the index in the playlist. So integer, and this is for position. Save this, @column, and with this one the label is equal to false. So this is done. Next thing we have is song. So in the song, again we need first annotation to mark it as entity, then to mark it as table, name is equal to song, then we have @data, then we have @no args constructor, @all args constructor, then we have to put the ID, that is nothing but ID, generated value, and strategy is equal to generated type identity. Next thing we have title, so private string title, @column, the label is equal to false. Then we have private string artist, @column, the label is equal to false. Then we have song URL, @column, name, song underscore URL, then the label is equal to false. Then we have private string image URL, column, name is equal to image underscore URL. Then we have the created at timestamp which we have to add. So created timestamp, and the column is created at, the label is equal to false, updatable is equal to false, and the private local date time and created at. And finally we have to connect this one with the app user. So private app user, on the top of this @many21, and the fetch type is lazy @ join column. Name is equal to app user underscore ID, and enable is equal to false. So now all of our entities are created. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put some of the methods into the response. Like in the app user response, we need to put one method to convert from app user to app user response. So those type of a small modification which we have to do. So let's quickly jump into the app user response. And with this one, we have to add one method, that is public static, and this will return app user response. And I'm going to give it a name from entity. And with this one, it will accept app user, and we will accept a string, access token. Then we will accept string, refresh token. And to this one, we will simply create an app user response. Response is equal to new app user response. And we will simply call this response.setID, and we will get app user.getID. We will do response.setName, app user.getName. Then we have response.setEmail, app user.getEmail. Then we have response.setRole, app user.getRole. Then we have response.setAccessToken, app, and this one we will directly have the access token. Response.setRefreshToken, and we will pass refresh token into this. We will set response.setCreatedAt, app user.getCreatedAt, response.setUpdatedAt, app user.getUpdatedAt, and finally we will return the response. In the same way, we have to add one method in the playlist response. In this one, playlist response for the same. So let me quickly add this public static. Let me make some space over here. This will respond with the playlist response from entity, playlist, and string base URL, because in the database we are going to store only the image path, only the image name and the extension of it, but we will concatenate the base path in the front of it. So playlist response is equal to new playlist response, response.setID, and with this one we will get it from playlist.getID, response.setName, playlist.getName, response.setDescription, playlist.getDescription, response.set is public, playlist.get is public, response.setImageURL, playlist.getImageURL, and in this one this is not a directly image, so not equal to null. In this is the case, then base URL plus playlist.getImageURL, else simply return null. Response.setCreatedAt, playlist.getCreatedAt, response.setUpdatedAt, playlist.getUpdatedAt, and last thing what we have to do is we have to set the app user ID and app user name. So response.setAppUserID, so app playlist.getAppUser.getID, response.setAppUserName, so playlist.getAppUser.getName, and finally return with the response and save this. The same thing we have to do in the playlist with song response. So playlist with song response. Into this one, we have to add one method below this. Let me quickly add that. So public static, this will return a playlist with song response, and I'm going to give it a name from entity playlist. Playlist, then list of playlist song. Let me quickly minimize the left panel. Okay. So with this one, playlist songs and string base URL. We will create a playlist with response object. Playlist with response. Response will equal to new playlist. And with this one, we will set the ID, response.set ID, playlist.get ID. Then we will set response.set name, playlist.get name. Let me quickly add this. After name, we have to set the description. We have to set the description, playlist.get description, then set is public, playlist.get is public. For the image URL, we will check for null. If it's not null, then we will return the concatenated stuff. If created at, we will set the created at from the playlist. We will set the updated at from the playlist. We will set the app user ID from the playlist. Playlist.get app user.get ID, playlist.get app user.get name. And finally, we have to set the count. So playlist.songs.size will be added. After this, once we got these all stuff set, next thing what we have to do is we have to prepare a list of song in playlist response. That is nothing but songs is equal to playlist songs dot stream, and this one dot map, and this one we will map the playlist song like this, and at the end dot collect, and we have to collect as list. So collectors dot to list, and close this. In the between of this one, we will create a song in playlist response. Song response is equal to new song in playlist response. Close this and simply return song response. Close this, and now here you can see this, the error is gone. In the between, in the song response, we have to set song ID. We will get ps.getSong.getID. Then we will set song response.set title, ps.getSong.getTitle. Then song response.set artist, ps.getSong.getArtist. Then song response.set song URL, ps.getSong.get this one song URL, ps.getSong.get URL is not equal to null. Then base URL plus ps.getSong.get song URL else null. Then song response dot set image URL, ps.get song.get image URL is not equal to null. Then base URL plus ps.get song.get image URL else null. Song response dot set position, ps.get song.get, okay, ps in the playlist we have the position, so get position from the playlist directly. Song response dot set added at ps.getAdded at. And now this is ready. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to simply add this to the response. So response.setSongs. Set songs. Into this one we will set the songs. So this object we will set this one. And once this is done, what we will do is we will simply return response. This method is ready. And the last one which we have to add is nothing but song response. In the song response, we have to add a similar method. So make some space over here. Public static song response from entity. We'll get the song string base URL. To this one we will create a song response. Response is equal to new song response, and into this one we will create and we will add response.setID, song.getID, response.setTitle, song.getTitle, response.setArtist, song.getArtist. Then what we will do is we will prepare the response.set song URL, and to this one we will get this song.get song URL. Song.get song URL is not equal to null. If this is the case, then base URL plus song.get song URL, else null. Response.set image URL, song.get image URL is not equal to null. Then base URL plus song.get image URL and null. And finally we have to set created at an app user ID and app user name. So response.set created at from the song.get created at, response.set app user ID, song.get app user ID, app user.get ID, response.set app user name, so song.get app user dot get name, and finally we will return the response. Once these all are done, next thing what we have to do is we have to create all of the repository for this one. So let's quickly do that. So move back over here, let me quickly minimize this. Right click on this, click on new one package, that is for repository. And in the repository, we will start with the app user repository. So right click on this, click on new Java class, select interface, click on this, add app user repository, and this will basically extend JPA repository. And with this one we have to pass the entity, so our entity is app user, and the type of the primary key, that is ID, as long. And on the top of this we will put one annotation, that is @repository. Next one which we have to create is playlist repository. So right click on this, click on new Java class, select interface, playlist repository, and this will also extend JPA repository. And on this one we will pass the entity name, entity class name, so that is playlist, and the ID type, so that is long. And on the top of this we will add repository. Next one which we have is playlist with song repository. So let me right click on this, Java class, select interface, add the name, playlist song repository. This will extend JPA repository, and this will accept playlist song. So this is the entity, playlist song, if you see. com.bt.musify.entity, and the type is ID. Again, @repository. And the last one which is required is song repository. So right click on this one, add this, select interface and hit enter. Extends JPA repository. This is nothing but song and then long. And then on the top of this, we will add @repository. And the next thing what we have to do is, now all the repository is created and we will write the query while we are developing the application. Okay. And the next thing what we have to do is we have to create all of the exception classes. So let's quickly jump into that. So move back over here, minimize this one, make a package, new package. That is nothing but exception. Hit enter. In this one, first we will start with the email already exists exception. So that we will create new Java class. Click on this and click on this one. This will extend runtime exception. And what it will do is it will simply accept one constructor, that is public. And in this one we will accept message, string message. And this will simply call super with message. Next exception which we need is email not verified. So let's quickly create this one. Right click on this, Java class, email not verified, hit enter. This will extend runtime exception. Public, create constructor which will accept one message. Super, and we will pass that message. And save this. Next one which we need is invalid credentials exception. So right click on this, click on new Java class and hit enter. Extends runtime exception, and then we will have public invalid credentials exception. It will accept one message. Super, and we will pass the message. Next one we need is invalid token exception. Right click on this one, click on this and hit enter. Invalid token exception extends runtime exception. Public invalid token exception, string message. Super, we will pass the message, and that's all. Next thing, we have this resource not found exception. If the image or the other stuff is not found, the song, then resource not found exception. This will extend runtime exception. Public resource not found exception, string message. Super, and with this one we will pass the message. Next thing we have token expired exception. So new Java class, create this one, extends runtime exception. Create a constructor, public token expired exception. Into this one, it will accept one message. And super, and with this one we will pass the message. And the last one which we have to create is nothing but global exception handler. So let's quickly move over here, right click on this, Java class, global exception handler, hit enter. On the top of this, first thing what we have to do is we have to add one REST controller advice annotation to mark this as a controller advice, and at the same time for the bean creation and management by the Spring container, IOC container. So on the top of this, first thing which we handle is @exception handler, and with this one we will handle nothing but client abort exception class and async request not usable exception. If these two exceptions are thrown, then what we will do is public void, and we will handle client abort exception. Handle client abort exception. Into this one we will accept exception ex and web request, and what we will do is we will simply log it. So let me create a logger for this. Let me quickly minimize this one so that we can see all of the stuff clearly. So private static final and logger, and this logger will be from SLF4J. From the SLF4J, logger is equal to logger factory dot get logger, and this one we have to pass the current class name, so global exception handler dot class. Now close this, and over here logger dot debug client disconnected during file streaming. So why we are handling this one? Because whenever you try to change the song, means that you have left the existing one and you are moving to the next part. So this will throw client abort exception or async request exceptions. To handle that, we don't want our console to be filled with a lot of exceptions. So that's why we have handled it. Next thing we have to handle is @exception handler, and we have to handle nothing but email already exist exception dot class. If this exception is thrown, then what we will do is public response entity, and we have to return an error response which we have already created, one class. This error response, okay, and I'm going to give it a name, handle email already exist exception, and this we will got email already exist exception ex, and we will get the web request. Into this one, what we will do is we will simply return, and we will build a exception. So build error response, and with this one we will pass the ex and http status dot conflict, and we will pass the request. So build error response method is not there. So what we will do is we will hover on this one, create method, build error response. So this method will be added, and over here we will accept the hierarchy top one, that is nothing but exception, so that we can handle everything. Let me just change the name to status and request. Yeah, this is much more simple. What we will do is we will create an error response. Error response is equal to new error response, and into this one we will set local date time dot now, then we will set the status dot value, then we will set status dot get reason phrase, then we will set ex dot get message, then we will set the path. So get path, and out of this one we will pass the request. And what we will do is we will simply close this, and we will return response entity dot status, and out of this one we will pass the status and simply set the body to error response. So this one is showing an error get path. So what we will do is we will hover onto this one, and not import, we will create one method. So let's quickly create this. Private string get path. So this one from the web request, and what we will do is we will simply return request dot get description, and I will pass it as false, include client info as false, replace URI is equal to with double quotes. Replace like this. Next thing, what we are doing is we did this with email already exist exception. Next thing, we have to check for invalid credentials and invalid token and token expired exception. So let me quickly create for that. So at the rate exception handler, and with this one we will accept invalid credentials exception dot class, invalid token exception dot class, token expired exception dot class. If these are the situation, then what we will do is these are unauthorized exceptions. So what we will do is make some space over here, public response entity, and this will return an error response, handle unauthorized exception, and into this one we will accept runtime exception, ex web request, and we will get the request. And what we will do is we will simply return build error response, and to this one we will pass the exception http status dot unauthorized, and we will pass the request. Now save this. Next one, what we have is we have the response not found exception. That is resource not found exception. So exception handler, and with this one resource not found exception dot class, public response entity, that is nothing but error response, and we will give it a name, handle resource not found exception, and into this one we will get resource not found exception ex and web request, and simply we will return build error response and ex and http status dot not found, and we will pass the request. Next thing, handle validation exception, the one which we have created, like we have added a validation and at all of the requests, that is like for the email and other stuff. So if those are the cases, then what we have to throw. So exception handler, that is method argument not valid exception dot class. This will return public resource entity, error response, nothing but handle validation exception. This will accept method argument not valid exception ex and web request, and what we will do is we will simply get over here list of string errors. Let me go over here, ex dot get binding result dot get all errors dot stream, and we have to map those. So map error, and this will be mapped field error, we will map typecast the error into a field error dot get field, plus we will concatenate with the code, plus error dot get default message, and finally what we will do is we will simply call dot collectors dot to list. Now we got all the errors. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply create error response. Error response is equal to new error response, local date time dot now, http status dot bad request dot value, http status dot bad request dot get reason phrase. Then we will return a message that is validation failed. Then we have get path, and we will pass the request into this one, and finally we will set the errors. And now close this and return response entity or dot status, and we will return the status http status dot bad request dot body error response. So in the error response, you have seen that we have created two. One is the all are constructor that will create this one, the one which we have used right now. And by default in the all other cases, we are using this constructor. So that's why we have added two constructor over here. So let's quickly move back to the global exception handler. After this, what we have to do is we have to handle the runtime exception. So make some space over here. So @exception handler runtime exception dot class. In this case, public response entity. Then again error response. Let me scroll up, and this is nothing but handle runtime exception, and this will accept runtime exception ex web request, and we will simply log the error, log.error runtime exception occurred ex.get message and whatever the exception is. And what we will do is we will simply return build error response. Into this one we will pass the exception and the status bad request, and we have to pass the request. And finally, the last exception which we have to handle is nothing but the top level, that is exception itself. So exception handler, to this one exception dot class public response entity error response handle general exception ex, we will get web request, and we will log the error. So log.error into this one unexpected exception occurred. Unexpected error occurred. ex.get message and ex. And finally, what we will do is return build error response ex http status, and this is nothing but internal server error, and we will pass the request. So we are ready with all of the stuff. First thing is form.xml. We have configured all the dependencies. Then we have added all the stuff in the application.properties. Then we have created all of the DTOs, entity, exception, and all of the repository. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we will start implementing JWT stuff in our project. Meanwhile, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. And thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have created the basic structure. Like first, we downloaded the project from the Spring initializers. Then we have created DTO, entity, and all of the exception and the repository classes. So if you haven't watched that video, just go to the description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to implement the JWT authentication part. And before we start, please do like, subscribe, and follow us on Instagram. You can check the link in the description of this video. So let's quickly start with this. So first thing, we will start with creating some of the packages. So right click on this, click on this one, and click on package. And with this one, we will create first package is util package. And we need two more. One is for filter and one is for config. So in the util package, we are going to create one JWT util class. So let's quickly do that. Right click on this, Java class and JWT util. Now the class is created. First thing what we have to do is we have to put the annotation @component. So when we put this annotation on the top of this class will be marked with an stereotype annotation, and the bean creation and injection of this one will be handled by the IOC container. That will be handled by the Spring itself. So in this class, first thing what we have to get is the secret. So private string secret, and that we will fetch from nothing but the application or properties. So how we will fetch? I will put the value, and into this one we'll put dollar, curly braces open, and into this one we have to go to our application or properties, and from there we will copy the key. Here we have added JWT secret. So let me quickly copy this one, move back over here and paste inside this. So now we got the secret. Next thing we need token expiration time. So private long access token expiration, and on the top of this again add the rate value, and into this one we will put double quotes, dollar, curly braces open and close, and again go to the application properties, and over here we will get JWT access token expiration. Move back over here and paste inside this one. Next one which we need is refresh token expiration. So private long refresh token expiration, and on the top of this add the rate value, double quotes, dollar symbol, and then again move back over here and copy the key. And let's quickly remove these part because this might cause issues. Move back over here, paste it and save it. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add one method to generate a signing key. So let's quickly generate that. So private, and it will return a secret key that is from JavaX crypto secret key. So now the import is added. Next thing we will give it a name, get signing key. Into this one what we will do is we will simply return keys dot hmac share key for, and into this one we will pass secret dot get bytes, and into this one we will pass in the form of UTF_8 standard characters, UTF_8. Next thing what we have to do is we have to generate one method to generate access token. So private, and it will return a token in the form of a string, and we are going to give it a name generate access token. Into this one we will accept the ID. We are going to put all of this stuff like ID, string name, the string email. We can put role as well, so string role. So now we have accepted all of the four parameters. So what we have to do is we have to create the claims in the form of map. So map of string comma object, because value can be anything like the long string or any other parameters as well. So I'm going to give it a name claims is equal to new hash map. Close this. Claims dot put, into this one we will put the ID, and we'll put the ID. Then we will put claims dot put, and we will put the name, claims dot put, and we will put the email and the role as well. So email, claims dot put role, claims dot put, and we will put the type. And what type of token is this? So this is an access token. And what we will do is we will simply return create token, and with this one we will pass the claims, and we will pass the email, and we will pass the access token expiration. So this method create token is not available. So what we will do is we will simply hover on this one and create method create token, and in the create token, as we can see, we accepting the claims, email, and the expiration. So email we are going to put in the form of subject. So I'm going to give it a name subject, and let's move back. Let me quickly minimize the left panel, and over here what we have to do is we have to simply create a data object. Date now is equal to new date, and the date object we will get it from Java util date. Java util date. So now we got this. This is a minus symbol equals new date. Okay. So date, and this is expiry. Date is equal to new date, and to this one we will pass now dot get time plus expiration. That is access token expiration. So let me make some space over here so that you can clearly view it. Okay, so now we got the expiry date and we got the current date. And now what we have to do is we have to simply return jwts.builder.claims, and to this one we have to set the claims. Dot subject, in the subject we have to set the email, so that is also change the name as subject. Dot issued at, and to this one we will set the now. Dot expiration, and to this one we will set the expiry date. And finally what we will do is we will sign in with, and we will call the method which we have generated, generate signing key. And finally what we have to do is we have to call the compact on this particular builder. So now this create token is ready. Next thing, we have to write another method in order to generate the access token. Okay, this method needs to be public because this will be accessed from the outside of this. In order to, this is a utility class, so we will have the common method which are required to perform the operation on the token. So this will be called by some other method as well. So let's public, and this will also return string generate refresh token, and with this one we will accept the long ID and the string email. Again we will create the map of string comma object claims is equal to new hash map claims dot put, and we will put the ID inside this one. Claims dot put, and we will put email into this one, and we will put claims dot put the type of this one. So this is nothing but refresh token. So refresh. And finally what we will do is we will simply call return create token. Into this one we will pass the claims, then we will pass the email, and we will pass the refresh token expiration. Next method which we need to add is to extract the ID, extract the name, and to extract the email and other stuff. So let's quickly move back over here. So what are the values which you have added? We are going to add a method to extract those values. So public and long extract ID. Into this one we will accept the token, and what we will do is we will simply return extract claim. We will create one method. Into this one we will accept token, we will accept claims, claims dot get, and into this one we will try to get the ID of type what? Long dot class. Save this, and now hover on this one and create a method extract claims. So in the extract claims we will, let me quickly remove this. Okay, we have the token, and into this one we will accept one function. So function of type claims and of type T, and this is nothing but claims resolver, and the return type is not long because this is going to be a generic one, so it will be of type T and of type. So here you can see this. Now the issue is gone over here, and into this one what we will do is we will simply call this create one claims from the token. So we will create a variable final of type claims. Claims is equal to extract all claims, and with this one we will pass the token, and once we got the claim, what we will do is we will resolve it. So what we will call claims, simply return claim resolver dot apply, and with this one we will pass the claims. So now we don't have this method, so hover on this, create method extract all claims, and into this one what we have to do is we have to simply return jwts.parser.verify with, and into this one we will pass a signing key that if we are getting the same token or the token is not manipulated. Next thing what we have to do is we have to build it, then parse signed claims, and with this one we will pass the token and we will get the payload from this one. So now this one is resolved and this one is resolved, and now finally the extract ID is fixed. Next thing what we have to do is we have to do the same way for the extract name. So let's quickly do that. Public string extract name string token, and what we will do is we will simply return. Let me quickly copy this one and paste it over here, and into this one we have to get the name. So name, and this is of type string, so we will do string. Next thing, we need to add another method, that is to extract email. So let me quickly copy this one and paste it once again. Extract email, and over here we will pass email. Okay. Next thing, to extract the role, again it will be same. So let's quickly paste it over here. Extract and change the name to role, and over here we will pass role. Then we need another one to get the type of token. So paste to again, extract token type, and into this one we will pass type, and all are of the string except the first one, that is of ID. Next thing, we need to add another method, that one to get the expiration of the token. So let's quickly add that. So public, and this will return a date of Java util, extract expiration. Into this one we will again accept the token, and it will return extract claims, and into this one we will pass the token and we will pass the claims : get expiration, and simply close this. Next thing, we have to add another method to check if the token is expired or not. So let me scroll till the end, and over here we will add public boolean, and we will add one method, is token expired, and into this one we will again accept token and return extract expiration, and with this one we will pass the token. Now that we got the expiration, we will check is before new date. We will check with the right now date. Is it before the current one? Then it will, if it's true, then token is expired. If it false, then token is not expired. Next thing is to check or validate the token. So let me quickly add that method over here. So public, it will return a boolean validate token, and with this one we will accept the token and we will accept the email. And into this one we will create one final variable of to get the extracted email. So extracted email is equal to extract email, and we will pass the token inside this one, and return, we will check extracted email dot equals email, and this is not expired. So is token expired, and to this one we will check the token. So if the email is equal, the email what we got and the email from the token is same and the token is not expired, then this token is a valid token. Next, what we have to do is we have to add two more methods, that is to check is access token or it's a refresh token. So public boolean and is access token, and to this one we will accept the token again, string token, return access dot equals, and with this one we will call extract type token, and we will call the token. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply copy this one and paste it once again, and this is nothing but is refresh token, and over here we will type refresh equals and this one. Let's quickly check this if we have added the same text over here. Yeah, over here you can see the refresh and we have access. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to jump into the filter part. So let's quickly open this one in the filter, and we have to create one filter that is nothing but JWT authentication filter. So let's quickly create that. So right click on this Java class and JWT authentication filter and hit enter. So on the top of this, again, we have to add the annotation @component in order to manage this bean from the Spring IOC container. Next thing, this will extend once per request filter. Then we will hover on this. We will implement the method that is do filter internal and click on OK. So it will add a method. Let me quickly minimize this one. Make some space. And first thing what we have to do is we have to auto wire the util class which we have created. So private JWT util, and on the top of this we will put auto wire for the bean injection. Okay. So into this one we have this request, response and filter chain, and it may throw the servlet exception and the IO exception. So first thing into this one, what we have to do is we have to get the authorization header. So for that, what we have to do is we have to create the variable over here first. So final and string, we will create authorization header is equal to request dot get header, and what we have to get is authorization, that is nothing but the bearer token. So authorization. Next thing, we will create a variable of for email is equal to null and string JWT is equal to null. Before we extract anything from our authentication header, we will check if authentication header is not equal to null and an authentication header dot starts with bearer. You have to put this text in the same format and with a space, because JWT token starts with bearer and one space and then actually token is. After this, what we will do is we will simply use this JWT variable which we have declared. So JWT is equal to authorization header, and we will substring after like first 7 characters. So these are the 7 characters. This will be excluded from the token and the remaining will be stored in the JWT. Next thing what we have to do is we have to try to get the token. So try email, and we will call JWT utils dot get or extract email, and into this one we will pass the token, the utility method which we have created right now. And if there is any issue, so exception E, and we will put the logger dot error JWT token extraction failed, and E dot get message. After this, what we have to do is we have to check if email is not equal to null and an security context let me start again. Security Let me quickly check the imports over here. Jakarta servlet, whatever from this one. Then once per request from the org Spring Framework web filter. Correct. This one is also correct. Whatever is correct. HTTP request response and everything is correct. Let me quickly add this one, security context holder, and hover on this one. So we are not able to import this because we haven't added one of the dependencies. So let me quickly add that. So we have to add this Spring Boot starter security, and one more thing. So we have imported duplicate one, that is Spring Data JVA. So let me quickly remove one and save this, and now run this Maven one. So now this one is loaded. Now move back over here and try copy and pasting this one, security context holder. Now we are seeing the suggestion. Next thing what we have to do is, let me quickly minimize this one, security context holder, and from this one we have to get the context and we have to get the authentication. So get context dot get authentication is equal to null. If this is the situation, then what we have to do is we have to check if jwt dot validate token, if token is valid or not. So this is the case. See, whenever the token is generated, then we will set the context into, we will set the authentication into this context that, okay, authentication for this specific email has been generated. So we are checking if that email and that context is equal to null for that specific one, then we will generate the token. So first we will validate the token. So we have to pass the email and JWT into this one. And we have to check it's an access token. So JWT util dot is access token, and we will pass the JWT inside this one. If these two conditions are true, then we will extract the role. So string role JWT util dot extract role, and we will pass the JWT inside this one. Then what we have to do is we have to simply call user name password authentication token. This one, authentication token, is equal to new username password authentication token, and into this one we have to pass the email, we have to pass the credentials as null, and we have to pass collections dot singleton list. Into this one we have to pass new simple granted authority, and to this one we have to pass the role underscore, and we have to pass the role. So internally it handles like, if you want to set user, then you have to set is like role underscore user. So it doesn't impact how the way you are storing in the database. So if I'm storing user, it will be handled as role underscore user. Next thing what we have to do is authentication token dot set details, and with this one we will set the details like new web authentication details source dot build details, and into this one we will pass the request. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set this authentication token into the context. So security context holder dot get context dot set authentication, and to this one we will pass the authentication token. And finally what we have to do is we have to simply call filter chain dot do filter, and into this one we will pass a request and response. So now the task for this one, that is nothing but JWT authentication filter is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one security config class. So let me quickly do that. So right click on over here on the config, click on this and click security config. Again, into this one we will add the configuration. Then we will add enable web security. And now our application will look for security part when you put this annotation. Either you can put it over here or you can put it on your main application class. So move back over here and we will auto wire and nothing but JWT authentication filter over here. Next thing first, what we have to do is we have to create a bean for security filter. If you want to bypass anything, you can bypass it over here. So bean, nothing but public, and it will return a security filter chain. Security filter chain. This will accept HTTP, security, HTTP, and this will throws exception. HTTP. Let me minimize this left panel, make some space. Dot CORS. Into this one, we will set course dot configuration source, and into this one we will pass the course configuration. So let me create one method for the course configuration. So at the rate bean public, it will return a course configuration source. This will accept nothing, simply return this. So we will call it over here course configuration source. So let's fix the course configuration source first. So course configuration is equal to new course configuration, and into this one we will set configuration dot set allowed origins, and into this one we will set all of the allowed origins, whatever you can think of, like 4200 or localhost 3000, whatever you want to set. So let's quickly add that. So we can pass in a list, so multiple items. So I have added 4200 and 3000. Next thing, we have to set configurations dot set allowed methods. So what methods you want to allow? They're like get, post, put, delete, patch, and options. So I'm going to add those all. That we have to add in the form of arrays dot as list. So we'll do that. Arrays dot as list, get, post, put, patch, delete, and option. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set configurations dot set allowed headers, and we have to set all of the headers. So into this one we have to set arrays dot as list, and we will pass star into this one. It means that we are allowing all type of headers. Next thing, configuration dot set exposed headers. So we have to only set one, that is nothing but the authorization one. So for that also we have to do arrays dot as list, and with this one we will pass the authorization. Next thing, we have to set configuration dot set allowed credentials. Into this one we will pass true. Next thing, URL based course configuration source is equal to new URL based configuration source, and with this one we will pass source dot register course configuration /** and configuration, and we will simply return source. Now our configuration bean is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply move back over here. Now our configuration source we have set. We have to set CSRF, and we have to disable the CSRF. CSRF dot disabled. Next thing, we have to pass the authorize HTTP requests. Into this one we will pass all of the APIs which we have to authorize. So like auth dot request matches. If any of these are requested, then what we will do is we will simply permit all. So /API /auth /*/API /file /API /playlist /get all public playlist /API /playlist /get playlist with song. So if these are the endpoints, then permit all. So inside this one, permit all. Next thing what we have to do is if there is any request dot authenticated. Next thing, dot session management, and we don't have to manage any session. Session dot session session create policy, and with this one we have to set stateless, session dot stateless. After this, what we have to do is we have to simply call add filter before JWT authentication filter, comma, user password authentication filter dot class. And finally, what we have to do is we have to simply return http dot build. So now our security filter is ready. Next thing what we have to do is one last thing, that is to generate the bean for the password encoder. So @bean public, it will return a password encoder object, password encoder, and simply call return new bcrypt password encoder. And let's quickly save this. So now we have added all of these configuration like utils, filters, and the security configuration. Let's quickly start our application and let's see how it behaves, or we are able to run the application or not. So it created all of the table, and here we can see our application is up and running on port 8080. And as per the configuration which we have added, like to show the SQL queries in the console, and like to show the query in the formatted order in the logs. So it's working as expected, and as you can see, it's created the database and it's created all of the table required into this one. So over here you can see this database info, no specific explicit dialog, blah blah blah, and then it created everything after this. So now application is up and running. If your application is not running at this point, then you might have missed some of the stuff. So you have to revisit the videos. Wherever you have missed, you can think. So that's it for this video, guys. Please do like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have configured the JWT stuff in our application. So if you haven't watched that, just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to develop the APIs for auth controller. This controller contains the APIs like register user, login user, refresh access token, and forgot password. So let's quickly start with that. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create the auth controller class. So move back over here. Let me quickly minimize this one, and we don't have any package for the controller for now. So let's quickly create the package. So right click on this, click on new, and select the package. That is nothing but controller. Next package I'm going to create, that is for service. So right click on this, new, and select package, service. And next one for service simple. So first thing, we will add a controller class into this one. So right click on this Java class. It will be a class auth controller, and hit enter. Then we will add auth service. That will be an interface. So right click on this Java class, select interface over here, and we will give it a name auth service. Then we need one implementation class, Java class, that will implement the auth service. So auth service implementation, IMPL, and this will implement auth service. Before we start writing the endpoints for the auth service, we need one stuff that is called email service, because you have seen in the quick overview video that we are using the email service in order to send credential over the email and send the welcome mail. So let's quickly create that service as well. So in the service, right click on this Java class, select interface, and we will give it a name email service. And then we will create one email service impl. That will be a class. Implements email service. Now, in the email service, first we will develop the email service and then we will jump into developing endpoints in the auth controller. So, in the email service, we will get this empty stuff in the interface, and over here we will define two methods. One is to send credentials email, and in this one we will accept string to email where on which email you have to send, and string user name, then string password, what password you have to send. So this is an interface, so we will declare only over here, no implementation into this one. We will provide the implementation in the email service simple. So here you can see this one implementation is required in the email service simple and it's missing. Send welcome email, and this one again we will accept string to email, string username, string password. So if you see, it's showing now two problems. Right now it's showing two users, and if I go over here and if I come back over here, you can see send welcome email. Now go back over here, hover on this one, and it will ask you to implement method. So select these two and we will click on OK. So now we have a dummy method added over here. Next thing into this one, what we have to do is we have to create an logger object because we want to log some of this stuff. And before we do that, what we have to do is we have to put the annotation @service over here to mark this class as a Spring managed bean. So when you put this stereotype annotation, IOC container will automatically scan and it will found that okay, service and stereotype annotation is added on the top of this. So it will create a bean of it and it will be managed by the Spring IOC. So let's quickly create a private static final logger, and we will use this SLF4J. Logger is equal to logger factory from the SLF4J dot get logger, and to this one we will pass email service dot class. Now the logger object is created. Next thing, we need to auto wire the Java mail sender. So auto wire private Java mail sender, and this will be mail sender, and save this. After this, what we need is we need the formatted frontend URL. So for that, add the value, and into this one we will add the value from where we have to read this content, that is app.frontend.url :http ://localhost :4200. So private string frontend URL. So I have already added this specific content that is in the application property. So if I go back over here, if I try to search this over here, you can see this frontend URL. So let's quickly move back over here. Next thing what we need over here is from mail. So private string from email, and on the top of this @value, and into this one we will pass spring dot mail dot username and close the curly braces. And in the application properties, just to send the mail, I have added the password, the username. Anyway, I have changed these all the stuff. So just for the demonstration purpose, I'm showing you it over here. So how to generate this password for your email, whatever email you want to use, you can check out the link of video in the description that how to generate that specific stuff. Okay. So let me move back over here to the email service and move back over here to the from. Next thing, when we jump into the send credentials email, and into this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to put try and catch block because we want to handle this exception manually. So exception ex, and if there is any exception, so what we will do is we will simply write logger.error, and into this one failed to send temporary password email to whoever you want to send, colon, and what is the exception. So comma to email and ex.getMessage, and finally the exception just to print in the log. And what we will do is we will simply throw new runtime exception, and into this one we will return failed to send temporary password. Close this. Password. Save this. Next thing, jump into the try block, and what we will do over here is, let me quickly minimize this one. And over here, what we have to do is we have to create a simple mail message object. Simple mail message object. This is nothing but a message is equal to new is equal to simple mail message. Now the object is created. Next thing what we have to do is we have to new, and into this message we have to set message dot set from, and into this one we will set the from email, from which user you want to send. So message, and you want to send to, and which user you want to send to. So send to user name, that is basically an email. This is a to email we have to send. Message, and we have to set the subject into this one. So we will subject set is Musify your temporary password. This will be the first time the password will be sent when the object will be created or an entry will be registered into our database. So we will create a string email body is equal to, and we will create an email body over here just to send the mail. So I will quickly paste it. You can create as per your requirement. So I just added email body is hey, and whatever the username, we received a request to reset your password. Here is your temporary password. Then 2 next lines. Then temporary password is the password we will set. Please use this temporary password to log into your account. And then again 2-line break. /n is just to change the next line. So after each one we are putting 2 line, and the URL and this which endpoint we are going to access. If you didn't request a password reset, please contact our support team immediately. And now this is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply set the body. That is nothing but set text, and into this one we will set email body. Now our object is ready. Last thing what we have to do is we have to use a mail sender to send the mail. So into this one we will pass the message. Once mail is sent, what we will do is we will log this stuff. So logger.info temporary password email sent to, and whatever the email ID is, to email. Now save this. So this method is ready. Next method what we have is send welcome email. So move back over here. Again we will put the try and catch block. The try, catch, exception, ex, and into this one we will put the logger. So logger dot error, and into this one we will put failed to send welcome email to whatever the user is and whatever the exception. So to email ex.getMessage, and finally we will put the exception. Throw new runtime exception, and into this one fail to send welcome email. Save this. In the try block, what we will do is we will again create the simple mail message. Message is equal to new simple mail message, and into this one we will set the message dot set from which user you want to send. So from email, which we got from the application or properties. Message dot send set to, we will set to email. Then message dot set subject, and we will set the subject welcome to Musify your account is ready. This is the welcome mail when the user first time is created. This is for the forgot password, and this is for the when a new user is signed up. String email body is equal to, and we will put this stuff like, hey, username blah blah blah. Your temporary password is here. You can change your password when you get logged in. Okay. So message dot set text, and we will set the body, email body. And what we will do is we will simply call mail sender dot send, and we will pass the message, and we will log this. So logger dot info, and into this one we will set welcome email sent to the email on which we have sent. Okay, so these two methods are ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to jump back to the auth controller, and we will start the development over here. So we will add two annotation on top of it. First is REST controller. Then we will add @request mapping to set the path for this specific controller /API/auth. Next thing, why we have added the controller? Because this will be marked as a controller, and this is also contains @controller inside. So this will again be a stereotype annotation, and this class will be managed. The bean will be managed by the IOC container. Next thing what we will do is we will auto wire nothing but auth service. So private auth service which we have created. So auth service like this. First API which we are going to develop is nothing but register user. So @post mapping, and we will add the path over here. So that is nothing but register user. After this will be a public response entity, and this will return a message response, and this will be register user, and we will put @valid, because we have to validate the validation which we have added to the request class which we have created. So, and we will accept in the request body. This will be register user request, and let's quickly open the braces. So if I go over here to the register user request, here you can see this, we have added some of the validation over here. So these validation will work only when we add this @valid over here. Okay. Then we will create a message response. Response is equal to auth service dot register user, which method doesn't exist in the auth service for now. And into this one we will pass the request, and what we will do is we will simply return new response entity, and into this one we will return the response comma HTTP status dot created, and close this, and hover on the registered user, and it will ask you to cannot resolve methods register user in the auth service. So create method register user in the auth service. So click on this, and here we come into the auth service, and we will find that we have added one specific method into this one, and it will start showing in one related problem. We don't have to add this validation over here. Okay. So it will start showing one related problem. So click on this, move back over here, hover on this one, and implement method. Select that specific one and click on OK. Before we start implementing this one, what we have to do is we need to put one stereotype annotation on the top of this class @service, just to manage the bean by the IOC container. Next thing, into this one, we need the repository that is nothing but the app user. So we will auto wire it. So auto wire private app user repository, app user repository. Then we need to auto wire the JWT stuff. So auto wire private JWT util. Then we have to auto wire the password encoder. So private password encoder. Whenever a new account is created, we will encode the password while saving to the database. then @autowire, private, we will need the email service which we have created. So these are all the stuff we are going to need in the auth service. So let's quickly move back over here to the registered user. So in the registered user, first thing what we need is one stuff we will check that if that email already exists or not. So how we are going to do that? Let me quickly make some space over here. So if app user repository dot exists by email, which doesn't exist by default, we have to create it. So request dot get email, from the request we will get the email, and if this is found, then we are going to throw an exception. So let me quickly jump back to the auth user repository. These interfaces we have already created in the first video, so you can go and refer that if you haven't watched it. So boolean exists by email, and into this one we will accept the email, and that's all. The query for this one will automatically be generated by the JPA. So let's quickly move back over here to the auth service simple, and here you can see this, the error is gone. Into this one, if we found an existing email which is trying to sign up with the same one again, so what we will do is we will simply throw new email already exists exception. So this exception we have already created. Okay, let's quickly use it. So email already exists. Close this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to generate a temporary password, because while registering we are not asking for the password from the user, we are sending the temporary password to the email of that specific user. So string temp password is equal to generate temporary password. That doesn't exist for now. So what we will do is we will hover on this one. We will create method, and it will add a method, private method, to generate a dummy password. So over here, TEMPO temporary password. So let me quickly copy and paste over here. And over here, first thing we need characters. Chars is equal to, so I'm going to put random characters over here. You can put any sort of characters. It will pick the random characters from it and it will create the password. So let's quickly do that. So now we got the characters. So secure random. We will create the object of this one. Random is equal to new secure random. Now what we will do is we will create one string builder. Password is equal to new string builder, and I'm going to create for the capacity of 10. Next thing what I'm going to do is simply for loop int I is equal to 0. I should be less than 10. I want to create it for 10 characters and I++. Quickly make some space over here so that you can read it easily. Okay. Over here, what we are going to do is we are going to simply call password.append chars.char@, and we will generate a random.nextInt, and we will pass how much long we should create. So chars.length. So what it means that it's returning chars.length. Suppose this length, total length is 20 characters. So it will pass 20. So next generated will be this random.nextInt will generate any number which is from 0 to 19. So that's why, so that we don't get index out of bound stuff for the characters. So now the password is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply return password.toString and save it. So now we got the temporary password as well. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create the app user object over here. So app user is equal to new app user. And now we will set the stuff like app user.setName, and we will get this name from the request.getName. Then app user dot set email. We will set the email request dot get email. Now app user dot set password, and we will use the password encoder. So password encoder dot encode the plain text into that specific format, and to this one we will pass the temp password. And what we will do is we will simply set app user dot set role, and if we will get the request dot get role, and if role is null, not is equal to null, then we will get it from the request. Else what we will do is we will return and sign up as an user. So now our app user stuff is ready. What we have to do is we have to simply call app user repository dot save, and we will pass app user, and now save this. Next thing what we will do is we will simply call email sender, email service dot send welcome email, and into this one we will pass the app user dot get email, and we will pass the app user dot get name, and we will pass the temp password. And what we will do is we will simply return, instead of null, what we will return is new message response, and into this one we will pass the message account created successfully. A temporary password has been sent to your email. And now save this. Let's quickly start the application, restart the application, and let's test this specific endpoint. So move back over to the auth controller. Let's start the application, and let's quickly jump into the database. So Musify DB video, MySQL, use this one, Musify DB video, show tables. You can see all the tables, but if I select start from app underscore user, you will see nothing. So we don't have anything in our app user. And now I've already started my application, and my application is up and running on port 8080. So let me quickly open the Postman and the endpoint to test. So let me quickly maximize this, and over here we have API/auth/app user, and the base URL is nothing but localhost 8080. So you can copy this one, and if you paste like this instead of that one, it will work the same way. So let me quickly revert this. In the body, I'm going to use the Melinator email. So let me quickly open the Chrome so that I can open the Melinator. In the Melinator, I'm going to create one Spotify temp one, and copy this one and click on go. So now the email is ready. Now we will create with the same. So Spotify temp one, let me quickly delete this one, at the rate, and we're going to create melinator.com. And this is Spotify temp, and the role is user. So let's quickly send this. So here you can see this account created successfully. A temporary password has been sent to your email. So move back over here. Here you can see this. We got the mail as well. And we can see this whole stuff, and we got the password over here. So let me quickly copy and store it in Notepad so that we can refer this. So let me quickly minimize this and minimize this one. So this API is working fine. So over here, you can see we did all the validation, insertion operation, and then welcome email sent to Spotify temp blah 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 successfully. So let's quickly stop this. Move back over here to the auth controller, and in the auth controller, we are going to develop another API that is for the login user. So let's quickly start with that. So that is also will be a post mapping. So at the rate post mapping, and in this one we will paste the path / login user. This is the endpoint. This will be the public response entity, and this will return an app user. app user response. This is nothing but the login user. Into this one, again we will validate this. So valid @request body login user request, and this is nothing but a request. Let me quickly scroll a bit and make some space over here. Okay. So into this one, first thing what we will do is we will simply create an object of app user response. Response is equal to auth service, and we will call this login user from this, which doesn't exist for now. And this one we will pass the request and save this and return response entity dot OK, and we will return with the response. Next thing, hover on this one, create method login user, and this method is added over here. We don't need this over here because we are going to use this specific stuff from the controller itself. Why this one is automatically being added over here? In the case if this auth service, by auto wiring it, is being used in some other service implementation classes. So if you try to directly call it from here, so in that case the validation should also work. That's why that validation is added. Okay, so we are not doing that, so that is fine. We can use directly like this. Click on this one, hover over here, implement method, select login user, click on OK, and it will add a method over here. That is nothing but a login user. So this provides with a dummy implementation. So what we have to do is we have to simply remove this part. And first thing what you have to check is we have to check if that user exists or not. So app user is equal to app user repository dot find by email, and into this one we already find by email, and into this one we will pass the request dot get email. So this find by email doesn't exist for now, so hover on this one, create method find by email in the app user. So over here you can see this, we added one method. We don't need these all validation because anyway we are going to pass it. So quickly remove this one, and this we are going to return in an optional wrap it around this one. So optional app user find by email, and we are accepting the email over here. So it's showing on one related problem. We'll quickly move back over here, and we can see there is no problem over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to see now if we got the object, then it will be stored in the app user. If we didn't got it, so what we have to do is we have to get throw or else throw exception. That is nothing but view invalid credentials exception. So into this one we will return a message invalid email or password. These exceptions are already handled in the global exception which we have developed in the first video. So next thing what we have to do is, suppose we got the app user object by the email. So next thing what we have to do is we have to check the password is matching or not, whatever user has passed. So if not, password encoder dot matches and request dot get password, comma app user dot get password. So you might get confused that in the request we have the password in the plain text, but in the app user which we got from the database we have password in an encoded one. So password encoder matches this specific method, matches the plain text and the encoded text, and it can return true and false values. So we don't have to worry about that. This is a plain text and this is a encoded text, but still this will be able to compare. So if these two are not matched, so it will return a false, and with the help of this not it will become true. So it will enter into this block. So when the password is wrong, it will enter into this one. So throw new invalid credentials exception. Into this one again we will return the same message, invalid email or password. We will not tell user that okay, explicitly your password is wrong. You can do as per your business requirement. Next thing what we have to do is we have to generate the access token and the refresh token and we have to set in the app user and also return to the user. So string access token is equal to jwt-util.generate access token. Into this one we have to pass the app user.get ID. Next thing, we have to pass app user.get name because we are going to set everything. App user.get email. Then we have to set or pass app user.get role. Now we got the access token. Next thing what we have to get is refresh token. So string refresh token is equal to jwt-util.generate refresh token. And into this one, we have to pass the app user.get ID and app user.get email. Now we got both access and refresh token. So in the app user, we have to set the refresh token that can be used later. So refresh token app user repository.save app user. Now the access token is generated and we have refresh token which is saved in corresponding to that specific user. Next thing what we do is we have to simply return app user response dot from entity app user comma access token comma refresh token. So we have developed this method earlier. So in this one, what we are doing is app user, we are creating an app user response. We are setting all of the values. We are setting the access token, refresh token, created at, updated at, and all of the stuff. So let's quickly restart the application and let's quickly test this endpoint. So I've started the application. So this is the endpoint which we are going to test. That is nothing but a login user. So now you can see our application is up and running on port 8080. So move back over here to the postman and we have the login user over here. That is nothing but /API/auth/login user. In the body, we have to pass the username and password. So the one which we have generated, that is nothing but Spotify10one@melinator.com. So let me quickly add that. Then we have to add the password which we got over the email. So let me quickly use the same. Now quickly send this. And here you can see this, we got the access token, we got the refresh token and created at and updated at. Let me quickly type one wrong password. So if I send this, unauthorized, invalid email or password, let me quickly add an email which doesn't exist and send this. Again, we got the same one. So it means that this is working fine. So if you want to see what exactly contains in this access token, so we can quickly copy this one. And we can go to this, we can search for jwt.io and we can validate if the username, role and other stuff, whatever we have added is there or not. So this is just for the demonstration purpose. So over here you can see this role, name, ID, access, type of the token, that is access, email and subject is also added. Let's quickly test the refresh token. So in the refresh token we have seen, we have added only limited stuff, 1 or 2 I guess. So let's move back over here and quickly paste it. So into this one you can see ID is added and the email is added and the type is refresh. So it means that this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to develop is refresh access token. So let's quickly minimize this one and stop the application, minimize this, move back over to the auth controller and over here we're going to add one post mapping. Into this one we will add the path for the refresh access token. Refresh access token, public response entity, and this is going to return an app user response. Refresh access token, and again we are going to put @valid on the top of this and @request body, and it will accept refresh token request. Then quickly open the braces. Let me quickly minimize this one. And into this one, we will create a variable for app user response because we are going to get the same. So response is equal to auth service and we have to call the refresh access token and we have to pass the request. Save this and simply return response entity.ok with the response. Now hover on this one, and it will create a method refresh access token in the auth service. So if I could jump back over here and here you can see this in the auth service, this specific method is added. Let me quickly delete this one. Next thing what we have to do is, it's showing an error, one related problem. So click on this. We will reroute it to the auth service simple, to this one. Hover on this one, implement method, and select refresh access token and click on. So in the refresh access token, what we have to do is we have to get the refresh token first. So make some space over here. So string refresh token is equal to, from the request, we will get the refresh token. Then we will get the email from the refresh access token. So JWT util dot extract email, and from the token we will extract the email. So we will pass the refresh access token. Then what we will do is, if not JWT util dot is refresh token is refresh token, and we will pass the refresh token. If this is the case, then what we will do is we will simply throw new invalid token exception. Invalid token exception. Into this one we will simply type invalid token type. If this is not the case, it means that this is a refresh token. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get the app user from the database. So app user is equal to app user repository dot find by refresh token. We will create this specific stuff in the repository. Into this one we will pass a refresh token dot, or else row will not work because this is not created yet. So hover on this one, create method. Again, this will be optional, and this is going to return an app user. So we will put optional, and it's going to return an app user, and find by refresh token string, and it will accept a refresh token. So move back over here, dot else throw the exception. So or else throw, and the exception which we have to throw is nothing but invalid token exception, because invalid refresh token. It means that user doesn't exist, but still I will throw the same exception. So hover on this one. So we have to put new over here because this is a new exception. So okay. So this is the thing. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check the validate token with the email. So if that validate token and the email in the token matches or not. So if not, JWT util dot validate token. So these are the relative method which we have created in the previous video. So we are leveraging the users of it. So refresh token and email. If the email from the token and the one which we got from this app user, if these two stuff are not matching, then what we are doing is we are throwing the exception. So throw new token expired exception. So this we are going to check the validity. So we have extracted the token from the email. First we are validating both email are not same or not. Then we are checking for the expiration. So move back over here. So token expired exception, and into this one we will simply return refresh token expired or invalid. Save this. If these all checks are passed, then what we will do is we will simply return a string new access token is equal to JWT util dot generate access token app user dot get ID, and app user dot get name, then app user dot get email, app user dot get role. So the way we have developed this one is that once access token is valid for 30 minutes and the refresh token is valid for 7 days. It means that in every 7 days you have to log in and log out. That is mandatory. You can increase the date as per your, increase the duration as per your requirement. So app user response dot from entity. I have to pass app user into this one. new access token, refresh token, and now save this. Now quickly check this if this refresh access token is working or not. So let's quickly start our application. Jump to the auth service. Close this one. Close this one. Now our application is up and running on port 8080. If you see over here, let me quickly jump to the postman. And while login, we got a refresh token. So let me quickly copy this refresh token so that we are going to pass the same while calling the refresh access token. So in the body, we have to pass the refresh access token. So let me quickly pass it over here manually and send this. So here you can see this. We got the access token, blah, blah, blah. And we also got the new refresh token. So if I try to send this random text and send this, here you can see this JWT signature doesn't match locally computer's signature. So it means that manipulation with the refresh token will not work because we are validating at the backend. If I try to send it once again, and here you can see this working. Next thing what we have to do is, the last API for the auth service which we have to implement is nothing but forgot password. So let me quickly stop the application, minimize this, move back to the auth controller. Over here, we are going to implement @post mapping. Into this one, we will add /forgot password. The path will be forgot password. Public response entity. This will return a message response. Forgot password @valid @request body, and we will accept forgot password request, and in the request we will accept only email. So if I show you over here, so we have email only and with the validation. So let me quickly move back over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply get the message response. Response is equal to auth service dot forgot password, and into this one we will pass the request. So this method doesn't exist for now. So before we create that, simply let me return response entity dot OK, and we will return a response. Now save this, hover on this one, and this will create a method forgot password. So this one is added. Let me quickly remove this. Now it's showing an one related problem. So let's quickly click on this one and jump into the implementation of it. So hover on this one, implement method, click on this, select this, and click on OK. So this has added one forgot password. So in the forgot password, what we will do is we will again validate for the user if that user exists or not. So app user is equal to app user repository dot find by email. And to this one, we will pass the email from request dot get email dot or else throw the exception new resource not found exception. It means that user not found with email, whatever the email. Suppose someone has sent a wrong email, and then in that case we will do this. So now if we got the email, then what we have to do is we have to generate a temporary password. So string temp password, a new temp password, generate temp password. We will call the same method. We are not going to send the password by fetching from the database because that could be risky and exposing the unnecessary password. Okay, so app user dot set password, and again we will encode the new password. So encode, and we are going to use the temp password, and then app user repository dot save the app user. And next thing what we will do is we will simply send the email. So email sender, send credentials email, and into this one we will return app, pass the app user dot get email. We will pass app user dot get name, and we will pass the temp password. Once the email is sent, what we will do is we will simply return the message. So new message response, temporary password, password has been sent to your email, and save this. Now quickly restart the application and let's test this. So now quickly go, and you can check in the database also. We have that entry over here. So /g, and here you can see this, we have this Spotify temp, and this password is also encoded, and we have the refresh token as well, and the role is user. So let me minimize this. Now our application is up and running on port 8080, and if I move back over here, and in this one, the login user, right now you can see we can access with this password. Send this, and this will work. Now let me quickly copy this email and move back over to the forgot password, and in the body I will try to send this specific email. Now send this, and it's generating a new password, saving it. Okay, so here you can see this temporary password has been sent. Let me quickly move back over here in the Melinator, move back to this Spotify temp, and here you can see this Musify. Your temporary password is sent. So over here you can see this password is changed, and if I move back over here and then let's try to log in with the older password. Now send this, and here you can see this invalid username and password, as password has been changed. So quickly let me paste this one, the newer one, and send this, and here you can see it's working fine now. So the password is changed and we got the email for this one, and this is working. So this is all about the auth controller. Let me quickly stop the application. So the development for the auth controller is done. So please like, subscribe and share. In the next video, we will start the development of app user controller. So in the app user controller, we will see the endpoints like get all user, get user profile, update user profile, and these all stuff. So please share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have created the auth controller and all of the required APIs like register user, login user, refresh access token, and forgot password. We have developed all of these. So if you haven't watched that, then go to description and check out the link. In this video, we will start with the development of app user controller. Before we start with the development, please subscribe and like and put your valuable feedback in the comment section. Let's quickly start with the app user controller. So first, we will start with the creating of the controller. So right click on this, click on new, click on Java class, add app user controller and hit enter. Now one class is created. First, on the top of this, we will add the REST controller. So mark this controller as a REST controller. Then we will add one request mapping. Into this one, we will pass the set the path /API/app user. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create the service, one app user service, which we are going to write over here. So right click on this, click on new Java class and select interface, and we will use app user service and hit enter. So one interface will be created. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create app user service simple. So let's quickly create that. So right click on this, click on new Java class, and this will be class itself. This is app user service implementation. So click on enter. Next thing, the class will implement app user service. And one more thing what we have to do is we have to put stereotype annotation @service on top of this to mark this class as a class in which we are going to put the business logic. So when we put this stereotype annotation, the object creation and injection of this specific object will be handled by the IOC container itself. So let's move back over to the auth controller and let's start development with the first API, that is get user profile. So into this one, first thing we will auto wire the service, that is nothing but the app user service. So private app user service. Then we will create the first one, that is nothing but the get mapping. So get mapping. Into this one we will put the path, that is nothing but get user profile. So let me quickly add that. So get user profile public, and it will return with a response entity. And this will return an app user response, nothing but get user profile. Into this one we will accept authentication. This will come from authentication org.springframework.security.core, and this is authentication. You don't have to explicitly pass this one this one is, this is basically the token, and from the token we will get the name and other stuff. So string email is equal to authentication dot get name. As you have seen, while creating the token, we are setting the email as in the name variable. So if you see over here, so we already have implemented method, declared method over here, that is get name. And let me go to over here and we can find all the methods. So over here you can see this get name. So these are the Java inbuilt classes. I was just showing by the decompiling it. Next thing in the email, now we got the email. Next thing, app user response is equal to app user service dot get user profile, and this method doesn't exist for now. So what we will do is we will just hover on this one and create method, and here you can see this one method is added. Let's quickly move back over here, and once we got the response, what we have to do is we have to simply return response entity dot OK, and we have to return the response. So why we are taking the email from the authentication? So that the user can access their own profile only. If we are accepting the email in this request param or the path variable or in the request body in any way, the user can change the email ID and get their profile as well. But in this case, it won't be possible. So let's quickly jump into this one. And over here, we can see we have one implementation, one declared, and we are seeing one issue. So one related problem. When we click on this, it will reroute us to the app user server simple. And in the app user server simple, when we hover on this one, it will ask us to implement the method because it's just an abstract method. So click on this, click on OK, and it will add the dummy implementation over here. So in this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to put the auto wire, and auto wire nothing but the app user repository first. So app user repository. Next thing, we need the password encoder that we are going to require in the another API. So I'm going to declare all at once. So password encoder over here. Now let's jump back into the get user profile. Into this one, first we will get the user. So app user is equal to app user repository dot find by email. This method we have added in the previous lecture. So into this one, I'm going to leverage the same. So if we got the email, it's going to return an app user in the optional object. So now on the optional object, we can perform the operation like or else throw. And into this one, if the user is not found, then new runtime exception like user not found. Else, if user is found, then what we will do is we will simply remove this null stuff. App user response dot from entity. Into this one, we will pass the app user, and we don't have to return the access token and the refresh token. So that's it. Let's quickly restart our application and let's test this API. So let me quickly open the Postman, and here we have the login user. So we have this email. We have signed up this email in the previous lecture, and password is this one. So let me quickly send this. And here you can see this, we got the access token. So let me quickly copy the access token, move back to the one API which we have developed, that is nothing but app user / get user profile. If you go back over here, let me quickly show that. Let me quickly minimize this one, and you can see this /API / app user / get user profile. Move back over here. Into this one, we have to pass only the token. So bearer token, we will pass the token and send this. And here you can see this, for that specific user, I'm getting ID, the name, email, role. We are not getting the access and refresh token, and we are getting created at and updated at. So this API is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write the another endpoint, that is to update user profile. So let me quickly add that. So @put mapping, and into this one we will add this update user profile. Next thing what you have to do is you have to simply type public and it will return a response entity of type app user response, and this will be update user profile. Into this one we will put @valid because we have already added a validation, and in the request body, and this will be nothing but app user request. This is request. Then we get authentication over here as well. Authentication, and authentication we can extract the email from this one. So again we will extract the email. Email is equal to authentication.getName. Then what we will do is we will simply call app user response. Response is equal to app user service dot update user profile. This method doesn't exist for now. To this one we will pass request and email. And what we will do is we will simply return response entity dot OK, and we will return the response and save this. Hover on this one and create method update user profile. Into this one we don't need this valid annotation because this is going to be called from the app user controller itself. Over here you can see one related problem, so hover on this one, move back over here, hover on this, implement method and click on OK. So now it's asking for the implementation of this specific one. So let's quickly start with that. So first thing, we will again validate for the app user. So let me quickly copy this part and let me quickly paste it over here. So app user repository dot find by email, and we will pass the email. And if this not found, then we will throw the exception. Over here, we will check for if name exists or not. And if name is empty, we will not set it. So if request.getName is not equal to null and not request.getName.trim is empty. If this is not the case, then what we will do is we will set app user.setName request.getName.trim. So it means that trim will remove the spaces from beginning and the end. Okay. Next thing, we will check for the password stuff. So update password if both old password and new password are provided. So move back over here. So if you see over here in the app request, we have the old password and the password. It means the current password. So if these two are provided, then only we are going to proceed with the password updation. So if request.getPassword is not equal to null and not request.getPassword.trim is empty. This is the first thing. We have to check for the old password. So if request.getOldPassword is equal to null, or request.getOldPassword.trim is empty. If any of these two condition matches, then what I'm going to do is throw new runtime exception saying old password is required to update password. So now for the old password validation is done. Next thing what we will check is if verify the old password matches with the one which is saved in the database. So if not, password encoder dot matches and the request dot get old password, and we will check from the user get password. If it doesn't matches, then what we will do is we will simply throw new runtime exception old password is incorrect. If this is also not the case, it means that password matches, then what we will do is we will simply set app user.set password, and into this one we will encode it. So password encoder.encode, and we will set the password. So request.get password, and we will set this. Next thing, what we are going to do is we are going to simply save that object. So app user app user updated user is equal to app user repository dot save, and into this one we will pass the app user, and what we will do is we will simply return app user response dot from entity, and into this one we'll pass the updated user. We will pass null as the token and the null as the refresh token as well. So now our update method is ready. So let's quickly restart our application. Go to the Postman. We will see update user profile, and over here we have a body. So I'm trying to update the password. So the name, okay. So let's quickly go to this one. The name is Spotify temp. So what I will do is I will move back over here. So the name, I will make this as Spotify temp updated. Okay. Now I'm going to provide the password, new password, and the older password was quite complicated because that was a temporary password. So let me quickly copy this one and move back over here. So I'm going to provide the password, older one. Okay, the older one is this one. Newer one is admin123. Okay, and now let's quickly call this. So this is a put one /API /app user /update user profile. I can show you the same. So if our application is up and running on port 8080, let me quickly minimize this. Go over here /API /app user /update user profile. Let's quickly move back over here. The password is admin123, and let's send this. So here you can see this. We are seeing the name Spotify temp -updated. Our name is updated. Email you can't update. Role is here. And now let's go to login and try to see if we are able to still get the access token by using the older password. So let's quickly send this, and here you can see this is unauthorized. Let me quickly change the password over here, update with the newer one, and send this, and now you can see we got the password over here. So it means that this update user profile is working. Now let's quickly move back to the IntelliJ and let's start with the another API. That is nothing but get all users. So move back over here, and this will be a get mapping. So @get mapping. This will be nothing but get all users with the pagination. So get all users, public response entity. This will return a generic type, get all users, and this will accept @request param. Into this one, the default value will be 0. That is the page size. Which page you want to scroll, that is the page number. Then @request param. This will be default is equal to 10. Each elements in each page. So int size. Then we need authentication. So authentication and authentication. Okay, we have put double equals over here. So let me remove one like this. And let's quickly open the braces. From authentication, we will get the email. So email is equal to authentication.getName, and we got the email. And what we will do is we will simply return response entity.ok, and we will call app user service dot get all users, and into this one we will pass the page and size. Now save this, hover on this one to create method. So let's quickly create this one. The return type for this one will be nothing but paginated app user response. So that we have already created. So paginated response, and with this one we will pass app user response like this, and to this one we are accepting int page and int size. So let's quickly click on this one. It will reroute us to app user server simple, implement method, select get all users, click on OK, and we are free. So over here, first thing what we have to do is we have to create a pageable object. So pageable object that is from the org Spring Framework data domain pageable, and page request of is equal to page request dot off, and into this one we will pass page and size. Save this. Finally, what we will do is page of type app user page is equal to app user repository dot find all, and into this one we will pass the pageable. Next thing what we will do is we will try to get the list of app user response is equal to user page dot get content dot stream dot map, and we are trying to map the user to app user response dot from entity, and we will pass user comma null comma null. And what we will do is we will simply dot collect, and we will collect collections dot to list, collectors dot to list. So what it does is, so the user response what we got, the user page we got in the form of page, we want to create or return in the form of list of app user response. So that's why we have converted it. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply return new paginated response, and into this one we will first set user response. Then we will set user page dot get numbers. Then we will set user page dot get size. Then we will set user page dot get total elements. Then we will set user page dot get total pages. User page dot is last. Then we will check user page dot is first. So we will return these all values. We'll quickly make some space over here and make some space, and let's restart our application. So this is done. So move back to the auth controller and back to the Postman. Let's quickly. So over here, our application is up and started. Let's move back over here. If I move back to the get all users, so over here we can see we are passing page as is equal to 0 and size is equal to 10. This, if we remove this also, the default value is 0 and 10. So if I try to send this, and here you can see this, we got the data. So this page is 0, size is 10, total elements in this page is 1, total pages is 1, last true, and this is the first page is also true. So here you can see this, we are getting the data in the paginated form. So you can change as per the request over here. So let's move to the next endpoint. So let me quickly stop this, move back over here to the app user controller. In the app user controller, we have another API that is to update the user role. So move back over here, make some space, @patch mapping / update user role / we will accept the user ID into this one. Public response entity app user response update user role, and into this one we will accept @path variable, and into this one we will accept the user ID. So long user ID. Then we will accept request param, and we will put @not blank into this one. Messages role is required, and we will accept the pattern. So we will validating over here. So regular expression. Into this one we will check for the what type of role we want. So we want only user and admin. So it's like this, user or admin, any of these. And we will accept. If these conditions are not satisfied, then we will return message role must be either user or admin, and we will accept the role over here. So string role, and we will also accept the authentication over here. Let's quickly close this and open the braces over here like this. So first what we will do is we will get the email. So string email is equal to authentication dot get name, then app user response is equal to app user service dot update user role. So that method is not available over here, so we will paste it. User ID and role dot email ID. Close this and we will return response entity dot OK, and we will return the response. Let's save this, hover on this one and create method update user role. So over here you can see this one is added, and into this one we don't need these all stuff like not blank and these validation, because these are already added at the controller level. So we have this update user role. So hover on this one and it will ask you to implement the method. So implement, select this update user role and click on OK, and you will get an empty method over here. So into this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to validate the app user, if the user is available or not. So quickly check that. App user admin user is equal to app user repository dot find by email. Into this one we will pass the email, or else throw, and into this one we will throw the exception, new runtime exception, and this will be user not found. We will check if not admin dot equals admin user dot get role, throw new runtime exception, only admin can update user roles. Okay, next thing what we will do is, if this is satisfied, it means that user is an admin user. Then what we will do is we will simply call app user update user to update is equal to app user repository dot find by ID, and we have accepted the ID in the path variable, so user ID, or else throw new runtime exception, that user not found. If this is not the case, it means that we got the user. Then what we will do is we will simply call string normalize the user role. So normalized role is equal to role dot trim dot to uppercase. Okay, next thing what we have to do is user to update dot set role. Into this one we will set the role, so normalized role. Then what we will do is app user updated user is equal to app user repository dot save, and into this one we will pass user to update, and close this. And what we will do is we will simply return app user response dot from entity, and with this one we will pass the updated user null and null, and close this. So updated user will be returned, and the token will be returned as null, and the refresh token will be returned as null. So move back over here, let's start the application and let's test this update user role. So our application is up and running. So let's quickly clear this, move back over here and update user roles. So move back over here. So now I'm trying to put this, I don't want to put this role over here. We are going to check that from the database itself. This is a patch type. Let's quickly add the bearer token and update the user role 1. So first validation is if the user is admin or not. So required request param role. Okay, role is required. Send, and here you can see this, only admin can update user roles because the one token which I'm using, that is of user role. So let me show you that. MySQL use. Let me quickly go back to check the database. So move back over here to the application.properties and let me quickly copy this one. Use this database. Select star from users, app user /g, and over here you can see we have one record only, and that is of user role. So let me quickly update the role. So update app underscore user, set role is equal to admin, and I have only one row, so okay, we don't have to set where condition into this one. So over here you can see this is the admin now. We'll quickly minimize and go to the postman, and now this time I'm going to update the user 2, which doesn't exist. We also have to get the new token. So admin, this time we got the role as admin and we got the new token. So we have to copy this token over here, update the user role and move back over here, update the token and send this. User not found. It means that we have passed a wrong ID which doesn't exist in the database. So we have only one row, and here you can see this, everything is working. So if you add one more row into that, then you will be able to update the roles of the user. So it means that this specific API is also working fine. So we are completed with the app user controller. So in the next video, guys, we are going to see how to develop the APIs for the file controller. So till then, subscribe and follow us on Instagram, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have created app user controller and all of the APIs required for the app user controller, and we have tested those all. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to develop the file controller and two of the related APIs just to get the song and to get the image. So we are creating this part earlier than the creating of song and other stuff, because the same file handler util we are going to use while adding the song and other stuff. So this part is required earlier than creating the song stuff. So let's quickly move back over here. And first thing what we have to do is we have to create one util class. So right click on this and we will create file handler util. So new, and we will select the class, not class. We have to create one class package we already have, and we will give it a name file handler util and hit enter. In the file handler util, first thing what we have to do is we have to put the annotation @component in order to make this class as a IOC managed bean. Next thing what we need is we need path for the song storage path and as well as the image storage path. So @value, and then we will put $ curly braces, and let's hover on this one, import class, import from this value from the string annotation. So move back over here, import class, then the last one. Into this one we have to put the path. So let me quickly add the variable first. The string song storage path, close this, and let's quickly go to application properties. We have already added the song storage path over here. So let me quickly search for that. So over here you can see this file storage dot song dot path. So let's quickly copy this one, move back over here, and we will add over here. Next thing, we need the same for the image. So @value, open this, double quotes, $ symbol, curly braces open and close, and in the between of this we have to copy the second part which we have added, that is nothing but the image. So move back over here, paste it, and next thing we have to declare the variable. So private string, and this is nothing but image storage path. Save this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create methods to save song. So let me make some space. Public string save song file with name. So the custom name. Into this one we will accept the multi-part file, comma string, and the custom name given to this one, custom file name. Into this one what we will do is we will simply return save file with custom name. This method doesn't exist, we will create it. So file comma song storage path, and we will pass the custom file name, and the type of this one is song. Now save this, hover on this one, and we will create one method. So hover on this, create method. So this method is created, that is nothing but save file with custom name. So let me quickly minimize this one so that you can see this clearly. So it's accepting file, song storage path, custom file, and this is file type. So this is not the song, this is file type. This is a generic method which we are going to use for both song as well as the image. So this is not song storage path. Let me quickly change this to storage path. Into this one, first thing what we are going to do is we are going to check if file is empty. So if file is empty, then we will simply throw an exception, throw new runtime exception. Into this one we will throw failed to store empty file. Then we will put try and catch block to handle the IO exception. So catch exception EX, and into this one throw new, and this will not be the exception, this will be the IO exception. Okay, throw new runtime exception, and it will say failed to store the file type, either it's a song or the whatever it is, this image. Okay, so song file, make some space over here, and whatever the exception is we will put it over here. So plus ex dot get message, and we will pass ex over here. Okay, so in the try block, first thing we will do is we will check for the path. So path directory, we will import java nio path file path, the first one. Then we will declare the variable directory path is equal to paths dot get. Into this one we will pass the storage path, that is nothing but whatever the location you have passed into this one. For the song we have taken from this variable, so uploads slash song. Now we got the path. Next thing we will check if file doesn't exist. So files dot exist, and we will pass the directory path. So if this file doesn't exist, then what we will do is we will create the path. So files dot create directories. Into this one we will pass the directory path. So it will create both upload slash and whatever this folder name, that is song or the image. Then we will do path destination path is equal to directory path dot resolve, and into this one we will pass the custom file. Next thing what we will do is simply files dot copy file dot get input stream, and we will pass where to copy destination path, and we will perform the operation, that copy operation, that will be standard copy, right? Standard copy option dot replace existing. So it means that whenever you're trying to put the same image with the same file name, it will place with the same. It will replace the existing one and will put the newer one. And what we will do is we will simply return the custom file name. Okay. Okay. This is showing an error. Why? Because this is always song. So why to accept this? So what will happen is if we add another method just to get this save the image file with, then this yellow warning will be resolved. So public string save image file with name, and to this one we will accept the multi-part file. We will accept the string custom file name, and into this one we will simply return save file with custom name, and to this one we will pass the file. Then we will pass the image storage location. We will pass the custom file name. We will pass the name, that is image. Okay. So this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write another method that is basically to load the song or to load the image file. So let's move over here, and first thing we are going to write the method that is with public, and it's going to return a resource. Resource is also from core IO. Load song file. Into this one we will accept the file name which we want to read. So string file name. We will simply call return load file. We will create a method. So in this one it will accept file name and the song storage path. Save this, hover on this one, and let's create the method load file. And another method which we need is public, and it's also going to return a resource and to load the image. So load image file, and this will accept string file name, and this will simply return load song file, load file, and with this one we will pass the file name and the image storage path. So this is file name. We will copy this one and paste it over here and save this. So this is storage path, not the song storage path. Okay. Next thing over here, what we are going to do is we are going to put all the code in try and catch block, because there is a chance of IO exception. Okay. So IO exception and other exception like malformed URL exception if you have given the wrong file path or the URL. So let's quickly handle that. Malformed URL exception E. Into this one, what will happen is whenever this exception is thrown, we will throw new runtime exception and we will return error loading file. Plus we will return the file name and the exception. Now move back over here. However, on this one, it's showing that there is no code and it's never thrown anything over here. So what we will do is we will write the code over here. So first thing is path. We will get the file path is equal to paths dot get storage location storage path dot resolve, and with this one we will pass the file name dot normalize. Now we got the file path. Then we will try to get the resource. Resource is equal to new URL resource, and into this one we will pass the file path dot to URI. Next thing what we will do is we will check if resource dot exists and an resource is readable. If this is the case, then only we will return resource. Else what we will do is, we will simply throw the exception. Throw new runtime exception saying file not found plus file name and save this. So now we have written the method to put the file, to load the file, and finally we will put the method to delete the song and delete the image. So public void delete song file, and with this one we will accept the file name, delete file, and into this one we will pass the file name, comma song storage path. Save this. hover on this one and create this method. Before we create, let me quickly copy this one and paste it once again, that we are going to use to delete the image path. So delete image file, and into this one we will pass the image storage path, and now hover on this one and we will create this. So it's not able to resolve it, so let's quickly create over here. So private void delete file, and we will accept string file name inside this, string storage path, and over here again we will wrap the code into try and catch block. So this will be IO exception. In the case if file not found, then it can throw an IO exception. Let's make some space over here. Then we will throw new runtime exception saying failed to delete file, and we will put the file name comma E and save this. Over here what we will do is we will simply call path, file path is equal to paths.get, and we will put the storage location, the storage path dot resolve, and with this one we will pass the file name dot normalize, and if we got the file path, then what we will do is we will simply call files dot delete if exist, and to this one we will pass the file path, and this will delete the specific file. And the last two method which is required into this one, nothing but simply to extract file name and get file extension. We will call public string extract file name and string URL, and if URL is not equal to null, and URL dot contains dot slash, in this case we will return URL dot substring, and with this one we will substring by URL dot last index of slash plus 1. So we will extract the file name from the URL, and what we will do is if this is not the case, then we will simply return null. Next method we need, that is to get file extension from the file name like the MP3 and other stuff. This is to get the file name, this is to get the extension. So public string get file extension, and we will accept the file name into this one, file name. If file name is not equal to null, and file name dot contains dot, then we will simply return file name dot substring file name dot last index of, and with this one we will put dot, and we will return it, and else we will return null or the empty quotes, just like this. So now our file handler util is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply create a file controller, and we will leverage the file handler utils directly over there. So let's move back over here to the controller, right click on this, new, hit a Java class file controller and click enter, hit enter. Over here we will put annotation like REST controller, the first to mark this controller as a REST controller. Next one is we will put @request mapping, and we will set the path over here like /API/file. Next thing, we will auto wire the file handler util which we have created. So auto wire private file handler utils and save this. So first API we are going to put over here is to get type get mapping, and under this one we will put the file, the song and the file name. So this API will be used to fetch the song / file name, public response entity. Into this one, this will be a question mark type, that is generic. So get song, this will accept the file name in the path variable, string file name. Into this one we will put all the stuff in the try and catch block, exception E, simply return resource entity dot status, and with this one we will pass the HTTP status dot not found. If any exception is thrown, we will directly return not found. So content type, and this will be media type dot application JSON. We'll select this. Then finally we will set the body to this one. So body will be file not found in the JSON format, and the message whatever we are going to put over here. So let me quickly add that. So we have to put like this. Let me quickly minimize the left panel so that you can see it clearly. Okay. Next thing, in the try block, what we have to do is we have to get the resource. So resource is equal to, we will get from file handler utils and dot load song file, and with this one we will pass the file name. Save this. If we got the resource, then we will simply return response entity dot OK dot content type, and with this one we will set the media type dot application octal stream, and then we will set dot header, and with this one we will set the HTTP headers dot content disposition, and we will set the header values like inline and the whatever the file name is there. So we will set that. Now we have set that. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the body into this one. Body is nothing but resource, and simply close this. So now the get mapping is ready. Next endpoint which we have to create over here is to get the image. So get mapping, and that will be to get the image. That will be double quotes, and in that one we have to put image slash file name, so like this one. So in the file name we are taking in the path variable. So public response entity, and this will return generic type. So get image. In this one we will accept the path variable string file name, try and catch block, exception E, and again we will send the same file not found stuff. So we will copy from here file not found, and we will paste over here, and we will also we don't need to copy the block from the try, because resource because it's a different one. So file handler utils dot load image file, and in this one we will pass the file name. Then we will return response entity dot OK, and we will return the content type as the media type dot image jpeg, and we will return the body, and we will return the resource. So now our get image and get song is ready. We won't be able to test it for now because we haven't created the song controller yet. We have created this one prior because this file handler util is required while creating the song stuff. So we will test in that video. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have developed file controller and all of the related APIs. So if you haven't watched it, just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we're going to start the development with the admin controller. Before we proceed further, please do like, subscribe, and put your valuable feedback in the comment section. Or whatever you need next, you can put the comment for that as well. So let's quickly start with the admin controller. So move back over here, right click on this, click on this one, and select new Java class, and I'm going to give it a name admin controller, and I'm going to put all of the stuff which is required to be performed by an admin in this specific one. So let me quickly add the required annotation on the top of it. So @request mapping, and we will set the path for this one, that is /API/admin. On top of it, we will put @REST controller, And also we will put one annotation @validate, because we are going to put the validation directly over here as well, validated. Next thing, we will create a service that basically admin can perform all the operations related to song. So I'm going to create a song service. And what I will do is I will create one song service symbol. This is an interface. So let's quickly change this one to interface. And over here, we will create a song service symbol. And the song service symbol will implement song service. And on the top of it, we will put @service to mark this class as a business class, where we are going to write the business logic over here. And also the bean creation of this one and managing will be done by the IOC container. So let's quickly move to the admin controller. And over here, first thing what we need is nothing but we have to auto wire the song service. So auto wire private song service and song service. Okay. Into this one, first API which we are going to develop is nothing but the add song. So let's quickly move back over here @post mapping, and into this one we will put the path /add song. Okay. Next thing into this one is it will be a public one. It will return a response entity of type song response. So we have already created all of these stuff, DTOs in the previous lecture as well. So into this one, first thing what we will do is we will accept request. In the request param, we will accept the title. And we will put the validation like not blank. And with this one, we will return, if this is not the case, like it means that we got the blank one, then we will return a message. Title is required. Let me quickly minimize the left panel so that you can see it clearly. Required. And we will put the size validation as well. So size max will be 100 and message will be, if this is not 100, then we will return a message. Title must not exceed 100 characters. And this will be nothing but string title. Next thing, @request param. Into this one, we will accept artist @not blank. And into this one, we will return a message. Artist is required. @size max is equal to 100. Message is equal to artist must not exceed 100 characters. The string artist. Then we will accept the song file. So in the request param, we will accept the song file. This will be nothing but a multi-part file. So multi-part file, and this is a song file. Then in the request param, we will accept the image file as well. So value is equal to image file, and this is required is equal to false, or you can, if you need it mandatory when uploading the song, so required it is equal to true. We will keep it as true. This is also a multi-part file, and this is nothing but image file. And finally, we need authentication. Authentication in order to extract the email from this one. So let me quickly open the curly braces. Okay. Inside this one, first thing what we will do is we will extract the email. So string email is equal to authentication dot get name. In the name, while creating the token, we have set the email. Okay. After this, we will create a song request. Request is equal to new song request. Into this one, we will set the title and we will set the artist. And what we will do is we will simply call song service dot add song, and into this one we will pass the request and we will pass the song file, we will pass the image file, and we will pass the email. This method doesn't exist, that's why it's showing an error. Okay, so we will hover and create this, and before this it's going to return a song response of response is equal to song service and this one. So hover on this one and create method add song in song service. So click on this one and it will create add a method like this one. So let's quickly move back over here once. Let me quickly close all other tabs and move back over here to the admin controller. And what we will do is we will simply return now over here, return new response entity, response HTTP status dot created, and we will return this. Okay, now move into this one, that is add song is added already over here. Hence accepting request, song file, image file, and as well as email. Now what we have to do is, you can see one related problem, because the implementation class of song service, that is song service simple, is unable to find the implementation. We haven't given any implementation for that. So click on this one and now we are here. So over here, hover on this, click on this one, implement method, select the method and click on OK. So make some space over here. Before we start writing, what we have to do is we have to add some of the stuff over here. So let's quickly do that. So at the rate auto-wired private song repository, and this is nothing but song repository. Then we will auto-wire private app user repository, app user repository. Then we will auto-wire the one which we have already created, that is nothing but playlist song repository, playlist song repository. Then we need the file handler utils which we have created in the previous lecture. So private file handler utils. Then we will auto wire the one which is nothing but the Gemini service, which we haven't developed yet, but we will do it. So let's make some space over here and comment out this one, nothing but generic Gemini service, which we haven't developed, but we will develop soon. Okay, so now move back over to the add song. And before this add song, we need one more stuff, that is the base URL. So we will create the variable for that, private string base URL. On the top of it, I will put the value, and we will get it from the application properties with this $. And into this one, app.base.url. So we have added the base URL from this in the application properties. We can see over here to the application.properties, nothing but the base URL over here. This is the backend base URL. Okay. So move back over here to the song service simple. Let me quickly minimize this one and make some space over here. So over here, what we will do is app user is equal to get user by email, and into this one we will pass the email. So now this method doesn't exist, so we will hover on this and we will create a method get user by email. So this method is going to be used multiple times, that's why we have created a single one. So app user repository dot find by email, and we will, or if exception is thrown, it means that if there is no account found with that specific email, we will throw the exception. So new runtime exception, and we will return user not found. Okay. Next thing what we will do is, now we have validated the email. Next thing we will generate a unique ID. So string unique ID, which we will use to store the song as well as the image. So uuid dot random uuid dot to string. Now we got the unique ID. Now we will create a song object. So song is equal to new song. Then we will create song dot set app user, and we will pass the app user into this one. Then what we will do is we will update the song metadata. We will call this one update song metadata, and to this one we will pass the song and we will pass the request. Save this. Now this method doesn't exist. We will hover on this one and we will create the method. So in this, what we are doing is we are basically setting the song.setTitle, and we are setting this request.getTitle and song.setArtist and request.getArtist. So we have created a common method for this because we are going to use the same in the while updating the song as well. Okay, now move back over here, and into this one what we will do is we will process the song file. So string song URL is equal to process song file comma unique ID, and save this. This method doesn't exist. We will hover on this create method, and this is a new method is added. So into this one we will accept the song file and the unique ID, and this is a private method. Into this one what we are going to do is we are going to simply, okay, let me quickly move this to the end of the class so that it will be in perfect order. Okay, so process song file. Into this one first we will try to extract the song extension. So song extension is equal to, and we will use the file handler utils dot get file extension. Into this one we will pass the song file dot get original file. Then we will do string song file name is equal to unique ID plus song extension. Now we got the file name, new file name. Finally, what we will do is file handler utils dot save song file with name. Into this one we will pass the song file, that is nothing but a multi-part file, and we will pass the song file name which we have just created, and we will simply return /API/file/song plus the song file name. Now save this. Now the processing of song is done. It means that it's saved with a new ID and it's stored into the file storage. Now what we will do is we will simply move back over here and we will set this URL in the song.set song URL, and to this one we will set the song URL. Next thing, we have to get the image URL by processing it and saving it. So image URL is equal to process image file. Into this one we will pass the image file and with the unique ID, and now save this. And we will do is song.set image URL, and we will set this image URL over here. This method doesn't exist. We will hover on this one, create method process image file. So let me click at this and move this to the end. And over here we will check for the image is required, so we don't have to check for the null and empty. But for the safer side, if you want to check, you can check like this. If image file is equal to null or image file is empty, then return. You can do the same in the while processing the song file as well. Okay. So over here, first we will get the extension. So image extension is equal to file handler utils dot get file extension, and with this one we will pass the image file dot get original file name. Then we will get the image file name is equal to unique ID plus image extension. Now we got the file name. Then what we will do is file handler utils dot save image with name, and we will pass the image file and we'll pass the image file name. Now save it, and what we will do is we will simply return /API/file/image and plus image file name, and save this. So now we have saved the image as well. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply save the song and call the repository. So we have added the song image URL to the song, and next thing what we will do is we will simply create a saved song is equal to song repository dot save, and we will pass the song inside this one, And now what we will do is we will simply return song response dot from entity, and into this one we will pass the saved songs and we will pass the base URL. Because in the song response, if I go into this one over here, you can see we are preparing the response for the song ID and other stuff, and we are making the whole URL as a single one, so that if you click on it, it will open and it will be rendered. So we are creating a whole song response object and we are returning it. So now quickly start the application and let's quickly test this. So admin controller, back over here, it needs the user to be admin in order to perform this operation. So let's quickly start this. So we have started the application. So let me quickly open the Postman. And in the Postman, first we need to log in over here. So in the previous video we have seen, I hope you are having this handy. So let's quickly send this. And you can see we got the token. So let me quickly copy this token from here. And the role of this specific user is admin. We have updated the role in the previous video while testing the other functionality. Let's quickly jump back over here and we have this endpoint. So this is a post type. The base URL is localhost 8080 API and /admin/add song. And we have to add the token over here. So beer is token. So let's quickly add the token. Now if I try to send this, we will get the exception 400 bad request, failed to store empty file. So we didn't got that. It didn't process because we are trying to send the empty file. It said we are trying to send these all stuff, but there is no file. We can give it a title, test title. We can give the artist name, ABC test artist, and we can select the file over here. So I will select from my local machine. I can select any file. This is a song file. If I click on image file, if I click on this, I will select any image file. And if I jump back over here, let me quickly clear this and back over here, try to go over here. And you can see we don't have any folder for now for that images and all stuff. But if I go over here, now try to send this with all of the required details, and you can see I have set the title as the test title and image file is not being saved. So I guess we have made some mistake over here. So let's quickly check. Go to the admin controller. The admin controller, image file required is equal to true. Let me quickly remove this part. By default, it will be required. So we didn't got the image URL. Okay, let me quickly test over here that if we have, we have the uploads folder in the images. Okay, the image is also updated and the song is also updated. And let's quickly check the song response. In the song response, song image URL. Let me quickly jump back over here. The song service impl. We have the image URL. We have set the image URL. Everything is fine. Let me quickly check the database, if we have it stored correctly or not. So let's quickly check the application properties, check the database name, use this one, select star from show tables first, select star from song /g. So over here you can see this. Okay, the PNG image file is also updated. So quickly minimize this one and let's test over here. So why this one is not returning? So in this one we have made a mistake. So in this one we are trying to set the song URL twice instead of the image URL. So over here you can see this, we are getting the image URL but trying to set on the song duplicate. So set image URL. And now let's restart the application and let's test this once again. So move back over here, try to send this once again. And here you can see this. Now we got the image song URL that is with MP3 and with the image URL. If I click on this, it will try to open it, but it will run into an issue because it won't work for now. So it's throwing an error because we forgot to put a slash after the image. So let's quickly jump back over here into this one. We go to this, to the song server simple over here. While returning the song, we have to put one extra slash at the end. So let me quickly add that in the process song file. So we have to add one slash at the end. So we forgot to add that. Save it. And let's restart the application and let's quickly test this one. So if you have observed over here, so after song, after the image slash is missing and it's showing the file name, that's why it's not able to, it's in the file folder, it's trying to find a file with the image and blah, 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 with the, at the end of t.png, which will never be get it. So let's quickly send this once again. Now this is a get one. So we will try to get the add song. And now this time we will send it. And here you can see this. Now this one is slash is perfectly concatenated. Now if I click on the image URL and let's quickly test this. So again, when we are trying to access the file, we are getting this required URI template variable file name for method parameter type string is not present. So we have messed up one small stuff in the backend. So let's quickly jump back over here and let's go to the file controller, which we have developed in the previous video. So move back over here. Here you can see this. We have given the name file name over here. Over here we can see it's an is caps. So we have to make these two same. So we have to make this n as small. Now save this. Now restart the application and now let's retry to fetch the same image. So I've restarted the application. And now move back over here and now send this. And here you can see this time we got the image. So let's open the collection and we are on Musify, Authentication and the playlist, the admin song manager. So add song over here. Let's try once again. Send this. We got the image. Let's click on this one. Let's click over here. So here you can see this. Now we got to a new page and here we got the image. Let's close this. Don't save. And move back over here to this add song and let's try with the song. So if I try and if I send this and we got the image file, song file as well. So the APIs which we have developed in the previous video is also working fine. That is to get the API slash file slash song and as well as API slash file slash song slash image. So both APIs are working. So let's move back over here. Move back to the admin controller and in the admin controller we will start the development with the another one that is to get all song with the pagination. So move back over here, make some space and we will use get mapping and we will put the path slash get all songs. Make some space. Over here public, it will return a response entity and this is of generic type. Get all songs. Into this one we will accept the request param and this is required is equal to false and we will accept the user ID. Then we will accept the request param and we will pass default value as 0. This is for the which page you are trying to access. So in page by default it's 0. At the rate request param, the default is equal to 10 because in each page how many items you want. So that is nothing but a size. So I want the default as 10 if you are not passing from the UI. So request param. Next thing is required is equal to false because this is nothing but the string and if you want to search any song with the name. Okay. So let me quickly open the braces, curly braces, and inside this one, first thing what we will do is we will simply return and response entity dot OK of type song service dot get all songs. Into this one, we will pass the user ID, we will pass the page, we will pass the size, we will pass the search. This method doesn't exist for now. So what we will do is we will hover on this one, create method get all songs. Click on this and it will add a new song over here. This will be of type object. Move back over here. One implementation, we will see over here it's showing an error. So implement method, select the get all songs and click on OK. So it will basically add one class. In the class, it will add one method over here. You can see this is added get all songs just below the add song. Into this one, what we have to do is first we have to create the pageable object. So pageable is equal to page request dot of, and into this one we'll pass the page and the size. Next thing, we will create an object for page song page, and what we will do is we will check for this has search is equal to search is not equal to null, and not search dot trim dot is empty. It's showing an error over here. That is because of the wrong import. So for the page one, we have to import all the stuff from org Spring Data domain. So move back over here to the page. We have the domain. We don't have one small stuff. Let me quickly. Okay, so we have this wrongly imported. So cut this one over here, paste it, and we need the same one. Copy this, paste it, and we have the duplicate one. So let me remove the one. Save it. So now if I go back over here, and now here you can see this, the error is gone. For this. Okay. Now we have checked for has search. Next thing what we check is boolean has user ID. So user ID is not equal to null. Over here first we will check if has user ID and has search. In that case we have to filter by user ID and the search by title or artist. So let me quickly add this. Song page is equal to song repository dot find by, and we have to add one query. Okay, so move back over here to the song repository, go to the song repository, and here you can find the song repository. So in the repository we have song repository. Okay, so inside this one first we have to write one stuff for the paginated. So page, and this one we will write the song, and we will have to write this specific stuff. So we will quickly minimize the left panel. So find by app user ID and title containing ignore case, or app user ID and the artist containing the ignore case. Okay, so what it's doing is find by app user ID, where the title, whatever the text we are going to pass, ignore the case while matching it, and the same you have to ignore the case while matching with the artist name as well. So you have to type exactly same. Then we have the long user ID into this one. Then we have string title. Then we have long, and we have two user ID. So user ID one over here. So long, and over here where it will be user ID 2. Then we have string artist, and then we have the pageable object. So pageable over here. Let's quickly close this one. Let me quickly make some space over here and hit enter so that we can clearly see this. User ID 1, title of type string, then we have long of user ID 2, then we have a string artist, and we have pageable. So let's move back over here to the song server simple, and we are going to use the same. So find app user into this one, and in this we will pass the user ID. Let's enter user ID, comma search dot trim, comma user ID, comma search dot trim, comma pageable. So we are passing 2 times user ID and 2 times search as per the query which will be generated by the JPA. So into that one is we are passing to match the search stuff with the name and one is with the artist. Okay, and this is also required at the same time. If this is not the case, else if user has only search but no user ID. So song page, again we will call this song repository dot, and this time we will only check by the search one, that we don't have to check by the user ID. So we will check very simply, find by title containing ignore case or artist containing ignore case. And into this one again we have to pass search dot trim. We will pass search dot trim and we have to pass pageable. Save this, hover on this one and create the method. So create method inside this one. So over here you can see it created, and in this one, this is trim is nothing but a title. So let's quickly change the name. So title, and this is artist, and this is pageable, and it's going to return a page song. Okay, let's move back over here to the song server simple. And next thing after this, what we have to do is we have to check else if only has user ID, but it doesn't has any filters to search. So song page is equal to song repository dot find by app user ID, and into this one we have to pass the user ID and the pageable object. Pageable object, and save this. Hover on this one and create the method. So click on this, hover on this, create method. We will move back over here, and into this one we will see app user ID. Let me quickly change the name to app user ID, and we are accepting pageable over here. So find by app user ID, and it's returning a page of song. So let's move back over here. Next thing what we have to do is inside this one is, if we didn't got anything, then we will simply return else. In the else case, song page is equal to song repository dot find all, and we will simply pass the pageable object, and we'll get everything. Now we got the song stuff. What we have to do is we have to generate the song response. So list of song response, and into this one song response is equal to song page dot get content dot stream dot map, and into this one we will create a song response, and we will use the from entity method which we have earlier developed. Song, we will pass the base URL into this one, and what we will do is we will simply collect, and we have to collect dot to list. So we will quickly delete this one to list, and finally what we will do is we will return a new paginated object. So new paginated response. Into this one we will pass the song response. We will pass the song page dot get number. We will pass the song page dot get size. We will return the song page dot get total elements. We will return song page dot get total pages. Song page dot is last, and then finally we will accept song page dot is first. So these information will be used as the UI interface in order to call the page. If we have the current page is the last page, so it will not call the next upcoming one. If this is not the last page and we have the next pages available, then we will call it. So now our get all song is ready. So back over here to the admin controller, restart the application, and let's test this. So our application is started. And you can see this is started at port 8080. So let me quickly clear this one, move back over here, move back over to get all songs, and we need the token. So let me move back over here, send this, and let's copy the token. Access token, we got it. Move back over here to get all songs. Go to authenticate authorization, select bearer token, and paste the token. So over here you can see this. This is a get type which we have developed. The base URL is nothing but the localhost 8080 /API/admin get all songs page 0 size 10. Now send this, and here you can see this. We have added multiple songs with the wrong URL as well. This is also visible. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and over here you can see this page is 0 and the size requested into this one is 10. Total elements is 4. Total pages available is 1. This is the last page because we don't have more records than 10. And this is the first page also as true. So this API is working fine. Now move back to the admin controller, and over here, next API which we have to develop is to get song by specific ID. So let's quickly develop that. So @ get mapping into this one / get song by ID. So / get song by ID / to this one we will accept the ID and a path variable because it's mandatory. Next thing is public response entity, and this is going to return a song response. Get song by ID we will accept in the path variable, and it will be long and this ID, this name, and this name needs to be same. Okay. Next thing, move back over here, hit enter. This is going to return a song response. Song is equal to song service dot get song by ID. Into this one we will pass the ID, and we will return a response entity dot OK with the song. Now over here we can see this is showing an error because this method doesn't exist. So hover on this create method song get song by ID in the service. Next thing what we have to do is we have to click on this one, move back over here, hover on this, implement method, and select this one and click on OK. Into this one, what we are going to do is we are going to simply make some space over here. Song is equal to song repository dot find by ID. This method already exists from the JPA. Into this one we will pass the ID. If we don't find the songs, then or else throw, and we will throw the exception, new runtime exception, song not found. Close this, and what we will do is we will simply return song response dot from entity, and we will pass the song and we will pass the base URL, and now save it. Now our method is ready. So move back over here, restart the application, and let's test this. So our application is up and running on port 8080. So move back over here, get song by ID, and I'm going to pass 1 over here. This is of get type. We have to put the token over here. So bearer token is added. Let's send it. And now here you can see this. We got the first record. We are going to return the second one. Send this, and here we got the second one, test, and the image and all the stuff. The ID is second. The user added the song is 1. Now move back over here and let's stop this application because this one is working fine. Next thing, we have to develop the update song endpoint. Let me quickly minimize this. Put mapping, and we will give it a name that is update song, and we will accept the ID in the path variable because that is mandatory. So /ID, and into this one we will write public response entity, and we will return a song response after update, and this is nothing but an update song. And into this one we will accept the ID first in the path variable. So path variable, this is nothing but the long ID. Next thing, we need title, artist, song file, and the multi-part file. So that we are going to copy from the top. So let's quickly move back over here, request and all of the stuff. We will copy till here, the whole authentication stuff, and we will paste it over here because we need exactly the same in the update song as well. So let's delete this, make some space, and open the curly braces. So first thing what we are going to do is we are going to extract the email over here. So authentication dot get name, and we got the email. Then we will create the song request. Song request is equal to new song request. Into this one we will pass the title as well as the artist. Next thing, we will create an object of song response. That is nothing but the response is equal to song service dot update song. This method doesn't exist. We will create it. Into this one, we will pass the ID, song request, song file. We will pass the image file. Then we will pass the email, save it, and simply return and response entity.ok with the response. Save this, hover on this one, and we will create method update song. So now our update song method is added. Let me quickly minimize the left panel, and over here you can see this is update song. We are accepting one ID, song request, we are accepting song file, we are accepting the image file, and we are accepting the email. So move back over here, hover on this one and implement method and select this update song and click on OK. Into this one, what we are going to do is we are going to check over here. This is a song. We're going to change this one to request. Okay. Into this one, make some space over here. First, we will check for the song, if song is available or not. So validate song access as well, ID and the email, whatever the user is having. Because into this one, first we will check if the song exists or not, and then we will check for the specific user is the owner or admin, then only it can update the file. So hover on this one, create method, it will add a method. Let me quickly cut this and move till the end. So these are the utility methods. So validate song. Into this one, first we will check for the song available or not. So song repository dot find by ID, and with this one we will pass the ID. If ID is not available, then or else throw. Into this one we will throw the exception, new runtime exception, song not found. Save this. Next thing is app user is equal to get user by email. So we will get the user object. Next thing we will check boolean is owner is equal to song dot get app user dot get ID dot equals, and we will check app user dot get ID. Then boolean is admin is equal to admin dot equals app user dot get role. So if this is an admin, if not is owner or and not is admin, then we will throw the exception. It means that the owner is only allowed to perform the update operation on the specific song. So runtime exception, you don't have permission to modify this song. Next thing what we will do is we will simply return the song. So it means that validation is done. Now move back to this one. That is nothing but the update song. So move back over here. We have this update song. Now the song is validated. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply update song metadata. So update song metadata we will call, and with this one we will pass the song and the request. So this will basically setting the data which we have created in this method itself. That is song set title and these all. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check if song file is not equal to null and not song file dot is empty. Then what we will do is we will delete the old song. Okay, so delete old song file, and into this one we will pass a song dot get song URL. Close this, hover on this one and create a method. Let's quickly move this method to the end of this file. Save this. In this one, what we will do is we will simply check if song URL is not equal to null. First thing, if this is the case, then what we will do is we will simply get string old song file name is equal to, we will use the file handler utils dot extract file name from the song URL. Now we have extracted. Now we will check if old song file is not equal to null, then what we will do is we will simply call this file handler utils dot delete song file, and into this one we will pass the old song file name. So physical file, we are trying to delete the physical file by using this specific one. Okay, so now we have deleted the song file. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get the unique ID. So unique ID is equal to UUID dot random UUID dot toString. Then the string song URL is equal to process song file. So song file comma unique ID. We are trying to save the new song file. Then we will set the song dot set song URL and we'll set the song URL. Save it. So now this will replace the existing song with the new one. If now we will check for the image file is not equal to null and not image file dot is empty. In this case, what we will do is delete old image file song dot get image URL. The string unique ID is equal to UUID dot random UUID dot toString. Save this. This method is not available, so hover on this one, create method. So let me quickly cut this one and move back over here to the end, make some space and paste it. So delete old image. Into this one again we will check for the same. That first thing is image URL is not equal to null. Then we will test for get the old image file name is equal to file handler utils dot extract file name, and into this one we will pass the image URL. Now we got the old file name. So if old file name this one is OLD old image file name is not equal to null, then what we will do is we will simply call file handler utils dot delete image file, and with this one we will pass the old image file. So these utility method we have already created. Okay, so move back over here into this one. Next thing we got the unique ID over here. Next thing what we will do is the string image URL is equal to process image file, and with this one we will pass the image file and we will pass the unique ID and save this. Finally, we will set the image URL into this one, that is image URL, and now save this. Finally, what we will do is we will simply create an object of song, that is updated song is equal to song repository dot save, and into this one we will pass the song object. Save this, and finally we will return song response dot from entity, and with this one we will pass the updated song and we'll pass the base URL and save this. So now our update song endpoint is ready. So move back over here to the auth controller and let's restart our application and let's test this. So let me quickly open this one. Update song. So again, this is of put type. Base URL is localhost 8080/API/admin/update song/ID1. We can move back over here. We can select the bearer token. We will add the token into this one. I'm going to delete the fourth one, update the fourth one with the body. I'm going to add updated song test title. We'll update the artist, ABC test artist, and we will select a new image and new file. We will select this one. This is a song file, so let's quickly change this. I will select in the morning and then select the image file. I'm going to select this one and now try to send this. And here you can see this updated song test title. The name title is also updated, artist is also updated, and the file is also updated. If I try to send it once again, you can see the file name is changed. It means that the older one is deleted and the newer is generated. So this one is also working fine. So move back over here, and here you can see this update song query is being fired. Let's quickly clear this all, stop the application, and jump back to the admin controller. One last endpoint which we are going to develop in the admin controller, that is nothing but to delete the song. So @delete mapping / delete song, and we have to set the ID in the path variable. So ID, we will get the path ID in the path variable. So public response entity. Into this one we will return a message response. Delete song, we will accept in path variable. So path variable long ID. We will get the authentication into this one, authentication. Open the curly braces, and from this one first we will extract the email. So string email is equal to authentication.getName. Save this, and we will return a message response. Response is equal to song service dot delete song, and we will pass the ID and the email. And what we will do is we will simply return response entity dot OK with the response and save this. This method is not available in the song service, so we will hover on this one. We will create a method, and this new method is added into the song service. Let's go to the implementation part. One related problem, click on this, move back over here, hover on this, implement method, select the delete song, and click on OK. So into this one, what we have to do is we have to make some space over here. We will try to get the song is equal to validate the song access first. So ID and the email. Then what we have to do is we have to delete the song from all of the playlist. So right now we haven't developed the playlist, but in the functionality you have seen, we have to delete the song from all of the available playlists. Suppose I have added a song which is added in the 5 playlist, and if I am deleting a song but it's visible in the playlist, so that will cause an issue. So we will delete from the playlist song repository. So delete by song ID. Into this one we will pass the ID. Hover on this one, create a method delete by song ID. So click on this and it will add over here. So on this, what we will do is, let me just change the name to song ID, and on the top of this we have to add the annotation modify and also add the transactional. So to perform a delete operation we have to add this transaction. Okay, so delete by song ID. So what it will do is, from this playlist, if the song is added, all the song entry for that specific one will be deleted. Okay, let's move back to the song service impl. And into this one, next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call delete song file, and into this one we will pass the song and song repository dot delete, and we have to pass the song. Save this, delete song. Okay, we have to create one method that is nothing but delete song file. So hover on this one, create a method, quickly move back over here, go to the bottom, create one private void delete song files, and into this one we will accept song. What we will do is delete old song file, song.getSong URL, and also we have to delete the old image file. So song.getImage URL. Let me quickly copy this one. So these methods are already available, if you can see on the top of it. So move back over here and paste the name over here. It's delete song files. And finally, what we have to do is delete from the repository, and we will return a message, new message response, song deleted successfully. Save this and let's start the application and let's test this. Admin controller, move back over here, delete song by ID. Let's go to Postman and open the delete song by ID. So into this one, I'm going to pass the 4, which is the updated one. So if you see in the updated one, we have a file with name 4f7a. So move back over here. Our application is up and running on port 8080. Let's go over here, 47fa. So over here you can see this file exists. We have 4 files in each images and song. After deleting it should be 3. And also the entry should be deleted from the database as well. So over here it's a delete part. Base URL is localhost 8080/admin API/admin/delete song. Send this. And here you can see this song deleted successfully. Now if I go back over here, you can see this 1 is gone. The F4, whatever we have seen. And also if I now try to fetch the ID 4, we will not get it because bad request song not found. So this is deleted from the database as well. Okay, so this is done. So for the admin part, these all specific operations are required. Okay, so that's all for this video, guys. Please do like, subscribe, and share with your friends. In the next video, we will see for the AI implementation part. That is when we click on any AI Insight button, as you have seen in the quick overview video, it will fetch the information from the internet by using the AI. So we will integrate that specific stuff. So thanks for watching. We will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have developed the admin controller, and in this controller, we have developed add song, get all songs, get song by ID, and update song, and as well as the delete song. So if you haven't watched the video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we're going to develop a new endpoint that is to get the song AI inside. So in this video, we are going to start the development with the configuring the Gemini in our project, and then we will set the prompt, and then we will develop the API for that. So let's quickly start with that. Before we start, please do like, subscribe, and put your valuable feedbacks in the comment section. So let's quickly start with this. So first thing what we have to do is we have to generate a generic Gemini service. Why? Because in this one you can pass any type of response which you want from the Gemini, and it will return and you can pass any type of prompt, and it will return that similar type of response whatever you have asked for. So let's quickly create one service. So right click on this service, new, and select the Java class and select the interface and give it a name. I'm going to give it generic Gemini service and hit enter. This will create an interface. Into this one, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a variable that is declare a static method that is going to return a type of T, and I'm going to give it a name generate content. And into this one, first I will accept one prompt, and then I will accept what type of response I want. So class T response type. It could be any class. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a service impl for this specific interface. So let's quickly jump back over here, new, select Java class, Gemini generic service IMPL, and hit enter. This is a class, and this will basically implement Gemini service, generic Gemini service, and it will start showing an error. Why? Because we have added a static method, but we haven't implemented it yet. So hover on this one, implement method, select this one and click on OK. Before we start development for this one, what we will do is we have to add one annotation on top of it, that is @service, which will mark this class as a with an stereotype annotation, and this class will be managed by the Spring IOC container. So into this one, first thing I will create the logger. So private, let me quickly minimize this left panel, private static final logger from the SLF4j. Logger is equal to logger factory dot get logger. Into this one we will pass the current class name, so generic Gemini service equal dot class. Now what we will do is we will get the Gemini key, so private string Gemini API key. On the top of this, @value. Into this one, we will put the key. So let's quickly copy the key from the application or properties which we have created and which we have added. So if you don't know how to create this key, you can check the link in the description of this video. I have created a separate video for it. So you can go and check out that. Let me quickly show you which video I'm referring to. So this is a video, how to generate Google Gemini API key. You can check this out. And with the help of that, you will be able to create the key. And what you have to do is you have to put it over here. Okay. So I have added the key over here. And now I'm going to copy this key. Move back over here to the generic Gemini one. Put it. So we have added an extra curly braces. Let me quickly delete this one. Okay. So we have to put like this. Next thing, we have to get the models. So private, the string, Gemini, models. On the top of it, we will put @value. And we will take the value from the key from the application or properties. So over here you can see this, I have added multiple values. So we are going to use multiple values like the different models. If this one is exhausted, I will use another one. If another one is exhausted, I will use another one. So for each different type of model, they have given different type of limits. So anyway, we have to work on it. So we can use different one. So if you are going to develop an actual project, so then you can set up your billing, and with the one model, whatever suits you, you can start utilizing that. Next thing is private, final, and I need an object mapper. Object mapper, and save this. Into this one, what we will do is we will create an public constructor for this one. This is Gemini generic Gemini service embl, and into this one we will accept one object mapper, and we will assign this one to the object mapper is equal to object mapper. This is this dot object mapper is equal to object mapper. Now here you can see this, the error is gone, but this is showing that it's not utilized. Okay. Next thing, now we will jump back into the generate content, and to this one first we will check for the prompt stuff. So let me make some space over here. So first I will check if prompt is equal to null, or prompt dot prim dot is empty. It means that user has passed only blanks. So when I trim and then I check for the empty, then it will return true if they have passed only blank. Okay, so throw new illegal argument exception, and into this one we will simply throw the exception prompt cannot be null or empty. Okay, next thing what we will do is we will get the clients, different clients, and we will get the client by using the Gemini API key. So client is equal to new client. Hover on this, import this one, use the com.google.gemini client, new client dot builder dot API key. Into this one we will pass the Gemini API key dot build. Now we got the client object. Next thing, we will get the Gemini model. So we have added the values by comma separated. So models is equal to Gemini models dot split, and we will pass the comma. On the basis of comma, we are going to split. Next thing, we will check for exception. Last exception is equal to null, and then we will check for int I is equal to 0. I is less than equal to or less than models dot length. So if there is an exception, we will trying to run till all of the models. Okay. And then in this try and catch block, we will handle that. So we will try to do logging. So logging info, logger.info. Quickly minimize this one. Okay. Logger.info. And to this one, we will send calling Gemini API with what model you are trying to do. Okay. And what type of model count from the array out of which one. Okay. This is the one thing. Then we will say models, and we are going to use the first one, dot trim, then I+1 and models dot length. So we are trying to print a valuable info with which we can track. So this is the which model we are trying to use. So that will be, suppose the first one, this is the first index, that is 0. So if I go over here, so 0 is Gemini -2.5 flash light. Okay. So this will be used in the first case. And over here we can see if we are trying to put the model, like model count, I+1, that is 0 plus 1, that the first will be printed 1 out of how many models we have. So that will be printed. Okay. Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to call for the generate content. So string response is equal to client dot models dot generate content. Into this one we will pass the model. So models and the index dot trim, and then we will pass the prompt. Then we will pass the as any sort of configuration, and we will pass the text. So what type of text I want. Next thing we will check for if response is equal to null or response is empty. And what we will do is we will throw an exception, throw new runtime exception saying empty response from Gemini API. Close this. And next thing what we will do is let's handle the catch block. So catch client exception EX, and make some space over here. After getting the exception, we will check if EX.getMessage is not equal to null and EX.getMessage dot contains 429. It means that limit exhausted for the utilization. Then what we will do is we will print the logger dot warning that rate limit exceeded. So exceeded for whatever the model we are trying to use at that point. So try next model, and whatever model you want to print, you can print over here. So models I dot trim. So this will print which model is being exhausted right now. Okay. And the last exception is equal to EX, the exception. So if I is less than models dot length -1, then we will continue, else it will be done. Okay. In the else block, what we will do is we will simply throw the exception. So throw new runtime exception Gemini API error. So we are trying to handle only the limit exhaust stuff, else we are throwing it. So exception. Okay. So now we have handled the client exception if the limit is exhausted. So we have to do these all stuff, like handling these all models and running the loop, because I am on the free trial. I'm trying to use the different models for the free one. Okay. Next thing, move back over here, and now we got the response, and this time I got a successful response. Then what I will do is I will simply return the response by parsing it. So return parse response, and into this one we will pass the response and we will pass the response type. So what type we want to parse. This method doesn't exist, so we will hover on this one and create method. So the method is created. So before we jump back into this parse response over here, so if it reaches over here by any chance, then what we will do is we will simply throw the exception, throw new runtime exceptions that all models exhausted. due to rate limits. So it will try with all, but it didn't pass. Then we will throw that exception and we will return the last exception, whatever we got. So now move back to the pass exception, and over here what we are going to do is we are going to check for if response type is equal to string.class, and what we will do is we will simply return response type dot cast, and we will return the response from the Gemini whatever we got. Okay, because that one is directly a string. If not, then what we will do is we will try to convert this. So try string JSON is equal to response dot trim. Then if we will check if JSON dot starts with JSON then what we will do is we will check JSON is equal to JSON dot substring, and we will pass the 7. Okay, then we will check else if JSON dot starts with triple dash. Okay, then it will be JSON is equal to JSON dot substring, and we will pass 3 because we have to remove that 3 stuff. Okay, so I'm trying to remove these all stuff from the Gemini response, and if JSON dot ends with these 3, and what we will do is we will simply call JSON is equal to JSON dot substring 0 comma JSON dot length minus 3, because we have to remove the last 3 as well. So once this one is done, what we will do is we will simply return, we make some space over here, simply return object mapper which we have created. So read value into this one, we will pass JSON dot trim, we will trim it, and we will pass in which format we want to convert into the response type. If this is the case, then it's fine. Else if exception is found, we will handle that exception. Exception throw new runtime exception that failed to parse response. Okay, and we will return the message as well and the exception. So this is the whole stuff which we have to do. If I hover over here, you can see this speak the identity of if. So over here, I guess we missed or deleted the stuff by mistake. So ends with JSON is equal to JSON dot substring 0 comma JSON dot length minus 3. Now close this and save this, and here you can see this, all the error is gone. Okay. Now our Gemini service is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a controller, because this is again we are going to use the same specific stuff. This is a song related stuff, so we are going to create one controller that is Java class, and I'm going to create a song controller. So why I have created a separate controller, why we are not keeping in an admin controller, because this is going to be a common API which admin and any app user can use. So let's quickly add it. So at the rate REST controller, so mark this class as a controller class. At the rate request mapping, and we will put the path into this one /API/song. Next thing what we will do is we will auto wire the song service which we already have. So private song service. Then we will put at the rate get mapping, and we will put the path for this one. That is nothing but get a song AI insights. I'm going to give it a name. So /get song AI insight, and which song ID you want to get AI insight for. Song ID. So that will be in path very well because that is mandatory. So public response entity, and it will return an song AI insight response which we have created in the previous video. So if you are following the whole series, then you might have all of this stuff. Let me quickly minimize this. So this is get song AI insight. Into this one we will accept in the path variable And over here, I'm going to accept the long and the song ID. So make sure this name and this name should be same, else it will start throwing an exception while trying to use it. Song AI insight response is equal to song service dot get song insights. Into this one we will pass the song ID. This method doesn't exist, that's why it's showing in red color. So return, we will create it. Return this response entity dot OK with response. Save this. Now hover on this one and let's quickly add a method in the song service. So now when I clicked on it, and here you can see this, the method is added. Let's quickly jump back over to the service impulse. So if I jump back over here, it will start showing an error. So hover on this, click on implement method, select get song AI insight and click on OK. So it will add a method get song AI insight over here. So inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to check if that specific song ID exists or not. So song is equal to song repository dot find by ID and it will pass the song ID. If the song ID is not available, then we will throw the exception like this, new runtime exception saying song not found. Okay. Next thing what we will do is we will prepare the prompt. So string prompt is equal to build song analysis prompt and we will pass the song into this one. And once we got the prompt, what we will do is this method is not available. We will create it. So hover on this one and create method and the method is added. So once we got the prompt, what we have to do is we have to pass that to the Gemini. So over here in the previous lecture, we have added this Gemini service generic. So we will auto wire private generic Gemini service, and this will be Gemini service and save it. And let me quickly remove this part. Now move back over here. So over here, what we will do is we will simply call this generic Gemini service dot generate content, and this we will pass the prompt and we will pass what type we want to convert. So song AI insight response dot class. Save it. Now move back to the song analysis prompt. PROMPT. Quickly copy the name and paste over here and save this. Yeah. Into this one, what we will do is simply return and string dot format, and into this one you can paste or add any type of prompt, and with the same we have going to add the values. So let me quickly add a prompt to this one. So over here, I have used the string formatter. So into this one, analyze the song, %s is to put any value. So over here, we can get the values from the song. That is nothing but song dot get title, and we will get song dot get artist. On the basis of these two, we are going to analyze it. So let me quickly close this one. Yeah. Now the error is gone. So over here, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to pass this whole prompt. I'm preparing the prompt. Like analyze the song %s, this is nothing but the title. Over here you can see this, we have passed it. When we select this one, it will show this get artist. Okay, so analyze the song, this is the by artist. This one are provided detailed insight in the JSON format, and we are asking the AI to return a JSON object with the following structure like analysis, impact, moods, generic, tempo, key, energy, and similar artist and recommendation for in the list, and what type I want. I'm returning these all stuff. And important, the tempo should be whatever the instruction you want to give, you can give in this specific format. So we have added all of these details. You want to type, you can type it. I can by stopping the video. Yeah, everything is being covered over here. Okay, so we have open a return string format and we have added all of this stuff, and at the bottom we have added these all the stuff. Now the prompt is ready. Now the API is ready. Let's quickly start the application and test this if this one is working or not. So move back over here to the song controller and let me quickly open the Postman. So let's quickly check. Yeah. Over here, our application is up and running on port 8080. Move back over here, jump into this one, and we have get song AI Insights. So we have created, this is a base URL, localhost 8080. If you have changed the port, then you have to update it over here as well. /API/song/get song AI Insight ID is 1 we are trying to pass, and this is a get one. And we need the token, so I'm going to use the login user. Let me quickly log in. We have this user, and now we got the token. Copy the token from here, move back to the API which we were seeing, go to authorization, select this, we are a token, and we will paste the token. And now send it. And here we can see. So the title test title suggested a placeholder of examination track, blah, blah, blah. Mood is this one, tempo, and the format which we have asked for, it has given in the same format. If I call it again, it will be different a bit. Here you can see this. If I change the ID, here you can see this, given the title, blah, blah, blah. If I try to change again, we have created the same song. So that's why it's showing the same stuff. So ABC test artist. So it's generating a dynamic content and by using the Gemini. So if I go back over here in the logger, we can see we are calling and with which model it's calling. So here you can see this. The first one we have added 4 models. So it's trying to use the first one is working fine. So the limit for this one is not exhausted. That's why we are able to get in the first model itself. So this API is working fine. So let me quickly stop this. So that's it for this video, guys. Do comment and subscribe. And in the next video, we are going to see how to develop all the playlist stuff. So please stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to generate the generic Gemini service in which we can pass the prompt and what type of response we want, and it will convert according to that. And also we have declared the REST endpoint for the same. So if you haven't watched that, just go to description and check out the link. Before we proceed further, do like, subscribe and put your valuable feedback in the comment. In this video, we're going to start the development with the playlist controller. So let's quickly jump into it and let's create the playlist controller. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create the controller and the service classes required for it. So playlist controller and hit enter. This will be a class. Next thing we will create the playlist service. So let's quickly do that. So move back over here, go to service, right click on this, click on new, Java class and playlist service. And this will be an interface. So select interface and hit enter. And we will provide or create one implementation class for the same. So Java class, this will be playlist service IMPL and hit enter. And this will implement playlist service. And on the top of this, we have to put one stereotype annotation that is nothing but @service, so that this bean of this specific class will be managed by the IOC container itself. Now move back to the playlist controller and we will start the development with the first endpoint that is nothing but create playlist. So on the top of this, we will add few of the annotation. First one is to mark this one as controller. For that, we have to add REST controller. Then another endpoint we will put that is for request mapping. And in this one, we will put the path that is API/playlist. Then we will put @validated just to add all of the different types of validations. So let me quickly minimize this and make some space over here. And we will start the development with this one. So first thing into this one, what we will do is we will auto wire the service which we have created, private playlist service over here. And now we will start with the first endpoint that is of post type, that is post mapping. And with this one, we will pass the path that is /create playlist. So move back over here, create playlist, public response entity, and this will return a playlist response. So these DTOs we have already created in the previous lecture. So if you haven't watched, please follow that. So playlist response, and this is nothing but a create playlist. Into this one, first thing we are going to accept the name. So there is some validation which we have to put. First is a request param. So we have to set the name, in which name we are going to get the value. So that will be name. Okay. Then we'll put the not blank. It means that this one is required. And if this is blank, in that case, we can return message that is playlist name is required. Then we will put the validation for size. So @size max is equal to 100 and message is equal to playlist name must not exceed 100 characters. And now finally we will declare the variable. So string name. Next one will be description. So request param, and this we will accept. We will put the value that is nothing but description. Either you can do like this or you can do like this. Value and is equal to description. Both are same. And you can mark if this one is not required, then simply required is equal to false. And we will put @size validation over here. So size max is equal to 500. And if this crosses, then we can return message description must not exceed 500 characters. And we will declare the variables for it. String description Next one is @request param. So this is to make, as we have seen in the quick overview video, that this playlist can be public or private. So is public while creating. The default value is false. Okay. And we will declare the variable for this one. So boolean is public. Next we have is request param, that is for image file for the playlist. So value, that is image file, required is equal to false, or we can put required is equal to true, because for each playlist we will have the image mandatory. Okay. So multi-part file, image file. Next thing, we need authenticator, that is authentication, and authentication in order to get the email. Remove these spaces, move back over here. Now this is ready. So inside this one, first we will try to extract the email. So email is equal to authentication.getName. Next thing, we will create a request for playlist request is equal to new playlist request, and with this one we will accept the name, we will accept the description, and this we will accept the is public. So these all request and response DTOs, everything we have created already in the previous video. So make sure you are following the whole. Don't get confused with if you see anything new, okay, and which you are not able to find it. Playlist response is equal to playlist service dot create playlist, and to this one we will pass the request, and we will pass the image file, and we will pass the email. Now save this. Now this method doesn't exist in the playlist service, so we will hover on this create method, and it will add a method over here. So before we start implementing this one, let me quickly move back over here, quickly close other tabs, move back over here to the playlist controller. Let me arrange this. Okay. So once we got the response and now method is ready, we haven't provided the implementation, but before, what I'm going to do is we are going to simply return a new response entity, and into this one we will return a response of HTTP status http status dot created and save it. Now let's go to the playlist service and we will provide the implementation for this. Over here you can see this is showing one related problem. So what we will do is we will simply click on this one. It will reroute us to the service, and over there, first thing what we have to do is, before we start implementing, what we have to do is we have to click on this implement method, select this one and click on OK. The error is gone. Before we start implementing, we have to configure all of the required stuff like auto wiring required dependencies and taking the values like base URL and other stuff. So let's quickly do that. So auto wired, and first will be private playlist repository, that is playlist repository. Then we will auto wire private app user repository, because playlists belong to a specific app user. Auto wire private playlist song repository, playlist song repository. Then we will auto wire and we will put song repository, because in each playlist we will add also songs. So song repository, then we have @autowire, and we have to handle the file as well. So file handler utils, and finally we will get the base URL. So @value, and into this one $ curly braces open app.base.url. This we are going to use while returning the song and the image URL. So private string base URL. Let me show you the base URL in the application or properties as well. So if I go over here to the application or properties, and here you can see the base URL app.base.url. that is nothing but the local. So if I move back over here to the song service, playlist server sample, and let's quickly close this. I will quickly close other two which I have opened, and let's try to search this. And here you can see this, it's the same ID. So you have to keep this in the same way. Okay. Now, finally, what we will do is we will jump into the create playlist and we will start implementing it. So first thing, we will get the app user object and get user by email, and in this one we will pass the email. This method doesn't exist, so what we will do is we will hover on this one and we will create method. This method is simply return an app user by validating if the user exists or not. So app user repository dot find by email. Into this one we will pass the email. If not found, then or else throw an exception, new runtime exception saying user not found. Now move back to the previous one, that is nothing but our create playlist, and into this one what we will do is we will create the playlist object. So playlist is equal to new playlist dot set name request dot get name playlist dot set description request dot get description playlist dot set is public request dot get is public. So we are not going to validate for null and other stuff because by default we have set the default value as well at the controller layer. Playlist dot set app user, and we will set the app user. Okay. Next thing, we have to process the image file as well. So if image file is not equal to null and not image file is empty, in this case, what we will do is we will first generate an UUID, that is nothing but a unique ID for the image. So UUID dot random UUID dot toString. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get the image extension. So string image extension is equal to, and we will use file handler utils dot get file extension. Into this one we will pass the image file dot get original file name, and from that we can extract the extension. So these methods we have already written in the previous videos, get file extension and file handler utils. So we are leveraging that. So string image file name, the new name, is equal to unique ID plus image extension and file handler utils dot save image file with name. So into this one we will pass the image file and we will pass the image file name, the newer one which we have generated. And finally what we will do is we will simply set playlist dot set image URL. Into this one we will set /API /file /image, and also we will put a slash at the end plus image file name. Now we have set the image file name as well. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call playlist saved playlist is equal to playlist repository dot save and we will pass the playlist. Close this one, and what we will do is we will simply return a playlist response dot from entity. Into this one we will pass the saved playlist and we will pass the base URL. So this we have already created. So let me just show you that in the base URL, we are using the base URL to generate the full image, okay, and just returning it instead of just passing the /API and other stuff. So we are returning the whole URL so that you can directly click and use it. So now our API is ready. We'll close this. Now let's go over here, start the application, and let's just open the Postman. So first we will need the token. So let's test if our application is up, and yeah, our application is up on port 8080. Move back over here, send this, and we will get the token. So now let me quickly copy the token from here. Then we quickly jump back to the create playlist, and this is the one which we have generated right now. Developed /API /playlist /create playlist, and this is a base URL, that is localhost 8080, and this is of type post. Go to authorization, select this, bearer token, and we will paste the new token. Now go to body, and in the body we are sending few of the stuff. So you have to select body, you have to select form data, the name is my favorite, and the description is collection of my favorite song, is public is true, and we have to select one image file. So let me please select one image file. So I will select any image file from my playlist one. So I'm selecting this one. So Gemmix is selected. Now let me send this. And here you can see this, the endpoint, the playlist is created. So one, ID is one, name is my favorite, description is collection of my favorite song, is public true, the image URL is this. If I click on this, it will open this one, and here you can see this one is loaded. So it means that the image is successfully saved. It will be this, don't save this, created at this particular time, updated at this, app user ID is 1, and Spotify temp updated. This is a username. Okay, so this API is working fine. So let me quickly minimize this, stop this, and let's develop the another endpoint. So go back over here to the playlist controller, scroll down, and the next API into this one is nothing but the update playlist privacy. So move back over here. So @patch mapping, and into this one we will accept /update playlist privacy / we have to accept the ID for which specific playlist you want to update the privacy, like make it public or private. This will be public response entity, and we will return with the playlist response update playlist privacy, and this will be @path variable long ID @request param. This will be is public, boolean is public. Then we need authentication in order to get the email. So make some space over here, and first thing we will extract the email. So string email is equal to authentication dot get name. Then we will get the playlist response is equal to playlist service dot update playlist privacy, which doesn't exist for now. So in this one we have to pass the ID is public and we have to pass the email. Now save this, and finally what we will do is return response entity dot OK, and we have to return the response and save this. Hover on this one and we will create this abstract method in the playlist service, and here you can see this, the abstract method is added and which is returning a playlist response, and the method name is this, accepting one ID, type is boolean, and then email. So let's quickly click on this one related problem. We will move back to the playlist service info. So hover on this implement method, select this one and click on OK. Over here, what we have to do is we have to simply make some space over here, and we will create a playlist. Playlist is equal to validate playlist access. Into this one we will pass the ID and the email. Save this. This method doesn't exist, so hover on this one and create method. Let me move this to the bottom. Okay. Into this one we will check if it belongs to that user or the user is an admin user who can perform this operation. Okay. So playlist is equal to playlist repository dot find by ID, and with this one we will pass the ID. If it doesn't found, then or else throw the exception. New one-time exception, and with this one we will throw the exception playlist not found. Then we will try to get the app user. App user is equal to get user by email. Into this one we will pass email. Now we got the user and we got the playlist. So we will check boolean is owner is equal to playlist dot get app user dot get ID dot equals app user dot get ID. So if these two things are matching, then it's a owner, either it's a user, then they can update these modifications. Okay, they can do their modification. Is admin, if that doesn't exist, then they can perform this operation. So admin dot equals app user dot get role. Save this. Next thing what we have to do is if not is owner and not is admin, then what we will do is we will simply throw new time exception saying you don't have permission to modify this playlist. Save this. Else what we will do is we will simply return the playlist object. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is move back over here, and now we got the playlist object, and now what we will do is we will simply set playlist dot set is public, and with this one we will set the is public, either it's a true or false, whatever we got from the user. And now what we will do is we will simply call the playlist repository. So it will return an updated playlist is equal to playlist repository dot save, and with this one we will pass the playlist. Now it will save and it will return this, and now what we will do is we will simply call playlist response dot from entity, and we will pass the updated playlist comma base URL. Let's quickly test this. So I have started the application, move back to the controller. So our application is up and running on port 8080. Let me quickly minimize this, move back over here to the postman, and here you can see this we have created, and our ID is 1 and is public is true for now. So move back over here to the update playlist privacy which we have created. So API /playlist /update playlist privacy /1 is the ID, and what I want to do. So it's already true, so I want to make it false, that is disable, and this is a patch type, and over here you can see this what the values are being passed. So let me quickly send it, and here you can see this my favorite, and the description is this one in is public is false now. Okay, so this is working fine. So move back over here, and next endpoint which we are going to develop is add song to the specific playlist. So let's quickly stop this, move back over here and into this one. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add a post mapping, and this is to add song to the playlist. So slash add song to the playlist, and in this one we will accept the playlist ID. In which playlist you want to add the song. Okay, public response entity, and it will be a message response. Add song to the playlist. We will accept in the path variable long playlist ID. So it makes sure these two are same. Then @request param. This will accept the song ID, which song you want to add, long song ID. Then we need authentication. Close this and now save this one. Into this one, what we will do is first we will extract the email. So string email is equal to authentication dot get name, and we will get the email. Then message response is equal to playlist service dot, we will call the add song to playlist, which doesn't exist for now. We will create it, and in this one we have to pass the playlist ID, we have to pass the song ID, and we have to pass the email. Now save this. Now hover on this one and it will create a method. Click on this and it will add a message response, add to playlist, and it will create all of the variables required. Okay, now move back over here, and here what we will do is simply return response entity dot OK, and into this one we will return the response. Save this. Now move back over here, click on this one related problem, and it will route you to playlist server simple. So hover on this, implement method, select this one and click on OK. So now we have to provide the implementation to the add song to the playlist. Into this one, first thing what we will do is we will simply get the playlist. So we have created the method in the previous API while developing the previous API. So I'm going to use the same. So validate playlist access, playlist ID, comma email. Now save this. Next thing, I'm going to get the song. Song is equal to song repository dot find by ID and song ID. So we will try to fetch if that song actually exists or not, or else throw the exception, that is new runtime exception saying song not found. Save this. Next thing what we will check is if that song already exists in that playlist or not. So we will check if playlist song repository dot exist by playlist and the song ID. So we will create one. So back, and over here we have to create exists by playlist ID and song ID. So this method doesn't exist, we will create it right away. So playlist ID, and we will pass the song ID into this one. And we will click open. If this doesn't exist, it means that it already exists. Then we will throw new runtime exception saying song already exists in playlist. Save this. Hover on this one and click on create method, and it will create a method into the playlist song repository, which will be nothing but returning a boolean type long playlist ID, and it's accepting a song ID. So the query for this one will be generated by the JPA itself by following the name. So it will generate a query on the basis of these parameters by, and this one, these two stuff, and with and condition, and also it will validate for the song ID. Let's quickly close this. Move back to the playlist server simple. Now we got this. Next thing what we will do is we will get the list of playlist song existing songs is equal to playlist song repository dot find by playlist ID order by the position in the increasing order. So as you have seen in the quick overview that all songs are in a certain order. So we have maintained the order ID of the song in the database as well, that position ID. Okay. And we will pass the playlist ID into this one. This method also doesn't exist. So hover on this one and it will create method and click on this and it will add a method into your repository. Now we have to move back to the playlist server simple and we have to utilize the same method. So over here, now we got this and now we got the existing songs. Next thing what we have to do is we have to identify the next position. So for that, int next position is equal to existing songs dot is empty. In that case, the position will be 1. Else existing songs dot get existing songs dot size -1 dot get position +1. Now save this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create the playlist object, playlist song object, song playlist song is equal to new playlist song. Now what we will do is we will simply set playlist song dot set playlist and into this one we will pass the playlist. Then playlist song dot set song and we will set the new song and we will set the position. So playlist dot set position and we will pass the next position into this one. And finally what we will do is we will simply call playlist song repository dot save and into this one we will pass the playlist song. And what we will do is we will simply return new message response, that is nothing but song added to playlist successfully. Now save this and now start the application and let's test this one. So move back over here, go to the playlist controller and we have added this specific endpoint. So now you can see our application is up and running on port 8080. Move back to the Postman and the Postman we have this add song to playlist API. So into this one /API/playlist and the new endpoint which we have developed, that is /add song to playlist. The playlist ID is 1 and the song ID is 5 and this is a post call. So let me quickly open the database and let me quickly show you. Over here, let me quickly check the database name from here. Musify DB video. Use this one. Show tables. Select star from playlist underscore song. And you can see there is nothing. This is an empty set. So let's quickly add this specific song ID 1. We have the song ID 1, but we don't have the 5. So let's try to save the 5. Let's quickly send this. And here you can see this one is getting forbidden because we haven't added the token. So let me quickly add that. Here a token. We will go to the authentication, use the login one. Let me get the token. So these all the stuff I have already shown you in the previous video. So make sure you have watched. Quickly minimize this. Go to this add song to playlist. And I'm going to add the new token. Now try to send this. So 5 song not found. This song doesn't exist. Let me try with the 1, the valid one. And now send this. And here you can see this song added to playlist successfully. Let me quickly check in the database. Select a star from playlist. And here you can see this. The ID is 1. Added at the current time. And the position is 1. Playlist ID is 1. And the song ID is also. So this is working fine. Let's move back to the IntelliJ. Let's stop this. And let's start development of another endpoint. So in the playlist controller, next endpoint which we are going to develop is nothing but remove song from the playlist. So let's quickly start with that. Minimize this one, make some space, @ delete mapping slash remove song from the playlist, and on this one we will accept the playlist ID, public response entity, and of this one we will accept the message response, remove playlist from the playlist, remove song from the playlist. In the path variable we will accept the playlist ID, so long playlist ID. In the request param we will accept the song ID, long song ID, and we will get the authentication to get the email. Let me quickly open the curly braces and scroll here. First we will get the email, so string email is equal to authentication dot get name. Now we got the email. Then we will use this message response. Response is equal to playlist service dot remove song from the playlist, and we will pass the playlist ID. Then we will pass the song ID. We will pass the email. Now this method doesn't exist. That's why it's showing an error in red color. So let me quickly fix that. So hover on this one, create method, click on this, and the new method is added over here. So before we proceed further, move back over here, and what we will do is we will simply return a response entity dot OK with the response. Now save this. Now move back over here, and you can see over here new method is added, and go to the implementation and hover on this one, implement method, select this remove song from the playlist and click on OK. It will add a new method. And now we have to provide the implementation for this one. We'll quickly minimize this, move back over here, make some space. First we will validate the song. Validate playlist access, and on this one we will pass the playlist ID and we will pass the email. So if that belongs to that specific user or not, if either user is an admin or not. Next thing what we will do is we will get the playlist song. Playlist song is equal to playlist song repository dot find by playlist ID and song ID. So this method doesn't exist. Into this one we have to pass the playlist ID and we have to pass the song ID. Now hover on this one, you have to write with the same camel case, exact same name you have to mention, because on the basis of the name JPA will generate the query. So create method, and here you can see this, the new method is added over here, and this is returning a playlist song. So but I want it to be optional. Optional like this. So when the song is not found, then we will throw the exception. So move back over here. Now in this case, if song is not found, then or else throw, what we will do is we will simply throw the exception, new runtime exception saying song not found in playlist. Now save this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to reposition all of the playlist. If suppose we have 10 songs in the playlist and I'm removing from the between one song, suppose at the third index, then we have to change the index of the songs below that. Okay, so for that, int removed position is equal to playlist song dot get position, which position is removed. Then what we will do is we will simply call playlist song repository dot delete, and with this one we will simply pass playlist song. Save this. Once delete operation is performing, what we will do is we will perform the shift operation. So for that, list of playlist song after removed is equal to playlist song repository dot find by playlist order by position ascending. We will use this one, and we will accept the playlist ID into this one. This method is already there. Now what we have to do is we have to run a for loop. So for playlist song colon song after removed, and we will open the curly braces. Then we will check if song.getPosition is greater than removed position, then what we will do is we will simply set song.setPosition and we will get it from the song.getPosition -1 because we have removed one. And what we will do is we will simply playlist song repository.save, and into this one we will pass the song. Now once this is done, what we will do is we will simply return new message response, and into this one we will return song removed from playlist successfully. Now save this and let's quickly test this one. Move back over here to the playlist controller, and here we have the remove from playlist. So open this one, remove song from the playlist. Let me quickly add one or two more songs I'm going to add, and let's test if we have third one as well. Okay, let's test the fourth. I guess fourth we have deleted while demonstrating. Okay, so fourth we don't have. So I'm going to delete the second one. So if I go over here, let me just show you. Now we have position, the same position as 1. The second one is position 2, position 3. So I'm going to delete this position 2. So now this 3 will become position 2 as per our code. So let's move back over here and to the postman, and song ID which you want to remove is nothing but the song ID is over here is also 2. So let me quickly pass the song ID over here to remove the song from the playlist. So this is a delete operation, remove song from the playlist /API/playlist, and this one we have to set the authentication. So set the bearer token and now try to send this. So here you can see this song removed from the playlist successfully. Now let's go and check the database. Select start from, and now here you can see this, we got only 2 songs this time. So position is 1, and for the third index position is 2. Now the position is updated, but in the above you can see the position was 3. So it means that our logic is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to develop an API to reorder songs in the playlist. So let's quickly minimize this one, stop the application, move back over here, make some space, and over here we are going to add one annotation at the patch mapping. Into this one we will accept /reorder song in the playlist /playlist ID public response entity, and this is going to return a message response, reorder song in the playlist. Let me quickly scroll up. Into this one we will accept the path variables. In the path variable we have got the long playlist ID. This name and these two names needs to be same. Next thing we will accept the song ID. So request param song ID log song ID @ request param. Now I need the new position and then finally I need the authenticator. Open the curly braces, and with this one first we will get the email. So string email is equal to authentication.getName. In the name we have set the email, and finally we will get the message response is equal to, and we will get it from the playlist service dot reorder song in the playlist. This method doesn't exist for now, it's showing in the red. And into this one we have to pass the playlist ID, song ID, then we have to pass the new position, and we have to pass the email. Now save this, hover on this one and click on this create method, and it will create a method which will accept all of the 4 parameters, and the response is message response. So let's move back over here, and once we got the response, what we will do is we will simply return response entity.OK with the response. Now save this. Let me quickly minimize this one and go over here, one related problem, click on this and move back over here to the playlist server simple. Hover on this one, click on implement method, select the method and click on OK. Now in this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to validate the playlist access. So let me move back over here, make some space, validate playlist access. Into this one we will pass the playlist ID and we will pass the email. Now once that one is validated, now we will check playlist song. Playlist song is equal to playlist song repository dot find by playlist ID and song ID, which we have to use over here. Into this one we will pass the playlist ID and we will pass the song ID. If this is not found, then or else throw. What we are going to do is we are going to throw an exception if that specific song which we are trying to reorder is not found in the playlist. New runtime exception, song not found in playlist. Next thing what we will do is we will get all the songs in the playlist. So list playlist song all songs is equal to playlist song repository dot find by playlist ID order by position in the ascending order. This one, and then into this one we will pass the simply playlist ID. Now we got all the songs. Now we will check if new position is less than 1 or new position is greater than the playlist size. So playlist songs dot size. If these two are the conditions, then what we will do is we will throw new runtime exception saying invalid position must be between 1 and the all songs dot size. Okay, so index validation is also done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply check if current position, let's get the current position first. So int current position is equal to playlist song dot get position. So we got the current position. If current position is equal to new position, then what we will do is we will simply return new message response into this one. Song is already at position plus new position. Okay. Now moving down or moving upward, we have to write two specific stuff. So if new position is greater than the current position, then what we have to do is we have to move down as per the new position. So what we will do is we will simply call playlist song all songs. We have to add a for loop. So for songs all songs, open the curly braces. Into this one we will check if song.getPosition is greater than current position and song.getPosition is less than equal to new position. Then what we will do is we will simply set song.setPosition, and to this one we will set song.getPosition -1. And what we will do is we will simply save it. Playlist song repository dot save, and we will save the song. If this is not the case, it means that we have to move up. And it means that shift songs between new position and the current position in the increasing position. So for that, what we have to do is we have to again loop through. So playlist song colon all songs, and with this one if song.getPosition is greater than or equal to new position and song.getPosition is less than current position, and what we will do is song.setPosition, we will say the song.getPosition +1, and what we will do is we will simply call the repository. So playlist song repository dot save, and into this one we will pass the song. Now, once these all shift operation is done, what we will do is we will simply set the playlist song dot set position, and into this one we will set the new position. Okay, and finally what we will do is we will simply call playlist song repository dot save, and into this one we will pass the playlist song. So once this one is done, what we have to do is we have to normalize the position to be consecutive starting from the 1. Like we have shifted the stuff, but now we have to shift the remaining stuff. So for that, what we will do is we will simply call list of playlist song final songs is equal to playlist song repository dot find by playlist ID order by position as synced. Into this one we will pass the playlist ID, and what we will do is int normalized position is equal to 1, and now what we have to do is we have to simply loop through. So playlist song colon final songs, and into this one what we will do is we will check if song.getPosition is not equal to normalized position. Then what we will do is song.setPosition and the normalized position. And finally what we will do is we will simply call playlist song repository dot save, and into this one we will pass the song. Save this, and what we will do is we will simply increase the normalized position by 1. And once this one is done, we will simply return a new message response with the song reordered successfully to position and we will send the new position. Now save this and let's test this one. So let's quickly start this, go to the playlist controller, and this is the endpoint. So move back over here to the reorder song playlist, and we have to add the token. This is a patch type. Base URL is localhost 8080/API/playlist/reorder song in the playlist. Playlist ID is 1, and the song 1 to the position 2. Right now, if I go to the database and if I see now song 1 is at position 1, right? Song ID is 1 and position at 1. Now I want to move the song ID 1 to the position 2. Let me quickly add the token over here. So via token is added, and the param, in the param you can see song ID and new position. Let's send this, and you can see this song reordered successfully to position 2. So if I go over here, if I update now, you can see this is position 1, the song 3 is position 1, and song 1 is now at position 2. So this is working fine. So now we are done with this reorder. Next thing, we have to work on the delete playlist, and also we have to work on the get all public playlist. So let's quickly jump into deleting the playlist. So we will quickly minimize this one, and let's stop the application. Minimize this and move back over here. So before we jump into the delete playlist, what we are going to do is we are going to write the endpoints like get all public playlist, get my playlist, and get playlist with song. Reason for that one is if we delete the one playlist which we have created, we have to create the another dummy data. So what we will do is we will develop first get all public playlist. So @get mapping, and with this one we will start with the get all public playlist. Make some space. So over here, so it will be public response entity. This will be of question mark type, that is the generic one. This is get all public, and this is with the pagination. So @request param, and the default value into this one will be 0. That is the 0th page. So int page. Then we have @request param. Into this one we will accept the default value as 10. That is the items size in the each page. Then we have request param, and with this one, this is required is equal to false. That is search text. So that is string search. So let's quickly open the curly braces, and over here we will simply return response entity dot OK, and into this one we will pass playlist service dot get all public playlist into this one page comma size comma search. Now save this. This method doesn't exist, so hover on this one, create method, and this is added. And into this one, what we have to do next is we are going to return a paginated response. So for that, this is the wrong stuff. So quickly let me delete this, and paginated response of type playlist response, and save this. And here you can see this, it's a page size and string. Let's move back over here, hover on this one and click on implement method, select this one and click on OK. So this will add a method over here. So next thing what we have to do is we have to create first the pageable object into this one. So make some space. Pageable is equal to page request dot of, and into this one we will pass the page and we will pass the size. Save this. Now we will create a page playlist object. Playlist page, and we'll close this. And over here it's showing an issue that provided is page request and required type is pageable. So I think we have imported some wrong imports. So let's quickly check that for pageable and page request. So over here, let's search for this one. This one is wrong. We don't have to import this JWT and this pageable. And when I removed it, it will automatically add one. So let me quickly move back over here and we'll see. Here you can see the error is gone. So this is coming from org.springframework.data.domain.pageable. So in the top of it, you will see the pageable one. Let me quickly check this over here. So over here, you can see the pageable. It's automatically added. Okay. Now move back over here. So now we got the page request. We have created the page request object. Next thing what we have to do is we have to check if the user is trying to search something or not. So if search is not equal to null and not search dot trim dot is empty, it means that we got some text which we need to be searched. So playlist page is equal to playlist song repository dot find public playlist with songs by name or description. So we have to add this find, then we have this public, then public, and then we have to check for the playlist with songs by name or description. So it will validate on the basis of name or description, and it will also check for the is public or not. So search dot trim, and we have to pass the pageable object into this one. So this method is not available in the playlist repository. So what we will do is we will hover on this one and click on create method. So it will create a method into the repository. On the top of this, we will add the query. So we will change the text search for this one, and this is pageable. So into this one, we have to write the query, that is the paginated search one. So let me quickly copy and add it. So over here you can see select distinct P, that is nothing but the playlist as P. This is the alias. We are going to join on the playlist song, that is another table, and we are keeping the alias as PS, that is playlist song. On the P.id means that playlist dot the primary key, and in the playlist song dot playlist ID, the mapping which we have where P is public and the name we are trying to move it as a lowercase, and then we are trying to concatenate with the search what we want to search, the description we will lowercase, and like we are trying to search whatever the text we have passed. So now the query is ready. You can pause the video and you can type it. Let's quickly move back over here, and now over here you can see the issue is resolved. In the else condition, what we will do is we will simply call playlist page is equal to playlist repository dot find public playlist with songs. So let me quickly add that. This method is also not available, and to this one we will pass only pageable because we have to search only on the basis of is public. We don't have to search anything. So click on this create method and it will add another method inside this one, and the return type is pageable, page and the playlist. So let me quickly add the query over here. So the query is select distinct P from playlist P. It means that playlist whole object joining the playlist song, and over here the public is true. So in this one also we can see the public is true. The query is still here, but we are not validating these all stuff in the second query because we don't want to search anything on the basis of name or description. So we don't have to add this all. Okay. Once these two query are ready, next thing, move back over here. Now when this is called, it means that if anything is passed as a search, then it will search on the basis of that and return the playlist songs. And then if there is nothing to search, then it will return on the basis of pagination. Now we got the playlist. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create the playlist response. Playlist response is equal to playlist page.getContent.stream, and what we have to do, we have to map it. So .map, and to this one we will create a playlist response dot from entity. These method we have already created. Playlist comma base URL into this one because we are trying to return the image as well. Dot collect, and with this one collectors dot to list. Now save this. Now here you can see this, the error is gone. Now it's showing one warning. So what we will do is we will simply return new paginated response. Into this one we will return playlist response, playlist page dot get number. We will return playlist page dot get size. Then we will return playlist page dot get total elements. Then playlist page dot get total pages. Then playlist page dot is last, and finally playlist page dot is first. Now save this. Now what we will do is, now our method is ready. So let's move back to the playlist controller, and over here we have added get all public playlist. So let's quickly start our application. Let me quickly close these two. So our application is starting. So our application is up and running on port 8080. Let's quickly open the Postman. So we have this, that is of get type, base URL is localhost 8080, this one, /API/playlist/ get all public playlist, page is equal to 0, and size we need is 10. And we have to add the authentication into this one, that is bearer token, and let's quickly paste the token, the one which we have already used. Let me quickly send this, and here you can see this, we got 0. Why? Because in the update playlist privacy, we have only one, and for that we have made it as a false. So let me quickly change this one to true, and let's test this. Let me quickly add the authentication to this one with the bearer token, add this and send this. Now here you can see this, the is public is true. So now we'll move back to the get all public playlist and send this. And this time we can see we got one playlist, name is my favorite, collection of my favorite songs, is public true, and the image URL we got it, created at blah blah blah, and we got this stuff. So for this playlist we got everything. So it means this API is working fine. So let me quickly minimize this one and jump back to the playlist controller. Next thing what we have to do is we are going to write another method, that is to remove, that is to get my playlist from the only for my specific playlist. So let me quickly stop this one and move back over here. Let me remove this, move back over here, @get mapping, and with this one we will give the path, that is get my playlist, that is all playlists related to what I have created. So that is for both user as well as the admin. Into this one it will be a generic one, and then we will accept the request param. Request param, we will accept default value as 0, and this will be nothing but int page @request param. Default value is equal to 10, that is for elements in each page in size. @request param. Into this one, required is equal to false. This if you want to search anything, so string search, and then we need authentication in the case if you want to search by my user. So let's quickly move back over here. We will check. Let me quickly delete this one and delete this one as well, and now close this because I have added one extra. Okay, missing return statement, so that's fine. Okay, so over here we will check if authentication is equal to null. And what we will do is we will simply return response entity dot status 401 dot body, and with this one we can return like authentication required. Okay, this is just to handle another way if you are having a public API and if you don't want to validate in another way, so you can validate in this way as well. Next thing, we need a string email is equal to authenticator dot get name, and now we got the name. Finally, what we're going to do is we are going to simply get the results. That will be of type paginated playlist response. So we will add that paginated playlist response, and playlist is equal to playlist service dot, and it will be the same name. So whatever we have given over here, get my playlist, add this, and into this one we will pass email, comma page, comma size, comma search. Now save this. This method doesn't exist in the playlist for now, so hover on this, create method, and it will create void type. Okay, it's not a void type. Then we will move back away. We haven't given the name over here, so it was result. Now move back over here. Let me quickly delete this. Now move back over here. It will show on the hover, create method, and now if I go, the method is created. That will return a paginated response, playlist response, and this is the name which is accepting email, page, and size, and this text to search. Move back over here. Either you can keep it a question mark or you can copy this and paste it over here. But we are returning the string over here as well, and as well as this type. So two different types of values are being returned over here. That's why this is a question mark. Okay. So now move back over here. And what we will do is we will simply return response entity dot OK, and we will return the result, and now save it. Now move back to this one, and where you can see this one related problem. So click on this, hover on this one, implement method, select the method, and click on OK. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply get the app user first. So move back over here, app user is equal to get user by email. Into this one we will pass the email. Then we will create the pageable object. So pageable from the domain, pageable is equal to page request, and select the first one, dot off. And to this one we will pass page and size, save it. Then page playlist is playlist page. Then again we will check for if search is not equal to null, and not search dot trim dot is empty. In this case we want to search for it. So playlist page is equal to playlist repository dot, and in this case we have to find by user ID, app user ID as well. So we have to write this query, find by app user ID, then and name containing ignore case, or app user ID and the description containing the ignore case. So in this one, we have to pass few of the stuff like app user.get ID. Then we have to pass search.trim. Then we have to pass app user.get ID. Then search.trim. Then we have to pass the pageable object. Now close this and hover on this one to create this specific method. So click on this and it will add a method. Okay, this is going to return a page playlist, and this is along as user ID 1. So let me quickly rename it user ID 1. Then we have the name to search. Then we have long the another ID, that is user ID 2, like this. Then we have this as a description, and then we have the pageable object. So make sure you keep this name as same as this one, because on the basis of name, JPA is going to generate the query for this one. So move back over here, and here you can see this, the issue is gone. Next thing, if this is not the case, then what we have to do is, okay, let me remove this. Else, what we have to do is we have to simply call playlist page is equal to playlist repository dot find by app user ID. Let me quickly add that. And into this one, we will pass app user dot get ID comma pageable. And save it. This method also doesn't exist, so hover on this one, click on create method, and it will add a method like this. Okay, this is going to accept app user ID, so let me quickly change the name, app user ID, and this is a pageable. So now move back over here, and once we got this, what we have to do is we have to again convert that by using the same format. So let me quickly copy this specific stuff and move back over here. And let me quickly paste this. So this is what we are doing over here is playlist.getContent.stream map and the playlist. Then we are trying to convert the playlist into playlist response by iterating with the base URL just to concatenate in the image URL. And we will collect those two lists, and this one will be, we will get the list page response. And then what we will do is we will return a page generated response. Playlist response, get numbers, get size, get total elements, get total pages, is last and is first. So let's quickly run the application and let's quickly test this. So move back over here to get my playlist and move back over here, and let's see if our application is up and running or not. So yeah, our application is up and running now. Let me quickly clear this and now send this request. Let me quickly add the token over here. So we have a token is added, and this is /API/playlist/get my playlists. Send this one, and here you can see this, we got the playlist one that is belonging to me, that is app user 1. We have only one user with which we are trying to create it. So if we have something else which is related to user 2, we will not get these all stuff. Okay, so this is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one another API, that is to get playlist with songs. So these APIs are going to be used to render the top one, and the another one which we are going to write now is going to return the when we click on any playlist. So get mapping and /get playlist with song /playlist ID. Public response entity of type playlist with songs response. We'll give it a name, open the bracket and open like this. In the path variable, we will take long playlist ID. This name and this name needs to be same. Over here we forgot to close this, like this, not this one. Yes, like this one. Okay. Next thing what we will get is authentication authentication, and let me quickly remove the spaces and open and close like this. So this is @get mapping, and save this. Now this is fine. Okay. This ID and this ID needs to be same. Okay. First thing inside this one, we will try to get the email. So string email let me quickly adjust these properly. Okay, email is equal to authentication dot get name. Then we will get a message response after execution. So message response message is equal to play. Okay, we got the email. Okay, now after we got the email, what we will do is we will get a playlist with song response. Yeah. Then this is nothing but a response is equal to playlist service dot get playlist with songs. Into this one we will pass the playlist ID comma email. Now what we will do is finally is return response entity dot OK with response. Now close this, and here you can see this method doesn't exist, so hover on this one and create the method get playlist with song. So now this method is added. That is nothing but get playlist with song, which is returning a playlist with song response and accepting a long playlist ID and string email. So we will click on this one related problem. Click on this, hover over this one and implement method and select the specific method, this one, and click on OK. So it will write the method with a dummy implementation. So let me quickly move back over here. So into this one, what we will do is we will simply type playlist is equal to playlist repository dot find by ID. Into this one we will pass the playlist ID. If this exists, then we will get the playlist, or else throw the exception. New runtime exception saying playlist not found. Save this. If we found the playlist, so we will check. If not, playlist dot get is public. If this is not public, if this is public, not public, then what we will do is if email is equal to null, then what we will do is we will simply throw new runtime exception. This playlist is private. Okay. Next thing, if this is not public, in that case the app user who is the creator of this playlist can still access this playlist, right? So app user is equal to get user by email. Into this one we will pass the email, and we will check boolean is owner is equal to playlist dot get app user dot get ID dot equals, and we will pass the app user dot get ID. Next thing we will check if admin is equal to admin dot equals app user dot get role. So if this is an admin, then again we will allow this. So if not is owner and not is admin, then what we will do is we will simply throw new runtime exception saying this playlist is private. Next thing what we are going to do is, after this is for the validation of the private playlist. If these conditions are satisfied, and else if this is a public one, then it will not go through these all validation. Directly it will jump over here. So it's going to return a playlist song. Playlist songs is equal to playlist song repository dot find by playlist ID order by position in the ascending order. Into this one we will pass the playlist ID. So this method exists. If I go over here, you can see this, we got this method already covered. Okay, so now move back over here to the playlist service impl, and into this one what we will do is we will simply return a playlist with song response dot from entity, and into this one we will pass the playlist comma playlist songs comma base URL to concatenate with the image as well as the song URL. So let's quickly jump back over here to the playlist controller and start the application, and let's test this. Move back over here to Postman, and this is the API get playlist with songs. The playlist ID is 1, so we have passed it as 1. The base URL is localhost 8080/API/playlist/get playlist with songs. So minimize this, and over here you can see this is running on port 8080. So let me clear this, send this, and this time you can see we got the my playlist and we got the all songs related to it. So we have added 2 songs into this playlist. So we got the playlist details and also we got the songs. And this playlist is public, so we don't need to do all of those validation. Those validation will be skipped. So last API which we are going to develop to this one is nothing but delete playlist with delete the whole playlist. So let me minimize this, move back over here, delete over here, make some space, add the delete mapping, and to this one we are going to add a delete mapping comma / playlist ID, then public response entity, and to this one we are going to return a message response, delete playlist, and we are going to accept in the path variable. So path variable long playlist ID, and we will accept the authentication to get the email from this. Make some space over here. We will get the email first. So string email is equal to authentication dot get name. Then we will get a message response. Message is equal to playlist service dot delete playlist. To this one we will pass the playlist ID. This is nothing but a playlist ID. This name and this name needs to be same. So playlist ID into this one, then email, and save it. And finally, we will return a response entity.ok with the message. Now save this, hover on this one because this method doesn't exist. Create a method, and this will add a method, delete playlist. So let's quickly jump into this, and over here we can see this one is added and the playlist ID the name. Next thing, one related problem, click on this, we will jump over here, hover on this, implement method, and select on this and click on OK. So if I move back over here, so let's quickly add the stuff over here. So first we will validate and get the playlist by checking the access and other stuff. For that we have already developed the method. So playlist is equal to validate playlist access. We will pass the playlist ID and email into this one. Next thing what we will do is we will simply call playlist repository dot delete by playlist ID. So let's quickly add that, and to this one we have to pass the playlist ID. So this method doesn't exist, so what we will do is hover on this one, create method, and this will add a method into this repository, and this will be nothing but @modifying and @transactional, because any update and delete operation we needs to be transactional and modifying. Okay, so now move back over here to the project service simple, and here you can see the error is gone. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call this playlist repository dot delete, and we will pass the playlist. Now, once these two are deleted, what we will do is we will simply return new message response that playlist deleted successfully. Now save this and let's restart the application and let's test this. Go over here. Over here we have this delete playlist. Let me quickly close this. Please put your valuable comment in the comment section and please subscribe and follow us on the Instagram. Okay, so now we have to move back over here and now we try this one. So we got the playlist right now we are getting. So let's move back over here. We are going to delete that same one because we have only one. So this is of delete mapping type. Base URL /API/playlist, delete playlist and /1 which we are trying to delete. So click on this, select bearer token. We added the token. So click on this one and here you can see this playlist deleted successfully. If I go back over here you can see this. We got the delete query executed. So delete from playlist song where ID is this, delete from playlist song where ID is this, delete from playlist where ID is this. So now if I move back over here and now try to fetch the all public playlist or the get playlist with song with the same ID. So if I try to send this, you can see this playlist not found. So it means that the playlist is gone, and if you want we can verify in the database as well. So let's quickly jump back over here. Go to this application.properties. Let's copy this name, move back over here, use this, show tables, select star from playlist, and you can see this we don't have anything. Select star from play list underscore song, and here you can see this we got nothing. So with this, whole backend stuff is ready, and I hope you enjoyed the developing the complete backend series. From next video onwards we are going to start the development with the front end part for this application. So before we jump into that, please do like, subscribe, share with your friends, and thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous videos we have completed all the backend APIs of this project. If you are not seen those videos, just go to the description and check out the link. In this video we are going to start with the front-end part, so let us start with that. So first we have to install few software. The first one will be Node.js. So just Google it, Node.js, and you have to go to the download section. And in this one you can go with the version 22. So this not this one, this one. So I'm also using the same version, and you can from here you can download the MSI file and you can just install it. It's just a few clicks to install this one. Once it is installed, then open the terminal and you have to just write node version. So it should show like version 22. So that works fine for us. And let me also show you the npm version. So you don't have to explicitly install this npm. It will come with the Node.js version of this one. So this is the version I'm using it. So you can go with the same version. And also after this, you also need to install Angular CLI. So you have to just Google it, Angular CLI. And here you can see, click on this, the first link appears. And if I scroll a little bit down, right? So after that, you will get options, get us started with this one. Click on it. And if you scroll a little bit down in this one, you will get this one. So just copy this one. Open terminal anywhere in the folder, just press this and press enter. So it will install Angular CLI in your system. And let me remove it because I have already installed this one. So let me show you the version which I'm using. So ng version and press enter. So I'm using this 20 version. So you can also go with the same. And once all this installed, then you have to go to the specific folder. So I'm already in a folder, project videos 2. In this one, I want to create a new project. So here I have to just write ng new, and then here I want to create a folder with Musify clone. And I don't want to create a standalone application. I want to create a module type of application. So here I have to pass the stand alone false, and after that just press enter. So it will ask for few things like, do you want to create? I just want to say no, and then I want to go with the CSS and no, this one. and it will take few seconds. You can see, right, it's creating all the files, so it will take few seconds and it will create the file, so we have to wait for few seconds for it. Is now here you can see all the files are created successfully. So now we have to go to the VS Code, and in that basically we have to open this particular folder. So I have already started it and opened this particular folder. So you can see Musify clone is there, and if I click on any of the files, right, let's say package.json, we can see the files here. And talking about the structure, so I am expecting you already know about how the Angular project look like. So package.json, it install all the dependencies. Then if I go inside the src folder, we have style.css, all the global css, it will apply to all the components. Then we have index, which is a common page, and here just put a space over here on the title. And then we have app, then we have modules, routings, and one component which is the default component of this one, and which is gonna route and put over here. So in that way basically this particular structure of this project we have. And after that, first we have to install a dependency which is related to animation. So if you see, right, I am already inside this Musify folder, and here we have to write npm install and then @angular / animations @20.x. So this we have to write and just press enter. So it will install Angular animations. If I go over in the package.json file, I should able to see this. You can see here, right? So it installed the animation version in this particular dependency. So it installed successfully. After that, we also need to install Angular material. So let me search you Angular material, this one, and go over here. If I go to the material, get started with this one, so we can this option, this one we have to copy it and go back to the VS Code, paste it over here and press enter. And it will ask for few things like we need to install and all those things. So just go with yes, press enter. This will also take few seconds to install. Go with the first version, first option, and it is installing the packages. And here you can see files are created and it added all the updated the files. So now Angular material is also installed. So as we already know, right, this is the different components which we are going to use in our project: icons, input field, list, pagination, progress bar, and all those things we are going to use in our project. So that's why we have added this dependency in our project. And once this two installed, then we have to go to the style.css, and in the description I've already provided you the CSS files of this project, and it contains one folder, I think Frontend folder name is, and inside this one might be you will seeing few files right now, but publishing the videos we will update those files. So just copy it. So style.css we have, and from there we are going to copy paste the CSS. So I'm just going to copy and paste, remove all this and paste it over here. So I just saved this style.css, and inside the style, right, not inside this one, inside the app, not inside app, inside the src, create a new folder. So new folder, styles, press enter. And in this one I want to create a file which is animations.css, and that basically already using style.css. If I scroll up in this one, you can see this one. So we just need to copy this name and right click and new file, paste it over here. And in this I have already provided CSS related to this, so just copy this one and paste it over here and save this. Okay, so animation one, and this basically will be connected with the style.css, and here we are using it, and from here it will be using the complete application. So once this style is done, then we have to generate a environment files. So here just write ng generate environment ments and press enter. And it will create two files and it will update the angular.json files also. If I extend this one, you can see there's two different files are there, right? So this is development one and this is the production one, we can say. So let's write the UI or path for this. So I'm just going to write here production, sorry, not this one, production, set to true, and then API URL, and then HTTP local host and 8081 and slash API. So this is the path we are expecting to the backend will be run. But right now there's a little twist. So this is related to production environment. I am doing the development as of now. So here I'm going to make it as port 8080, which will be by default, and we'll see that how to switch between these two different profiles. So these are in the backend Spring Boot, right? We have a concept of profile. So whenever you pass the profile, as per that, it will change the use a different database or URL. So in the same way, we are also going to use the different environments on the basis of different parameters we are going to pass it. So for that, basically we have to do a little bit of configurations changes. So let's go to the package.json file, get back to package.json file, scroll up, and here you see start a script, right? ng serve. So here we have to do some changes. So here put a space over here, then dash dash and configurations and development. So this one we have to pass it, and after that we have to, here I want to also set up for the prod. So start dash prod and then ng serve and configuration and then production. Put comma. After that, for build also, like whenever build and deploy to the applications, we also want to do similar configurations. So by default, the configurations will be for development, and for prod, we are going to build dash prod, and I'm just going to copy paste, not this one. So first write ng build, and the configurations part will be the remain same from the prod one. So just paste it, put a comma at the end and save this. Now what happen is whenever you run like npm run, and let's say I just write here start. So what it will do is it will just run this particular script. So it will run with the configurations development. So let's try that out. And here you can see the configuration, right? ng serve and all those things you can see here. So you can see this is taking this particular configuration. So it is already running on the port. Let me close other place and let me start it once again. So it will start with this particular configurations. If I write npm run and start prod, it will gonna run with that particular configurations. So as of now, we don't have anything to test it. For now, we are going to leave as it is, and we are going to write the code other things. So and later point of time, we are going to validate, okay, like when we are running in development mode, it should call this one or this one. So we'll validate that, and everywhere in the services we are going to import this particular file, not this one. Okay, so just make sure to import that one. And after this, the next thing is like we have to go to the app module. So just go to the app module.ts. So inside this one app folder, we have app module.ts. And inside this one, we have to import few things. The first one is like browser animation modules. So let me scroll down, and here browser animation. Okay, browser animation module. It should import the animation. Okay, I think it's not working. Let's try to import it directly. So import from Angular / platform dash browser / animations and then okay, it's showing some error, cannot found this one. Okay, so here we have to just write Angular instead of something different. So Angular platform browser animation, and inside this one we have to import this browser animation module. Okay, it seems like deprecated. Let's paste it over here, and let's click on this particular module, and here it sees that okay, on 20 versions, and okay, it will be removed in 23 version, so we don't have to worry about it as we are using version 20, so it will work fine. And after this we have to import module form module this one. Okay, it's forms module we have to import, and it's still not getting options to import this one. So here we have to write import from Angular / forms, and then we have to import two different, which is one is form modules, so forms module, and another one is reactive form module, and this we have already written over here, and we have to just copy paste this one. And after that we have to import all the Angular material modules. So if you want to know which type of module, so if you go over here, right, let's say I want to use slider, so for that we have to import certain modules, so that you can get informations from here also, or I have already provided in the description, might be there's a common.txt file will be there, in that you will get that. So I will just going to import directly over here instead of writing one by one. So Angular material modules, so I'm just going to paste over here. Okay, this we have to import it, and let's also copy that in the import section, so just comma and paste it over here. Save this. Let's me format this one, and after Angular modules is created, then we can just get inside the app folder. We are going to create a new folder which is features, and press enter, and inside this one we are going to create a new folder which is auth, and inside this one we are going to open integrated terminal, and we are going to generate a component which is ng generate component login, and the login component itself contains all the logics related to sign up, forget password, and login. So everything will be inside this one component. In the features we are going to create multiple other different folders like related to uploads, like my uploads, music, home, all those logics will be there in the features. So different folders we are going to create it, and once this one is completed, then we have to go to the app routing modules. So get inside this one, and here we basically we have to import that. So here path, and whenever this is done, then redirect to login page, or path match, it should be full, and then path, then login, and component, it should be a login component. And after that we also want to check, okay, if the path is wrong, right, or it does not match, then it should route to the login page. So path, this is wildcard, we say double quotes and asterisk 2 times, and then redirect to, and we have to just pass /login and save this. So let me format this one, let me also delete this one, and we don't have any error till this point. After that, inside the app we have to create one more folder, new folder, and here we have to just write code will contain like services, models, those type of things. It will contain interceptors, and if I right click open integrated terminal, so from here, from terminal also we can create folder inside the code. So here I'm going to write from here mkdir and services, press enter. So if I extend this one, I'm able to see the services folder, And from right click, new folder. From this way you can also do that, but I'm just going with this approach. Service, and then we have models. So two folders is created inside this one, which is models and services. So now we have to write the logics related to service. First will be notification service. So in the notification service, we have to first generate. So just right click on this one, or you can just, we are already inside the core, right? So you can just cd services and press enter. After that, ng generate service and notification service and press enter. So it will create two files. One is spec file and one is service file. So spec file, you don't have to touch it. This is used for the testing. So we are not going to do any changes on that one. And we have to move to the notification service file. And inside this one, we have to write the logics to show the different design of the card or informations to the user whenever like success or error is there. Okay, so inside this one, we have to write constructor and then private snack bar and mat snack bar. This one we need to import. And if you see, right, if I go to the Angular material, right, so here should be snack bar should be there. If you see this one, so if I click on this type of pop-up will be open. So if I go to the this one code, you can see the code which is written inside this one to show this particular message and all. So you can explore more about it, the snack bar and different things we are using it. For dialog, we are using this one. So if I click on this one, a pop-up will be open. And from here, you can put the information. So this type of things we are going to do it. And let's get back to the over here. And here success. And then message. And it should be of a string type and a duration. It should be a number type, and by default we are setting to the 5000, which is 5 seconds. This particular will be visible to the user, and this dot snack bar dot open, and then we have to put backtick over here, and let's put semicolon at the end. And over here we have to just put it like correct icon. So I will provide you that in the description. You can just copy paste, or if it does not exist, it will not going to cause any issues. Otherwise there will be many difference in the UI design you will face. So just put a tick over there and then dollar, and then we have to show the message. And outside of this one we have to show a close one. So I'm just going to copy paste the close icon also. And then we have duration, we have to pass. So duration for how many seconds you are going to show, and horizontal position I'm going to show it to the center. So there's a different horizontal positions and everything. You can see if I go to the snack bar, right, not this one, this one. So if I scroll or examples, we can see, right, so here if I click on this one, right, if I change this one, it should show the message at different place. So this is the horizontal and vertical positions we are sending it, so that user should see the message at this particular place which is showing at current. So for that, let's go back over here. So horizontal position center, and vertical position, and it should be top, and panel CSS notification success. So after that we have to copy this line of the code and we have to paste it over here, and then we have to change. Let me format this first and make it as error, and the duration will be the same, and we have to just change this particular icon. So I'm going to copy paste the icon over here, and this duration will be the same, horizontal positions, vertical positions, and pan class. In this one we have to just change this to error. Save this, and after that we have to copy this line of the code again over here, and this method will be for warning. So just change this to warning, and then we have to put an icon which is this one, and warning icon, and we have to change the message or CSS to warning. So just change this to warning and save this. Let me format this one and save this. So our notification service part is also completed. Now we have to write the logic related to the models. Before that, let's generate one service which we are going to use it. So ng generate service and auth service, and press enter, and it will create few files inside this particular service. And you can see the service is created. Now we have to go to the models, leave auth service for now. Okay, this put dash. Okay, so in this model section, right click on this one, new file, and then create user dot models dot ts and press enter. Inside this one, basically, like whenever we send the request or get the response, that time basically we create in the backend, right? We have created entity, right? In the UI also similar way, we create entities or interfaces which holds like whatever the columns we are going to send to the backend or getting, so those information it holds. So for that we creating models. So this is the first, which is user model. So this one, and it could be of a type number, name, string type, and then email, string type, role. And this one will be of two type, which is first is user, or the another one could be admin. So admin, and then created at question mark. It could question mark whenever we write, right? So it is optional. So whenever you're sending to the backend, if you are not going to send this particular variable, then it will not going to throw error. And in other cases, let's say ID, name, email, role, if you don't send it, it will throw error. Okay, so whenever we that is optional, you can say, then we use those character, which is question mark, created add, and a string. And this is the first interface, and we're going to create all the interfaces related to users so that we don't have to come back and add new. So I'm just going to write it one by one. So export interface, and then login, request, and email, and it should be of a string type, and then password, and this is also a string type. Then the next will be export interfaces, and this will be sign up request. And in this one, I'm just going to pass the name and email. So I'm just going to write like that. And then we have auth response. So just export and interface and auth response. And the four columns will remain same. So I'm just going to copy paste this four column from the user, or you can just type it out. And then after that, access token of type string, and refresh token string. Here you can also put semicolon, that we are following it the same. So here also just correct it and get back over here. If you want to format, you can do that. Save this, and after that the next will be to message response. So export interface message response, and message of type string we are expecting, and export interface and error response. And this one contains time stamp, and it should be of type string, and then the status, that could be of a number type, and error, this will be a string type, and message string type, path, where exactly the error occurs, so that will be of path, also will be a string type, and errors, question mark, and this will be string array, but it should be optional. And after error, export interface token, refresh response, and then access token and string, and then we have export interface, update user profile or request, and name question mark dot string. It could be optional, and all the field inside this one will be optional. Might be some time we have to just save the name or change the name, or sometime we have to just change the password. So that's why we are making this as an optional, so string. And after that, the last one, which is to we are expecting that page response, right? So interface page response, and it can take any type, so I'm just passing a t, and the content, sorry, inside this one, content, and whatever the type, it will be the same, we have to pass, and total pages number, and total elements number, last boolean, and first boolean, and size it should be number. And if we get number of any type, so just pass it as a number, save this. Let me format this once and let me verify. Okay, so at some places we have added comma or semicolon, so just make it as correct, but it will not gonna throw any issues or error, but fixing those will be good. So here semicolon, over here also it should be like same pattern, we are following it in the complete one, right? So that's why I just change it, and at last also at this one also we have to just change it. So just verify that it will not gonna throw any error. So yeah, this user models part is also completed. Now we have to go to the auth service. Okay, in this one we have to write like private base URL, and then backtick, and then dollar, and environment we have to import this one. So we are going to import this particular one, and environment dot the an API URL which exists, and then after this curly bracket we have to add auth. So all the path related to auth is in this one, so base URL first, and then we have auth, so right, so it will use as it is. And then after that private and current user subject. So basically I want to hold the user information, so I'm going to store it over here. So new behavior subject, and it should be of a user type. So user, you have to import it from models, and you see, right, I'm getting the suggestions like this. So I'm just pressing control and the space bar. After that, it started showing the suggestion, and when I enter, it just import automatically. So in that way you can do it, or it could be null. And after that, this particular one, and then we also need to call a method which basically get the data from the token or local storage. So here just write private get user from local, from storage, we can write like that, the storage, and that will return a user type, or it's gonna return null. So here const user JSON, and local storage dot get item, and then current user, so and return user JSON, or else JSON dot parse, and user JSON or null. So what it will do is it will just check local storage for that current user whoever logged in, and it will just pass as a JSON and it will send to the whoever calling this method. If does not exist, then it will just return null. So here inside this parenthesis we have to just call this method. So this dot get user from local storage, and we have to just pass it over here, and it will holds the object. And then we have public current user, then dollar and equals this dot current subject dot as observe, and then save this. After that we have to create the constructor. So constructor and private http client, and then a private router. This one we need to import, and after that like few more methods we have to create related to over here. One is to like get access token, get refresh token, and like user logged in. So those three methods we are going to create it as for now. Get access token. So remember, like whenever we logged in right successfully, then we get access token, which we basically use to send it every time. And whenever we call the API, and then we have a refresh token which expire like duration is more compared to refresh token. Whenever refresh token or sorry access token expired, then we use refresh token to get new token. So for that purpose we are creating these methods, and it should return a string or null, and then return local storage dot get item, and then access token. And then the same thing we have to just copy this one, paste it over here, and here just change this to refresh token. So get refresh token, and here we have to just change again this one's to refresh token. Format this, put a space over here, and then we have like we are going to check, okay, this user is logged in or not. So just need to check in the token local storage we have a token, so it means that user is logged in. Nothing else, we are going to check it the UI, and is logged in, and I'm considering as a returning boolean type, and then return not, and this dot get access token, and save this. After that we have to also call the different APIs, right? We have to call forget password, we have to sign up and log in, all those. So those we have to write it. So forget password and email, it should be of type string, and then observable this one, and it should be a message response. This one we have to expecting this value, and then curly bracket, and then return this dot http dot post and message response, and then close this. And inside this one we have to put a backtick, and then dollar, and then curly bracket, and this dot base URL, and then after this curly bracket slash, and then forget password. So forgot password, and we have to pass the email address which we get. So outside of backtick we have to put a curly bracket, and then we are going to expect the email address. So just pass it over here and format this. So what we are expecting is we call this method, we'll pass the email address as a string, and as an output we'll get this message whenever my message response. So message response contain only one, which is a message, and this dot a post API it is, and then we are passing the base URL which is till auth part, and after auth we have a forgot password, and then we are in the body we are just passing a email address field. Okay, now next we have to write for the sign up, and in this one request, and then sign up request we have, and then observable, and in this one message response, and return this dot http dot post and a message response, and then square backtick dollar symbol and curly bracket this dot base URL, and then outside of this curly bracket inside of the backtick register user, and then we have to comma and then pass the request. And after this sign up, the next basically is for the login. So login, and in this one a request, I'm expecting login request, and it will be the same. And here we are going to get the auth response, and auth response, we are going to get the token and everything, right? ID, name, email address, role of the user, access token, refresh token, all these informations we are going to get in the auth response. So we are getting it inside this one. Then return this dot http dot post, not batch, it should be a post API. Okay, this is also a post API, just change this to post. This is also a post API, and then auth response we are expecting, and then again this backtick and then dollar and then curly bracket this dot base URL, and outside of this curly bracket here we have to write login user, and then outside of this one we have to just pass the request. And here we are also want to do some operations, like I want to store the values or access token in the local storage. Also I want to store the current subject or URL with this one, current subject with the current information. So those things I want to use it. So here dot pipe, here we have to call, and in this one we have a tab. So we have to import this tab from, I think RxJX. So just import this one, and then we have to write like response, and then this dot handle. Okay, so we also need to create one more method. So just write here private handle auth success and response, and this will be auth response, right? And it's not going to return anything, so I'm just going to call this particular method to handle all those scenarios. So just call it, and whatever the response, we are going to just pass it over here. And then inside this one we have to write the logic. So local storage dot set item access token and response dot access token, and local storage dot set item and refresh token and response dot refresh token. And then we have const user and user, this one, ID response dot ID, name response dot name, email response dot email, role and response dot role. And outside of this one, if I get inside the user, I think we already seen the object, and these two are optional. So before that, if you're not gonna add this one, right, so it will throw the error because it says that it is not declared or missing, right? So if I add it all the required columns, then it will not gonna throw any error. And after that, local storage dot set item, and then we have to set the current user information. So current user, and then JSON dot stringify we are going to do. So it will convert to the string form and going to store it in the local storage. So that's why you have to pass whenever we are going to get the values back. So this dot current subject, user subject dot next, and in this one we are going to just pass the user object and just save this. Now I'll just format this and save this, and all services is also completed for us. Now we have to go to the main part of this one, which is login.ts file of this particular feature inside which is we have just generated. And in this one basically we are going to create all the forms and all the logics related to all these three pages. So here like login, form, and then form, group, and I think we have import everything in the app module, right? So which is related to, yeah, okay, so here we have to also add a providers, interceptors. Okay, so just go back to the app modules. Okay, so because HTTP calls and everything will be there, right? So if you write the logic and if you are not going to add it, it will throw the error. So here inside the provider, you have to just write provide HTTP client to this one and just put a this one and just save this. And now after that you have to go back to the login dot again ts file, and inside this one login form. We don't have to worry about this because this error will be gone if you create the form related or assign the values. So for now just ignore the error whatever you're saying. So forget password, form, and form, group, not this one, form, group, and after that the next one is sign up, form, and then form, group, not this one. And then we have current, actually on the same routes, right? We are handling all these three scenarios, correct? So for that basically to handle okay which particular view we are, so here just let's create one variable, just above the component and below the import just like type auth view, and it will be used inside this one, so that's why I've just added it over here directly. And then we have login, then forgot, got password, and then we have sign up and put semicolon, and after over here we have to write like current view, and then we have to import that auth view, and for by default it will be login, and save this. And then we have hide password. So in the login page we have a field which is a password field, right? So to hide and show the, we are going to use this. So hide password set to true, and the return URL. So like whenever logged out and then we have a URL, right? So whenever login successfully we want to route to that particular page. So to handle it we are using it, and by default the slash home will be the default URL. So just adding it. And then we have loading whenever the error occurs. So those messages also want to show it to the user. So just add like login loading is equals to false, and the login error is set to like this. Same way forgot password loading false, and forgot password success, and forgot password error. And then we have sign up loading false, and sign up success, sign up error. And after that basically we also want to setter and getter method to basically verify okay which particular view we are. So for that basically we have to create few methods. So just make it as get is login view, and it should be of a boolean type, and this all will be a get type of method. So return, and this dot current view is equals to login. So I'm just check and return as per that. And in the same way, get is forgot password view, and it will also check like boolean type, and this dot current view is equals to forgot password. Okay, why it's throwing the error at this place? Okay, we did not added here return, so just add this return, save this. Okay, we have some error. Okay, yeah, we have this error, right? So don't worry about it, we'll fix it. And then we have get is sign up view, and then we have boolean, and then return this dot current view sign up. And then we also want to show the different page titles on the basis of whatever the view exists, right? So for that we also want to create a method. So get page title, and that could return a string type of value. And in this one, the switch case we are going to use. So switch, and this dot current view we are going to pass, and case, and forgot password, then colon, and then return reset password, and then case here sign up, then return sign up for Musify, and then default, and this, okay, here we forget to add here colon, so just add it, and default here, which is return login, so log in to Musify. Put semicolon, save this. And after that we have to create a constructor. So outside of this particular one, constructor, and we have to import few things. First is form builder, so private form builder, and form builder, so which is related to creating the forms and everything. And then we have private auth service, which we have just created it, right? So auth service, and then we have to use router, so router, and then router we have to import this one, and private. And we also want to fetch some informations from the URL, right, which is like where we have to route to the user. So also we have to get the path values, and for that, so route and activated router, this one we have to import. So if I scroll up, I should see that it is also getting import from over here. I scroll back to this place, and then we have a private, and then we have notification service, and here notification service, this one. And inside this one, curly bracket, we have to write the form, so this dot login form, and then we have this dot form builder dot group, and then curly bracket, and then email, and then single quotes, comma, and validators dot required, and then we're also going to validate with the email address. So validators dot email address. Let me format this one. So like first we are checking, okay, this particular is the email type, so I'm just going and checking, okay, this is required or not. If it is required, then also check, okay, this is an email type or not. So this will all validate. And if I go above, right, you can see login form error is gone. If I scroll back, we have added this particular form, that's why the error is gone. After that, password, and then we have to pass like validators dot required, and then we have to pass the validators dot min length, and then we have 6. characters, and then put semicolon. And if I after that we have to just copy paste this one once again over here and format this, and here we have to just change to the forgot password form. Form builder will be same, and here also this will be just email we have to pass it. So just like this is the form we have related to forget password. And if I scroll, forget password error is also gone. Now the next, which is related to the sign up, right? So just going to copy the ever form and paste it over here. And in this one, first change the this is sign up form, and the form builder email. Instead of email will be there, and we have to just change this one as a name. So name validations dot required, and validations on min length we are going to check, and at least 2 characters are required. And just format this and save this. So the error is gone now, you can see. So it means that till this point everything is good and it's correct, and we don't have any error in this till this part. After that, again we have go back over here, and here we have implements, not this one, implements on init, this one. And so this method basically automatically calls whenever this particular page loads. So this is just a life cycle hook, so you can explore it more about it. And in this one, basically we are going to write the logics related to like redirect whenever users the token exists in the local storage, and what are the current view is, and where we have to route the URL. So those type of logics we are going to write it over here. So if this dot auth services dot is logged in, and if this exists, so this dot router dot navigate to slash home page. Okay, it should be inside, okay, square bracket, single quotes, and then slash home, and then we have to return. Okay, here we have to put the parenthesis, otherwise it will throw error, because this is a method, right, and we are not passing this one, so that's why it was throwing the error. And after this we have to restore the view, like let's say users logged in and moves to the forget password page, and then we refresh the page, it should be stay at the same forget password page. So that's why we have this saved view. And then local storage dot get item. You, if you want, you can also separate the this particular 3 things in the 3 different form. You have to just segregate the different codes, like this should be in the different form, this should be the different form. Here you have to just create 3 different components, and the app routing you have to create 3 different one, but I just wanted to make it as in one, so that's why I'm using it that way. Then we have we are setting the values, or whatever the values is there in the local storage, I'm just taking it. So auth view state, and it should be as we are getting it as auth view, right? So the values at the top we have added it, in that values we are going to store in this one, so that's why we are fetching in that way. So saved view, and then we have login forgot password, then sign up, and if this includes saved view, any of them is includes, so this dot current view is equals to saved view, so it will automatically route to that particular page. Okay, and after that if condition, uh, then we have to write the logic related to the return URL. So this dot return URL, and this dot route we have to import, not router, and the snapshot dot query params, this one, and then we have to write return URL, or we have to, okay, not here, outside of this one, or slash home. And so this is like the logic related to ng on it. So just go outside of this particular method, Then we have to create a method which is private method, and it is to show the default messages to multiple places. So get error message and error, whatever the error is there, right? So it will pass it over here, and the default message we have to pass a string and a string type. Okay, it should return the string type, and here if error dot status is equals to 0, it means that the backend services is not started. So here we have to just return unable to connect to server, please try again later. So this is the message I want to show to the user. If the status is 0, if error question mark dot message exists, then we are going to return that. So return error dot error dot message, and else we are going to just return the default message to the user, whoever gonna call this method. And then we have to write the logic later to clear the all messages. So like private clear all messages, and this dot login error, and this dot forget password success, this dot forget password error, and this dot sign up success or error sign up success, and this dot sign up error or not form, it should be error. And after that we have to write the logics related to the calling the backend API. So the first one is like on forget password submit, right? We have to call them backend API. So on forgot password submit, and then we have to write the logic. So this dot forgot password, it should be loading, right? We have a loading, so make it as true. And this dot forget password error, if any error is there, just clear that one error also. And this dot forget password success, also clear that one. And then we have const email, and then this dot forget password form dot value dot email, right? We are going to get just a one field which is email, and then this dot auth services, then dot forget password. So this is the method exists in the auth services. We are going to call it, and in that one just expecting one field which is email, and then we are going to subscribe and wait for the response, and then next, and here response, and in this one this dot forget password loading, it's set to false because we get the response. And then this dot forget password success, and we are going to show the message, so response dot message, and this dot notification services dot success, and then we have to pass the response dot message. Okay, so in the login page, if you noticed on the quick overview video, we are showing two different messages, two places we are showing the message. So you can have only one, that will also work fine. If you want to go with this one or this one, it is fine. But as in the quick overview video, I have created in that way, so I'm just following the both ways as of now. I will show you whenever we are going to design the UI part, but just go with this for now. Okay, after that set timeout, and then like this, and this dot show login. Okay, so we also need to create a view method, so that need to be called. So outside of this on submit one, let's create a method to show login view, and this dot current view is login page, and this dot clear message we have to call, and local storage dot remove item and auth view state, because we are at a login page, so I don't want to store this one. And then we have to just call this dot show login view bracket, and after 3 seconds I want to move to the login page, so I just added at 3000 millisecond. After that, once it next one is closed, right, then we have to put a comma, and then we have to write a logic related to error. If any error occurs, so what we have to do, so error. And in this one, this dot forget password loading, forget password error, and this dot get error message error, and here we have to just pass the message which is like a fail to load or something like that message. So here just write failed to send reset email, please try again. And we also need to stop the loader, so this dot forget password loading is set to false. And then save this. Let me decrease the size of this one, so that, okay, not this one, it should, I wanted to decrease the size of this one. Okay, so this is the logic what we have written on forget password. First we are going to clean start the loader, clean this particular values, then we are going to show the email address, and then forget password error, whatever the error, we have to just pass it over here. And we are going to, or also if you want, right, the notification or pop-up you want to use it, so just copy this one and paste it over here, and here just changes to error, and then just write this logic over here if you want, but go with one approach, it will work fine. And then error part is also completed. Now we have to write the logic related to the login. So I'm just going to copy paste this particular method, because most of the logic will be same. After this particular method, I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this one. And here we have to just change names and all. So on forget password, we have to just change this to on login, or on login submit. Then here we have to write like login loading, set to true, then login error, and we have to just remove this particular one. And then we have to get two different values. Only instead of email address, just write curly bracket, and then we have to write email, comma, and then we are expecting password. So these two fields I'm expecting, and here we have to just remove this email address, just make it as this. Okay, this is also need to be changed. So login form dot value, and then after that we have to just call this one here login, like login. And here also we have to remove this, and we have to put a curly bracket, and inside this one we have to write email, comma, password. And you can see here it is gone till this part, and then we have to just loading, so login. Okay, here this is not correct spelling, right? So let's fix this. So let's see this one, it should be login, right? Login error, it was something different, so just go back over here, just change this to login error, and over here also login error. There's a shortcut also, you can like at one place you will make changes automatically in the all the places that variable is changed, that will also get changed, so you can just visit the official site of VS Code to get the shortcut and all. Okay, after that here we have to login error, and sorry, login loading, you have to call this one and make it as false. And then we don't have to show this messages, and this one we have to remove these 3 lines, and here we have to just write like this dot we have to write like router dot navigate, because users get the successfully token, right? So we have to just route that user to return the URL. So just make the changes, and inside the error section we have to just log in loading to be false. And here we have to just change this message. So here also needs to change login error, and login field we can write like that, login failed, please try again. And here also the notification services and everything will be, other things will be the remain same. After that also like we have to also allow users to move to the different page, like show sign up view, right? So users are allowed to move it. So here outside of this one we have to like write show sign up view, and in this one, this dot current view, it should be sign up view, and this dot clear, this one, and local storage dot set item, and auth view state, and then I'm just going to save sign up. And then also want to pre-fill the email address. Like let's say I'm at login page, I enter some email address. So when I go to the sign up page, I want to pass that same pre-filled values to the that one. Or also at login page we forget the password, click on it. So automatically the email address sent to the forget password. So that type of logic I want to store. So const login email this dot login form dot get, and here email and question mark dot value, not valid, it should be value, and if login email and this dot sign up form dot patch value, and then curly bracket email and login form. And after this the create a next method which is show, and in that one also the logic will be remain same. So I will just going to copy paste it from the above method. So forgot password view, and inside this one I will copy this logic completely from here and paste it over here. And here we have to just change the view. So forgot password, and this one will be the same, and here this one also we have to copy paste. And this is login view login form, and here we have to just change this to forgot password form, and the email and the login form, and not login form, it should be a login email address. Okay, it should be login email address. Okay, this one we have to pass, not this, sorry, it's my bad. So just change this to this one. So this variable, basically the value we get it, just set it over here. Also remove this and paste it over here. So this value we are going to pass it over here. Save this. Now our this part is also completed. Now scroll a little bit up, and if you see right on login submit, just copy this method and then scroll to the bottom and paste it over here. And let's format this, and here let's make the changes on sign up submit, and here on sign up loading true, and here also sign up error we can say, and then this dot sign up success, and the email and all those things will get the same. So here just need to change sign up form name and email address. Okay, so name we are also expecting instead of this, so just make it as name. Here also just changes to name, and also here also we have to change this to sign up form. After that error will be gone, and this one we don't need this navigation, we are not doing it as of now. Here we have to just change this to sign up form loading to be set to false, and inside this one this dot sign up success message response dot message, and this dot notification services dot success and response dot message, and then set timeout And after a few seconds of sign up, I want to users to log in, move to the login page. So just writing the logic stated to it in the 3 seconds. And in the error, we have to just change this to sign up loading to be false, and then sign up error. It should be sign up error. And this dot here we have to just change to message failed to create account. And okay, so here just copy paste this one and paste it over here. Save this. If I okay, and if I scroll a little bit up, right here also we have to just in the login submit method, we have to just copy paste this exact message in this one, because this is message related to the forget password. Save this. Let's check the like we have any error. We don't have any error as of now. So now it's time to copy paste the CSS file of this login. So I have already provided in the description. You can just need to check and paste it over here. Now we have to go to the HTML part of this one. So let's move over here. Now let's remove this and let's write here div class and then auth container. And here you can see whenever we write something, then press Control spacebar, I'm getting this suggestions, right, related to CSS. So for this, I have created a separate video. So there is a section which is helper videos. In that you can find it out related to this. So just follow that and set up this one. And after that, div this one is closed. Then again we have to create one more div class, and then auth card, and then animate scale in center, this one. And after that, animate simmer, this one, and then close this. After that, here we have to show the logo. So here we have to create one more div. So div class logo container, this one, and animate slide down, this one, and close this. After that, I have provided a SVG icon or image. Basically you have to copy paste, and that also have a title. So in the description I have already provided this, so just copy paste it from there. And this is basically you have to paste it. Let me show you one. Let me format this. So it is inside this logo container, and which is inside the animation slide down. Okay, and outside of this one, this div, and inside this auth card, we have to write the next line of the code. And here we have to write h1 class, and auth title, and then animate fed in, and delay 200. And then we have to show the page title. So here page title, and save this. And if I go to the UI, it should show. Okay, so in the UI basically we don't have made the changes to the app.html. So go to the app.html, scroll down and remove all these other codes and just leave this line of the code. Okay, and save this. And if I go to the UI, it should show something. Here you can see this is the one we are expecting it, right? And then we are showing the login to the Musify. This is the option, so it means it's working as expected. Now let's get back to over here. Go to the login.html file, and after that we have to design form related to login. So here form, and then star ng if and is login view, and then form group, and it should be login form, and then we have ng submit to submit the form method, we are going to call it. And then we have a on login submit method is there, right? So that need to be called over here. And then we have a class which is auth form, this one, and then animate stagger, this one, and then close this div. And then inside this one we have to create a form. So input fields, so mat form field and appearance outline, and then class auth input and animate slide right, this one, and then delay 300, and then close this one. And then we have mat label, close this, and email. And then we have to create an input field. So input mat input and type, it should be a email type, and a form control name, and it should be a email type, and then auto complete, and it should be email, and close this. And then we also want to show the error messages. So here mat error and star ng if and login form dot get and email question mark dot hash error, and then required, and then we have to here write email is required. And after that, the next validation message we have to show. Let me copy paste this one and paste it over here. Let me format this, and here login form that email and has, and here we have to just change this to email, and here please enter a valid email address. Here we have to show the message, please enter a valid email, and save this. And if I go to the UI, it should show me a field, right? You can see I'm getting the email is required error message, and here if I write test, please enter the valid email address. So we are also getting this error. So it means the validations is also working as expected. Now we have to create the next field, which is related to the password field. So outside of this mat form field, we have to create one more field. So mat form field and appearance. Okay, things will be little difference in this case. Outline, and then class auth input, and then animate slide, and it should be right, and delay 400, and after that we have to close this, and mat label, and it should be password, and then input mat input and type hide password, and password, or it will be text single quotes, close. And outside of this one, then we have to write form control name password, and then close, or auto complete. Also we have to auto complete, and it should be current password, and then close this one. Okay, so after that, let me decrease the size of this one, and let me format this. And after this input field, right, we have to write like related to the button, basically to hide and show the one. So here button and mat icon button, and it should be mat suffix, and on click it should change. So basically hide and show the one. So hide password equals not hide password, and double quotes, close this one, and of type, and it should be a button type, so that form not get submitted automatically. And also inside this one mat icon, and here we have to write like hide password question mark visibility, visibility underscore off or visibility. Just remove underscore off from here and this mat icon, so it will change the icon as per the uh, value of the hide password whenever it toggles. And mat error, and here this one from star ng, if we can copy paste and paste it over here. And here we are going to just check, okay, if it is this is a required field, so here just changes to this one, and here just changes to required, and here just write the message password is required, and let me format this one and save this. Now if I go to the UI, right, I'm able to see this one, and if I write something test and if I click on this, I'm able to see it. If I remove all the text and if I go outside of this one, it should show the error, but it's not showing. It means that we have did some mistake over here. So here you can see form control name, so this need to be fixed. So form control name, so here this was the mistake. If I go back over here, it should work. And here you can see password is required, so we are getting the error message now, so it means now the issue is fixed. After this mat form field, right, the next is to show a button, basically to forget password link. So just after this mat form field, right, after this, inside this form we have to write the logic, which is div class and forgot password link and animate fed and in, and then delay 500, and then close this one. And here a which is a link type, so click, and here we have to write show forgot password view. So this is the method we have already created inside the TS, so you can use it, and we already written over here. After that, glow green this one, and then close this, and then here we have to just write forgot your password and then question mark. If I save and if I go to the UI, it should show a over here. You can see whenever we hover, right, it shows the animations and everything. So it's working as expected. Now get back over here. After this div close, right, and then we have to write the logic which is to show the error message. So here div and star ng if, and here login error and class error message and animate shake this one, and then mat icon and error outline, error underscore outline, and after that we are going to show the error message, so login error this one. Let me format this. Okay, so this outside of this particular div, now we are going to create a button, basically, which is last part of this particular form, and the button mat raised button and class btn btn primary this one, and auth submit, and then animate slide up this one, and delay 600, and outside of this one it is a type submit button, so it will submit this form, and it will be disabled whenever login form dot invalid or its login loading is enabled, and then close this. And in this particular button I want to show the spinner or the login button, so for that here let's write the logic. So span star ng if, and if it's not loading, sorry, login loading this one, then we have to show login log in text, and over here mat spinner a star ng if, and then login loading, and here diameter 20, and close this one and save this. If I go over here, I'm able to see the particular button, right? So I'm just trying test.com, and here I'm going to write 1 2 3, and this particular button should be enabled. Okay, so here we have added the validation, right? So if we have 6 characters, then only we are going to show this particular button enabled. So that validation you can also remove it, because in the whenever you create the login form, right, there's a new validation that should be added. But for now I'm going to leave as it is, the validation. And if you want, you can just remove this particular part. Let me go over here. You can see this is login form, which is a ts file of login.ts, and in this one login form, and from here you have to just remove this validation check. So after that, even the user entered only 1 characters, still it will work fine. That is a better way of handling it. So like this, let me remove this one and save this. And if I go to the UI, and if I enter anything, let's say write test@gmail.com, and there's right here 1T, only 1 character I have written it, and login button is enabled. So let me revert it, because might be in the quick overview video I'm using in this way. So I'm just going with that for now. Let's get back over here. Now let's go outside of this particular form, because login form is completed. So outside of this form, we have to create one more form, and this form will be basically used for the forget password. Okay, so star ng if, and here we have to write is forgot password view, and then form group, and here we have to use forgot password form ng submit, and on forgot password submit, and then we have class, and then auth form, not footer, it should be form. Let me decrease the size of this one. It should be form, and then animate stagger this one, and then close this. And after that, here we have to p class, and then auth description, and then animate fed in, and then delay 300, and then we have to show enter your email address, and we all send you a temporary password. So this is the message or header I want to show to the user. If I go over here, if I click on this forget one, right, I'm able to see this, and it's route to the reset password page, and here we are seeing that message. So it means this is also working as expected. Now we have to write the code related to the email field, right? So after this one, so what I can do is the email field will be same as it is like this. So I'm just going to copy paste it from here, from our login form, and going to paste it over here, and we'll do changes as per required. So here we are going to check verify line by line. So mat form field, then appearance outline, then auth input, and animate slide right, and delay 400. Let's make it as 400. And the field is email type, and the input type, and it is also email. This one is also email, and here we have to change this to forgot password form. This one email is required, this message is correct, and validations and everything. And okay, over here also we need to change this one, and other things looks good. Let me format this one, and after this mat form field, we have to write or show the logics related to like success message, like whenever email sends. So let's write that logic. So here div star ng if, and here forgot password, uh, forgot password, and then we have success, and then we have class and success message, then animate fed in, and then we have to show a mat icon check underscore circle, and then we have to show the forgot password success, this particular message whatever we have. And then we have to show the similar thing. So I'm just going to copy paste this messages, this part of the code, and paste it over here, and this will be for error. So in the error I will remove this success to changes to error, and it should be also error message, and animate shake I want to use it, so here just changes to this one. And here also I want to make it as error outline, so error outline, error circle just remove, make it as outline this one, and forget password error, that will be the same. Now we have to show the two different one is button and one is linked to back to the login page. So like right here outside of this particular div, here we have to create a button, mat raised button, and class btn primary, and auth submit, and then animate slide up and delay 600, and then we have after that type, it should be submit type, and then we have to disable the button as per requirements. So like whenever the form is not valid, so disable it, so forgot password form, and after that dot invalid or forgot password, and here we have to just write loading and then close this. Let me format this one so that you can see. So here it is like here we are checking it if it is this is valid, invalid, or if it is loading, so then we're going to disable this button, or else we are going to show it. And after that we have to show the span. Let me close it, press enter. Okay, there is also I'm going to put a space over here, and let me make it as span in one line. I don't want to create multiple line for this span. The star ng if, and if not forgot password loading, if it is not loading, in that case I want to show like send reset email, and in spinner I want to show mat spinner, and a star ng if, and here forgot password loading, and diameter is 20, and then close this spinner. And then we have to write the logics related to like go back, so div class and back to login, and animate fed in, and delay 700, and close this one. And then we have to create a link, so a click, here click, and here show login view, and then class back to login link, and close this one. And after that mat icon arrow underscore back, And here after that we have to just write back to login. And after that this form related to our sign up is also completed. If I go to the UI, right, I'm able to see this particular over here, the message and fields I can see. If I write something, correct email address, right, I'm able to see the send email or options. If I click on this back to login, I'm able to see the login page, and it's working as expected. Now let's go to the VS Code, and now we're going to write the logics related to a sign up. So let me decrease the size of this one and also remove this part. So we are going to copy paste this particular form, right, of this particular part of the code. So I'm just going to copy paste all these line of the code form, and in this one we are going to modify for the sign up one. So I'm just copied, and after this form close, right, we are going to paste it over here. Let me format this one, and we'll change this. So first, this is for the sign up part, right? It is not for the forget password. So here we have to just change is okay, not over here, is sign up view, and then we have to use for the sign up form. So let's read this one, and sign up form, and then we also need to call the on submit, right, the different method. So on sign up method we have to call, so on sign up submit button, and after that auth form animation, this will be the same stagger, and then also description delay will be same, enter your email, and okay, here we have to just change the little bit of text. So let me remove this one, enter your details, and we will send a temporary password to your email, and save this. After that, the next field which is email address, but we need a field which is related to a name, right? So I'm just going to copy paste this part of the code and paste just after this paragraph, and paste it over here. Let me format this, and the things we have to change it over here is the first we'll check, okay, in this one, and this is correct. Then we have to change the name, label name, so full name, and then we have to go with the type. So type should be text, and then we have to control name, so it will be a name, and this one also name. And then this is a forgot password form. Here we have to just change is to sign up form. So form sign up form, here we have to just change and copy this one and paste it over here there also, and we have to fix this. And then inside this one we have to change this to name, right, because name field is required. Here also we have to change this to name is required, sign up form, and this is also a name field, so name. And here we have to change the to the min length instead of uh, email address. So here we have to just change the text to name must be at least 2 characters, and save this. And after that the next field, which is email field, and in this one we have to just do the minor fixes. So we are going to just copy this sign up form, and here we are going to replace this one and this place also, then fix this and scroll down over here, because this is the only change we have to do in the email field. And if I scroll here, I have to change this to sign up success, and here the success message animate, this one is also correct, check circle, and here we have to change to the sign up success. And after that here we have to change this to sign up error, and here outline will be same, and here okay. So this is a error, basically issue is there, so we'll fix it first, this one, then we'll fix other one, sign up, and then we have to write error. And we have to scroll down to our form field, right? So this is in the form field is this one, right? Forgot password field. And in this one we have written here forgot password success, but here we have to write error. So just fix this one and save this and go back to the code where we are writing related to sign up form. And this one is also completed. Now scroll down, and then inside the button we have to verify like everything is expected or not. Auth submit, animate, slide up, delay, submit. And here we have to change this to sign up form, and here we have to change this to sign up loading, sign up loading. And after that here also we have to set is sign up loading, here also sign up loading. And here we have to change the text to create account and save this. And we don't have any error I can see right now. And after that, the next step, we also need to change the view, or it should be same. Let's verify it. Back to the login page, animate, show login view, correct, arrow, and back to login. So it is perfect. We don't have to do any changes in this one. And our form is also completed. And after this form closed, right, and then we have to write few logics related to like putting divider or line between form. So star ng if is login view and class auth divider, and then animate extend x and delay 700, and then we have to put hr, put a line over here. And after this, outside of div we have to create one more div star ng if is login view, and then class auth footer, and then animate fed in and delay 800. And after that, here we have to put a class text gray and don't have an account, right? Like sign up option we want to show to the user, question mark. And then we want to show a button, so a link basically. So click, that should be clickable. And then we have to call a method which is show sign up view. And then we have class and then auth link and hover glow green, and then close this one. Then we have to write sign up for Musify and save this. Our form creation is also completed. Now we have to just generate one component inside the feature, this particular one. So just click on this feature and right click and open integrated terminal. Actually, whenever we log in successfully, right, we should route to the home page. So that's why I want to design at least a one page so that we can do the testing. So ng generate component and home and press enter. So the file will be generated inside the features folder, not under auth or login. So just wait for a few seconds. And here you can see this one is created. If I extend features, right, I am able to see the two components. And now we also need to register this particular in the app routing module. So just go to the app routing modules, and here we have to write path, and here we have to just change this to home, and then component, and then home component that we need to import, and that should be imported from the same file. And then at the end we have to put a comma and then just format this and save this. Now let's see, do we have any error or not. Now let's go to the UI, and here we are. Now first we are going to sign up. So I'm going to the sign up page, and here I'm going to write, let's say test user, let's say QRT, and then I will put a email address over here, which is, and then I'm going to create an account, and it will call a backend API and it will send the details over here. So I'm already at this particular place and will wait till this message shows up. And here you can see the two messages, right? One is over here and one was shown over here. So there's a two toaster or informations we are showing it. So you can go with the notification bar or you can go with this one. Whatever you like, you can go with that. Earlier I was discussing about it, right? We are showing it two times, but you can go with one. And we got sign up is done. So if I go over here, I'm able to see, okay, I got a mail over here. And if I see, right, I'm able to see the credentials. Let me enter the email address and paste it over here. And then I want password. So I'm just going to go in with the password and I'm going to paste it over here. And then I'm going to log in. And here is, you can see, I'm able to move to the home page. If I should go try to login page, it should, I think, send it back to the home page, right? Because we have the token, and then the login page, we have that restriction. So whenever users have the token, it should send to the home page. So that's why it's so login and sign up is working as expected. Now we have to test it. So let's go to the application part of this one and clear the local storage with the informations we have. And then if I go to the login page, I will able to go. Now you can see. Now let's try with the forget password. So I'm going to enter the same email address. Okay, let me copy paste the email address over here and let me send a reset email address. Get to the back to the box, and we have to wait for a few seconds to send a mail. And here you can see we got the mail, and here you can see I'm getting this mail and password. And if I try with the this one, right, new password, it should work. And if I go with this, okay, let's try do one thing. Let's try with the old password now, because the password is reset, right? So it should not work with the old password whatever we have. So let me try with this one, and you can see I'm getting the error, invalid email or password. Now let's try with the new password. So if I go over here, click on this, and this is the new password, right? So this one I'm going to paste it over here, and then I'm going to show you that this is a password and click on login. So I'm able to route to the home page. So it means our login, sign up and forget password is working as expected. So this is all about it. So I hope you guys like this video. So please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video, we have completed login, sign up and forget password of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to design layout. So whenever you log in successfully, so after that you will see the left sidebar and top and log out, all those options. So we are going to design that part. And before that, we are going to do just backend minor bug fixes. So let's do that first. So let's go to the IntelliJ, and in this one, if you see, this is the structure of our project, right? And inside this one we have a config one. So inside this one we have a security.config. So in this one we have passed this, so we don't have to check the token, right? But we should check the token. So I just wanted to remove this part of the code, and I want like only for the auth controller. If I go to the controllers and auth controllers, inside this one we have this 4 APIs. For this 4 APIs we don't need token, but for others we need the token to be validated. Then only users can access that resource. So that's why I just removed that and save this. After that, I also want like user should validate whenever a users hit any admin API, that time it should be validated, right? Like, okay, this user is admin or not. So for that, inside the security config, first you have to enter, just after this, here we have to write enable method security. We have to see the suggestions. So here we have to import, and we have to import it from the security config. I just press enter, and this import is added over here. So if you see enable this method one, so you can see, so you have to import this and then save this. Now on which particular APIs I want to implement or add the checks, right? So I want to go to the admin controller. So go to the admin controller, and then we have a add song API. So click on it, press enter, and here we have to use pre-authorize this one, and this one not like this, and double quotes, where here have to write here hash rule admin like this, And then we have to just copy paste this line of the code, and we have to just paste it few other places. So if I scroll down little bit, then we have a API which is update song. So this is the put API, and in this one we have to just paste it over here too. Okay, we have forget to add at the rate, so that's why it's showing error. So copy at the rate part also. And after that, we also have a API to delete a song. So just scroll down and there's a delete API is there, right? So here also paste that. So whenever this API is hit, right, so that time it will check, okay, this particular user has an admin role or not. If not, then it will return error like access denied or unauthorized, some type of error it will return to the UI. So for that we have added this check, and then we have to go to the app user controller, this one. And in this one, basically we have a get all user API. So this is the API I was talking about. And in this one, we have to just add over here. And so whenever get all users API will be only accessible by admin. So that's why we have added it. If I scroll down a little bit, here one more API, which is to change the user role. So this one can be only accessible by admin. And just add this and just save this and restart your server. And we'll do this testing in like whenever we implement the UI features. So for now, let's go to the UI part and let's implement the layout part. Let's go to the UI part. So click on it, and here we have to go to the models first. And inside the model, first we have to create a file which is playlist models.ts file. So right click, new file, and here we have to write play list dot like model dot ts and enter. And then here we have to write export interface and play list, and then first id number, and then name, it should be of string type, and then description of string type, and then is public, and it should be a boolean type, and image url exist question mark, not in the all case, we need this, and created at string, and updated at string, and after that app user id, and it should be of a number type, and app user name, this is a string type. And after this interface, the next we are going to playlist with songs basically, and this will be extend that ever playlist. Okay, so export interface and play list with songs extends and play list. And in this one, basically song count we are going to maintain, and inside this one it should be of a number type, and then songs, and then one more interface here we need to create, which is, let's create that export interface and then song in play list, and over here we are going to use this one song in playlist as an array, so multiple songs will be there. And inside this one we have song id, which is of number type, and then title, this is also a string type, artist of a string type, song url string type, and image url, this is also a string type, and position where this particular song need to be play, that also, that is type of a number, and added at, this is a string type. put semicolon, save this, and if you want to format this, just do that and save this again. Now it's time to go to the auth service.ts file, and in auth services we are going to implement or write the code related to the logout as well as refresh token handling and all those things. So scroll up at the top, and here we are going to add few variables, which is private is refreshing is equals to false, and this particular flag basically is used whenever, let's say, refresh is or token API is already called or not. So if we are already called, so we don't have to call again, so we have to wait for the response. And then we have one more variable, which is private refresh or result, and dollar equals new behavior subject, and then we have curly bracket, close this one, and then inside this one null and semicolon, and inside the curly bracket, right here we have to write like success boolean and semicolon, and then we have expecting token question mark dot string, and or it can be null. So just write like this, and here you can see the error is gone. Now we have to scroll down to the bottom of the page, and then we have to create a method which is refresh access token, and then observable this one, and auth response it going to return it. And this is method basically going to handle multiple concurrent APIs call, but it will also ensure that only one refresh API request is called. Okay, so for that basically we are going to write this logic. So here inside this one, if this dot is refreshing, and then you have to return this dot refresh result dot pipe, and then ignore basically the initial values. Then first we have to filter result, and then result is not equals to null, comma, and then take the first emit, take 1, comma, okay, sorry, my bad, it's okay. So return this dot refresh result pipe filter result is not equals to 1, sorry, null, and then take 1, and after that we have to switch map, and then we have to result and curly brackets, and in this one, if result is not dot success and result not dot token, this one, and then curly brackets, then return of access token and result not dot token, and after this curly bracket inside the parenthesis as auth response we have to return to the user. And if in outside of this if condition we have to return throw error. So this one we need to import it from rxjx, and this one curly bracket, not curly, parenthesis, one more, and outside of this one new error, and we don't have to import for this error, so here we have to just write token refresh failed and put semicolon. And so okay, this is off returning error, right? So here I think we have to import this one. Here you can see this we have imported from rxjx. So if we write here, see, from here we are importing all these things, and after if condition we have to go to the next, we have to write the next section. So outside of this if condition and inside this particular method, let me format this one also, and let me put a space outside of this, And outside of this particular if condition, here we are going to write here const refresh token is equals to this dot get refresh token method, which we have already have. If I go to this one, so this is the like from the local storage we are just getting the token. I think we have already written this method in the last video, so we are going to directly use this. And if the token does not exist, refresh token does not exist, then we are going to just call a logout method and we are going to return it. So let's create a logout method first so that we can use it here. So logout, and it's not going to return anything, so I'm just making it as void. And then local storage dot remove item, and then we have access token. And this one I'm going to copy paste 2 more times because we have to access and refresh token and current user, all those things we have to remove it from the local storage. So refresh token and then current user, and then we also want to clear the current user subject, so I'm also going to clear that to the and setting to the null. And then also want to users to router to the login page, so navigate and slash, oh sorry, single quote slash log in, and then save this. And inside this one we have to call this logout method. So if the refresh token does not exist and the token is expired, so this dot logout method I want to call over here, and here like this, and then return throw error, this one. And after that we have to just new error and no refresh token available. This is the error we want to throw. And once like check refresh token we have, right? After that we have to check, okay, first we have to check that okay, this is refreshing is set to true, so is refreshing set to true. And then we are going to reset the value of refresh results, so refresh.result.next is equals to null. And then we have to return this dot http dot post call and auth response expecting, and then parenthesis and backtick and then dollar symbol, and then curly bracket this dot base URL, and after that curly bracket slash refresh access token comma, and then we have to just pass this like this, and refresh token, this one we have to just pass over here. And after that here dot pipe, and in this one basically whenever we get the response we want to tap to it, and we have to do some certain operations, setting to the local storage, setting the new token to the local storage, and all those things we have to do. Okay, so inside this one pipe, and then we have tap, so press enter tap, and then we have response over here, and local storage dot set item, and then we have to get access token, and then response dot access token. And if in case, let's say if the backend provides some new access or refresh token, that also want to check. So and also want to update, so response dot refresh token, and then we have to just update the local storage dot set item and refresh token, and response dot refresh token. And after this if condition, we have to just reset the is refreshing because it is completed, and we have to set to the false. And this dot refresh results dot next parenthesis curly brackets, and then we have to put success, then we have to set to true, and then token and response dot access token, we have to just pass. Okay, it should be not be here with the comma, it should be colon. And outside of this one just put a semicolon, and then outside of this tab we have to put a comma, and then we also need to write the logics related to the catching that any error occurs. So outside of this particular tab and inside of the pipe, here we have to write the logic. So outside of this one, here we have to write catch error, we have to import this one, and then error, and here this dot is refreshing is false, and this dot refresh results dot next, and then success false, we are going to set to the false, like if we did not get the token. And then we have to like this dot log out, not login, log out, we have to call this method, and then we have to return through error, and in this one we have to just return the error over here. So just write like this, and our this method is ready. Now we have to write the logics. One more method here we have to write. Let me save this. So error is gone now, and after this method let me decrease the size of this one, also close this one, and here we also write one more method which is refresh access token async, and here it will return promise and then string, this one, and then we have to return new promise, and inside this one resolve or reject, and after that inside this one this dot refresh token, this method whatever we have created, I have to call that one, and dot subscribe to this, and then parenthesis curly brackets, and then we have to write next, and then we have to write a response, and then we have to resolve and response dot, not this one, response dot access token, we are going to resolve this, or we are going to return error, and error over here, reject, and with error, then put semicolon. So basically inside this particular method which is called as a async, so in this one basically we are calling this method above method which we have just created, and in this one if we get the token we are going to resolve it, and else we are going to reject with the whatever the error we have. Okay, after this this method or logout method, we have to write few more methods. So here get current user and user, or it could be null, and return this dot current subject dot value, and get user role, and then we have user, or it can be admin, so admin, or it can be null. So here we have to write const user this dot get current user, and return user dot user question mark user dot role, or we are going to return null, and then we have is admin method. So is admin, and it should be a boolean type, and it should be return this dot get user rule. We have this method exists in this one, and triple equals, and then we are going to write admin over here and put semicolon. Save this, just format this and save this one. And after that we have to generate few services. So just right click on this service, open integrated terminal, and over here we have to just write here ng generate service and play list service and press enter, and it will create a method, or sorry, service. So we have to wait for a few seconds, and here you can see the service is created. Now we have to generate one more. So ng generate service music player service, press enter, and now one more service, ng generate service auth http service. So this as you others two name says, right, like what we are going to do in that particular services, this auth http service basically will be used whenever we are going to call any audio files, or whenever we want to call any images, which is, you can say, blob files. That time we will use this auth services to send the token and everything, right? So for that basically we have created this auth http services. Now let's move to the playlist service first, and we are going to write just few lines of the code, or might be just related to the music. Okay, so here over here we have to write here private base URL, and then backtick, and dollar, and curly bracket environment, and this is the first one dot API URL we have to call, and then outside of this one curly bracket play list and put semicolon, and then private play list updated subject. So whenever it's changed, right, so for that basically we have this subject we just imported from rxjx, and then we have void by default, and then parenthesis, and then we also need to observe that for whenever it's changed or updated, so that should be notified, right? So playlist playlist updated dollar, and this dot playlist subject dot as observable, and then this closed, and then we have to create a constructor that private http and http client to call the backend APIs, and inside this one we don't have to write anything. So outside of this one we have to create a get my playlist lists, and then we have a page number is equals to 0, and then comma size, it should be also a number type, and by default I'm setting as a 10, and then we have a search question mark dot this one as a string, and it should return this, and a page response, we have page response which exists in the user model, so we have to just import that one, and it should return a type of playlist, so playlist, this one in the playlist model we have, and then 2 times close this one, and then put a curly bracket. Now it's expecting that okay we should return this, right? So that's why it's showing the error. So get let parameters, and new http params dot set, and here we have to pass the page, so here page, and comma page dot to string, and Then we have to set size, and then here size dot to string dot set dot single quote sort, and id dot dsc descending order we want. And if you user is searching something, so search and search dot trim, and then we have params and params dot set search and search dot trim, and then put semicolon, and then we have to return this dot http dot get method. And basically we are not going to able to test this because I think backend we don't have any data, but still we are going to implement this so that we can call the API and it should return just a blank. Okay, so we don't have to put parentheses, we have to just put like this, and inside this one we have to put the page response, and after that playlist, and then close this one. And after that here we have to put the parenthesis, and inside this one backtick dollar curly bracket this dot base URL, and after this curly brackets close, then we have to write get my play lists, and then comma, and then we have to pass the parameters params over here and save this. And after that the next, basically we have to call not call, we have to go to the music players dot this one, and in this one we are just going to create a one method which is stop method, and just going to put a void over here. Right now we are not going to implement the music player logic, so basically this method will be called when in the layout section, so that's why we are just putting a implement template for now. This will be called in the layout section of our project. Okay, so we don't have to worry about it for now. Now it's time to go to the auth http service, so just go get inside that one, and then we have to go over here, and here we have to write constructor and private auth service. This auth services, we have the refresh token, all those logics, right? So there we have to call a method, right? So that's why. So the fetch blob, right, and URL, and it should be of a string type. After that here we have to write promise, and it should be return the blob type, and then curly brackets, and then return this dot, and then we have to create one more method over here, so just make it as private make or request, and we are going to just copy this one, so this dot make request, and okay, in this one basically we are also expecting some variables, so URL, and that should be a string type, and then is try retry, and it should be of a boolean type, and it should return promise, and it should be return blob, and here we have to just pass the values, so here URL comma false, and then save this. It will throw the error for sure because we have to implement or write the logics related to this one. So inside this one basically we have to return new promise, and here we have to write resolve or reject, and inside this one const dot xhr new xml http request, this one. So basically we are creating the XML HTTP request manually instead of using the HTTP client for the blob or image. So xhr dot open, and in this one basically get URL and set to true, and then xhr dot response type we are going to set as blob, and then xhr dot set request header, and this one single quotes x capital and the requested set dash w capital with comma xml http p request, and then put semicolon xh this one dot set request header, and then cache control, so cache control comma no cache, and after that const token, and this dot auth service dot get access token, we have to call this particular method. If token exists, then we are going to pass it, or else we are not going to do that. So if the token is there, then xhr dot set request header, and then we have to set the authorization JSON, and then comma and backtick bearer dollar, and then we have curly brackets, and then we have to write here token and put semicolon over here, and after this if condition we have to write xhr dot onload equals parenthesis, and then this and this one, and inside this one basically we have to write if xhr dot status is equals to 200, it means that everything is okay, and then resolve, and then xhr dot response, and else if we get 401 403 and retry is not, so in that case we have to use some logics to refresh the token by async. So let's do that. So else if and xhr dot status is equals to 401, or xhr dot status is equals to 403, and not is retry. In that case, here this dot auth services dot refresh async token, this one, and then this dot make request with URL and set to true, and then dot then resolve or catch and reject, and then put semicolon, and outside of else if condition we have to write here else condition reject, and here we have to throw the error, so new error, we don't have to import anything for this error, and backtick request failed with status, and here dollar xhr dot status, and at the end put semicolon, and outside of this one like on load, right, we have to put a semicolon over here, and then we also need to write the logic, right, so outside of this on load over here, and inside of this we have to write here xhr dot on error, and over here we have to write reject, and new error, and here you have to just write work error occurred and put semicolon, and then over here semicolon and xhr dot send. We are sending the request at the end. So this is the logic, we have to write it. So this is auth HTTP service, what we have added it over here. After that adding services or auth HTTP services, now we have to generate a pipe. So here we have to just create a new folder. So inside the code, so right click new folder, and here we have to just write here pipes. And this pipe basically used for the authenticate the image. So ng generate pipe auth image, press enter, and we have to wait for few seconds to generating this pipe. And here you can see pipe is generated. Now get inside the auth image pipe.ts file, and first this pipe is not pure because it will be handle the async operations. So here just make it as pure, set to false, and put comma over here. And then we have to also implement here on destroy also. So on destroy this one, it will throw the error, so we don't have to worry about it. And after that, here we don't have to transform like this. Here we are expecting the URL, and it should be of a string type, so string here. And this is just going to return the safe URL, so I'm just going to remove this part, and it will return a safe URL, this one. We need to import this one from Angular platform browser, which is this one. And after that, here we also need to pass that this is, or it can also return the string. Okay, so return null will also need to work. Okay, it's we don't have to worry about this for now. Whatever the changes we made, after that it will work fine. Now let's get back over here top, and then right here private cached URL, and then string type, and it could be null, or by default it will set as null. And then private cached safe URL, and safe URL, this one, and null is set to null. And after that, here private blob URL and string type or null, and by default it is set as null. And then we have private loading, which is a false. And then we have to create constructor to inject. So private sanitizer and DOM tizer, this one we need to import. And then we have private CDR change reduction reference, this one. And then private auth HTTP service and auth HTTP service. And then we have to put a curly bracket over here to, and here you can see error is gone. Now we have to get inside this transform method and transform URL string, safe URL string, which is correct. Now let's remove this one, and here we have to write if not URL does not exist, then we have to return a image. So that image is default image. So as of now we don't have anything. If I go extend this public folder, right, I just see this icon ICO file, right? So in the description I already provided you icon. You have to just copy paste that one. So I'm also going to copy paste directly. So I'm just going to copy, and inside this one I'm just right click and paste it over here. And here you can see this is the default image. Whenever like image is getting loaded, or if image does not exist, or if any error occur, in that case this particular image will be visible to the user. Okay, so if not URL is there, then we have to just return here the default, and we have to just pass this image name. So default album dot png, and put semicolon. And if URL is equals to this dot current cached URL. Okay, it's look like the spelling is wrong for the cached, and here we have to just change this to this one. So CAC. Okay, let me remove this one. CACHED cached URL, this one, cached URL, and this dot cached safe URL, this one. Then return this dot cached safe URL, and if a URL dot start with HTTP and not URL dot includes slash API slash file, in that case return the URL. Okay, and after that here, and then we have to write the logic. Okay, for the same, right? If it is already loading, so we have to check and we have to just return. So URL is equals to this dot cached URL. Okay, here we have to put 3 times equal symbol, and after that here we have to return this dot cache safe URL or this default album dot png we have to pass. And after that, if this dot blob URL, then URL dot revoke object, and then we have to pass this dot blob URL, and this dot blob URL is equals to null, and this dot cache URL is equals to URL, this dot loading is equals to true, and after that we have to call here a API which is related to the backend. So here we have to write like this dot auth, not backend API. Basically we are going to call the method which is related to the auth HTTP service, and in that basically fetch blob was there, right? So in that one basically we are just passing the URL, and then we are going to get the blob and then sanitize and everything we are going to do here. So this dot blob URL is equals to URL dot create object URL and then blob. So basically creating a browser blob URL for this one, then we're going to sanitize the blob URL for Angular security. So those things we are going to do here. So this dot cached safe URL is equals to this dot sanitizer dot bypass security trusted URL, resource URL. We have to just select this one basically, and this dot blob URL, and then this dot loading is set to false, and then we have to write this dot cdr dot mark for check, and after that here outside of this one, then we have to catch, and then here this dot loading is false, and outside of this one over here outside of the catch we have to just write a return this dot catch safe URL or the default album dot png and put semicolon. And after that we also need to write the logic related to destroy. So ng on destroy, and here you can see error is gone. If this dot blob URL exists, then URL dot revoke object URL and this dot blob URL, this one. Okay, this is throwing some, not create basically. Here we have tried revoke object URL and save this. So now here you can see the error is also gone. We are not facing any error. Now we have to go to the guard. Basically, we also need to create one more folder here. So in the core section, we have to click on and right click new folder, and then we have to create a guards. So guard, and in this one right click, open integrated terminal, and then here we have to write ng generate guard, and then we have to write here auth, press enter. Then authentication guard will be created over here. So we have to just wait for a few seconds. Okay, then we have to select options, can activate. We will go with this option and press enter. So if I extend this one, we have two files. So just go with auth guard ts file inside this one. And here we have to just do some changes over here. So first we are going to make that injectable. So just before this over here we have to write injectable this one, and then parenthesis curly brackets, press enter, then provide in, and then root here. Okay, and then okay, we are getting some kind of error over here, are not valid. Okay, this is okay, just okay, let's make this one as a class. Okay, make it as class here. Let's do some changes over here. Let's remove this, and here we have to implement, and then can activate this one. And for this one, error is gone. Now we are getting error over here, so we don't have to worry about this for now. We are going to write the logics related to this, so we are good here. This is semicolon is also not required. Let's remove this one also. Now here we are going to create a constructor first, and here private auth service, and here auth service we need to import, and then comma private router, and then router we have to import this one, and outside of this parenthesis we have to put a curly bracket, and then we have to write can activate method, and here we have to write route and activated route snapshot this one, and state, and here router state snapshot, and it should return a boolean, and if this dot auth service dot is logged in, so basically it will just check the token and then return true, and otherwise this dot router dot navigate to the login page. And we also pass the query params, okay, not a query params, and then curly over here return url state dot url. So basically we have added this line of the code is to ensure that okay, so whenever users are logged out, right, automatically, then whatever the page the user exists, right, so that should be automatically redirected to that page whenever it log in successfully. And after that here it will close this curly bracket, then it will close over here, and then this parenthesis should also need to be closed, so close it over here and put semicolon, and then okay, it should not close over here, so just remove this part. Okay, then we are getting some kind of error. Let me format this. Okay, so query param, okay, like this we have to write this one, so this is the correct one, so just change that one, so return and then false. Save this, and we are still getting some kind of error because it can activate. Okay, let's go to the app module. It looks like it is registered. No, we don't have. Okay, so here basically we have to don't need to use this one, can activate this one basically we need to call, so change this one, and here you can see Just remove this one. This we don't need can activate fn, so just remove this one, and error is gone now. So let's close this one. Let's close all this. Now we have to go to the next section of this one, which is implementing HTTP interceptor. So that will intercept all the ongoing requests to the backend related to the API. So here let's create a new folder, and here we are going to write here interceptors and press enter, and right click, open integrated terminal, and over here we have to write here ng generate and then interceptor, and then we have to write here auth interceptor. Press enter. So it will generate an interceptor in this one, and here you can see interceptor is created. Get inside this auth interceptor, and then we have to write the logic over here. Let's write here const. Okay, so outside of this export above and after this import, we have to write the logic. So here first we are going to declare all the public endpoints in which we don't have to send the tokens. So public underscore end points, and inside this one slash login user, then comma, and then slash register user, and then forgot password, and after that here refresh access token, then save this. After that, the next one is to const to basically we have to check whether the request URL is public or not. So for that, this dot public end point and URL string boolean. So here we have to return public endpoints dot sum endpoint and URL dot includes this endpoint. So we have to just check like that, and then we have to const add token. So basically cloning the request and attaching the authorization header. For that, basically we are going to write this method. So this one request and HTTP or request, and it could be of any type, and then token a string, and then we have HTTP request any, and then curly brackets and return request dot clone parenthesis curly brackets, and then set header, and then we have to write here authorization. Okay, let me change the line so that you can see. So basically we are checking the request and tokens over here, and then HTTP request we are calling, then request dot clone set header authorization JSON, and then backtick bearer dollar and curly brackets, and then inside this one we have to write token and put semicolon outside of this one request, and over here also. And then the next, basically we're going to write it to the logic related to check that okay after token is expired or not, and we also going to check 5-second buffer for the safety purpose. So let's write here is const is token expired or not. So this token, and it should be of a string type, and then this, then boolean, and over here we are going to use try catch. So try catch, and in the catch we are going to just return the true, and in the try we are going to write like const payload equals to JSON dot parse and ATOB and this one. Okay, we need to import, I think, ATOB from here. No, we don't have to import anything for this. Okay, and then we have to write token dot split and then parenthesis single quotes, and whenever we see dot, then we have to split, and then outside of this parenthesis we have to put a curly square bracket, then put 1. So we'll split at that point. Then const expiry payload or dot expiry, this one, and to 1000 and return date now and equals to exp minus 5000, which is 5 seconds, you can say. So basically token is considered expired and it will just add that 5 second. Okay, and this will return. So here just put a semicolon, and then we have to get inside this export const, this particular method. We have to get inside this one now. And over here, let's remove or not remove this one. We have to write it multiple places. So let's first import the auth service. So here we have to inject. Okay, which one we have to import from Angular code. So import this inject from Angular code, and then auth services we need to import. And then if the endpoint is not public, right? So is public endpoint, and the request dot URL we have to pass. And if we pass, right, and if it is not a public, if it is a public URL, right, in that case we have to just return with the whatever the request is. And after that, here const token and then auth service dot get access token, and if not token, and inside this one return next request. Okay, and if token is expired, then we have to write the logic. So here if is token expired, and then we have to pass the token, and then here return this dot auth services dot refresh token. Then we have to call the pipe, not this one, pipe, and then we have to use this switch map, and then we get the response and not curly bracket is required, so just write here next. We need to import this one next, not need to import, I think. No, we don't need to import anything for this next add token, this one, and then we have to pass the request and then response dot access token, and outside of this switch we have to put a comma and then catch error. This one we need to import from rxjx, and then we have error, not this one, error, and throw error, and after that here we have to just put error and just close this. So this dot auth services possibly null. Okay, so we don't have to use this this basically, but we just directly call this auth services. So that's why it was throwing the error. So this is done. Outside of this if condition, we have to return next, and inside this one add token this method, and then request, and then we have token, and outside of this one we have dot pipe, and then we have catch, error, and error, http, http, error, response, and if any error occur, like we get 401, 403, or status 0. A status 0 means that there's a no network or chorus error occurs, then whenever we are getting this error. So in that time I will do the logout, and I will log out the application or clear the local. So all those logics we are going to call it, right? So if error dot status is equals to 401, and or error dot status is equals to 403, or error dot status is equals to 0. In that case, here we are going to return the auth service dot refresh token, and then dot pipe, and then we have to switch map and response, then next. Okay, let me move to the other. Okay, so here you can see return auth services refresh token pipe switch map next, and here we have to call the add token, this one, and in this one request, then response dot access token we have to pass again, and outside of this one put comma, catch, error, refresh, error, and then we have to throw error, and here refresh, error we have to just pass, and after that here just put a semicolon at return, and we have to outside of this if condition, right, this if condition, and inside this one over here we have to just write one line, return throw error, this one, and here we have to just print the error, put semicolon, and here you can see error is gone. If I remove this too, I'm not seeing any errors. And now we also need to register this to with our app module, right, this particular interceptor. So let's go to the app module.ts file and scroll down, and here we have already added this provide http client, and inside this one we have to write interceptors with interceptors, this one, and then we have to parenthesis and then square bracket, and then we have to write here auth interceptor. So this one we need to add and just save this. So after that it will be interceptor is added with our like project with app modules, and whenever any API call to the backend automatically add those authorizations tokens to the header, and it will work fine. Okay, so this is done. Let's do some minor bug fixes whatever we have writing it, right? So in that time we have made it. So if I go over here, right, we have a authorization text, right? So that spelling character mistake is there. So if I see this one, right, so it should be authorization. So AUTH, authorizations, bearer, and token. And after that here we have to go to the one more file, which is I think auth image pipe. And if I scroll up here, and here we have this line, right? So in this one, basically the file, after that we have to put a slash over here and just save this. So now we are good, and so now we are done with the core part of this one. Now we have to write the logics related to layout, right? So now get back over here. In features we have, now here we have to create one more folder inside the SARC folder. So right click, new folder, and the folder name will be shared. Press enter. So in this one, all the shared component across multiple pages that we are going to add it. So right click on this one, open integrated terminal, and then here we have to write ng generate component and layout. Press enter. So it will generate a component layout, and Okay, it's throwing some kind of error. Okay. Okay, it's my bad. So shared folder, it should be not be over at this particular place. It is outside of inside the src folder, but I want to create inside this app folder, right? So that's a mistake. So right click on here, we have to create new folder, and here we have to create shared. And let me delete this particular folder from here. I just tried to delete this, but it's look like we are running some queries, so that's why it's not able to do that. So let's do one thing. Let's close this one and let's go to the shared folder. Right, open integrated terminal, and this folder exists inside the app folder, not inside the src folder. And now here I want to generate ng generate component layout and press enter. So in this one, we are able to create it. Here you can see the component is created and app module is also updated. If I go over here, you can see layout exists at this particular place. Now we have to go to the app routing module, because the layout will be the main structure will be there, or everything inside this one will be there, and inside this one the home component we are going to render it. So that's the logic we have to write it. So just go over here, and for now just comment this particular line. I don't want this home path for now. Just put curly bracket, then we have need path, and whenever nothing is there, then we have to load this, and then component, and then it should be layout, and then can activate. So yes, can activate. And for this one we have auth guard, right? So auth guard, which we have created, and then we have children's for this one. And in this one basically need that path. So this path I'm just going to copy paste, and I'm also going to remove this. Let me remove this one, and inside the children I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this, and let me put a comma over here too. And after that you can see the error is gone. Now what will happen is, whenever this particular layout is loaded, right, inside this one, it home page behaves like a child component of this one. So it will render the home component inside the layout component. But as of now it will not gonna work in that way, because we have did not implement the router outlets and all those things. So we are going to do that now onwards. So now let's go to the first, let's paste the css file of this one. So layout.css, I'm just going to copy paste and paste it over here. Then we have to go to the layout.ts file. So let's go to the layout.ts file, and inside this component, right, we also have options to add some animation. So that we are going to do it. So after this style.url, we have to write here animations, and this seems like deprecated, but not in this particular version. So we are going to use it trigger. This will be going to deprecate in next version, which is 23. So for now we are good. Expand collapse, comma, square bracket, and then state this one, and parenthesis, then collapsed, and then we have to write the style, then curly brackets, and then we have to put the height, and it should be, okay, not inner height, it should be height. Okay, we are not getting options. Once again, let me remove this, and no worries, we are just going to write here height, and it should be 0 px, comma, and city, and here we are going to write here 0, and overflow, it should be hidden. And outside of this one, state, then we have to write here state again, state, this one, and then whenever we expand, right, so expand did, and then style, curly, and then here we have to write height, and then asterisk symbol, and then opacity, here 1, and overflow, visible, and outside of this one comma, and then transition. Here we have to write transition, this one, and here we have to write here collapsed, and then this symbol, and then expand did, and after that here put comma, then square brackets, and inside this one we have to write animate this one, then parenthesis, single quotes 300 millisecond, and cubic Bezier, and here we have to just write 0.4 comma 0.0 comma 0.2 comma 1. Okay, let me format this one and save this, and we don't have any errors, but I think we have to close this particular bracket over here, so that need to be fixed. So just add that one. Other things looks good. Now we have to write the layout logics, so that basically we have to, so just scroll over here inside this one, and then we have user name. This is a variable, so I'm just by default setting as a user, and then we have private underscore play lists, and then it should be of type play list. This one we need to import this model, and then by default it will set to the blank, and is admin. We are checking, okay, this user is admin or not, and then is user menu expanded and false. And basically playlist search query, we also in the left side of sidebar, right, we also have the options to search it, right? So that's why play list search query, and then we have to also manage the current paginations and everything. So paginations set to 0, page size is equals to 10, and hash more play lists is set to true, loading more play lists is equals to false, and get play lists, and over here play lists, and then curly brackets. Okay, we are getting, okay, we don't returning anything, so return array dot is array, and this dot underscore playlist, or if exist this dot playlist, or this is just a blank, we are going to pass it like this. And then for setter to basically ensure, we are also going to create a setter to ensure the only arrays can be assigned. So set play lists, and then value, and play lists, this one, and this dot is playlist is equals to array dot is array, and the value question mark value, or we are just going to set like this. After that, we also need to write the logics related to scrolling, right? Whenever we scroll to the page, we have to call the a backend API, right? So private scroll trigger play lists not, this one, element ref, this one we need to import, and then private play list observer not, and then intersection observer, this one we need to import, and after that, okay, so here we forget to add this underscore, which is okay, so just add it on this particular place, And also at this current page, other places we are using in the P should be capital, so I'm just following the same way, so that's why I just change this to current page like this. And after that, we are here, we have to write the logic related to, like, whenever we scroll right, we have to call the method. So scroll over here, and here we are going to write here view child. So we have to import this from Angular core, so import this one view child, and then we have scroll trigger playlist lists, and then after that set scroll trigger play lists el and element reference, and if el exists, and this dot underscore scrolling playlist is el, and then we have to call this method, or else condition this dot underscore scroll playlist, this one, and then null not, and then semicolon. And so this method infinite, basically we have to implement one method. So we are just going to create a temp method over here, not temporary method, but this method will be we will write the code related to this later in this video. So set up play list infinite scroll. So this method is going to be called. So here after this particular line, this dot setup infinite, this one we are going to call this and move forward. After that, view child, we have to create a constructor. So I'm going to constructor, right here constructor, and inside this one we need to import like private router. This one we need to import, then private location, and then location we need to import, and location we have to import it from, I think, Angular common. Yeah, we have to import it from Angular common, this one. If I scroll up here, you can see common will be there, location is there, this one we have to import. Scroll back over here, and inside this one, after that, inside the constructor we have to import next one, which is auth service and auth service, this one, and private play list service play list service, and then private music player service this one. And after that, here we have to implement ng on it. Okay, so for that, basically implement so go over here, export layout, implements on init, this one, and then scroll down, and then you will get the suggestions easily. And inside this one, this dot auth services dot current user dot subscribe, and then user, if user exists, so user, and then we have to write this dot user name is equals to user dot name, and this dot is admin is equals to user dot role, and then admin we have to pass. If you match, then we have to set to true. If not, then we have to set as false. And after that, here outside of this, okay, this close over here, so put a semicolon, and after the inside ng on it, then we have to load the playlist songs are right. So here we have to call a method, so let's create that method first. So after this, load play lists, and so this method basically we have to call on ng on in it, so to load the playlist. So this dot load playlist over here, Till now we did not write the logic for loading the playlist, but we are going to call the API because in the layout left side navigation bar, or there is we are showing all the playlists, right? And while scrolling it, we are calling the multiple other records by calling the APIs. So that's why we are implementing this playlist. We are not able to test this particular playlist part, but we are able to see, okay, the backend API's call is there and we are not getting any data. So that's the thing we are going to test it as of now. Okay, so this dot playlist service dot playlist updates dot subscribe to it. So basically it will whenever refresh to the playlist, right? So there's a changes, then we have to call the API. So for that, basically this one is added. So and this dot load playlists. So our ng on init logic is also completed. Let me format this one, format this document. Now we also need to write the logics to destroy, right? So here we have to just write here ng on. Okay, we are not getting options, so scroll up over here, comma, destroy, just write destroy on destroy. So this one we need to import and scroll back over here. Then we'll get ng on destroy option, and if this dot playlist observer, this one, and then we have to just this dot playlist observer dot disconnect. And after that, here now we have to write the setup playlist infinite scroll method that we have to implement the logic inside this one. So the disconnect part will be the remain copy. So just copy this part of the code and get inside this one and paste it over here, and then format this. And after this, inside this one here, we have to write here const options, and here we have to write root, and it should be set as null, and then root margin, and that should be set as 100 px, and threshold, and here 0.01, and then put semicolon, and then this dot playlist observer, and then new intersection observer, this one, and entries, and entries for each we are going to write. So entry, and if entry dot is intersecting and not this dot loading more playlist, and this dot hash more playlist, then basically we have to call one more method which is related to load more playlist. So I'm just going to create one more method over here. So load more playlists, and let me scroll back over here, and inside this one basically we have to write over here inside this one this dot load more playlist, this one, and over here put semicolon, and outside of this particular entities, right, this one is closed, this one, okay, so outside of this one over here let's put comma over here, and then we have to pass the options, and then put semicolon, and then if this dot underscore scroll trigger this playlist question mark dot native element, then this dot playlist observer dot observe, and this dot underscore scrolling playlist dot native, this one. And after that we have to write the logics related to the load the playlist. So I'm just going to get inside the load playlist, and this dot current page is set to 0, and this dot playlists playlist, this one is set to like this. After that, this dot loading playlist, more playlist, and we're going to set as true. We're going to use the same one, so we don't have to we are using different for the loading playlist or loading more playlist. In this case, playlist service, this one dot get my playlist, and in this one, this dot current page we have to pass, and this dot page size we are going to pass, and this dot play search query we have to pass that subscribe over here, and then curly, and then next. Then we have to get the response, and in this one, this dot playlists is equals to response dot content, and this dot hash more playlist. Then we have a response dot last method is there, not method, it's a variable there, so on that basis it will tweak and show that. And this dot loading more playlist, so I'm just setting that variable to the false. Okay, load more, okay, not, it should be loading more playlist, so set to false. And outside of this one we have to put a error, and we just need to this dot playlists and over here this dot loading more playlist and set to false. And after that, next method, which is load more playlist, I'm just going to copy paste this part of the code which is related to the calling API, right? I'm just going to copy paste and paste it in this one, and I will do the necessary changes in this one, but just for now just copy paste this one. And after that, here if this dot loading more playlist or not this dot hash more playlist, return. Okay, we don't have to call the API, and this dot loading more playlist is set to true, and this dot current page we are going to increase the page to, so plus plus, so increasing like 0 to 1, 1 to 2 whenever we scroll to the bottom, right? So we are passing the current page size, and whatever the search query, then we are getting the response and this dot playlist. And over here we have to just put like this 3 dots and put square bracket, and we have to put inside that this particular line. And after that, before this one, right here, put a comma and then 3 dots again, and this dot playlists this one. So this dot playlist will be append with whatever the new content we are going to get it, and this dot hash mode playlist, so response dot last, and we are going to load this false. And then, and if any error occurs, in that case we are not going to reset this particular value because we already have some data, and we are going to decrease the at least the current page to whatever it is. So decreasing this to, let's say it changed to 1, so it will back to the 0. Okay, so this is load more playlist is also done. Let's go and write the create few more methods which is inside this one. So on search play lists, and then here we have to write this dot load playlist. We have to call this method. Okay, so it will get the search value and it will send to the backend. So clear playlist search, right? So we have to playlist search query is there, right? So search query I want to see set to default. So and after that load playlist method we have to call this, so it will. And then we have go backward forward in the locations, so go back, and this dot location dot back, we are going to back to the page and go forward, and this dot this dot location or dot forward, and after that toggle user menu, and this dot is user menu extended and equals not this dot user is user menu extended. We are going to just trick between this two, and then we have to write the logout method. So logout, and this dot music player, we are going to stop that, and this dot auth services dot logout, and we can also write like this dot, okay, logout, we already have the logout page path is already there, right? So I don't think we need to add a path to route it, so just save this one. Okay, so basically we are going to stop the music, as after that we are going to log out the user, which is a method exists in this one. Now let's go to the HTML part of this one. Now we have to write the logics related to the UI. Let's remove this, and then we have to write here div class and layout container, and then close this one, and then we have a side this, then class side bar, and then close this, and then we have to show the logo, so class sidebar logo, this one, and then close this, then close this one. And inside div, right, we want to show a svg icon. So I already have provided you the code related to this or svg icon, so you can just copy paste from the description. So I'm going to paste it over here, and let me format this one. So this is the svg icon what we have. Save this. And if I go to the UI, I'm able to, okay, let me enter some ID and password. I'm logging as an admin user. I'm going to paste the email address, and I'm going to paste the password. And let me click on login. And we are able to log in successfully. And here I'm able to see the icon, right? So it means that this part is working as expected. Now get back over here. And just outside of this SVG, right, here we have to write the name. So here span class logo text, this one, and then here we have to write musify, and after that here outside of this particular div and inside the e side, okay, inside this one and outside of this particular div, we have to create a navigation bar. So here nav class, and here side bar nav, this one navigation, and close this. And here we have to design or write code related to a button, which is home button. So here router link and equals and double quotes slash home, and then router link active and double quotes active, and then class nav item, this one, and then close this one, and then we have to show a mat icon, close this one, and then home, and then we have to show a span, and here we have to write home. If I save this, if I go over here, I'm able to see this particular button, and here you can see that this particular area, right, and this particular is automatically set to the green because this is the by default color of it. Okay, so let's get back over here. So after this nav bar, we have to create a div class, and this sidebar divider, this one we need to call, and after that we have to create or show the playlist, right? So div class and playlist list and lists header, this one, and then close this, and then we have h3, and then class playlist title, and here my playlists And outside of this one, this playlist header, we have to show the div basically to get the user input. So div class and playlist search container, and then close this one, and then div class and playlist search bar, this one, close this one, and then mat icon, then class and search icon, close this one and search over here. And after that, here we have to show input type and text and class playlist search input, this one, and then we have to show the placeholder, so placeholder and search playlist, and then dot, and after this we have to show the ng model, basically which is used to two-way binding, so model, and then here we have to pass the variable which we have created in the ts file. So if I scroll up, right, then we have this playlist search query, so I want to use this one. And after that, okay, let me make this as a format. Okay, so after that ng model, we have to also, whenever users enter key up dot enter, in that whenever user press enter, then only we have to call the method. So on search play list lists, we have to call this method. And after that, we have to also close this one, so let me close this one. And outside of the inside this particular div, okay, this div is closing over here. Let me format this one. Okay, so after that, this input field, right, we need a buttons to clear, so button a star ng if, and this only shows up whenever this particular have any text, otherwise it will be hidden. So mat icon button and class clear search button, and on click here we have to call a method which is, I think, clear something method we have created it, so clear playlists or search one, so we have to call this particular method. So I'm just going to paste it over here, call this method, and then close this one. Let me decrease the size of this one, and in between, right, we have to show a mat icon, so mat icon, and it should be a close icon, and then format this one. And now our input field is also ready. Let's go over here, and here you can see right now it's showing us this particular page, because in this one we are going to add more buttons on this one. So let me inspect this, because right now the API is already getting called at this particular place. So okay, we are getting 403 error. Let me click on it. Okay, so we are not sending the token inside this particular API call, which is not correct, right? So let's go over here in the code, and let's see what's wrong with this. So go to the code, interceptor, auth interceptor, and then we have endpoints. Endpoint, we are checking it, add token is token, and here we are setting the authorization bearer token. This looks good. This is token, we don't have to, because token is not set, so it means that this is okay. So here this is the issue. So if you see in the line number 41, right, we have added a not symbol. So whenever is that particular match, right, it changes to it. So you have to just remove this not symbol from here. So if this particular path is there, then only it gonna send, not gonna send the token, else it will send the token. So if I save this, and if I go over back to UI, and now I'm able to call the API, I'm not getting any response other than this just a structure. It does not have any content, but still it's working. It's not throwing 403 error. So now we are good, and also we am able to see this search. If I write something T test, press enter. Okay, it's still not showing that icon also. Okay, so let me go over here. You see, right, we are getting a scroll bar, and here we are able to see this icon. but the position of this icon is not correct. It should be inside this one. So we need to fix that, but for now let's go with this one as of now, and we'll change the CSS and we'll check at the end of this video. Okay. And after that, this close or div one is also completed, which is playlist search container. And outside of this one we have to put a div class playlist list, and playlist this one, and then we have to show a and the star ng for, and let playlist of playlists this one, and then we have class and then playlist item, and then we have router link. So the router link, basically it does not exist as of now. We are going to implement that later point of time. So play list slash single quotes close, then plus, and then play list dot id. Okay, and then close this one. Then we have div class playlist, not this one, div class playlist item thumbnail this one, and then close this one, and then we have image star ng if, and then playlist dot image url, and after that we have to pass the src and playlist image url, and then we have to use a pipe, the pipe we have created with the auth image. Remember, in this pipe one we have this auth image, right? So we are using this one, auth image, and after that here we have to also use to show alt playlist dot name, and then we have to use class playlist thumbnail, and then we have to show as image, and then we have to just close this one. Let me decrease the size of this one, let me format this, and after showing the image we also need to show the mat icon. If the image does not exist, in that case we can show that one. So mat icon and star ng if not playlist list dot image url, and after that we have to put the class and then playlist list item icon, and then we have library underscore music. Okay, and then we have closed this div. Okay, and after that here span class playlist name, and then close this one, and then we have to show the playlist name. So here playlist dot name, here we have to show the whatever the name of the playlist, and then we have to, outside of this particular one, right, where we are showing all the playlist information, we also need to show the loader. So div star ng if, and then we have a loading more playlists and playlists dot length is greater than 0, and the class playlist loading, this one we need to call, and inside this one mat spinner and diameter 24, and then color close this one, and outside of this one basically we also need to implement the scroll trigger. So div hash. And remember, like here we have implemented that. If I scroll above over here, this one, so we have to copy this name and go back to the HTML and we have to paste it over here. And after that, here we have to use class scroll trigger, this one, and then close this div. And at the end, whenever it reaches to the end, right, so that after that we have to show all the playlist is loaded. So star ng if not hash more play lists and not loading more playlist and playlists dot length is greater than 0, then class playlist end over here and then close this. And inside this one I want to show a message that all the playlist loaded. And in case let's say we also need to show that okay, we don't have anything to show, right? So here we have to create a div star ng if playlists dot length is equals to 0 and not loading more playlist, and then class empty playlists and then close this one, and then p star ng if, and then we have playlist search query, this one, and no playlists are found, and if star ng if playlist okay, not playlist search query this one, it means that the no playlist is created yet. So playlist yet create your first playlist. Okay, so write the message like this, and after that a side part is also completed. So if I okay playlists, so we are getting some kind of error that we need to validate. So get back to the HTML part. So over here we have like we are using for loop, right? In this one p should be small. If I save this after that, and error is gone, okay, we are logged out. Okay, that's quite weird. Let's copy paste and let's try that. Let's see what happens. Me log in. Okay, so now we are able to log in and we are seeing that no playlist yet. Create your first playlist, because as of now we don't have, we are getting any data, and we have search field. Playlist is also working as expected. Now we have to write the logic related to showing the top header, where we can show the options to log out and all those things, right? So let's go back to the over here. Now after this we have to write here div class main content, then close this one. Let me scroll this, and here we have to create a header, so header, and then class nav bar, and close this, and then div class nav buttons, this one, and then close this particular div. And after that we have to create a nav bar actions, so outside of inside this particular header. After this one, here we have to create div class nav actions, and then div class user menu container, and then class dot expanded, and here we have a variable which we have related to is user menu extended, this one, and this one we have to add it over here. and then close this one. And inside this one we have to put a button. So here let's add a button over here, button, mat button, and class user profile button, and then class admin dash user, and then is admin, and then on click basically we have to toggle, so click, and here toggle user menu, which is a method, and after that just close this one. And then we have to create a span, so span class and menu text, and close this one, and star ng if is user menu, and here we have to just write here menu. And inside this one basically we have to add a mat icon class user icon, and then account underscore circle kill, and after that span class user name text, and then close this one, and then we have to write here name username, and close this. And after that we also need to show that user, like whatever the role of user, so user class user batch this one, and then class dot admin dash batch, and then is admin, we have to pass this one, close this one, and then is not this one, is admin, and question mark, if yes then we have to show the admin, so admin, or we have to show user, so user, close this one, and then we have to curly brackets to close this, and then we also need to show the array, so mat icon class drop down icon, and then class dot rotated, and then we have is user menu extend this one, and then close this one, and arrow underscore drop underscore down, this one we need to add, and then format this one, save this. And after this particular button we also need to add few buttons which is related to our like profile or logout or all users, so that we have to add it, right? So just after this button we have to write that logic, so this button, and here we have to write div class user menu expanded, and then at the rate, after that expand collapse, and then is user menu this one, question mark, and then expand did, and after that here we have to close the single quotes, and then this one, and then single quotes and collapsed, and then close this one, and after that here button and mat button and router link, and then here we have to pass profile. This link does not exist as of now, but we are going to add it for, and we will add it later, so expanded this one, and on click we have to call a method which is toggle user menu this one, and then close this one, and then we have to show a mat, let me decrease the size of this one first, and then mat icon account circle this one, and then span and here we have to write profile, and after that we are going to copy paste the logic of this particular button over again at this particular place inside this particular div which we have created. And here first we are going to add a if condition star ng if and is admin. If the user is admin, then only we are going to show this particular option. And here the mat, and here we have to change this to all dash users, and then menu item expanded this toggle user, and here we have to change this to people, and here we have to change to the all users. Save this. After this particular button, right, we have to put a divider, so div class and menu divider, and then divider closed, and we don't have to do anything inside this particular div, so we just go outside, and then we have to write the logic related to the button. So mat button which is related to logout, so click logout, and class menu item expanded this one, and logout item this one, close this, then mat icon logout, and after that span log out. And now header part is also completed. Now we have to scroll little bit down, and it should be outside of header, and after this we have to write a logics to show all the pages. So main class, and here page content, and close this, and inside this one router outlet, and close this. So whatever the page like child component, right, it will route at this particular place. So that's why we have added this particular logic. So main is also completed, and outside of this particular div, right, we'll add a music player over here, but it's just a comment I'm going to add it so that it should be remember, like we have to do it later. So we have to add here music player. Okay, so just save this. Now let's see if we have any error or not. Let's save this. Okay, so we are getting some error over here. So line number 89, let's go over there. Line number 89 is admin. Okay, so we have to just remove this one colon, and then save this. And now my error is gone. Let's go over here, and here you can see it looks good. Whom work component is there, admin I can see. Even I'm able to see the my name, and here I'm see the admin rule. If I click on it, I'm able to see this profile, all users. Okay, so it means that this looks good. And if I search it, right, still I'm getting that same issue, right? So to fix this, right, we have to put some CSS changes. So I'm just going to copy paste the new CSS layout. So let's go to the layout.css, and whenever you will writing the code, right, so you will not gonna face these issues because I have already provided the updated CSS. Okay, so if I go back now, you can see I'm able to see this particular button. If I click on it, I'm able to see this particular one. Click on it, it clears, right? So it means this one is working as expected, and this one, let's try to log out. So I'm able to the login page. Now let me try with the normal user. Let's see what a normal user can see. He or she is able to see the, okay, here you can see that it's showing only user. If I click on it, I'm able to see the profile and logout, and logout is also working as expected. And here you can see the home component we are as of now. That's why this particular button is shown as active, and the information related to home work component is visible over here. So it means everything is working as expected. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video, we have completed layout part of this project. So if you are not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to work on upload song. So let us start with that. So let's go to the VS Code, and in this one, we have to go to the models. And in this one, we have to create a new file, and the file name will be dot model dot ts and press enter. So song dot model file is created. Now we have to create here export interface and song, and in this one id, number, then we have title. It is also a it should be a string type, and then artist, it should be a string type, and then song URL, it should be a string type, and image URL, this will be of a string type, and then created at string, and app user ID, and it should be of a number type. Then app user name, this is string type. And after that we want to export the song request, right? So interface and song request, then it should contain only title, and it should be of a string type, and then we have artist, and this is also of a string type. Save this. After that here we have to create one service. So we have to go to the service folder, right click and open integrated terminal, and then here we have to write here ng generate service song service, and then press enter, and it will create two files inside it. You can see song service and ts file is created. Get inside the song or this service file, and inside this one basically we have to write all the APIs call related to the songs. So private base URL, so we'll write all the codes so that we don't have to come back in this particular service. So here we have to put backtick, then dollar, and then environment dot API URL, and then after curly bracket slash admin, then put semicolon, and then constructor and private http client, this one, and then get all songs. So this is the first method we have to write over here, and in this one we are going to accept number, and number is equals to 0, and then size, and it should be of a number type, so equals to 10 by default, and then comma search, and it could be a string type, and it is also optional because we have added a question mark over here, and then we have user ID, this is also an optional field, number, and then observable, and then we are expecting a page or response, and then we are expecting song type. So song, we have to import this model and then close this 2 times, and then get to next line, and you see there is an error, right? Because we are not returning anything till this point, so that's why. So params equals to new http params, this one, and then dot set, and then page comma page dot to string. Okay, and after that next will be for size, so I'm just going to copy paste this one, and here just changes to size, here also same thing, size. After that here we have to write a if condition. Okay, so if search value exists, search, and if, and then also we are going to trim this one, or removing a space from the start and end of the particular string, and then params and params dot set, and then we are going to set as a search, and then search dot trim and semicolon, And I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code and paste it over here. Let me format this, and here search, over here we have to just change this to the user ID and dot set, and here also we have to change to the user ID, and after that here we have to just change this to user ID, and we don't need trim, and here we just need two string, so just change this to string, and then we want to return. So outside of this if condition, return. Let me decrease the size of this one first. Let me also delete this one. We don't have any error. Okay, we have, okay, return, and then we have to write this dot http dot get, and then page response, and then song, and then close this, and then parenthesis backtick dollar, and after that this dot base URL, and after that slash get all songs, comma, and then padams, and then put semicolon. Save this. After that here we have to write for get song by ID, and ID we have to pass as a number, and then and then we have to get the song, and then we have to return this dot http dot get, and this one's song, and after that here, and this is a get API, and then we have to pass the path, so this one, and then we have to pass dollar curly brackets and this dot base URL, and after this one slash get song by ID API which exists in the backend, and then slash, and then we have to again put a dollar and curly brackets, and then we have to pass the ID and then put semicolon. So this will be basically get by ID, basically get song by ID it will use for. Then we have to copy this one and paste it over here, and just change format this, and just change this ones to add song, and in this one basically we are going to remove, and here we have form data, and then form data we have to pass, and we don't have to import anything for this, and after that it will return song, and this will be a post API, so just make it as post, and then the base URL here we are going to change this to add song, and we are going to remove others this part, and then outside of this backtick we have to just put a comma, and then form data we have to pass. So, and you can see the error is gone. Now our service part changes is completed as of now. We'll update if anything is added later, and after that we have to go to the guards, this one, and right click and open integrated terminal, and over here we have to write here ng generate guard admin and press enter, and it will create two files inside this one, and here you can press enter, and here you can see two files is created, admin guard.ts. Now the most of the logic will be remain same as the auth guard, so I'm just going to copy paste all of the line of the code from here, so one by one. So I'm just going to copy this one and paste it over here, and after that I'm going to copy this part of the code to the bottom part, okay, over here, and in this one let me revert it. So okay, so let me just do one thing, let me comment this part of the code here first, and go to the auth card and copy all this part of the code. So let me decrease the size of this one. Okay, so this export class and can activate everything from here, and just paste it over here, and we have to just copy this admin and over here admin guard, so that it should be the see the exact name, and then we are going to remove this part. And after that, let's format this, and then we are going to verify each line of the code where we have to do the changes. So admin guard can activate, this is correct. Then route and activate snapshot, and this logged in, and here we have to just add a condition, and this dot auth service dot is admin, and then return true, else return false. And in this case, we don't have to route users to the login page, we have to route users to the home page, because that user does not have access to that particular path, right? So that's why let's remove this part of the code from here, and we have to just move that user to the home page instead of just logging out that particular user. Now our changes related to this is also completed. Now we have to generate a component related to upload song. So let's go to the features folder and right click and open integrated terminal, and then here we have to write ng generate component upload dash song, and then press enter, and it will create few files. And here you can see files is created, app module is also updated. So now let's go to the app. Now we have to go to the app routing modules. First we have to register this with the app routing, so that user can see or route to that particular page, right? So get inside over here in the app routing modules, and in the child section of layout we have to put the path. So path over here we have to put upload song, and then comma component, and it will be upload song this component, and can activate, and then we have to pass the admin card, this one, and then let's format this one. And now we have to go to the a component which is layout component, which is inside the shared folder, right, which we have created in the last video. And in this one basically we have to shared folder layout.html and go to the nav bar, so navigation, inside this one nav sidebar, and here we want to add a button so that user can upload a song, right? So here a and star ng if and is admin, and router link, and over here slash upload song, and then router this will be the remains same this part. So I'm just going to copy paste this part of the code, and inside this one just small change. So admin nav item, this one we have to add, and here we have to add mat icon, and it should be upload and span. Here we have to write span, here we have to write upload song, and then close this one, and then span class and admin indicator, and then we have to close this one, and here we have to write admin, and then save this. Let's delete this all, and we don't have any error. If I go to the UI, I'm able to see the upload song. If I click on it, I'm able to navigate, and here you can see the URL is changing, component whatever is also changing over here on click, right? So it means that we are able to integrate properly with the upload song. Now get back to the layout, we don't need layout. Okay, here we have to go to the upload song.ts file. Okay, so get inside the upload.ts file, and here we're going to write all the logics related to creating the forms and all those things. So here we're going to write a song form and form group and uploading is equals to false. And whenever we like assign the song form, after that it will be gone, so don't worry about that. So song file, and then we have to write here file or null, and by default it will be null. And then image file, and it should be a file type, and then null, and null it by default. So like file, and then we also want to show the user to preview URLs and all those things. So image preview URL, and then string type, and null, and then null, and audio preview URL of a string type, null, null. And after that here song file error. If any error occur, I want to show to the UI user file error. And after that here we also have constructor. So in this one we have to inject, so private FB or form builder this one, and private song service this one we need to import, and then private router this one we need to import. And after that private notification service, and here we have tried notification service this one we need to import. And inside this curly bracket here we have tried this dot song form is equals to this dot form builder dot group, and then parenthesis curly brackets, and inside this one we have to write title. Okay, and put semicolon over here, and over here we have to write single quotes, then comma, and then validators dot required, and comma, also validators dot min length we are going to set as true, sorry my bad, min length parenthesis and set to 2, and then validators dot max length we are going to set as 100, and then comma, and the same thing we have to just repeat once again. So paste it over here, and then we have to change this one to artist, and validations required, min length and everything will be remain same. So just save this, and then we have to implement destroyer also. So like whenever users like move to the other page or something like that, so in that case we have to destroy, so we have to implement. So here implements on destroy this one, and if I scroll down here I have to ng on destroy this one, and if this dot image preview URL is there, right? So in that case URL dot revoke object URL, sorry not this one, revoke object URL, and this dot image preview URL this one we need to pass. And in the same way, if this dot audio preview URL is there, and URL dot revoke object URL, and this dot audio preview URL this one, then we have to save this. And after that we have to write the logics related to the uploading the files, right? So on select of particular files we have to upload it, or select of music file we can say. So on song file selected, and then event and after that here it will not going to return anything, so it will be a void type. And let me scroll over here. So const input and then event dot target, and as HTML input element, and if input dot files and input dot files dot length is greater than 0. Okay, and const file, and then we are going to just consider it one first file, input dot files and then 0 first one, and if not file dot type, we are going to just check the file type dot start with audio and audio slash, and then curly brackets, and this dot song file error, and please select a valid audio file. So this one's the message we are going to show to the user. This dot song file is set to null, and this dot audio preview file is set to null, and then we are going to just return. And after that, this if condition, outside of this if condition, const max size, here we are going to declare it, and this one I'm just considering as a 50 MB. So this one 1224 into 1224, and if files dot size is greater than max size, then we have to show this error, and this dot song file error is equals to audio file size should not exceed 50 MB. Okay, so this is the message we want to show to the user whenever it exceeds the 50 MB file. This dot song file is equals to null, and this dot audio preview file is set to null, and return. And outside of this if condition, if this dot audio preview URL, and in this one URL dot revoke object, and this one dot audio preview, and after that this dot song file, and then we have to pass the file, and this dot audio preview URL, and then we are going to pass URL dot create object, okay, create object URL. Okay, it should be URL or dot create object URL, and in this one basically we have to pass the file type, and then this dot song error is equals to, we are not going to set anything. So this is the method which is gonna related to the upload the song. Okay, this is why we have, okay, upload the song, and now I'm just going to copy paste the same line of the code whatever we have written inside this one and paste it over here, and we are going to do the modification in this particular method. And because both of the code are almost same, so I'm just going to change here on image file selected, and the const event target will be same, file will be same, length will be same, and file type will be, and here we have to just change there to image, and then after that here we also need to change image file error, this one, and please select a valid image file, and here we have to image file over here, and then image preview URL we have to pass, and here also I want to pass instead of 50 MB, right, I want only 5 MB. So I just remove 0 from here. And then here we have to just change image file should not exceed 5 MB. So here also we have to remove this 0. And here also we need to change this one to image file error. And here we also need to change this to image file. And here image preview URL. And here also we have to change this to image preview URL. So image preview URL, and this one will be exactly same over here too. And after that, scroll down, and here we have to select image file, and this one here we have to select image preview URL. And in this one, this will be the remain same, and here we have to just change this to image file error. And then we are good. Just save this. And after this one, right, on this particular one, let me format this. Okay, outside of this particular one, we have to write the logics to clear a song, right? So song is already saved, not saved, but is it already selected, right? So we are already previewing it, and that time we have to allow users to clear the file, right? So for that we are going to write the logic and void. So okay, so this is to clear the song. So the if this dot audio preview URL is there, then URL dot revoke object URL, and in this one, this dot audio preview URL we have to pass. And outside of this if condition, if dot song file is equals to null, and this dot audio preview URL is equals to null, and this dot song file error is also set to blank, we can say. And after that we are going to just copy paste this particular method, because also for image we also need this, right? So clear image file, and then we have here image preview URL, and exactly same this will be, and then image file and image preview file, image preview URL, or image file error. And let's format this one, save this. And we don't have any error as of now. Now we have to write the logics to upload the song, right? So we have to create a method which is on submit, and in this one here we have to write this dot uploading is set to true whenever someone is click on the particular save button. And then we have const, and then we have title, artist, and then equals this dot song form dot value, and then const form data is equals to new form data, and parenthesis, and then we are going to append all this form data one by one. So append, first we are going to append the title, so title, and title dot trim, we are going to just remove the unwanted space from start and end, and put semicolon form data dot append, and here we are going to write here artist comma and artist dot trim, and then form data dot append, and then song file, we are going to send the song file, this dot song file, and at the end we are also going to put the not, because we are convincing that okay, it will be, there will be a value over here. So form dot data dot append, then image file, okay, not, it should be inside the single quotes with the name. So image file comma this dot image file and not, put semicolon, and then we have to call the backend API. So this dot song services song service dot add song, and in this one we have to form data is there, and dot subscribe, and next. Okay, and then we have to stop the loading. This dot uploading is set to false, and then notify the user, okay, this is done, notification dot success, and here we are going to write a song uploaded successfully. This is the message we are going to show to the user, and also we are going to revoke or the audio preview and all those things. So if you go to the ng destroy, right, we have write the logic. So these two lines, this 4 lines of the code, right, we have to copy it from here, and then here we have to paste those 4 lines. Let me format this one, and inside the next, right, we have to write it this dot song form dot reset, and we are going to this dot song file is set to null, this dot image file is set to null, this dot audio preview URL is set to null, this dot image preview URL is set to null, and this dot song file error is set to blank, and this dot image file error is set to blank. And then we also pass or route our page to the my upload page, right? So that one also we have to write this dot router dot navigate, and this particular path as of now does not exist. Okay, so we don't have to worry about it if we don't able to route to this particular page or it shows any error. So we don't have to worry about it. Later in the next video we will start working on this my uploads part. Okay, so it will route to this particular page, and also we want to handle if any error occur, right? So error, and here we have to write console dot error we want to show, we can do that, and we just print error whatever we get, or this dot uploading we are going to set as false first, we are going to hide that, and this dot notification services dot error, and here we are going to write error question mark dot message, here failed to upload song, please try again, and then put semicolon over here and also here, and after that here like outside of this on submit method, go over here cancel, and on click on cancel we have to go to the my uploads page. So this dot router dot navigate, and single quote slash my uploads, put semicolon, and then we also had to validate the form, right? Like we have to disable the button. So here get is form valid, and then it will return a boolean type, and over here it will return this dot song form dot valid, and we are also going to check the files image or any errors, right? So not this dot song file, and 2 time nots this dot image file, and single time not, and this dot song file error is not there, and not this dot image file error. this one, and then only we are going to send that okay, this is there's no issues in it and all those things. Just a minor fix I can see there. Here we have just tried the wrong spelling. So form is form valid. So after that like TS part of the changes is completed. Now we have to put the CSS. So I'm just copy paste this one and putting the CSS. Now let's go to the HTML part of this one. Let's go over here. Now we are going to write the HTML part of this upload song. Now let's remove this and let's create here dev class and upload container, and then close this one, and inside dev class header section, and then close this one, and then here h1 class page title, and we are going to write here upload song, and after that here p class and page subtitle, and here we want to write here share your music with the Musify community. And let's format this one. If I save this, if I go back to the UI, I'm able to see this part. So upload song as well as this title, subtitle of this one, I'm able to see. It means it's working fine as expected. Now outside of this header section, we have to design a form, right? And inside this upload container. So here I'm going to create a form, and it should be a form group type, and this will be okay. It should be not be inside this one, outside of this one. Here we write song form and then close this, and here we write dev class and content section, this one, and then we have h2 class section title, and here song details, and after that here we have to show the input fields. So here the first one will be dev class input group, this one, close this, and inside this one first we have to create a label. So label, and for here we have to write title and class input label, and then close this one, and here we have to write title and then asterisk symbol after one space, and then move to the next line, and then we have input id title, and then type, it should be of a text type, so text, and class input field, and after this here we have to write class dot error, and then we are going to check okay song form dot get, then we have title and question mark dot invalid, okay, and song form dot get title and question mark dot touched, and after that form control name is equals to title, and then we have placeholder enter song title, and then we have disabled. So we also want to disable this field so that user cannot edit it once it is in the loading state, uploading, and max length we can also pass over here like 100, and then close this. On min length also you can pass it over here, and then after that span class error dash message, this one, and after that we have to put the conditions. So star ng if, And over here I want to pass the song form dot get and then title, and after that question mark dot hash error, and if it is required then we want to show a message that title is required. So title is required. This is the message I want to show to the user. And after that I will copy this line of the code 2 times, because one is to min and one is to max length. So here the title will remain same. Here we have to just change this to min length, and here we have to change the title. So text, basically title must be at least 2 characters. And here we have to write, just change this to max length, and just copy paste this one and remove this and paste it over here. Title can, okay, here we have to just change this to title cannot exceed 100 characters. Let me decrease the size of this one. Okay, and save this. And now okay, we are getting some kind of error. So title, okay, this one is not able to find it out. Okay, so here if you see line number 13, right, this one, this line, and this is, here we have to put in the single quote, so that's why we are facing this error. So just add it, and now after saving this, error is gone. Now we are not seeing any error. Let's go to the UI, and okay, by default this title is okay, it's showing it, which is not a good correct. If I refresh this, it's showing the title is required message, which is not correct. So let's do one thing, let's add few more condition in this if condition. So first, in the required field I want, like whenever it is touched, right, so that only it should show the message. Okay, so song, okay, let's put space here, song form, and dot get, and then we have title and question mark dot touched, and then show this one. Okay, so after that, this one, let me copy this line of the code to others too, post over here also, and then format this one. Now it's like this. Now if I go to the UI, I'm able to see the field. If I click on this like this, and if I move outside, so then I'm getting title must be at least 2 characters. If I write more than might be 100 characters, okay, we are restricted to that because we have added min max length to the 100. So that's why the error will never be shown, because it's whenever we add this one, right, this one max length 200, so it will restrict. Let me remove this, let me save over here, let's go back over here, let me refresh this, let me write again, and here you can see I'm able to write it. If I go outside of it, title cannot exceed 100 characters. So you can see here we're able to see the error message over here. Let's remove it, title is required field. So it means the validation and everything is working as expected. Now we have to copy this particular input group field. You see, right, this is the div closing over here. Copy this input group, this particular one, and we have to copy once and paste it over outside of just that particular one, so that we can use that particular field for other one field, which is artist. So here we have to change this ones too. Also we have to change the classes name, so artist input label, and here we also need to change to artist title, and here we have to change this to artist, okay, it should be artist, it should close the double quotes over here, ID will be artist and it should be of a text type. Input field will be, and the class error here we also change it to artist. Let me copy this one, and here also we need to change this one to same, and form control name will be also changed to this one, and enter. Here we have to just change Intel artist name, and whenever it uploading, right, we have to disable the button, and then we have to change this one error message to artist. This one also changed. Required will be the same, and here we have to just change to artist name, and here also in the 2 characters validations we have to change this one, and here we also need to change the artist to artist name must be at least 2 characters. Same this one here also this one artist name cannot exceed. So now our 2 fields are ready to test. If I refresh this, if I'm right here, move to the others, I'm getting the error. If I remove this one, I'm getting the error. So everything is working as expected. So now our 2 fields, which is related to the song details, which is title and artist, is completed. Now we have to move to the outside of this content section div, which is this one, and we are still gonna inside the form but outside of content section. And then we have to create one more div class with the content section, and then close this one, and h2 class section title media files, and then we have to write the logics related to the handling the audio files. Okay, and then we have div class input group and label class input label over here, and then close this one, and then audio file asterisk, and after that div class file upload wrapper this one, and then we have input type, and it should be of a file type, so file, and then ID is song file, and it accept the audio, so audio slash and asterisk symbol, and whenever we are going to change, right, so we have to call a method which is on song file selected dollar event and disabled, and here uploading, and then we have class file input hidden, and then close this one, and after that here label for song file. Okay, it should be equal over here, so song file, and after that class file upload box we have designed, right, so class, okay, not this one, class dot hash file, and then song file you have to pass, and then if any error occurs, so class dot error song file error, and then just close this. And over here we have to just create div class, and inside here we have to write class file content upload content, and close this one, and after that mat icon, and then class file icon, and just close this one, and then and song file and audio underscore file, or else we are going to show the different icon which is cloud underscore upload icon. And also I want to show some information, so div class file info, close this one, and in this one span class file name I want to show to the user, so file name, and then song file and question mark dot name and or choose audio file. Okay, and after that this we have to create a span class file hint, and just close this one, and mp3 mwav or other audio formats, but it should be a max 50 MB that user can upload, as we have already added that restriction, so we know that. And labels, it will close the label, and after that we have to add a button. So basically that button is to remove that particular files, so here the button, and star ng if, and here the song file, and then mat icon button class clear filter button, and on click we have to call the clear song file method, and we also want to disable disabled whenever it's uploading, and type button, and then close this one. Okay, and inside this particular button, right, I also want to show a icon which is a close icon, so mat icon, and this will be a close icon. Let me format this one. And after this button, right, we are going to, outside of this file upload wrapper class, you can see here this is closing over here, and after that we have to show the error message. So here span class error message, and then star ng if song file error, if we have, in that case we want to show the error over here, and curly bracket 2 times, and here we have to write song file error, this one. Format this, save this, and after this I also want to preview the song, right? So just after this span, and the code will be inside the input group, so inside this input group, and outside of this, after this one span, then we have to write the logics to preview the audio file. So here we are going to create a div star ng if an audio preview URL, and then we have a class and preview container, close this, and then we have a div class and preview header, and then close this one, and then mat icon class preview, and then we have icon over here, and then head phones, and after that span class preview preview label this time, and then we have audio preview, and after that outside of this preview header we have to show audio controls class, and then audio preview, and src Then we have to show audio preview URL, and then close this one. And inside this one, your browser does not support the audio file. In case if it is not working, then we can show this message. Okay, now let's go to the UI part and let's try to validate if it works fine. And here I'm able to see this. If I click on this one, it will open this one, and here we have audio. So I'm just going to select one audio, and here you can see it preview the audio. Let me first decrease the volume, and then I'm going to play this volume, and I'm able to hear this particular volume. And here I'm getting the options. Here I am able to see the name. Here I'm able to see this, all these things. If I close this one, it get removed. Then I'm getting again the options to upload. Let me upload something different file. Let me select the all files, and then we have a video. So here I'm getting an error because please select a valid audio file. So this is the error which we are getting it, because the file is of type MP. It is a video file, so that's why it was throwing the error. So it means it working as expected. Now let's do one thing. I want to test one more validation, which is related to like file size exceed, right? So right now we are calling this particular method. I'm just going to comment this particular part of the code. I'm going to save this, and so the file size is also more than 50 MB, right? The same file I'm talking about. So let me select this one, and I'm going to select here changes to this one. So this time it should not throw the like file type error, because we have commented that part of the code. So this time it should throw the size error. So audio file sizes should not exceed 50 MB. This is the error what we get it, right? So it means that whatever the code we have written is working as expected. Now we have to revert this line of the code so that it should validate this too. Okay. Now we have to go to the again upload HTML file, and now we have to write the logics related to uploading a cover image, right? So now we have to go to the outside of input group. So this is the input group, and here this close this input group, and here we have to write the logic related to like uploading a image. So outside of this one, and okay, we have a form and then one div, and inside this one we have to write the logic. Okay, so div class, and here input group, and then close this one. Okay, let me put a space over here so it will be more clear to the everyone. And here label class input label, and close this one, and then we have cover image asterisk. Okay, and after that here div class file upload wrapper, this one, and then close this one, and this upload, here we have to write input type file, and then we have id image file, and then we have to accept, and this time it should be a image type, and slash, and then asterisk, and then change. On change we have to call a method. So let me decrease the size of this one first, change, and then we have on image file selected, and then dollar event, and then we have disabled, and it should be uploading class file input hidden, and then close this one, and after that here label for image file, and then class file upload, and then box will be there. Then we have class dot hash dash file, and then we have image file and then we have class dot error, and here we have to pass image file error, and then close this one. And inside this one, again the similar way whatever we have added it for the above, right? So same way we also need to add it over here. So file name, file hint, and everything. Okay, so here we am going to create a div class, and inside this div class we are going to write file upload content, and then close this one. And inside div we have to create a write a mat icon that I want to show to the user, and then class and file icon, this one, and then image file question mark single quotes image, and then add underscore photo drop down, photo alternate, add photo underscore alternate. And after that, this one we have to create one more div class and file info, and then close this one, and then span, and then class file name, and then image file question mark dot name, or here we have to pass choose cover image. And after that, here is span class file dash hint, and then close this one, and then jpg and comma space png comma or other image formats and max 5 MB. So this message we want to show to the user, and then our label part is also completed. Now we have to add a button, and the button will be the similar to the whatever we have added it over here. So I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code, scroll down, okay, and it's outside of this particular label, and I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this, and here we have to just change this to image file. So image file, I can click, and here clear image file, so it just changes to clear image file. Image file uploading will be the remain same, button close, and this all these are same. And now our this file upload wrapper part is also completed, and outside of this one I want to show the error messages, and we are still gonna inside the input group, okay. And here span class error message, and then close this one, star ng if and image file error, and over here image file error we want to show the messages. After that we also want to preview whatever we have to the user. So for that we also gonna write uh, over here just after this is span, I'm going to create a div star ng if and image preview URL, and then we have a class, and then preview container, this one, close this, and then div class preview header, close this, and then mat icon class and preview icon and photo underscore library. And after this we want to show the span class preview label, this one, and after that cover image preview, And outside of this particular div, I want to show the image. So here div class image preview wrapper, this one, close this one, and image src, and here image preview url alt cover preview, and then class image preview, this one, and then close this. Let's save this and let's see. Okay, we have some kind of error. Let's extend this one so that we can see the error. Okay, label is not an known. Okay, though, so error is self-explaining. So if we have to go to the 84 number line, 84, and here we have to just correct this one. So label, and the same thing we have to just change it over here, so label. And if I save this, error should gone. Here you can see error is fixed. Now I'll go to the UI and I'm able to see this one. If I click on this, and I should able to upload the image, I'm able to do that. I'm going to close this. I'm going to select a image. Instead of image, I'm going to select something different. I'm going to select this one. So please select a valid image file. So this is the error validation is also working. I'm not gonna check the size of that like 5 MB exceed those error. It will work as expected. So now get back to the over here. Now here let me decrease the size of this one, and now where contain section, this one, right, section close, right, outside of this one, and then we have to create a button. So outside of this one and before form, right, so then we have to write div class and action button and a mat struct button, then class btn cancel, and whenever we do the cancel, right, so router link or the method on, basically we have to call that, or we can pass it over here directly also, slash my dash upload, and here we have to pass the class dot disabled whenever it's uploading, and then we have cancel. After this we have to put a button, mat raised button, class btn upload, this one, and on click it should call the on submit method, and it should disabled in two conditions. One is whenever it's uploading, or not is form valid. So this is the one we have created it, right? And inside this one I want to show a spinner as well as icons change and text change, so that I want to implement. So mat a spinner a star ng if it is loading, and sorry, not loading, it should be uploading, loading, this one, and then we have diameter is 20, and then class a spinner inline, and then close this one, mat spinner, and then we are going to show the mat icon star ng if we are not uploading, so uploading, so that's why I have added not, and the cloud upload this icon, and then I want to show the different text on the basis of whenever we call the API and everything. So span, and here we have to write uploading question mark, then uploading dot, and then upload song. Save this, and we don't have any error. Let's verify that. Only one issue I can see here, which is cancel. Here we have to just write, and other things looks good. So it's time to validate the UI. So I'm going to inspect mode, and I'm going to add like this. I'm going to open the network tab over here. Let me decrease the size of this one. Okay, and here I'm going to write here test, and here I'm going to write here BTIC days. I'm going to search for a audio file, so I'm going to select this one. Okay, and I'm going to select an image file, so I'm going to select an image file over here. And now I'm going to just clear this one. I'm going to click on upload song, and here you can see the API call is there, and I'm going to, and here one API call. If I click on this uploads add song, and you can see test artist and binary files, whatever it is there, and which is sent to the backend. And from the backend we got the URL as well as the informations like, okay, app user 4 admin BD, artist name BTIC days. You can see the creator ID, image, every information, whatever we send it, we are getting it, right? And whatever the path of the backend API for the image or song URL which has been uploaded, we are getting it. And after that we route to the home page, right? If you see, this is the home page we routed. A reason of that to route to this particular page, because my uploads page does not exist, right? So that's why it's routing us to default page which exists, which is a home page. That's why we route to the home page. So it means that my upload part is working as expected. I hope you like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video we have completed upload song part of this project. So if you have not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video we are going to do a minor bug fix on the backend, and then we will work on the my upload part. So let us start with that. So let's go to the IntelliJ, and in this one we have to go to the admin controller, and then we have to go to the upload song API. You can see this particular one, and inside this one basically we have two request parameter, which is a song file and image file. So I want this two should be like optional, it should not be required. But if we are not passing that value over here, so in that case it is by default required. Let's see that. If I click on it, you can see here boolean required default true. So I want to change this to false. Okay, so here first I'm going to give a name to this one, to value, and then equals, and after that here after this one comma required. Here we have to just write required, and we have to make it as false. And over here in the image file also I want required as false. That's it. We don't have to do any other changes. Just restart the backend services whenever you are done with these two minor changes, and then we have to go to the UI. And in the UI we have to go to the upload song.html file. First we are going to do just a small fix. So here you can see, right, this should be uploading, so just make it as uploading and save this. And after that here we have to write the code related to my upload. Now let's go to the services first. So we are going to service, and then we have song service.ts file. So in this one we are going to write the logics related to the upload song, right? So I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code over here, and let me also format this, and here make it as update song. And then first I'm expecting a song ID that need to be updated to the song ID, and it should be of a number type. And the form data we are going to pass observable, and then song we are going to pass this dot http, and this will be a put type, not a post type, so it just changes to put song, and the base URL will be the same. And here we have to just change this to update song, and then slash. Then we have to pass here the particular ID or song ID. So here dollar curly bracket and then song ID and the form data which is correct. Now after this we also need to write the logic related to delete a song. So I'm just going to copy paste this one, and paste it over here. Let me format this and delete song. And we are just expecting song ID, so I'm just going to remove the data because we don't have to pass the form data or anything. And here also we are going to expecting the message response type. It will just going to return a string message. Okay, and here I'm going to expect that delete in the backend, and the base URL will be same. And here we have to just change this to delete, and here we have to pass the, and here we have to just remove the form data. Okay, it's throwing the error. Okay, here also we need to change this to message response, this one. Now error is gone. And inside this particular service, right, in the last video I have written this particular method. I don't think we are using this one, so we can comment this for now. If required, we can uncomment it, but as per my understanding, we are not going to use this particular method. Okay, so now we have to go to the shared folder. You can see this is a shared folder we have created. Inside that we have layout. So right click on this one, open integrated terminal, and we are inside the shared folder. We are not inside the layout. Okay, and after that ng generate a component confirmation dialog and press enter. So it will generate a component which will be used as a dialog, and that will be used whenever like you want to delete something, right? So it will open a pop-up like that, and there you can confirm yes or no. You can click on it. So dialog confirmations, we have to extend this particular one, and then we have to go to the TS file of this one, confirmations dialog, and in this one, so now here constructor, and in this one public dialog reference, and then we have to import mat dialog reference, this one, and then we have to get the reference of this particular dialog which we have already opened. And inside this one also want to inject some data, right? And so we also need to create models for this. So let's go to the model. Okay, so inside this one, if you see the code inside this one, we already have few models. So I'm going to create a new model over here, and which we are going to use in our project. So let's right click on this, click on new file, and dialog dot model dot ts, and press enter. The file is created. Now we have to write export interface face, and here we have to write here confirmation dialog data, and then curly brackets, and here we have to write title which is of a string type, and then message which is also a string type, and then confirm text. It should be optional, and it is also a string type, and then cancel text, and which is also an option which is of a string type, and confirm color, and this one primary, or like we have to pass a different type, and or warn, and type over here warning info danger. These are the different types, and the CSS will be also going to change on the basis of these values we are going to pass it. Okay, and after that the next which is interface, which is related to song dialog data, and over here song, and here song we need to this one import. And here I'm also going to add one more which is going to be used while editing the profile, but I don't want to come back on this particular file, so I'm just going to add it as of now. We are not going to use it right in this video, but later we are going to use it. So edit profile dialog data, and in this one user type, and we are going to return the user one, this one which is in the model. Okay, so now save this, and now we have to go back to the confirmations dialog.ts file, and inside this one we have to put a comma over here and then at the rate inject from the core, and then mat underscore dialog data, this one, and then public data, and then confirmation dialog data, this one we need to import. So this one basically going to inject it to this particular confirmation, so that on the basis of it we are going to show the different design or messages or buttons text. So here this dot data dot confirm text, and equals this dot data dot confirm text, or we are going to just pass the confirm message. In the same way, this dot data dot cancel text, this dot data dot cancel text, over here cancel, and this dot data dot confirm color, so the default color, this dot data dot confirm color, and it should be warn, so warn, and this dot data dot type is equals to this dot data dot type warning. So if the value exists, so it will just pass that, or this value is going to set to the this particular variable, so it will work like that. Okay, so the constructor part is all the values is set. Now we have to go outside of this constructor, we have to write the logics related to on close button, on cancel, those logics we have to write. On cancel, we have to just close the dialog, this dot dialog reference dot close, and we have to just pass the false over here, so that no action should be there. And on confirm, I have to just pass it over here, this dot dialog reference dot close, and here we have to set this to true, and then get icon class, and it should be return a string type. So which type of icon we have to show, so return, and then backtick icon dash, and then dollar, and then curly brackets, and this dot data dot type, and then at the end put semicolon. So this type of icon will be sent, and then we have to get icon symbol, this is also a string type, it's gonna return. So over here we have to write here switch, and this dot data dot type, and then we have to show the different icon on the basis of different values. So this is the first one, which is a warning one, so here colon, then we have to return, and over here we have to just put a space, start or not, no, it works fine, put a semicolon, and case danger, and then return. And I have already provided in the descriptions related to the different icons, so you can just need to paste this, and the file name will be confirmations.dialog.ts, and you will just find this type of icons, nothing else, you will find it out in that particular file. Okay, so I have just given exactly name so that you can copy paste and use it. And after that here, okay, let's put a semicolon over here. If you want to format this, let's format this one, now it's aligned properly, and then we have case, and the next one which is info, and after that return, and then I, and then case success, return, and then we have to show the icon tick, So I'm just going to show over here, print over here, and then default. I'm going to return, put semicolon. Let me format this. Now it looks good. Okay, after that here we also need to pass the different buttons, right? So here I'm going to change this to get confirm button class, and this is also going to return a string type, so I'm just making it as string switch, and this dot data dot confirm color, and here case, and it should be warned, so I'm going to return btn dash danger, put semicolon, case primary, return btn primary. Okay, here we have forget to add this. After that, case cient, and return. We're going to return the same thing. So return, sorry, not this next line, return btn, and then put semicolon, and then default we have to return as a danger. So here default return btn. Okay, it should be single quotes, so btn danger, and put semicolon. Let me format this, and here you can see. Now we have to go to the CSS file. I'm going to copy paste the CSS file over here, save this. Okay, let me also delete this so that we can track off like we have any errors or not. Now we have to go to the HTML part of this one. So go to the HTML, remove this one, and over here we have to write div class and confirmation dialog, and then close this, and then we have to add a button class and close button this one, and then a mat icon button, and on click we have to call a method which is on cancel method. So on cancel method we have to call, close this, then span, and then class close button this one, or not, it should be not a button, it should be icon, I think. Close icon, then close this, and then we have to put and times and put semicolon over here. Okay, so our button is ready. Now we have to write the logics related to get icon symbols and all those things. So outside inside the particular one confirmation dialog, we have to write div class dialog icon, and then ng class, and here we have to call a method which is to get the icon class. So this, I think this one, okay, this icon symbol, not this one, we have to call icon class. So just call this one and close this, and inside this one is span class icon text, close this, and then we have to call a method over here which is get icon symbol. So this is the method we have to call it over here, paste it and put parentheses after that so that it's called as a method. And outside of this particular dialog icon, we have to write here h2 mat dialog title, and then close this. Over here we have to write data dot title, and after that here we have to write mat dialog content, and close this, and inside over here we have to write p class and message, and close over here data dot message. And after this content, right, we have to like action button also we need to show. So mat dialog, actions, align, center, close this, and then button, mat strocked button, class cancel button, and then on click we have to call the same on cancel button method. Basically we have to call after that data dot cancel text we have to expecting, right? So here I'm just going to pass that so that that will be populated over this particular button label. And after this the next button will be similar, so I'm just going to copy paste this over here and going to format this one, and the button will be okay, it need to be changed to flat. So flat class confirm, here we have to change this to confirm button over here, and then we have to show different design on the basis of class name, so ng class, and then we have to call a method which is this one. So get confirmation button class, so I'm just going to copy paste over here ng class, after that equal symbol, double quotes, paste that, and parenthesis, and over here we have to just change to on confirm, and here we have to just change this to confirm from text. Save this. Now we have to inside the shared folder we are going to generate one more file over here. So right click, open integrated terminal, and inside this shared folder we already have two files, which is layout and confirmation dialog. So here I'm going to generate ng generate component edit song dialog and press enter. So it will generate a component edit song dialog which is generated over here. Now we have to generate one more component which is inside this particular one, which is will be inside the feature one. So right click on the features folder, open integrated terminal, and then ng generate component my uploads, and then press enter. And you can see file is created inside my uploads, and sorry, not inside my uploads, inside the features we have upload song is created. Okay, so after this, once this one is created, now we have to go to the app routing modules of this one. So go to the app routing module.ts file, and here we have to add the path of this one so that the user can route to the page. So scroll down over here, and after upload song, here we have to add it. So put a comma over here, then path, and here my uploads and component my uploads can activate, and it is also an admin button, right? It will be only accessible by admin, so that's why we have to add over here like admin guard. So just add it, and let me format this one and save this. Now we have to go to the shared folder. We have layout, right? And then we have to go to the layout.html, and inside this one we have to scroll and we have to go to the navigation part. So nav we have added it, right? So this is the place where we have to go, and we have to just copy paste this line of the code over here and paste it after this. So in the last video we have added this my upload song part, and over here we have to just change here to my upload first. So my change here my slash uploads, and router link which is going to be active, and nav item admin nav item which is correct, and here we have to cloud underscore upload, and here we have to just change to my upload. So I'm going to write here my uploads, and this one which will be admin. So this is correct. So let's save this. Let's go to the UI. Let's see, do we are able to see the my upload section? I'm able to see that. If I click on it, it is get activated, and you can see it's changing, it's working as expected. Now get back to the VS Code, and now we have to write the logics related to my upload. So go to the my uploads, so go get inside the features folder. Inside my uploads, go to the my uploads.ts file, and in this one basically we are going to write the logics related to like viewing all the songs which I have uploaded it. Now here we have to write here songs, and then we have to import the song model over here, and it should be of array type. And after that, loading, which is by default set to true, and loading more is false, and error message. And then we are also want to get the user ID so that we can send it to the backend. So user ID, number, and then search query, and current page is equals to 0, and page size is equals to 10, and total elements is equals to 0. Hash more songs is true, and a few more variables and things which we needed over here. So let's go to the shared folder, and inside this one we have a layout, right? And layout.ts file, go over there, and inside this one, right, we have few things like these two things. These lines we have to copy paste, and we have to go to the my uploads, and here we have to paste that, and it will throw the error, so we don't have to worry about it. So first we are going to change here, it should be underscore scroll trigger, and here we have to import this one, so just import this from core, and here we have to just remove this playlist, and we have to just add observer and not, and this is correct. Scroll view child we have to import over here from Angular core, and this one we have to call this one, so I'm just going to replace this, and over here also I'm going to replace this one, and this method we are going to copy paste again from the layout.ts. So let's go to the layout.ts file, and we also need to copy the constructor, but we'll write it down that one because there will be lots of difference. So scroll down, and there's a ng drive I'm also going to copy paste. So these two methods I'm going to copy paste, ng destroy as well as this one from layout, and let's go to the upload over here and paste it over here. And in this one, this dot we have to just change this to this one. Over here also I'm going to copy paste, sorry, my bad. Over here, this one, and we don't have to worry about this for now. Underscore, we are going to change those, and this one underscore scroll trigger, and here we have to loading more this one, and hash more songs. So just make these changes, and let's scroll up over here, and let's verify everything is correct. So related to the view child, right, scroll trigger, so which is not correct here. Scroll trigger it should be, so scroll trigger, and set scroll trigger playlist, so I'm also going to remove this part, scroll trigger, and after that el setup, which we have added the method over here, then the scroll trigger is null, and then outside of this one we have to add the constructor, and we have to import few things which we are going to use it here. So private song service and song service, and then private player or music player, we can write music player service, and here music player service, this one we need to import, and then private auth service, this one, and then private dialog, and it should be mat dialog, this one, and then private notification service, and notification service we need to import, and then scroll down, and then we also need to implement ng on init, so we are not able to import, so go over here, implements, and on init, and on this try we're also going to add, so on this try, this one we also need to import. So scroll down over here, ng on init, and inside this one, this dot user id is equals to this dot auth services dot get current user, and not dot id we have to pass over here, and then we also need to call a method which is to load all the songs, right? So here after this particular method, right, setup play, I'm going to create a method which name will be load songs, load my songs. So load my songs over here, and scroll back over here, ng on it, and here we have to call that particular method. So this dot load more my songs, and put semicolon. After that, let's verify the ng on this try. So this dot observer and disconnect, and then let's verify the setup infinite scroll down over here, setup infinite scroll, observer disconnect, null. Here root margin we are going to set as 200 px and 0.1, which is correct, and here this dot observer is for h, interesting, loading more, hash more songs, options, scroll trigger, navigate, everything is looks good to me as of now. Just we need to create a method over here, so I'm just going to change here or we have to add a method over here first. So load more songs, so this is the method we have to call whenever it reaches to the bottom of the page, and this is the method we have to call. So load more songs, this is the method we have to call over here, so just change that. And inside this particular load my songs, right, we have to write the logics to call the backend API. So I'm just going to write here this dot loading is set to true, and this dot error message is, we're going to just remove it, and this dot current page is set to 0, and this dot song I'm also going to do the cleanup. And after that we have to call the backend API, so I'm just going to write here this dot service, this dot song service dot get all songs, and this dot current page over here, and this dot page size, and this dot search query also we want to pass it so that we can search it, and this dot user id, and dot subscribe over here, and inside this one next, and response, and this dot song or songs response dot content, and this dot total elements is equals to response dot total elements, and this dot hash more songs is equals not response dot last. If it is not last, then we will allow to load, or else we are not going to allow to the load, and set to false. And after this particular curly bracket, put comma and error. We are also going to handle the errors, so error, and over here we have to this dot error message, and in this one we have to pass failed to load your uploads, please try again later. So this is the message I want to show to the user, and then put semicolon, and this dot loading is set to false. And also if you want to print a console log, you can add it. So console, not this one, console dot log, and then we have to want to print the error, so just print it. And after that, I'm going to just copy paste this same line of the code to the load more songs, and I will do the changes as per requirement. So just format this, save this, and over here this dot okay, first line will be if this dot loading more or not this dot hash more songs, otherwise return. And after that, this dot loading more it should be, so here just changes to loading more, and here set to true. And then we are going to remove this, and over here we have to write this dot current page. Here we are going to increase the page size to +1, and this dot songs, this logic will be the same, this one will be the same, page size, search query, user ID, which is correct. And this dot song and response dot content, we are going to just not going to remove it, but we are going to add it few more things. So this dot songs over here, comma, and dot and response dot content. So whatever is like, whenever newly added songs will be there, right? So it will just going to append it over here. Okay, and then after that, this dot hash more songs will be the remain same. Total element we don't want to be updated, so I'm just going to remove that one. And here we have to just change this to loading more over here to false. And after that, if I go to the error section, we can leave this console.log as it is. We don't want to show any error message. This is by default. And loading more, here we have to just change this to false, as well as I want to reduce the page size to by 1, so which we have just increases, because while we have increased it over here, and if any error occur, we want to go to the back to the same state. So I just reverted it and put semicolon over here. And outside of this particular method, now we have to write the logic related to search or clear it. So let's write here on search, and over here this dot load my songs. So this is the method we are going to just call it whenever someone enters some text, because this search query will automatically handle those, right? So just call that method. After that, we also need to write the logic related to clear search. So this dot search query we are going to just set like this, and this dot load my songs. This is the method I want to call whenever I'm going to clear it. And after that, we have to write the logic related to play song. So play song, and in this one we have to pass the song. Okay, so song over here we need to pass, and the curly bracket, and here we have to just add it to do. So we are not going to implement the logic related to play song in this video. We are going to do in upcoming videos. So here just to add a to do button over here. After that, also here we have to write here open add to play list dialog. So this is also not going to be done in this video, like related to the playlist, right? How we can create a playlist. So for that also we are going to create a separate video, but I'm just going to add it and I will put it to do so that I can come back and fix this or add the code related to this. Okay, and inside this one we have to just write event dot stop propagate, so that it should not do the default buttons changes or things. And here we have to write here to do over here. So after this we have to write the logic related to edit the song, right? As of now we have just created the the dialog. We don't have implemented anything, but we are going to write the logic related to it, like how it can handle. So edit song, and here event and song this one. And after that, event dot stop propagate, like on the particular raw, right, there's different events are there, so I don't want to propagate to the this particular method and that could trigger it, so that's why we have added in that way. So const, after that we have to write a const dialog reference, and this dot dialog dot open, and then we have to pass the edit song, this dialog we need to import, and then curly brackets and press enter. And in this one basically we have to pass the related to the what exactly the width, height, and all those things we have to pass over here. So 90 VW, and max width here we have to pass as 1200 px, and then panel css classes over here, custom dialog container, and then we have edit song dialog. So these are the css we have to pass it, and then we also need to pass the data. So data, and in this one we have to pass the song, so just put a curly bracket and put a song over here, and outside of over here we have to go, then we have to dialog reference dot, after once closed, right, then we have to write the logic, like what exactly I want to do. So I will subscribe like okay, I will wait till the particular one is on, not going to click on close or as well as on save button, so I will wait till that point. Okay, and once it is closed, then I will okay check, okay, if it is having the data or not. If not, then I'm not going to do anything. If it have some data, so I will do some operations. Form data we have to write here, we don't have to import for this. And here if not form data, then just simply we are going to return. And if we have, then song service dot update song over here, and song dot id we have to pass, and then form data we have to pass, and then subscribe, and then we have to write the logics related to like save or update to it. Okay, so put a semicolon over here also we can add, and inside this one we have to write here next and updated song, and here const index equals to this dot songs dot find index, and then or what exactly we are doing is we are going to find that particular index where this particular song exists as this is updated, right? So I'm just going to refresh or update that changes so that new image or new songs going to be played whenever I click on that particular song. So that's why I'm just updating the list with the new song. So I'm just finding by the index or id s dot id, and if it match song dot id, then if index is not equals to -1, then this dot songs index is equals to update song. This one I'm just going to set it, and after that this dot notification service dot success, and here I'm going to show the message song updated successfully. So this is the message I want to show. And outside of this, like I also want to show any error if occur, right? So here I'm going to write here error, and error console dot log you can also write here, and error, or here this dot error message, and we are going to check particular error. So error question mark dot error question mark dot message, or we are going to just pass here failed to update song please try again. So this is the message I want to show to the user, and this dot notification services dot error, and we have to pass the error message whatever we have. And after this, like the next method which is related to the delete the song. So here I'm going to write here delete song, and here event and event comma song. Actually, most of the logics I think that will be same from above. So I'm just going to do one thing. I'm just going to, instead of writing everything, I'm just going to copy paste from here till the end. So I can reduce the time. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this part and paste it over here. Let me format this. Save this. Now we are going to verify each and every line. So event dot stop propagate, which is correct. Dialog reference just dot open, and here we have to just change to confirmation dialog. So import this one, and here we have to just change to the width to 450 px. So 450 px, and max width to the 90 vw. And here we also need to like not gonna pass the multiple one, so custom dialog container will be enough. We don't have to pass this one, so just remove it. And we also don't need to put a square bracket, so I'm also going to remove it because only one like css we have to pass. And in data we have to pass the multiple things, so here I'm going to write like this. So title, and like here we have to pass the delete, and okay, it should be on single quotes. So delete song, comma, and then message, and here backtick I'm going to add, are you sure you want to delete? And over here I have to add or show the particular song name, so I'm just putting in the double quotes, and then dollar and curly bracket and song dot title, and after this double close, right, put a question mark and then backtick, then confirm text, and it should be delete, and then cancel text, cancel, and confirm color, and it should be worn. So just pass this, and after that let's go back over here, dialog reference after close, subscribe, confirm, which is correct. And here we have to just change this to delete song, and we don't have to pass this form data, so let's me remove this one. And response here, or updated song or response, just make it as response. And in the response we are not expecting that it should just remove the song from UI, right? So I'm just going to I'm going to write the logics related to that. So just remove this one, and this dot songs equals to this dot songs, and I'm just going to filter it out, so which are not gonna matching, right? So this, and s dot id, and not equals to song dot id. So I'm just going to verify that. Okay, if not, then I'm going to ignore it. And then song, and then whatever the response message we get it, right, I'm just going to show over here. So I'm just going to write a response dot message, and error I'm going to just print it out over here, and error, this one is correct. And here we have to just change to fill to delete song, please try again. So this is a message I want to show to the user, and save this. Now let's verify everything is correct or not. So okay, so just a minor fix we have to do over here. So if you see that setup playlist infinite scroll, so here we have to just change the name, and we have to just remove the playlist. So remove this. So setup infinite scroll, this is the name we have to put it over here. So setup infinite scroll over here. Save this. Then we have to scroll a little bit down, and we have to keep going. Okay, so here inside this edit song, right, we have this comma, right, that need to be removed, and put a dash over here. And then the next issue, which is inside the error over here, so we don't have to use this, we don't have to do that. So it should be like const, it is just like a local variable, and we are going to use it. We don't have to show to the UI, just write like this. Okay, so in the same way also we need to fix over here. I want this as a local variable, so const, and here just remove this. Save this. Let me delete this one so that we can see, okay, do we have any other errors or not. So if I scroll to the bottom, I don't see any errors as of now. I can see still we have minor issues in the delete song over here. So you can see this is a form data, but actually this is a confirmed data, right? So confirm, so make it as confirmed over here also. So if it is set as true, then only we are going to send for the processing. And also inside this delete song, we have this one, right? We also need to fix this one. It should be confirm color. So confirm color, which is a spelling mistake. So that need to be fixed, and then save this. Now we are good. Now let's go to the CSS part of this particular file, and I'm going to copy paste that my upload CSS to over to this. And now we have to go to the HTML part of this particular one. So go to the HTML, and over here let's remove this, and here right here div class, and here my uploads container, and then close this one, and the div star ng if, and here we have to write loading and class, and here loading container, close this one, and then we have mat spinner, so spinner diameter is equals to, here we have to put 60, and then color ancient, and then close this one. And after that we also want to show a message to the below, so p class paragraph class loading text, and here we have to write here loading your uploads, and dot dot dot. If I save this, and if I go over here, it should show me a, you can see for fraction of second it shows some loader and it's gone, because we are calling the API. Let me go to the method and make it as false. So always okay, so this here I'm going to set it to the false, right? Let's go to the terminal over here. Let's decrease the size of this one. Over here it's loading as a false. I'm just making it as true so that it will be always loading. So you can see the loading loading your uploads, which is visible, right? And you can see the loader. Now get back over here, let's revert to the false and save this. Let's go to the HTML part of this particular one, and our div related to loading is done. Now let's move to the error state. So if any error occur, so then we have to how to show the message. So start ngif loading, and if we have error message, error message, then class error dash container, and then close this one, and mat icon class error dash icon, and then close error underscore outline, and then class error message over here, close this one, over here error message we want to show, and then we also want to show a button so that user can refresh, try the refresh. So button mat raised button, color, and then on click we have to call load my songs method over here, close this, and then we have to show the mat icon, and it should be refresh icon. And after the mat icon I want to show like a try again message, so just write that, and the div related to this one is also completed. Now the next div, which we are inside my upload container but outside of this error message or loading one, so div and star ng if, and here not loading and not error message. If we don't have error message or it's not loading, then only we are going to show this particular part. And in this one we are going to create a div header first, so header section and h1 class and page title, and it should be my uploads, and after that p class and page subtitle, and songs you have uploaded to Musify. We are going to show this particular message as a header. If I save this, if I go over here to the UI, I'm able to see this particular one, which is correct. Go back over here. Now I want to put a search bar or text field over here. After header section, the next which is div class search section over here, and then we have div class and then search bar, and after that mat icon class search icon over here. Let's close this one, and here we have to write search, and after this mat icon I want to add a input field, so let me scroll over here first. So input, and then type, it should be of text type, and then we have a class which is of search input, and then placeholder, and here I'm going to write a search your upload by song or artist, and then dot dot dot, and after that also I want here two-way binding, so ng model over here, and then search query, and whenever someone is press enter, then we have to search, so key up dot enter, and then on search, and the method will be called. So here I have to just close this one, and after that also I want to show a particular button to the user, so button, and so that an user can clear or see that clear the value, so search query over here, and then mat icon button, and then class clear search button, and on click here we have to write here clear search, and we have to call this particular method and close this one, and then we have to show a mat icon, so mat icon and close over here. Now if I save it and if I go to the UI, I am able to see over here a search field, as well as I'm able to search it over here. Okay, and if I click on clear, I'm able to clear this, right? So it means it's working as expected. Let's get back over here. Now we have to write the logics related to show the song list, right? So outside of this search section, outside of this one, we have to write the logic, and it should be inside the this particular section as well as the main container. Okay, so here we have to write div class and content section, and then star ng if song start length is greater than 0, then only we are going to show this particular div, and div class songs header, close this one, and h2 class section title, and then here we have to show the total elements. So total elements, and after that here total elements is equals to 1 question mark, then we are going to show as a song. If not, then I'm going to show as songs. So here just make it as songs and then put curly brackets over here, and outside of this song header we have to write here div class song list, and then close this one, and then we have div star ng 4 and lit song of songs, and lit I is equals to index, and then class song item, and on click we have to call a method which is to play the song. So play song, and here we have to pass the song name over here, and then close this one. And inside this one, right, this is a loop, right? So inside this one we have to write the logics to show all the like name, images and everything. So get inside this particular div, and here we have to write the logic which is like div class and song index, and then close this one, curly bracket I plus 1, which is just a UI index, so I'm just handling it from the UI. After that here we have to write here div class, and here song cover we want to show to the user. So and inside this one image img, and then src, and then song, okay, not inside this one, here equals and song dot image url, and then we have to use auth image, right? Remember we have implemented this one in the last video, I think last video I think, which is whenever we are implementing the layout, right, we have implemented this auth image pipe. So that's one which we are using it now. This dot title, and then close this one, and after that here button mat icon button, and then class play button small this one, and then mat icon play underscore arrow. So this is the icon I want to show to the user on whenever someone is hovers on that particular one, or by default. Okay, so this is the song cover which is done. The next part is like we have to write the song info. So outside of this song cover, here div class and then song data, not song data, song date it is, and then we have to show the song date. So upload date, and here song dot created at, and then date, and this is the way basically we are using the pipe. Okay, and over here I want to show the format. So here I have to write mmm space d comma small d comma space y, and close this one, and then curly bracket, and this is the format basically we are going to show the date. Once date is visible to the users, then song actions I want to show to the user. So here div class song actions, and then close this one, and then button mat icon button, and then class add to playlist button, this one we need to call, not call, we have to pass click, and then we have click, and then we have to pass that or call that particular method, which is I think open, yeah, open add to playlist dialog, this one, and paste it over here. And in this one, basically dollar and event, we have to pass event and the song, whatever on which particular users has click on it. And also let me decrease the size of this one, and then we have to click on title, and here add to playlist. So this one I want to show to the user. Close this one, then mat icon and playlist underscore add. So this playlist add button will be visible, but we are not going to implement the features related to this. But we are going to write the we are going to see the logics related to edit as well as delete. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this particular button over here 2 times. So I'm going to write the logic related to edit as well as delete. So we are going to implement it one by one. So here first we are going to verify button, mat icon button, and here this should be removed, and it should be edit button song, and on click basically we have to call edit song and event song, which will remain same, and then here we have to just change this to edit song, and here we have to just change this icon to edit, and after that this one here we have to change this next button to delete button song, and here we have to just change this to delete song, and here also we need to change to delete song, and here we have to just change to delete. And after this we have to go to the outside of this song list. So if we go to the song list here, and outside of this one we have to write the logics related to infinite scrolling, loader, as well as other things. So here over here we have to write here div class, and here loading more container, and the star ng if loading more, or yeah, loading more we have to add, and then close this one, and mat spinner diameter, here we want to make it as 40, and color same, and then close this one, and after this we have to just pass the class, and loading more text over here, then loading more songs. Okay, and after that here dev hash scroll trigger class scroll trigger this one, and close this particular div, and then we have to show that div class which is to related to the end of the page, so end of list, and star ng if not hash more songs and not loading more, and then we have to write here p paragraph, and here you have reached the end of your uploads. So this is the message I want to show to the user, and then our the div which is container section, which is this part, like song list part, is also completed. So outside of this particular div, now we are going to write the logic related to empty state, like not even single audio or files is uploaded in that case. So div dot star ng if songs dot length is equals to 0, and class empty state, and then close this one, mat icon class empty icon, and here music underscore note, And after that, here we have to write here h2, close, no uploads yet, and then h2. Okay, here h2 we have to just close this one, and then we have to show a paragraph that you have not uploaded any songs yet. Start sharing your music. So this is the message we'll show to the user, and save this. Just minor issue I'm noticed over here. So this is the paragraph, right? And this is not getting closed, so just close this one. And now let's go to the UI. Let's verify that if everything is working as expected. So now I'm able to see over here a song over here. I'm also able to see this particular message, and here I can see the index number. Here I can see this one. If I click on this one, it will just open a dialog, but it will not do anything as of now. And this one will also not gonna work because we don't have that feature we have implemented till this point. And right, just a minor issue I can see over here, which is like the name of the artist and are not here. So let's fix that first. Let's get back over here and scroll to the up, and we have to just write the logics just after the this particular div, which is song cover and before the song date. Over here we have to just write div class and song info, and then close this one, and then we have to write here h4 and then class and then song title, and then close this one. Here we have to write song dot title, and after this here we have to write paragraph which is of type class and song artist, and outside of this one we have to just print the song dot artist, and then close this one, save this, and let me format this one also. And now go back over here, and here you can see I'm able to see the name of the song, and I can see the dates, and everything is working as expected. If I click on delete, right, if you can see the pop-up, right, and whenever you hovers on this particular one, it's changing. If I click on cancel, it will not going to do anything. If I click on delete, it should delete this particular song, and here you can see no uploads yet. You have not uploaded any song. You can see the message, right, and it's working as expected, right? Now let's do one thing. Let's upload few songs over here. So test one QRT and choose audio file. So I'm just going to select this one, and image I'm going to select in this image I'm going to upload the song. Let me up, and you can see automatically we route to this particular page where we can see all this, right? Click on upload song. I'm going to write a test 2, and I'm going to select in different music, not sure which one I've, okay, so let's select this one, and over here I'm going to select this one. Okay, both are same, might be, okay, both are same, no worries. Like, but still we are able to see these two files, right? I'm going to zoom little bit, and I will do one thing. I will just do a change in the basically pagination size so that we can validate, okay, if it is working fine or not. So go to the my uploads, and here just make it as 1 and save this, and just refresh this, and here you can see the epic call was there because we are already at the bottom of the page, and it automatically calls that. So it means it's working, that infinite scrolling is also working as expected. And now we have to implement the logics related to edit the song. So let's go to the VS codes, and let's go to the edit song dialog, go to the edit song TS file. Now in this, basically most of the logics we are going to just copy paste from the like upload songs. So let's go to the upload songs TS file, And let's scroll up in this one, and here you can see, right, I want all these lines first. So let me copy paste this line of the code and go back to the edit song dot dialog and paste it over here. Let me format this one. Let me import this one over here. And here I don't need this uploading because whenever someone's click on save button, so I will just close the dialog and I will do the processing. So we don't need the loaders to be visible to the user. So this is correct. And then go back to the upload song, go to the constructor. So I'm just also going to copy this constructor, ng destroy audio file, this one also, and then clear song I also need, clear image also I want, on submit I can also, yeah. So I'm just going to copy paste all these methods from here and I will do the modifications as per our requirement. So I will just copy paste all this till this is get this form field, and here I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this. Don't worry about any error as of now, so just follow it. So form builder we have to import, so just import this one. And after that here we need song services. We don't need song services, we don't need router, so just remove this one. Even I also don't need this notification services, so I also want to remove this. And over here I'm going to write here public dialog reference and mat dialog reference, and here I'm going to pass here the this particular component name. And then I also want to inject some values or pass the values to this one so that I can use it. So mat underscore dialog data, and after that public data and song dialog data, this one. And after that this is a song form, and form builder will be there, and validators dot required, and this is correct, man mix length and all those things will, which is correct. And also the title and artist should be populated with the already existing data. So data dot song dot title we have to pass, and in the artist we have to pass like data dot song dot artist. So this one we have to pass it over here. Then the ng destroy, which is correct, like image preview, revoke and all those things. And then on file select, right, so let's verify once. Audio song files return and 5 MB size and all those things, which is correct. We don't have to make any changes on this particular lines. This one is also correct, we don't have to do any changes. Then go to the clear song section. We have covered this on image file, this one, which is correct, and this one is correct. We don't have to do any changes. Then clear song file, and this one is also looks good, and this one image also looks good. Okay, now we have to also write the logic stated to on cancel, like there's a cancel button is also there, right? So on cancel what we have to do, exactly need to do. Okay, we have a cancel one over here. Okay, but here I'm going to create here, just after clear image file I'm going to write it on cancel. We have to call this particular method. So in this one, this dot dialog reference dot close, so it will just close the particular dialog. And here I just want to make it as on save what we are going to do. So also let's remove this uploading because I'm not going to do anything like that over here. And song that files we get it. Okay, and title and artist we are going to get it. Songs, this one append, I'm going to remove this one. And here I'm going to just write, okay, so like not remove, we should do that. You have to just write like this: if this dot song file exists, then upload this one or append this one or not, simply like that. And here I'm going to just remove this particular semi like not symbol from here. So this song from append song file like this. Okay, and after that, if this dot image file, and I'm just going to copy paste over here. And here I'm just going to remove this not symbol, save this. Let me format this one. And after this too, I don't want to call the backend API, so I'm just going to remove this particular part from here. So let's remove this, and I'm just going to do one thing. This dot dialog reference dot close with whatever the form data we have, right? So just close with that. And I don't want this cancel because we already have a cancel button. And in this one, we have to just check, okay, this is a valid, correct? And this is a file. We don't want to validate this one, so just remove this too. Not and part, just remove this part. So this dot file error or this image file error, if we see, so we don't allow users to submit or save the form. And after that, we have to copy paste the CSS. So I'm just going to copy paste it over here. Now go to the HTML part of this one. Now let's remove this one, and here we have to write div class, and here we have to write here dialog container, and after that h2, and then mat dialog title, and class dialog title, and then edit song over here, and after that here mat dialog content, and class dialog content. Close this one, and then we have div class and upload container over here, and then form group, and then song form, and then close this one. And inside this form, right, the most of the logic will be remain same, like we have an upload song, so I'm also going to copy paste most of the code from there. Upload song.html, and in this one, basically inside this form, right, I'm going to copy the logic one by one. So first I'm going to copy this particular content section part only, and let's copy this part, and let's paste it over here inside this particular form, and let me format this, save this. Let's go to the UI. Okay, we are getting some kind of error over here. Okay, we also need to validate one by one, so I just copy paste the two part. One is input field, which is related to the title, and one is other one is related to the artist. So let's verify that what need to be removed. So div class input, which is correct, title and title song. Okay, and basically if you notice over here, we have this disable uploading one, right? That need to be removed. So just remove this part over here, and if I scroll down over here inside this artist field also we have the same thing. So just remove this one and save this, and after that you will notice the error is gone. And if I click on edit, right, I'm able to see the edit song, I'm able to see the title as well as artist, these two fields. If I scroll back, and here you can see, right, I have added to this particular form section inside this one the div content section, which I just copy paste it from the like upload song, right? So this is the part we have copy pasted from here, and after that, just after that, the media section is there, so I'm just going to copy paste now that part. So just copy the media section, not the complete code. I think we can do the copy paste complete code, so that and I will do the modification in that one. So media content, I'm just going to copy paste that part, so not this one. Input form group over here, files, yeah, this contain media file section. So I'm just copy paste the two other fields options. So scroll down, and it should be outside of this particular div content section. We have to paste it. So just paste it just after that, and format this, and definitely it will throw some error. And here you can see, so scroll up, and let's go to the media file content section. Let's verify each and every line, that need to be changed or that need to be modified or any new code need to be added. So let me decrease the size of this one Okay, we have added the CSS, so we can decrease this. Okay, and here the first thing is audio file is not a required file, right? It can be an optional, because let's say someone does not want to upload any audio, so we can skip that. So that's why we have to remove this asterisk symbol from this one, so make it as required. And after that, the disabling, right, disable logic whenever it's uploading, that we can also remove it. And then also after that we also need to remove it from this one, the button. We have this one uploading part from it, and just save this. Still we are getting error because we also have few more like uploads and all those things. So scroll down, go to the cover page part, and also remove this asterisk symbol from here. And also again from here we have to remove this upload part, sorry, not disabled part, so disabling from here. And also from the button we have disabled. So just save this. Now it should remove the error. Now we don't have any error. If I go over here, if I click on edit, I'm able to see these options, but it's not gonna work. And right now we are also not able to see the logic or this particular one, right, to play already loading the song, right, which is not correct. That also need to be added, the section. But let's do one thing. Let's go scroll to the top of the page and let's validate that everything whatever we have written is correct or not. So here this is first thing, section title, it should be h3. So just change this to h3 and save this. And scroll down, this looks good. We don't have to come back to the artist field, which is correct. And this section title, that need to be changed to h2. Oh yeah, this is already h2, so we are good. Media files should be h2 or h3. I think it should be h3 over here also. I think let's see the UI. h3 looks good. Media files, yeah. Scroll down, and now we have to write the logics related to uploading or not uploading, to here like view or play the music, right? I want to play the music or view the image which are already uploaded to the particular song or edit song. So that the logic we have to write it now. So scroll down, and here you can see this is the div, right? Audio preview and preview container. This one we already have. So just after this particular div, we have to create one more div that is related to the current audio player. So just create here div star ng if and not audio, and audio preview URL, and then class, and then preview container and current media over here, and then close this one, and then div class and preview header over here, then close this one, and then mat icon class preview icon and music underscore note, and after that span class and preview label, and then current audio here we have to add. And after that, the audio control and all those things will be the remain similar to it. So I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code, and just after this particular div close, right, I'm just going to copy paste over here, and let me format this one. And here audio preview will be the same src. Here just need to change your data dot song dot song url, and here auth image, here we have to pass this one, and this will be the remain same. And this is the method whenever we have already loaded song we are going to show to the user. And in this one, this div just above the div, this one is like whenever we going to upload new song, So just change this ones to new audio preview. Save this. If I go back to the UI, I'm able to see like this now. If I play this one, I'm able to hear the music, right? Let me decrease the volume over here because it's too loud for me. And if I click on this one, I will able to upload a new audio file. So let's click on this. Okay, this is the same file. I'm able to see the name here, right? And I'm also getting the options to remove this particular song from here. If I click on it, okay, let me do one thing. Let me select any rand. Okay, select this one. And here you can see this is the new song. I'm going to click and let me decrease the volume again. Let's click on it. I'm able to hear the volume as well as I'm able to remove and add a new song over here, right? So it means this particular part is also working. Now we have to implement related to the image. So let's get back over here. Let's scroll to the down, go to the cover page, and over here, so this is the div. First thing is here I'm just going to change here new cover image preview, and after that we're going to write the logics related to this particular div to view the image. So star ng if not image preview URL and class preview container and current media, and then close this one. And then we have div class and preview and header, and then close this one, and then mat icon class preview and icon, then close this one image, and after that span class preview label over here, and then current cover image. And outside of this preview header we have to just write div class and image preview wrapper, this one, close this one, and then image tag, and then src, and then data dot song dot image url, and then auth image over here, then we have to pass, then alt, then data dot song dot title, and then class image preview, this one, close this one. If I save this, if I go back to the UI, I should able to see the image. Now I am able to see the image, right? If I click on this choose image, if I go over here, if I go to the first image, and it's get changed. So if I click on close, I will again set showing the previous one. So it means this part is also working as expected. Now get back over here. Let's go to the VS Code, and now we have to go to the outside of this mat dialog content, and here we have to write here mat dialog actions and class dialog actions, and then close this one, and here button mat stroke button, and on click basically we want to just close the, so on cancel, and class btn cancel, this one we need to call, and cancel over here, and then we have to add one more button over here, so which is button mat raised button on click on save class btn save, and then disabled if form is not valid. So form valid, I would just want to check, and then mat icon save, and here span save changes, and then save this one. Now let's go to the UI and let's try to click on this, let's say edit, and I'm just going to change it to 1, and here I'm also going to add 1, and here you can see the duration 254. I'm just going to change this to 3 and something like different value. So let me select the different audio. So now, no, not this one. So I'm going to select the second audio this time. So now the duration is changed to 302, right? 3 minute, and this is just 0.2, right? And let's go select some different image. So let's select this particular image, and here you can see, and let me click on save changes. So after that you can see song updated successfully and icon is also changed, and here you can see test 21, and here you can see this one also get changed. If I click on this edit, right, if I scroll down, here you can see the duration or time is also get changed. So it means that our current edit song is also working as expected. So this is all about related to my upload part. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video we have completed my upload part of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to the description and check out the link. In this video we are going to work on music player part. So whenever you click on this particular one song, so it will open a music player at the bottom and you can play the song. So that part we are going to cover in this video. So let's go to the VS Code, and inside this one we have services inside the code folder, and in this one earlier we have created a service which is music player service. So get inside this one, and here just after this import and before injectable, here we have to just create one repeat mode. So there's a 3 different repeats modes are there, which is off, all, and one. So I'm just going to write that type and repeat mode and off, all, and one. So these are the 3 repeat modes are there, and after that we have to get inside this particular service, and here we have to import private auth http service, and here we have to inject. So we have to import this from the Angular core, and after that auth http service, this one we need to import, and then private audio, and it should be HTML audio element, this one we need to import, and then multiple behavior subjects, all those things we have to write here, create the variables for it. So current song subject, and then new behavior subject, and this one can be song, this one we need to import this model, or it could be null, and close this, and by default the value will be null over here. And after that private is playing subject, and new subject, and boolean, and by default it is set as false. Private current time subject, new subject, and then number and 0 we have to pass over here, and then private and duration subject, and new behavior subject, and number 0, and private volume subject, and new subject, and then number, and by default it will be set as 1, and then private current blob or image. So current blob URL, and it could be of a string type or it could be null, and by default we are going to set as null. Okay, and after that we also need to manage the queue, right? Like there's a multiple songs will be there, but in our this particular my uploads, right, this particular place we are not going to maintain the queues and all. So user gonna click on this song, so he's only able to hear this particular song. But other places, like let's on the playlist or at home page, whenever user click on it, it will be a like queue will be there. But still we are going to implement and write the code related to that over here. So private queue subject is equals to new behavior subject, and inside this one it will be a song type, that and it should be of array type, and by default it will be just blank, and then private current index subject new and behavior subject, and it should be of a number, and by default -1. Okay, after that we also need to manage like shuffle or repeat management, right? So for that also we have to create few more. So private is shuffle subject new behavior subject, and it should be a boolean type, and it should be a false by default. And after that private repeat mode subject new behavior subject, and repeat mode here we have to pass, and by default it is set to the off mode. So here we have to just set to the off mode, and private original queue we have to maintain, and it should be of song type array, and by default it is like this. And then also we have to manage it for the extended prayer. So private is expanded subject equals to new behavior subjects boolean, and then we have to pass as false. Now here we have to write like public current song, and then dollar, and then equals this dot current song subject. So this one we have to select dot as observable, put semicolon, and then public and is playing, and then again dollar this is playing subject dot as observable. So multiple we have to create by current time, all the like in the top we have created, right? For those we have to create it over here. So public current time dollar, and this dot current time subject as observable. So let me do one thing, let me copy paste from here, like let's do one thing over here, paste it over here, and this is the after this current time, the next one is duration, and here this is the duration subject, so duration subject, and this one after duration this is for volume, so volume, and this is a volume subject, and after this one the next one is q, and here we have to change this to q subject, and again we are going to paste the 3 more lines over here. Let me format this one, and after q the current index, and here also we have to change this to current index subject, and after the current index the next one will be is shuffle, and here also we have to change this to is shuffle subject, and after that here we have to change this to is repeat or just a repeat mode, so repeat mode, and here also we have to change to repeat mode subject, and the last one we have to which we have to create over here, which is, let me copy this one, paste it over here, and this is like is expanded, and here we have to just change is that is expanded subject over here. Let me format this one. Now after that we have to create a constructor, and inside this one like you're getting the error right, but because we are not using it, so let's make it as use it, so that error should gone, and new audio over here, this one. And for this we don't have to import anything. You can see here we don't have any import, so we don't have to worry about it. So this, after that, this dot audio dot volume is equals to 1, and this dot audio dot preload equals to meta data. This one we have to pass, and then update the current time, right? Whatever the time or duration, so all those we have to add a event listeners for this. So let's do that. So this dot audio dot add event listener, and over here time update comma, and then parenthesis and curly brackets, and this dot current time subject, this one dot next, and in this one this dot audio dot current time we have to just pass. Just put a semicolon at the over here. You can also add it, and this is related to the listener of time update. Same way we have to also add it for few more. So I'm just going to copy paste this method 4 more times. So here 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let me format this, and here the audio add listener, which is correct, and here we are going to write here load metadata. This one we have to pass, and here we have to change this to duration subject. So duration subject, this one, and here we have to just change this to duration. Other things will be remain same, and after that the next one, which is ended, this one, and here we have to just change is to that is playing subject, and we have to just set this one whenever it ends, we have to set as false, and we also need to call a method to handle that handle song end. So let's create a method over here, handle song end, and that method we are going to just call after this one, set to the false. So handle this one, and after that handle play. So the next one is to like play handle we are going to do, and this dot here we have to going to set it, this dot playing subject is set to just set to true, and after that whenever like pause, right? So just change pause over here, and is playing, it will be is playing subject, and in this one we have to just make it as false. So our constructor logic is also completed. Now save this. We don't have any error as of now. Now we have to write the logics related to the play the song. So let's write that. So just after the constructor, we are going to write async play song, and we have to pass the song whatever we want to play, and song, this one object, and update queue, and it should be a boolean type, and this one is set as true, and okay, we are getting some kind of, okay, we don't have curly brackets, so don't worry about it for now. Promise, and it will return promise, but it will return white, and then put curly brackets, and error is gone. Now const is same song, and here we are going to check this dot current song subject and dot value question mark dot id, and then we are going to check song dot id from here. Okay, it's throwing some kind of error, maybe optional. Okay, let's make it as 3 equals, sorry. So we are just checking like this, and if is same song, and if that is same song, that we are just going to pause that song. So for that, basically we're going to write the logic. So this dot audio dot paused this one, and this dot pause. Okay, no, pause. Okay, so we also need to create some method which is related to the play or pause the song. So let's do that first. Let's scroll down a little bit, and over here I'm going to create a method which is play method, and it will not gonna return anything which is void. And if this dot audio dot src, and then curly brackets, and this dot audio dot play, and if any errors occur, the catch that, and error, and console dot error, and error, just print that error in console, error playing audio, and comma error over here, and put semicolon. And after this play, the next method which is pause, so pause over here, and this will also not going to return anything which is void. And this dot audio dot pause, this is the method we have to call. And after that also we need to like write the method related to stop. So stop, we already have that, right? So just move this is little bit up over here, and in this one we are going to write the logic related to stop any song. Okay, so here this dot audio dot pause, and this dot audio dot current time is equals to 0, and this dot current song subject, and current subject dot next is null, and this dot is playing subject dot next equals to false, and this dot current time subject, and dot next set to 0, and this dot duration subject dot next we are going to set as 0, and this dot q subject and dot next set as like this blank, and then this dot current index subject like dot next, and this is -1, and this dot is shuffle subject dot next set as false, and this dot repeat mode subject dot next, and which is set as false off, and this dot origin q is going to be set as blank. And then we also need to do the cleanup activity related to blob url if exists. So let's add here this dot current blob url, and url dot revoke, sorry, url dot revoke objects url, this one, and in this one this dot current object url we have to pass, and this dot current blob url is equals to null. And then we also need to clear the audio source. So this dot audio dot src source is just putting as a like this, just clearing it up. And just to scroll back to this particular method, which is in the play song. And in this one, we are again going to write the logic related to it. So basically, whenever same song is playing, right, in that case, we are just going to pause that song. So for that, we have this logic, and then we have else if, and in else if, we are going to write here is same song is paused. Then we have to just resume that, and this dot audio is paused. In that case, we have to just call this dot play song, and other than else condition we have to write here. And like whenever, let's say, load the new songs and those things, we have to do it, right? So this dot current subject song subject dot next, and then we are going to set the song name to this. And if here update queue, this one. And in this case, basically, if this is a single song, then we are just going to play or create a queue for one, or it will go as it is otherwise. Const queue, and this dot queue subject dot value, and const index in queue, and queue dot find index, and then song s dot id is equals to song dot id. Over here we are going to find it out, and if song is already in the queue, just update the index we are going to do. So index in the queue is greater than equals to 0. So this dot current index subject dot next, and here we're going to pass the index in queue. And in else condition, we are going to just pass this dot queue subject dot next, and in this one we are going to just pass the song. And over here, this dot current index subject dot next is set to 0. Okay, and so this is related to the update queue, and outside of this update queue, right, and inside the else condition, we have to also write the logics to like load the music, right? So outside of this one, over here, we have to write here try and catch, and inside this catch, right, this dot current subject song subject, whenever it is occur, dot next we are going to set as null, and this dot is playing subject dot next, here we have to set as false. So let's save this so that you can see that okay, error is gone. We don't have any error as of now. And in this one, basically, we also need to, in the try block, right, we have to also need to write the logic related to load the audio from basically URL. So for that, we don't have any method. So let's do one thing. Let's create a method over here first. So private async and load audio from URL and URL, and we are going to pass the string. This will be a string type, and this will be a promise and void. And over here we are going to clean up the blob URL, basically all those things we'll do. Before that, writing the logic inside this one, let's complete this part. Inside the try block, I'm going to write here await this dot load from URL, and then song dot song URL, this one, and put semicolon, and then this dot play method we have to call over here and put semicolon. So the method related to play song is completed. Now we have to go to the load audio from URL method. Now we have to write the logic inside this one. So over here we have to write if this dot current blob URL URL dot revoke URL subject, and this dot current blob URL, and this dot current blob URL is equals to null. And after this if condition, const blob equals to await, and this dot auth http service dot fetch blob, and then we have to just pass the URL over here, and then const and blob URL is equals to URL dot create object URL, and then we have to pass the blob. Okay, and then this dot current blob URL is equals to blob URL, this one, and this dot audio src is equals to blob, this one, blob URL we have to just pass over here. Now here we have to return new promise, and it will resolve or it gonna reject. So here after this, here we have to put curly brackets, and inside this one we have to create some const on can play equals, and then here this dot audio dot remove from event listener, and in this one we have to pass can play, and over here on can play, and after that we have to create const on error. It will be similar like above method, and inside this one also the curly bracket, and the same line whatever you see over here, right, this will be repeat over here also. And in this one I'm also going to copy paste the same line, and I'm just going to change over here, which is error, and over here I'm going to change this to on error, and after that here we are going to just write here resolve, and I'm just going to copy paste this particular line at this place, and over here I'm going to just reject, like if any error occur, so new error, and inside this one we have to just pass the message, so failed to load audio, and then put semicolon, and after this outside of this on error, right, this one here we have to just write this dot audio dot add event listener, and can play and comma on can play, and in the same way we have to just copy paste this line of the code over here again, and here we have to just change this to on error, here on error, and after that here this dot audio dot load we have to call, and then put semicolon. So our method related to load audio from URL is also completed, which is a private method. Now we have to scroll down, and we have to go after this stop method. So scroll down, and here we have to create few more methods. So just here write toggle play pause, so it will change it from pause to play and play to pause. So if this dot audio dot paused, and then we have to call this dot play method, else we have to call this dot pause method, and outside of this one next method we have to create, which is seek to method, and inside this one I am expecting time, and it should be of a number time or number type, and this dot audio dot current time is equals to time, and after this method the next method is to set volume, and inside this one also I'm expecting volume, and it should be also a number type, and inside this one this dot audio dot volume, and whatever the volume we are going to get it, just pass it, and this dot volume subject dot next, and in this one volume we have to pass and put semicolon. And after that, here we have to pass the get current song, and here we have to just it will return either song or it's going to just return null. And here return this dot current song subject dot value, and after this method this dot playing, and it should return a boolean type, so I'm just making it as boolean, and return this dot is playing subject over here and dot value. And after that also we need to manage the queue, right? So we also need to create few methods. So set queue, and inside this one songs and song type of array, comma, and start index and number is equals to 0, and void, and this dot queue subject dot next and songs, and this dot current index subject dot next, and in this one start index we have to pass, and if songs dot length is greater than 0 and start index is greater than equals to 0 and start index is less than songs dot length, and then this dot play songs method we are going to pass, and songs, and then we have to just pass the start index, and then we have to pass this is as false. Okay, so in this way basically we are going to set the song, and after that we have to write the logics related to handle the song end, right? So this is the method we have already created it. So inside this one we are going to write the logic now. So const repeat mode is equals to this dot repeat mode subject dot value, and if repeat mode is equals to 1, then simply we are going to like this dot seek to 0, and this dot play the song, and else if condition we are going to check repeated mode is equals to all, and here const q is equals to this dot q subject dot value, and const current index is equals to this dot current index subject dot value. Okay, and after that inside this one we have to add if condition, if index current index is less than q dot length minus 1, then we have to call a method to play the next song or play next. So I'm just going to create a method outside of this particular one, like play next, and here I'm going to call that particular method, which is this dot play next one, this method, and over here else, and this dot current index subject dot next over here 0, and this dot play song, and here q 0, and here we have to just pass as a false value, and outside of this particular else if condition, right? So else if condition closed over here, and over here we have to just else, and over here this dot play next method we have to call over here, And so our handle song end is part is also completed. Now we have to write the logic later to play next. So const q and this dot q subject dot value and const current index is equals to this dot current index subject dot value, and if q dot length is greater than 0 and current index is less than q dot length or minus and minus 1, in that case we have to just set next index for this one. Next index equals to current index plus 1, and this dot current index subject we are going to set, which is next index, and this dot play song, so we have to pass the q index next index and we have to just pass here false. And now we also need to write the code to previous play previous one method. So just format this, copy paste this particular method, and here just changes to previous or play previous. You can write here play previous, and this line will be remain same and this one will be also same. And in this one q dot length, this one is correct, and over here we have to just change this particular part, and it should be less than 0, yeah, no, sorry, greater than 0. And inside this one here we have to just change previous index, so previous index and current index minus 1 here we have to do, and over here we have to just pass the previous index, and in this one also we have to just pass the previous index. So now our play previous method is also ready. Now let's create a next method, which is hash next, and it should be of a boolean type. Const q this dot q subject dot value and const current index is equals to this dot repeated mode subject dot value, and if repeat mode here repeat, okay, here we also need to create one more variable, which is const repeat mode is equals to this dot okay, it should be, okay, my bad, here we have to pass the current subject index, this one, and over here we have to pass the repeat mode subject dot value, and now we have to use this one repeat mode is equals to all, and q dot length is greater than 0, then we have to return true, and an else condition return q dot length greater than 0 and current index is less than q dot length minus 1. Save this. So last index part is also completed. Now we have to write later to hash previous, and it should be of a boolean type, and here const q and this dot q subject dot value and const current index is equals to this dot current index subject dot value, and then return q dot length and greater than 0 and current index is like this. So what this method will do is whenever we have a previous and next button, right? So it will enable and disable on this particular condition basis, right? And after this method, the next method is to get queue, and this will be of song, and return this dot queue subject dot value, and after that next method is the current index, and which is of number type, and return this dot current index subject dot value. After that, here we have to create a method which is to shuffle the array. So here I'm going to create this is as a private method. So shuffle array, and this method is basically used inside like whenever we have an option, right? Toggle shuffle, like when we click on it, the order of the songs will be changed, right? And it will be random. So for that purpose we have this particular array method we are going to create. So it will accept array of songs, and it will just shuffle on the basis of some order or way. After that, here current song, and it will be also song type, and it could be also null. Okay, and after that it will also return the songs array, and let's put a curly bracket. After that, this basically technique is known as Fisher-Yates shuffle algorithm. So we are going to use that const shuffled, and over here we are going to just copy that particular or to the array, and for let I is equals to shuffled dot length, and -1 and semicolon I greater than 0, and I negative, like we are decreasing it, and then const z is equals to math dot floor, and then math dot random, and then I plus 1, and over here we are going to just write shuffle I, then comma and shuffle z, and then we have equals and shuffle j, comma and shuffle I. Here we have to pass and put semicolon, and after this we also need to move the current song to the front if it exists, right? So that we also need to do it. So if current song, then curly brackets, and over here const current index is equals to shuffle dot find index, and then s dot id, and current index current song, basically current song dot id, and if current index is greater than 0, it means it exists, and then we have to shuffle. So const song equals to shuffled and dot splice, and then current index comma 1, and then shuffled dot unshift, and then song. We have to just pass it over here, and after this if condition, right, we also need to return it. So return and shuffle this one, we are going to just return this. Okay, so you can see the error is gone if I save this. So this is the method we are going to use it. So now here just before this one, and here we are going to create a method which is toggle shuffle, and in this one basically we are going to create few variables first. So const current shuffle, and this dot is shuffle subject dot value, and const new shuffle and not symbol, and then current shuffle over here we have to pass, and then this dot is shuffle subject dot next, and then we have to pass this new shuffle in this one, and then const q, and this dot q subject dot value we are going to fetch, and then const current song we are going to get it, so current song, and this dot current songs, this dot current song subject dot value, and after that if new subjects are there then we have to call that methods and do the operations, and if it is not then we have to restore the original order. Okay, so here if new shuffle, then we have to write the logic, else we are going to just restore the previous one. So here first we're going to write related to else condition, and this dot original q dot length is greater than 0, and then we have to write the logic const dot current song and then index, and this dot original q dot find index, and then s dot id current song question mark dot id, put semicolon, and this dot q subject dot next, sorry, this dot original q, here we have to just pass that original q, and this dot current index subject dot next, and then current song index 0 question mark, and then current song index is 0. Over here we have to pass, and this dot current okay, this dot original q we have to just reset to default. Okay, now get back to the if condition, and in this if condition this dot original q we are going to set with the values which is the q whatever we have right now, and then we are going to create a constant shuffled, and this dot shuffled array, and in this one basically we have to just pass that particular q, and then dot comma then current song, and this dot q subject dot next, and then shuffled, put semicolon, this dot current index subject dot next, we have to just pass the 0 and put semicolon. Save this. So our logic stated tutorials shuffle is completed. Now scroll down, and still we have to create few more methods over here. Is shuffle, and it should be of a boolean type, so we are going to return the boolean type. So return this dot is shuffle subject dot value, and here toggle repeat, and here const current mode is equals to this dot repeated mode dot subject dot value, and let new mode, and here we have to repeat mode. You already have this one, we have created the type at top. Okay, so if current mode is equals to off, this one. In that case, new mode is equals to all, and else if current mode is equals to all, in that case new mode is equals to 1, and else condition, and new mode is equals to off. And after this if else condition, right, and inside the toggle repeat, here we have to write this dot repeat mode subject dot next, and in this one new mode we have to just pass over here and put semicolon. And after this here we have to just write get repeat mode, and over here repeat mode, and return this dot repeated mode subject dot value, and then toggle expanded, and this will be also going to return void. Okay, so basically this one is the methods, 3 methods we are going to write, which is related to extend player management. So we don't have to worry about it for now, and this will be not going to use in this video, might be used in the upcoming videos. Okay, so const that current expanded, and this dot is expand subject dot value, and this dot is expand subject over here dot next, and then here we have to put not and then current, and expand this one, so it will just trick and it will save the value, and then see set expand did, and here expanded, and here we have to pass as a boolean, and after that here this dot here is expanded subject dot next, and here expanded we have to, whatever we get we have to just set to it, and then we have to also expect that value to be returned, so expanded, and it should be of a boolean type, and return this dot is expanded subject dot value, then save this. We don't have any error, and also we want to implement the ng on destroy, so here first implements on destroy, this one we need to import, and then scroll back to the bottom, and after this we have to just write ng on destroy, and then error will be gone. And if this dot current blob url and url dot revoke this one, and this dot current blob url, this one we need to check, and then this dot current blob url is equals to null. Save this. So here I have noticed few issues in this particular code, whatever we have written. So just scroll up, and we have a method which is related to, I think, volume. So this is the volume one. So this one first we need to fix it. So if you see the character right, and here we have to just remove this n from this one. So volume, now it's correct. And if I scroll up little bit up above, and inside this particular load audio from URL, right? So if you see this new error, we have multiple this parenthesis, so just remove this extra parenthesis from here, and after that let's format this and save this. Now we are good, and we don't have any other issues inside this particular service. Now let's close this one. Now we have to generate a component which will be related to the music player. So let's go to the shared folder, right click on the shared folder and open integrated terminal, and then here we have to just write ng generate component music dash player, and then press enter. So it will create a component inside the share folder, and it will also gonna register that particular component inside the app module. So if I go to the app module, I'm able to see the music player, and if I go to the shared folder, I'm able to see the music player over here. So it's working as expected. Now we have to go to the layout.html file, layout.html, and we have to scroll to the bottom over here. And here you can see we have a to-do, right? So in the to-do, basically we have to add that particular component which we have just created. So we have to get the selector from that particular component. So we have to go to the music player.ts file, and from here you can see the selector. I'm just going to copy paste this one, and let's get back to the layout. And over here I'm just going to paste this and close this one and save this. So in this way, basically we have just registered that particular component which we have generated inside the layout, so that it can be used or it can work from anywhere or any pages or anywhere we are at. Okay, now we also need to call this music player whenever we click on the button, right? On the from the my upload. So go to the my upload.ts file, and inside this one we have this play song, right? And inside this one we have a to do. So over here we have to just write this dot music player dot play song. This method we have to call, and inside this one we have to just pass the song and save this. So let's go over to the UI, and right now it's showing the music player worked over here, which is not correct, but as we have not implemented anything, so that's why it's showing at this particular place. So whenever we write related to the code after that or CSS, then it will fix. So we don't have to worry about this. Now we have to go to the music player.t. Now here current song, and it could be a song type or it could be null. So by default it will be set as null, and then is playing false, and song we have to import. So this is we have to import it from the song model, and then is playing, then current time is equals to 0, and then duration is equals to 0, and then volume is equals to 1, and is muted false, and previous volume is equals to 1, and hash next false, and hash previous false, and then is shuffled is also false, and then repeat mode, and then repeat mode, this one we need to import it from music player. So if you see, we have to import this one, and by default it is set as off, and then protected subscriptions, and subscription, this one we need to import this one, and equals, and then array. So multiple subscriptions will be there. RxJX we have to import it from here, and then scroll over here, then the constructor, and then protected, and music player service, and then we have to import this music player service, and then we have to implement here ng on in it. So basically we have to implement it over here. So implements on init, this one we need to import, and here now we have to write ng on it. Then here this dot subscriptions and dot push, here we are going to do, and then parenthesis, and then inside this one here we have to do the write multiple subscriptions related to it. So here this dot music player dot current song dot subscribe, and then we have to pass the song. We get the song and song curly bracket, and this dot current song is equals to song over here. Put semicolon. In the same way, we have to copy paste for the multiple others like playing, time, duration, volume. So let's do just copy paste of this one one by one, and this will be a comma separated. So I'm just going to copy paste this one once, twice, 3, 4, and 5. Let me decrease the size of this one, and over here let me format this. And after that music player, the next one is playing, and the subject, and over here we have to just change this to playing, and this one we have to change this to is playing, and then playing. And after that here we have to change this to current. Okay, we have 2 times the dollar symbol was added, so just remove once. And after that here we have to add for the current time, and here we have to just change the time, and in this one we have to change the current or time over here also. And the next, which is for the duration, so here I'm just going to remove, and here we have to write durations, and duration, and duration, and after duration, volume, and here we have to change this to volume. Okay, not this one, volume, and this one is needs to be changed to the volume, and here we have to just pass the volume. And after that we also need to subscribe to the different queues, and on that basis we also need to call the different variables or update the values. So here after this one, let's remove this one, we don't need it as of now. So the next one is related to queue, so dot queue dot subscribe, and after that we have to update the navigated status. So just need to create a method outside of this ng on it. So here I'm going to create here, and this will be a private method, so I'm just going to make it as private, and update navigation state, and this will be not going to return anything, so void. Okay, and inside this one over here we have to just write this dot updated this one status and put semicolon. After that the next one is related to current index, so just paste it over here. Let me format this, and over here we have to just write a current index, and then also we have to call this update navigate status. And after that we have to write the code related to the shuffle. So I'm just going to copy paste any of this volume one from here and paste it over here. Let me format this, and over here we have to just remove this volume, and here we have to just write is shuffle, and here we have to just change shuffle, and in this place this is shuffle, and here we have to just pass the shuffle. And after that let me copy paste this one and paste it over here again, and this one is basically for related to update hash next or repeat mode change. So for that basically we have this one last one, which is repeat mode, and here we have to just write a mode, and there is a repeat mode, and there are also mode we have to change. And in this one, this dot update navigate station state, we also need to call this particular method and then save this. So our changes related ng on it is completed. Now we have to scroll down, and in this one we have to write the logic. So this dot hash next is equals to this dot music player dot hash next method we have to call, and this dot hash previous method is equals to this dot music player dot hash previous method we have to call. Put semicolon, and then we also need to write the logic stated to unsubscribe or destroy, right? So here we have to just change on destroy, and then we scroll down, and over here we have to just write ng on destroy, and this dot subscriptions dot for each, and here subscriptions you can see, and sub dot unsubscribe we have to call. So it will unsubscribe whenever we move out of this page, or it will be destroyed from the DOM. Okay, and then here we have to create multiple methods. So let's write one by one related to the escape, like play next, play previous, on seek, on progress, click, and all those methods we are going to create it one by one here. So toggle play pause. So this is the method we have to create, and over here this dot music player dot toggle play pause method we have to call, and after that skip next, and this dot music player dot play next, this one, and skip previous, this dot music player dot play previous, and then play next, this dot music player dot play next, and play previous, this dot music player dot play previous, and on seek event of type any, and then const time and parse float point, and then event dot target dot value, and then this dot music player dot seek to, and then we are going to pass the time where it need to be sent. Okay, and after on seek, the next method which is related to the on progress click. So on progress click, and it should be a event, and this will be a mouse event type, and const target, and event dot target as HTML elements, and then if target dot tag name dot to lowercase, to lowercase, and if it is a input, right, input, in that case we are going to return, or else we are going to write here progress bar equals to event dot current target as HTML element, and then const react progress bar dot get bounding client, this one, and put semicolon, after that const click x equals to event dot click x, and then dot left and put semicolon and then const width, and we have to just pass the width, and then const percentage is equals to click x divided by width, and then const time is equals to percentage into duration into this dot duration, and if time is greater than equals to 0 and time is less than equals to this dot duration, then this dot music player dot seek to whatever the time we have to just pass it. After that, on volume change, we have to write the logic. So on volume change, then event of any type, and here const volume and parse float, and then event dot target dot value, and this dot music player dot set volume, and here we have to just pass the volume. And if volume is equals to 0, in that means that this dot is muted is set to true, or else here this dot is muted is false, and this dot previous volume is equals to whatever the volume we have to just pass it. And on volume click, then we also need to write the logics, and so on volume click, and inside this one event, and it is also a mouse event, and like initial few lines will be same, so I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code from here from on progress click. I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this. So the target event dot html event target dot tag name lowercase input, and it will return. After this, here const volume bar, and then event dot current target. Okay, so this is also similar to whatever we have at the over here we have written, but it looks like most of the logics will be same. So I'm just going to copy paste till percentage part, this particular part, and we will also revalidate that, like we don't have to change any name or anything. So let's paste it over here. Let me format this, and first thing we have to change it over here, which is volume bar and event.current as HTML. So this one is correct, and over here we have to just pass this one volume bar, and this one is also correct. Click X event.client X, and this one React, and width, this one is correct, and then percentage X width, this one is also correct. Now here const volume equals to math dot max, and here we have to just pass 0 comma math dot min, and 1 comma percentage we have to just pass, put semicolon, and this dot music player dot set volume, and we have to just pass the volume over here. And if volume is equals to 0, and okay, so this logics will be remain common of this particular part if else condition. So just copy from here and paste it over here. Let me format this. So after this, set the volume, then you have to verify that okay, volume is 0. If it is 0, just make it as mute as true, else it is false, and previous volume we are just going to pass this particular one. Okay, so on volume click, this one method is ready. Now let's next method, which is to toggle mute. So toggle mute method, and here if this dot is muted or this dot volume is equals to 0, it means that it is muted. And const volume volume to restore, then this dot previous volume is greater than 0, or this dot previous volume just past 0.5, and this dot music player dot set volume, here volume, okay, so volume to restore, this one you have to just pass, and this dot is muted is set to false. And else condition, and this dot previous volume is equals to this dot volume, and this dot music services dot set volume to 0, and this dot is muted is equals to true. And after that, toggle shuffle, and this dot music player dot toggle shuffle, and after this one, toggle repeat, and this dot music player service dot toggle repeat, this method we have to call. And then after this we have to write the logics related to like get repeat icon. So get icon, and this will just return the string type. And over here, if this dot this dot repeat mode is equals to 1, then we are going to return repeat underscore 1, or otherwise we are going to return repeat, put semicolon. And after that, here we are also going to write related to expand player. So expand player, and if this dot current song exists, then this dot music player dot toggle expand, this method we have to just call. And after that, we also need to format the time, right? So whatever the way we are going to show to the user, which is, so format time, and then we are going to pass the seconds, and it should be of a number type, and while it will return the string type to the user. If not seconds and not is an, and then we have to pass the seconds over here, then return here 0 and 0 like this. Else const minutes is equals to math dot floor and seconds slash 60, and const seconds math dot floor, and here seconds percentage 60, and then we have to just return, okay, and here we have to put backtick and then dollar and curly bracket and minute basically, and after that colon and then dollar, and it should be seconds and dot to string type, we are going to make it as a string type, dot pad start, and at 2 comma and 0 we have to pass, and then put semicolon at the end. After this format time, the next one is get progress, and it should return a number. So if this dot duration is not there, then return 0, and otherwise return this dot current time slash this dot duration, and into 100, put semicolon over here, and after that get volume percentage, and it should also return a number type, and return this dot volume is into and 100, and on progress change, right, we have to also call the method. So all progress change event, and it's not going to return anything, so const input is equals to event dot target as HTML input element, and const time is equals to parse float and input dot value, and this dot music player dot seek to, and here we have to just pass the time, and after that here get image URL and image URL over here, and then string type, and it also going to return a string value, and here if not image URL is not default URL, then return. If image URL does not exist, then we have to just return a default dash album dot png image, and if not image URL dot start with HTTP, right, HTTP, then also we are going to return the image URL, else we are going to return backtick dollar, and then curly bracket, and then we have to import the environment, this one, first one we have to import, and then API URL, and just after closing the curly brackets before the backtick, then we have to write a file slash image slash, and here the dollar, and the curly brackets, and here we have to just pass the image URL, and at the end put a semicolon, and save this, and so our TS part is completed. Now let's verify this. Now let's fix some minor bug fixes over here. So here we have to just change or remove this particular not symbol from here, and here also we have HTTP, so there's a one T was extra over here, so just remove that. And if you move little bit up over here, so there's a get, so we have to just put a space over here, so get volume percentage, it will be like this, and we should be small, not capital, so just make this change and save this. Now our music player TS file is correct. Now we have to go to the CSS part, so let's copy the CSS from here and let's paste it over here in this particular file and save this. Now we have to go to the HTML part of this one, and now we have to write the logics related to the player. So let's remove this one, then write div class, and here we have to write player container, not this one, container, this one, and then animate slide up this one, and after that star ng if the current song exists, then only this particular one is visible. And after that, here first we are going to write related to the left section what we have. So div class and player left section, and after that here in this particular one we have to on click, basically we have to call the extend player. So click, and here we have to write expand player. This method we have to call, and then we have style and cursor, and it should be a pointer. And after that close this one, and inside this particular div we have to write div class, and then we have to show the song thumbnail. So song thumbnail, and then animate skill in, and then close this one, and then image src, then current song dot image url, and then auth image we have to pass, and in alt we have to pass like current song dot title, and then close this. And after that div class, here we have to pass like sound wave bar or overlay we have to pass, and then star ng if playing is playing, then only we have to show this. And then div class, and here we have to sound wave bar we have to show, and then style dot animation dash duration is equals to, and over here parenthesis, and 0.5 plus volume into 0.3, and then space plus single quotes, and then we have to just pass s and single quotes close, and then close this particular div. Now I'm going to copy paste this particular line 4 more times, or sorry, not 3 more times, 1 2 and 3. I'm just going to change the values over here. So here I'm going to change this to 0.6 and 0.7, and here 0.3 or 0.5 here, and just save this. So our this part is like related to this one div thumbnail. This part is completed. Now the next one is to show the title name, and so for that we are going to create a div, and it should be inside the player left part, and div class song info, and then animate fed in, and then delay 200 we have to just pass this, and close this one, and then we have h4 and class song dash title, and then close this one, and then current song dot title, and after that over here the next one is related to the artist. So here paragraph class, and then song artist, and then close this one, and current song dot artist. Okay, and after that the left part or the left part of the player is completed. Now this part is completed. Now we have to write the logics related to the controller. So we have to go outside of this particular div and inside this particular div. Okay, now we have to write here div class and player center, and then div class and control button, and animate fed in, and delay 300, and then close this one. And then we have to add multiple buttons over here one by one. Like first is related to shuffle, then skip next, and then like play, pause buttons, and all those things. We are going to write the logic one by one over here. So let me paste over here button and mat icon button, and then class here control button and hover scale this one, and then class dot active is equals to is shuffle, and on click we have to call that method which is toggle shuffle, and then we have title. We also want to show title, and here we have to just change this to shuffle, and then just close this one. Let me format this so that, or let's decrease the size of this one, and let me also do a format, and over here we have to just write here mat icon, and here just make it as shuffle. Save this. Now this button should be visible to the UI. We don't have to check as of now, and after that the button design and everything will be the remain same. So I'm just going to copy paste this one and paste it over here. Let me format this, and this mat icon button will be there, control button hover scale, this is also correct, and over here we have to just change or add first like this dot active. We have to just remove this particular part, and over here we have to just add here disabled and equals, and not hash previous, and on click basically we have to call the method which is skip previous, and the title we have to just change this to previous, and the icon we have to change this to skip underscore vs icon, and after that in the center we have to show the icon related to pause and play the song, right? So here I want to add a button and mat icon button, and here class play button this one, and hover glow green and hover scale this one, and on click we have to call a method which is toggle play pause this particular method, and then close this one. Inside this one we have to show a different icons on the basis of uh, values. So mg this one, and a star ng if and not is playing. In that case we have to show play underscore circle underscore filled, and if outside of this one, let's paste it over here and remove this not symbol, and if it is playing is true, in that case we have to just show pause and circle filled. So just save this. Now let's go to the UI. Let's see how the UI looks like. So let me click on this one, and I'm able to hear the music, right? I'm able to see that this is getting changed, and this icon is also getting changed, and if I click on it, it's also changing to pause option, and also here at this particular place I'm able to see that animation, right? So this till this part we are able to achieve whatever we are expecting. Now let's get back to the VS Code. Now here we have to write the logics related to skip button or skip next button. So just after this one, here we have to just add the button mat, or we can do one thing, we have to just copy paste this one because this will be the exactly same of this. So just paste it over here. Let me format this, and over here we have to just change from has previous to next and also skip previous. Here we have to just change to the next, and here also we have to change this to next, and here skip next. We have to show this particular icon. Save this. Now after this, the next button is for repeat mode. So here we have to write mat icon button, and then class and control btn, and then hover scale, this one. And after that, here we have to pass the class dot active and equals to repeat mode is not equals to off. In single quotes we have to add off, close this one. And after that, on click we have to call a method, so click, and this method we have to call as a toggle and repeat method. And after that, we also need to show the title, so let me close this one first, and over here press enter, and then here we have to write title equals, and repeat mode is equals to for off, and single quotes closed, and after that question mark, then single quotes, and then repeat off, and after that here colon, and repeat mode is equals to all, and then question mark, and then repeat all, and after that colon, and then repeat 1. So on the basis of different values, it will just gonna switch it. So once if it is off, then repeat off, and then all these conditions, and it will check and it will show it. After that, inside this particular button, right, we also need to show the icon. So here I'm going to write here mat icon, close this one, and curly brackets, and over here get repeat icon method we have to call, and we are going to show it over here. So our this particular button is also, let me format this and save this, and this is inside this particular div, right, and we have to write the logics related to the progress bar outside of this one. So here outside of this div and inside the next div, we have to create a div class and progress bar container, close this one, and here span, and then class, and then time label, and over here we have to call format time, and then we have to pass the current time in this one. And after that, here we have to create one more div class and progress wrapper, and inside this one we have to click method we have to pass, and inside this one we have to call a method which is on progress click, and in this one we have to pass the event, and close this one, and div class and progress background, and close this div. After that, the next div we have to create to show the progress and all, so div and class and progress fill, and then style dot width dot percent is equals to progress, and close this one. And after this, the next is input type range, and min is equals to 0, and max duration, after that value, and which is current time class and progress bar, this one, and then we have to pass the input. So input and then we have to call the method on seek, and in this one basically we have to pass the event, so event, and then close this one. After that, whenever this div closed, right, after this div closed, and after that here we have to write a span class time label, and over here we have to show the duration or time, so format time, and here we have to just pass the duration and save this. Let me format this one. Okay, and after that this particular div is player center div is completed. Now we have to write the logic stated to the right div. So just after this here we have to create div class and player right, and then animate fade in and delay 400, and after that close this one, and then we have to add a button. So basically whenever the volumes change from mute to like middle of the volume and different places, so there's three different icons are there. So as per that I will show it. Button class and hover scale, and on click toggle mute, and close this one, and matte icon and star ng if, and if not and is muted and volume is greater than 0.5, then in that case I want to show that icon which is volume underscore up icon. Let me copy paste this one and paste it over here, and in this one the muted this line will be the remain same, and after that volume, and it should be less than equals to 0.5, and volume is greater than 0. In that case volume down icon I want to show down, and the last one which is will be muted, so here I'm just going to remove this one, and after that over here I'm going to just check volume is equals to 0. In that case I'm going to show the volume of icon save this, so we don't have any error as of now. After this particular button added, now we have to also give options to users to increase or decrease the volume, right? So here I'm going to write a div class and volume wrapper, and after that here click, and then we have to call a method, so volume click, and in this one we have to just pass the event, so event, and then close this one, and after that div class volume background, close this one div, and after that the next div class volume fill, and then style dot width dot percent is equals to volume percentage, and then close this one div. After that we have to show the input, so input type input, then type, and it should be a range type, and after range min is equals to 0 and max is equals to 1, and then a step we have to show, which is a step is like 0.01, and the value we have to pass, so value, and it should be volume, and class volume bar, and after that here input, and on volume change, and then we have to pass the event, so dollar event, and then close this one. Then let's format this, So everything looks good. So let's verify once. Okay, so just minor change here we have to do. So if you see this particular icon, right? So here we have to just, instead of and, we have to just or condition we have to add. So whenever it basically, if is it muted is true, or whenever this one is condition satisfied, then we are just going to show as a volume off. So now let's go to the UI and let's log in. Let me copy paste the credentials over here and paste it over email and password. So our, let's go to the my uploads and let me click on this song. So let me decrease the volume first, and here you can see whenever I'm changing the volume, right, you see the icons are getting changed. So whenever this is like position as 0, it is muted, and I increase it little bit, so you can see this is a volume down. If I make it as max, it is volume up, so it means this one is working as expected. Now let me decrease the volume so that it should not make noise and you are able to hear me properly, right? So let's put it over here and let's try to play this one. And when I play over here, you can see that animation, right? And this is working as expected. And also you can see the name of the song. You can see this one artist name. And whenever I click on this one, I'm able to change. This icon is also getting changed. And also this particular progress bar is also changing. So let's click on over here and you can see the audio is also able to move from here to here without any issues, right? If I click on over here, it's also working as expected. Here you can see the duration, here you can see the whatever the time we are currently, this is also working as expected. So right now we are in the my upload section, right, and we are playing this song. So in this songs, if you remember, if I go to the layout and not layout, my uploads, in the my uploads we have a method. Okay, this method, in this one we are just passing the current song. We don't want like a queue, so that's why it's only going to play only one song on which whatever you are going to click on it. Okay, so it's not a mistake, it is the by functionality we have implemented in that way. But other places like on the playlist or like on the home page, everywhere we have implemented the queue way. Okay, so this is only to related to the my upload, so that's why we have implemented that way. So this repeats and all those things we are going to try in upcoming video, like how this works and how shuffles and all those things works or not. So this is all about like my player part of this project. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video we have completed music player part of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video we are going to work on expanded player part, so let us start with that. So let's go to the VS Code, and in this one we have to go inside the core folder and we have models, and inside models we have song.model.ts file. Inside this one we have to create a model which is export interface and AI song data. This one we have to create, and analysis, and it should be of a string type, and moods, and it should be also string type but it should be an array, a genre, and over here string, tempo, then it should be of a number type, and the key, it could be a string type, and energy, and it should be of a number type, and similar artist name, and then string type. And here recommended for it should be of a string type. Okay, so after that just save this and close this one. Now we have to go to the other file which is inside the service, and inside the service we have song.service. So click on song.service, and after the this delete song, here we have to write git song AI insights, and then we have to pass the song ID and here we have to pass the number and then observable, and then we have to pass the AI song insights data, and then here we have to return this .http.get and then AI song AI song data. Close this one, and then we have to put parenthesis backtick dollar and then environment dot or we can also go with okay, here we just need API URL. So and this will be little bit different, so I'm just going with the environment URL, then dot API URL, then slash and then song slash get song AI insights slash dollar and curly brackets and song ID we have to just pass over here and then put semicolon. Save this. Now after that, here we have to generate a component over here, so just go to the shared folder. So we are inside the code. Now we have to right click on the shared folder, open integrated terminal, and now here we have to write ng generate component and expanded player. So expanded dash player and press enter. So it will create a component. We have to just wait for a few seconds, and here you can see expanded player is created. Now we have to copy the selector name from here. Let's copy this one, and now we have to go to the layout.html file, and inside this one let's remove this to do because this is the only line we have to add it. After that we don't have to make any changes in the layout, so just add it and save this one. Okay, so here the to do part is also removed, and app extended player, these two need to be added over here in the layout, and if I add it I don't have any error, so we are good. Now we have to go to the component which we have just created, which is expanded player.ts file. Inside this one we have to write the logics related to the extended player. So now we have to write first the animation. So after this style URL we have to write here animations and the array and trigger, and don't worry about that, it is deprecated and also it will be deprecated in the next version, so we don't have to worry about it for now. So fed in up, here we have to write, and after that comma and then array and then press enter, and then here we have to write transition, this one. We have to import this from the angular animations, and after that here then colon and then enter, then comma array, press enter, then style, and we also need to import this one curly brackets, and after that opacity 0 comma and transform, this one, and then we have to write here, I don't think for transform we need to import anything, so just remove this one, and here just write transform and then colon, and over here we have to write translate y, and here we have to just write 20px and close this one, and after this close, right, put a comma and then here write animate, this one we need to import, and then 400 ms and easy out, and after that comma and then style and parenthesis curly brackets, and city is 1 comma transform, and then here we have to just write in the single quotes translate. Okay, here we have to just write translate. Okay, translate y, and in this one we have to just pass 0 and close this one and save this. After that, here we have to like here inside this one we have to extend, and the music player, we have to extend this one, music player. And then we also need to implement on init and on destroy. Okay, and after that over here we have to write here, so view child. Actually we have extended it because we don't want to rewrite the same codes which are already exist in the music player in this one expanded player, so that's why I'm just extending it so that we can use all of those. Okay, and then here we have to write view child, and we have to import it from the Angular core. And this one here we have to write expanded player container, and after that here the same name we have to just repeat over here, and not, and then element ref, and then HTML div element, this one we have to pass and put semicolon, and then after that at the rate view child and AI panel, and after that AI panel not, then element ref and HTML div element, close this one, put semicolon. After that here we also need to write some properties and other things which are required inside this particular expanded player. So the first thing is queue, because in this page we are going to show the queue to the users. So import this song, by default it will be blank, and current index we also need to maintain over here, so 0 is expanded and false. And now we also need to show the AI panels properties, right? So that's why we also need to show here, show AI panel false, and is AI panel active, false, AI panel top 0, AI song data, and it should be AI song data, this one we need to import, and then null is equals to null by default, and AI error, and it should be of a okay, not equal, it should be string type, or it could be null, so null by default, and current loading step is equals to 0, and show flying particles set as false. And after that, also related to audio visibility properties, we also need to add, so here just write here private audio context, and here we have to just write audio context, this one, and it could be null, so here by default we have to just pass as null, and I don't think we have to import anything for this. Okay, we don't have to import anything. And after that, private analyzer and analyzer node, this one, and null, and private data array, and u init 8 we have to use it, init 8 array, and it should be null, so by default it is null, and private animation frame id, and it should be of a number, and it could be null, so just set as a null. And after that, audio label is equals to 0 by default, and then we have constructor, and then here we have to use that music 5 we have to import, and just we need to write music player service, and here we have to write music player service, we just need to import this one, and then comma private song service and song service. This one we need to import. It's throwing the error because it says that okay, construct expanded. This will the error is you are getting because it is already okay. Implementation is missing. Okay, no problem. So now we just complete this curly brackets, and after that here super, and we have to just pass this music player object over here. Now you can see error is gone. After this, we also want to override or override our ng on it, as well as I also want to add few things. Like first we have to run ng on it, which is of super class, which is music player, and then I want to add something. So for that, let's see how we can do that. First we have to write override and then ng on init, this one, and then curly brackets, and after that here we have to write super dot ng on init, this one we have to call, put semicolon, and after that here we have to add some subscriptions to that. So this dot subscriptions dot push. Okay, and this will be basically is related to adding the visuals, audio visuals, right? So that's basically we are going to use. So this dot music player dot is playing, this one dot subscribe, and then here playing, and if playing, then we have to call a method, or else we have to call a like a stop or visualize, basically we have to call. Okay, so basically we have to create those methods because as of now we don't have those methods exist in our code. So let's create that. So outside of this ng on init, we have to create that method. So start audio visualization, and after that here stop audio visualization, close this one, and over here in if condition we have to just call this dot start, and inside the else condition we have to just write this dot stop this one, and put semicolon over here, save this. And after that we also need to expand some and also add push few more things which is like related to index, queue, and expand and all those things. So here I'm going to add one more over here outside of this one, this dot here you can put a semicolon if you want. It will not going to throw any error, but you can add that, and then push, and inside this one this dot music player service dot queue dot subscribe, and then we are going to write a queue, and this dot queue is equals to queue, and after that here outside of this one put a comma, and then 2 times we are going to copy paste this particular line of the code whatever we have written over here, one and one more time, and let me format this, and over here we have to just change current index, and over here we have to write index, and this dot current index is equals to index, here we have to write, and here we have to just write is expanded, this one, not this one. Okay, after that here we have to write expanded, and over here we have to write is expanded, and here we have to just pass this one and save this. So now our ng on it part is also completed. Now we have to write the logics related to on destroy. So we also need to override this one, override ng on destroy, and here we have to call the super dot ng on destroy, this one, and also we have to stop the visual audio visualization, and if this dot audio context is there, so we also want to close that. So this dot audio context dot close this one. Save this. Now we have to write the logic related to collapse. So extended player, so collapse, and in this one basically, or you can say close basically. So music player dot toggle expanded, this one. And after that, the next one is to play from queue. So queue is also visible, so users can click on the particular queue so that it can play the music for that particular one. So queue, and here we are expecting the index that could be of a number type, and from here we have to call the method. So this dot music player dot set queue, and this dot queue, here we have to pass and then index, put semicolon. And after that, here we have to write toggle AI panel, right? So you can click on it, it should be open or it should be closed. So toggle AI panel, and inside this one, if not this dot show AI panel, then we are going to write like this. Okay, and if this dot expanded player container comma dot native. Okay, this is 2 times here we have dot, so that's why it's not giving us suggestions. So native element, and in that case this dot AI panel top is equals to this dot expanded player container dot native element dot scroll top, this one. And after this if condition, this dot is AI panel active, so then we have to set as true, like user clicked on it, so that we have to show. And this dot show flyer, this one we also are going to set to true. After this, here we have to write set timeout, and over here we have to just show this dot show AI panel, and which is set as true. And if this dot current song is there, then we have to just load the insights, and also we have to just show this one is for 400 milliseconds. So our after this one and before the parenthesis, we have to just write 400 over here and put semicolon. And inside this if condition, we have to call a method. So let me create a method over here, which is load AI insights is, and this method we have to call it. So inside this one, here we have to just write is dot load AI insights and put semicolon. And after that, we also need to write the logic to hide this show flying particles. So outside of this particular one, set timeout, we have to just write set timeout, and after that this one and curly brackets, and this dot show flying particles is set to false, put semicolon. And after that, here comma 3000. So after 3 seconds we are going to hide that. And after this if condition, here you can see, right, now we have to write the else condition. So else, and over here this dot show AI panel is set to false, and this dot is panel is active is make it as false. Save this. After that, we have to write the logic related to calling the backend APIs. So let's write that. So let's get inside this one, and here if this dot song or this dot current song, basically current song is not there, then just return. And after that, this dot loading AI data ding AI. I think we have not created this variable. Let's scroll up over here, and over here we can add that. So loading AI data is equals to false, Now let's get back over here, and this dot loading AI, here we have to just write loading AI data is equals to set as true, and after that here we have to set AI error, which is set to null. So this dot AI error is set to null. This dot AI song data we are going to set as null, and this dot current loading step is equals to 0. And then we also want to show the progress bar step by step. So here I'm just going to set the timeout, or what we can do is we can just copy paste this line of the code from here and paste it over here directly. So let me format this one, set timeout, and this dot here current loading step is equals to 1. Here we have to just write, here make it as 1, and here just change this 3 to 2. And after that we also need to copy paste this same line of the code over here. Let me format this, and here the step will be 2, and over here I'm making it as 400, not 400, 4000, so 4 seconds it will wait. After that we have to wait for 3 seconds, 6 seconds for the API call. So let's write here set timeout and curly brackets, and this dot song service dot get song AI insights, and this dot current song is not dot id, and after that dot subscribe, and then we have to write here next and data whatever we get, and then curly brackets, and over here this dot AI song data is equals to data whatever we get, and this dot loading AI data is equals to false, and this dot current loading step is equals to 0. And after this next we also need to handle the error. So error, and in this one console dot error we can also show. So error loading AI insights and comma error, and this dot AI error is equals to, and here we're going to write a failed to load AI sites, please try again. So this is the message I want to show to the user, and this dot loading AI data is equals to false, and this dot current loading step is equals to 0. And after that we can add semicolon over here, and after that the set timeout, this one goes over here, right? After that just put a comma, and here just add 6000 or 6 seconds you can say. After that we have to write the logics related to the start audio one, so this one, and this is a private method, so I'm just making it as a private. And over here we have to just use try catch, so try catch, and over here error, and here console dot error we have to just show error starting audio visualization, and here we have to just write error, put semicolon, and after that here in the side the try block we have to write the logic, so const audio element, and then this dot music player as any, and dot audio, put semicolon. Okay, here we have forget to add equal symbol, now it is gone. And if not audio element, and then console dot warn and here we have to just write audio element not found, and then we have to just return. And after this particular if condition, here we have to write if not this dot audio context, then basically we are initializing audio context if not ready. Okay, so here we have to just write this dot audio context is equals to new window dot audio context, this one, and after that or window as any, and after that any dot, and inside one parenthesis, and web over here we have to just write web kit audio context, and then close this one. Okay, no need to close over here, it should be closed at this after this one. Okay, and after that this dot analyzer is equals to audio context dot create analyzer, and this dot analyzer dot ftp size equals to 256, and then after that const source is equals to this dot audio context dot create media element, and here we have to just pass this audio element over here, and then source dot connect, and this dot analyzer, and this dot analyzer dot connect, and this dot audio context dot destination, and after that const buffer length, and this dot analyzer dot be in count, this one, and this dot data array is equals to new u init, and then we have to go with the 8 array, and then we have to pass the buffer length. Okay, and after this if condition, the next we have to start the visualizer. So I'm just going to create a method after this particular one. So here this is also a private method, so visualize, and just close this, and after this if condition, outside of this if condition we have to just call that method. So this dot visualize and put semicolon, and after this the next method, which is a stop. So let's write the logic statement to this. So if this dot animation frame id, then we have to just call this cancel animation frame, and we have to just pass this dot animation frame id, and this dot animation, okay, no, not this dot animation frame id is equals to null, and we also need to set the this dot audio label is equals to 0. And now we have to write the logic stated to visualizer. So let's get inside this one, and if not this dot analyzer or this dot data array, then return this dot animate frame id is equals to request animation frame, and after that here this dot visualizer method we have to just call and put semicolon, and after that we have to get the frequency. So this dot analyzer dot get byte frequency data, and this dot data array we have to just pass, and then we have to calculate the average of then we have to just sum is equals to 0 for let I is equals to 0 and I is less than this dot data array dot length and I plus curly brackets, and then sum plus equals to this dot data array, and then we have to just pass the I, and after this for loop const average is equals to sum just divided by this dot data array dot length, and then this dot audio label is equals to average divided by 255, and then document element dot style dot set properties, and then single quotes dash 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 audio dash label, and then comma this dot audio label dot to string, and then put semicolon and save this. So let's see, we have any error. We don't have any error as of now. Now let's copy paste the CSS of this particular file. So let's go to the CSS file, let's paste this, save this one. Now let's go to the HTML part. Now we are going to write the HTML of this particular one. So let's start with that. Now let's remove this, and then we have to write here div class and expanded player, and after that here hash expanded player container, and then we have to write here class dot visible equals and is expanded, and after that also class dot scroll dot disabled. We also want to disable the scroll whenever our EI or that particular dialog will be open. So that's why we have this particular variable is EI panel active, and after that star ng, if we have the current song then only this will be visible. So current song, and then close this one, and inside this one div class and background gradient, and just close this one. And after this we need a button over here, so button class close button, and on click we have to call a method which is collapse, and also I want to show the title, so title collapse, and then close this one, and inside this one I want to show a icon, so mat icon keyboard underscore arrow underscore down, this icon I want to show. And after that here the next part is div, which is a main div this one, so main, so class and player content, and close this one. After that div class main section, and inside the main section we have to show the album, right, or icon of it, and also we have to show the there is a wave in the background which is a water wave, we can say that one we also need to implement, right? So div class album art container, after that here class dot playing is equals to is playing, and close this one. After that here we have to write div class and then water waves, and it should be only visible whenever is playing, so is playing this one, and close this one. And after that here multiple divs we have to create div class and wave ring over here, wave ring 1, and then close this one. And after that we have to just copy paste this line of the code 5 more times. Let me copy this, and 1 2 3 4, and one more time 5. So just change it over here 2 3 4 5 and 6. Save this. We are getting some kind of error. Okay, is AI panel. Okay, so panel should be fixed. Okay, here we have to just change remove this extra C, so panel. Now save this. Let's see, we don't have any error now. So now we have to write inside this particular div, and so outside of this water wave, and this is related to animation glow effect. So div class and album art glow, this one, and after that class dot active is equals to is playing, and then close this div. After that, we also need to show the image. So here we have to just write img image src, and then here we have to pass the current song dot image url, and we also pass the auth image. After that, alt and current song dot title, and then we also need to pass the class. So class album art, and then close this one. So after that, this div part, which is album art container, that one is completed. So now outside of this particular div, we have to create a next div, which is related to song information. So here div class song info section, and then close this one. Inside this one, div class song info, close this one, and after that h1 height class song title, and then here we have to just pass this current song dot title. So here current song dot title, and after that the next line, which is related to the artist name. So artist name, and then current song dot artist, and put space. So after this, let me format this one first, save this, and we don't have any error as of now. And inside this particular song information, right, we also need to create a div, and we have to show all the controls and everything, right? So just after this div close, right, next section, which is gonna create for div class and controls section, this one, close this one. And after that, over here we have to want to no, inside this particular div, basically we have to write the logics, and in this one first we want to show the progress bar. So let's write here div class and here progress section, and after that here close this one, then span class time, and then close this one, and over here we have to call a method which is format time, and in this one we have to just pass the current time, and put space over here and here also. And after that we have to create a next div just after this span. So div class progress wrapper, and on click on progress click dollar event, and close this one, and div class progress background, and then close this one. And after that here we have to create a next div class progress fill, and then we have to pass the style with width. So style dot width dot percent equals progress, and then close this particular div. After that we also need to show the input, so that drag and drop, those things we can do. So input, and then type, which is of range type, and then class progress bar, this one, and the value current time, and after that the max, that will be duration, and after duration the input, and we have to call the method. So on progress change, and in this one we have to just pass the event, and then step we have to pass like 0.1, and close this one. And after that this particular div closed, right, just after this progress wrapper, this one close, we have to create a span, class, and time, and then close this one, and then format time, and then we have to just pass the duration. Save this. Let's see, do we have any error? No, we are good. After that, we have to show the controls, which is the button, shuffle, skip, and all those buttons, right? So that should be outside of this progress bar section. You can see this one is closing over here just after this. Okay, then we have to add the button. So here first I'm going to create a div. Let me move to the little bit above. Okay, div, class, control, and buttons. Close this one, and after that here button and class and control button space shuffle button. Okay, so we don't need this shuffle button. Okay, after that here class dot active is equals to is shuffle, and after that here click, and then we have to call the method toggle shuffle, and after this the next one we have to show the title. So title is equals to, and the title will be shown as per the different one, like is disable enable shuffle, so like that. So is shuffle question mark and then disable shuffle, and same colon, not colon, or single quotes, after that colon, single quotes, and enable shuffle, and after that just close this one, and after that we have to show the icon. So mat icon, and it should be a shuffle icon. Okay, so let me format this. Now looks good. And after this button, the next button is related to skip. So let's write that. So button and class and control btn, and on click play previous, and then we have to pass the title, and which is previous, and then close this one, and then we have to pass the mat icon. So mat icon, close this one, and skip underscore previous, and after that the next button is to play and pause. So I'm going to add that one. So button class and control button and play button, and after that on click toggle play and pause this one, and after that title is playing and pause close, and then colon and play, close this one single quotes, and then close this one. Inside this one we also need to show the icon. So mat icon star ng, if not is playing, in that case play underscore arrow, and if it is playing then we have to show the different icon. So is playing, and here we have to just pass the pause, and after that the next button is to skip next. So that will be similar to this particular button. So let me copy paste this one and paste it over here. Control button will be remain same, and play next, here we have to just change this one is to play next, and here we also need to change this to next, and here we have to just change skip next, and after that the next button is to like repeat mode. So here I'm going to create one more button. So button and class and control btn and repeat btn, or okay, we don't need this repeat btn, and then class class dot active is equals to repeat mode is not equals to off, single quotes, and off, close this one. And after that, here on click, here toggle repeat, and then we have to show the different titles on the basis of values. So repeat mode is equals to off, after that question mark, and enable here repeat, close this one, and after that colon, parenthesis, and repeat mode and equals to all, and then question mark, and then enable repeat 1, and after that colon, and disable repeat. So these are the titles we want to show, and let's close this one over here, and then here mat icon, close this one, and here the icon name will be, it will be also like we have to pass different repeat mode. Here we also going to use ternary operator, so 1 or repeat underscore 1, after that repeat. Let me format this one, format this, now looks good. Let me close this button after this over here to make it as in form. And after that our like control button is completed. Now the next part is related to volume section. So from the music player, I think we can copy paste this part. So let's go to the music player.html, and we have this particular one line, right, which is related to the music player. So in the last video we have written this code, and we'll do the modification as per our requirement. Buttons over here, my icons. Okay, this looks quite different over here, and whatever the implementation, no. Okay, so we don't have to copy paste, we have to write the code, because here the implementation is little bit different. So let's write here div class and volume section, and close this one, and mat icon, and these three icons will be the remain same, I think. So let's copy paste these three icons from here only, and inside the music player.html, line number 62, or this is the icons, right? This part only we can copy paste. So let's copy over here, format this. So we are just going to verify over here. Okay, so we don't need to put this conditions is muted and this one. So let's remove this part over here because we don't have the variables. So volume up over here, whenever the volume, this one, and over here we have to, in the mat icon, we have to just add the volume icon, this one. And in the same way we also need to copy paste in others too. So let's copy this one, paste over here, and this part we also need to remove, this one also we need to remove. And here it is first the condition will be remain similar to whatever we have, like volume should be less than equals to 0.5, and it is should be greater than 0, and volume down, and volume icon it will be used, and it will equals to 0. After this one we have to write here div class and volume wrapper, and then on click we have to not inside this one wrapper, outside of this, and on click over here on volume click, then we have to pass the event, and then close this one, and div class and volume background, and close this particular div, and div class and volume fill and style dot width dot percent is equals to volume percentage, and then close this particular one. After that, here we need to put the input field. So input type range and class volume slider, this one. And after that, here we have to pass the value, and in this one basically we have to pass the volume, and min is equals to 0 and max can be 1, and a step is equals to 0.01, and here input is equals to on volume change, and we have to just pass this event and then close this one and format this, save this one. After this particular div, the next div and this div will be closed over here. So after this particular div, just after that we have to show the AI insights button. So div class and AI button wrapper, and then close this one, and button class AI BTN, and after that on click. So click method we have to call click, and toggle AI panel, and then we have to show the title and AI insights, and then class dot active is equals to show AI panel, and then close this one. Inside div class AI BTN, this one gradient, and close this one. After that, here div class and AI BTN content, close this one, and then we have to pass the span class and AI robot icon, and close this one, and then we have to copy the icon, and in the description we already have a file name expandedplayer.html. Inside I have added these icons, so you can just copy paste from there. So after that we have to write here span class AI label, close this one, and here we have to just write AI insights, and after that this button is also completed. Now the next part is the flying particles, right? So just inside this AI button wrapper, here we have to create div class and flying particles container, and after that the star ng if equals and show flying particles, and close this one. And inside this one div, let me decrease the size of this one, div class flying particles and star ng4, and let I off, and here then we have to just pass the numbers, and it should be from 1 to 20. So here we have to just write 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma like that till 20. You have to just write. I'm just going to copy paste so that you don't have to write it everything. So you can just need to write to the sequence wise like that. After that, here we have to just write the style and dot animation dash delay equals, and here we have to pass parenthesis I and multiply, and then 0.075, and then we have to add, which is plus symbol, space, and then we have to just add single quotes and then yes, and then we have to just close the div. So let me scroll to the right, okay, and close this particular div, and this is the line we have to write over here. So now you can see, now our section related to this particular main content main section is completed. So which section I'm talking about? Main section. This particular one is completed. Now we have to write the logics outside of this particular div. So this is one minor bug I have noticed. So if I scroll to the top, and here you can see class scroll disabled, right? So here just remove this dot and put a dash over here and save this. Now let's go to the UI. Let's see how the player behaves, right? So let me click on this one, and I'm going to mute this one so that it should not make any noise. And let me click on this one. Now I'm able to see this particular player, right? This looks exactly same whatever we have. And if I click on over here, I'm able to move to this particular, let's say play, and so you can see the cool animation over here. And here you can see, let me increase the volume, and here you can see you are able to hear it, right? And the icon is also getting changed, and you can see the time is also getting changed every second we pass, right? And the volume is also working. This shuffle, if I click on it, enable, and it will work fine. And we'll do this testing whenever we see, right? Whenever we are going to work on the other parts of like playlist, so that there's a queue will be there, then we are going to change these songs and repeat mode, all those things we are going to test, but not now, later. And so right now the song is working fine, like we are able to hear it, and it's also the animation is also working fine. If I click on this one, it should also show the animation whatever it is expected. And this is also look little bit in center, that should be little bit right, because right side we have to show the queue, right? So let's go back over here. Now just after this main section we have to write, so just scroll down, and just after this one we have to create a div. So div class and queue section, this one, and then div, then h2 class and queue title dash title, and here we have to just write queue, and after that here div class queue list, close this one, and inside this one we have to show all the songs over here. So let's get inside this particular div, and this one div, and then we have to use ng loop. So ng for loop, and let song of queue, and put semicolon, let I is equals to index, and then class and queue item, and then here class dot active is equals to I is equals to current index we have to just pass, and then on click we have to play the song, right? So for that we have a method play from queue, and then we have to just pass the index and close this one. After that here we have to create a div class and queue item thumbnail. We also need to show the thumbnail, right? Then we have to pass here img src, and then song dot image url, and then auth image, and after that here alt song dot title, and then close this one. And after that here we have to show the icon, play icon or play arrow icon also. So div class and queue item overlay, this one, and star ng if is I is equals to current index and is playing, then we have to show the icon. Close this one, and after that mat icon class queue and play icon, and close this one, and play underscore arrow, this one arrow, this icon we have to pass. And after that, this div is closed, which is related to thumbnail. Now the next div is related to song titles and all. So just go outside of this particular queue item thumbnail div, and here div class and queue item info, this one, close this one. After that, here div class and queue item title, and then we have to pass the class, not like this, class dot playing is equals to I is equals to current index, and then close this one, and inside this one curly bracket song dot title we have to show to the users. And outside of this particular div, but inside the queue info item info, then we have to show the artist name. So class queue item artist and song dot artist. Okay, and after that, this queue item info is also completed. Now next line outside of this one, here we have to show div class and queue item number, this one, and after that star ng if I is not equals to current index, and then I plus 1 curly, and then save this one. And after that, let's go to the UI. Okay, so we are not able to see the icon over here. Let's get back over here. So in the image src, here we forget to add the square bracket, so just add this, save this one. And I don't see any other issues over here. Let's go to the UI. Let's see. Now I'm able to see the icon. I can able to see the name. I can see this artist name and this one. And only one queue, only one song we have sent it over here. And you can see this one is also moved little bit left now. Now it looks good. Now get back over here. Now here we have to write the logics related to the AI panel. So outside of this div where it closes this one, which is player content, and after that we have to write the logic. So outside of this one, so just before after last div, here we have to write div and class, okay, my bad, div class AI panel and hash AI panel, and then class dot visible, and then show AI panel, and after that style dot top dot px is equals to AI panel top, and then close this one. Then press enter, and div class AI panel header, and then close this one. Inside this one we have to create a h3 tag and the class AI panel title, and then close this one, and then span class AI icon, and then close this one, and then we have to copy the icon which we are using. Okay, so after that here we have to just write AI insights, and after that here we have to create a button. So button and class and AI panel close button we have to create, and then we have to on click we have to call a method which is toggle AI panel. This method we have to call, and after that here we have to show the title which is close, and then close this tag, and then we have to pass the mat icon and close icon we have to show. After this AI panel header part is completed, so outside of this one we have to create a div class AI panel, and it should be content, and then star ngif and not loading AI data and AI song data exist, then we have to show this part. After that, the first thing is we have to show the song analysis. So div class AI section, and after that square bracket at the rate fed in and up we have to pass, and then close this one, and then here h4 class and AI section title here we have to add, and then the span class title icon, and then we have to copy paste the icon. I have already provided you the same file, and then over here we have to write song analysis sys, and outside of this h4 here we have to create a paragraph with class AI text and close this, and with AI song data dot analysis, and after that here we have to show the information related to music elements. So just after closing this panel, this particular one AI section, then we have to create a new div, and this div is related to the music element and AI section. Here we have to write section, and again at the rate fed in up and close this, and then h4 class AI section title, and then close this one, and then the span class title icon, and then close this one, and then we have to paste a music icon. So here I have just pasted it over here. You might not able to see it, but because of the background, but after selecting you can able to see. Okay, and after this span, the next one we have to just write musical element, and after this h4 now we have to create a div over here. So div class AI info grid, and then close this one. Inside this one div class and AI class over here, and AI item and inside this one here we have to pass a span class and info level, and then different name we have to pass, and the same thing line we have to, okay, no, we have to just copy paste, don't have to copy paste this one, class info value, and then close this one, and then AI song data dot gen, and save this. Let me format this one, and let me do one thing. Let me copy this particular line of the codes or 3 more time over here. So 1, 2 and 3, and let me format this, and we are going to just change the name as per required. So here make it as tempo, and this will be the same here, just change this to, and after that the next one is key. So here just make it as key, and here also make it as key, and then we have next one is energy, and here we have to change as energy. Save this. After that this musical element part is also completed, so just this part where it close over here. Okay, after that we have to write related to mood and vibes. So just after this div closed, here we have to create div class and AI section, and then at the rate fed in up, and then close this one, and then h4 class and here AI section title and span class and title icon, and then close this one. Then we have to put a symbol over here, so just or icon, so just paste it. And after that here mood and wife, and after this h4 the next div is related to show those values. So div class ei tags, close this one, and then span class ei tags and star ng4 and let mood of ai song data dot moods, and after that close this one, and here we have to just pass this in the like this mood, and let me format this one, save this. And after that this particular div is also completed, this one, so this one is closed over here. After that here the next div is related to similar artist. So here div class and ei section, and then at the rate fed in up, and close this one. And after that here we have to write h4 class and ai section title, and close this one, and then span class title icon, and then we have to pass the icon. So let me copy paste this one icon over here, and let me show you. Select, you can see there's an icon is here, but because of background you're not able to see that properly. And similar artist, now here we have to write artists, and h4 tag will be closed over here. After that here we have to write div class and ai tags. This time that should be ai tags. Okay, here also we have to change this to ai tags, not tag. And after that over here we have to write artist tag, this one we have to pass, and then star ng4 loop, and let artist of ai song data dot similar artists. ts, and close this one, and then in the curly brackets we have to just write artist. Okay, so this div is similar artist part is also completed. Now the next is recommended for. So let's write here the next section just after closing this one. Okay, and okay, this should be not in the div. My bad. Okay, it should be wrong. One second. It should be like this. Let me copy paste this one, and in that basically we can modify it. Okay, so let's paste it over here. Let me format this, and over here ai tags will, which is correct, and and the span will be there, ai tags and artist tag will be there, and this one will be exactly same. Just paste it over here, and this one artist will be there, so just paste it and remove this line. It should be inside the div with a span, otherwise it might throw error. So that's why we have added in this way. And this div which is related to the ai tag will be closed over here. After that the next div class and ai section, and at the rate fed okay, not inside this one, outside of over here, and at the rate fed in up, and after that close this one, and this h4 part will be similar to the above, so I'm just going to copy paste and going to format this ai section title icon. I'm just going to copy paste the icon over here, so paste it over here, and then here we have to just change perfect 4, and after that this h4 after this h4, the next line, which is a paragraph class paragraph, and after that here we have to write class AI text, and then close this one, and over here curly brackets and AI song data dot recommended for 4, and then close this one. And after that, this recommended section is also completed, and also this particular section, which is AI panel content, is also completed. So just go after that particular div. Now we have to write the logic which is related to loading data and all those designs. Okay, so outside of this one we have to write the logic. So just before two divs are getting closed, and here we have to create a div. So div class and AI loading and star ng if loading AI data, this one. Close this one, and then div class AI brain container, and then mat icon class AI brain, and then icon we have to pass, and then psychology and after that this icon we have to create a div class and AI particles, and then here inside this one div class and particle, and then star ng for loop. Here we are going to use let I off, and here we have to pass I off. Here we have to pass till 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 and 8. Till 8 we have to pass, and then we have to just close this div. So close this one, and after this the next part, this div is also closed, and outside of this particles AI particles, here we have to go to the next line, which is div class AI dots orbits, and then close this one, and here we have to write div class orbit dot, and then star ng 4 and let I of 1 comma 2 comma 3, and then just close this div. So after this this particular AI brain container, that one is also completed. So this particular div is also completed. Now we have to write the logic related to AI status container. Okay, so outside of this one, here we have to write div class AI status container, and then close this one, and then p paragraph, which is class AI status text, and then close this one, and then span class and status icon, and then we have to show the robot icon, this one, and after that here span class typing text, and then here we have to write AI is analyzing your song. That message I want to show to the user. Okay, and after that this paragraph div is gonna close over here, and after this we have to create a div class and AI progress steps, and close this. There's a 3 steps are there. First is 0 1 2, and each of have some different steps. So now the div class and progress step, this one, and then close this one, and here we have to pass class dot active is equals to current loading step is less than or greater than equals to 0, And inside this one here, we have to write a span, class, a step, icon, close this one, and then music icon that we have to show over here. And after that, this span, class, and a step, text, and here we have to write analyzing using musical elements. And after that, this div, right? I'm just going to copy paste this particular div two times so that we can create for others two steps. Format this, and here whenever it is 1, then we have to show, and here whenever it is 2, then we have to show. And here first we have to change the icon, so the next icon will be like this. Okay, so we are getting some kind of error. Okay, there's spelling mistake in this one, so there's a step, right? So step, so steps. So I'm just going to copy paste this, making it as correct. Save this. Now scroll to the bottom, and we don't have any error. Now we are good. Now here we have pasted the icon. After that, here we have to change the text, so remove this, and deducting mood and vibe. And after that, the third icon we have to show, which is over here, and then we have to change this one is to finding similar artist. Save this. Now we have to move outside of this AI loading, so click on this particular one, it get closed over here, and then after this, then we have to create a dev class, and this is related to AI error. If any error occurs in the AI loading, in that case we are going to show ngif AI error and not loading AI data, and then math icon class AI error icon, and then error underscore outline, and after that here paragraph class, and AI error text, and curly brackets AI error, and after that here we have to give a button over here so that they can retry. So class AI retry button over here, and then on click we have to call a method which is load AI insights, load AI insights, and then we have to close this one and try again. Save this. A should be capital, and we are getting here error, and A should be small, I should be small in AI. Let's see if error is gone. Now error is gone. Now everything looks good. Now it's time to test the UI features. So I have just changed the name of the song so that it should give us proper some information related to it. So I'm just clicked on it, mute this one, click on this one, and here I am right now. Let me click on AI Insights. You can see whenever we hover, it's the animations and everything is working as expected. Now I click on it. You can see a pop-up has opened right now, and it's showing us the loading AI is analyzing your song, which is the first step. And okay, let me try once again. What are the steps? Analyzing music element, detecting mood and vibes. You can see step by step the colors are getting changed, and analyzing is completed. Then we are able to see the information related to it. So here you can see this track and all those informations you can see. Here you can see the music elements, electronics and minor moods. You can see similar artists you can see here, and here you can see prefer for. Right, so these are the informations which we are getting it from the backend API, whatever we call, and whatever we get the informations, we just showing it over here. So this is working as expected, and this is all about expanded player part of this project. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video, we have completed expanded player part of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to work on the create playlist as well as playlist selector part. So let us start with that. Let's go to the VS Code, and inside this one we have to go to the core, and then we have to go to the services, and we have to go to the playlist service.ts file. Scroll to the bottom, and then here we have to create a methods. So create playlists, and in this one we have to pass the name, and it should be of a string type. Then description, it could be a string or null, and then is public, and it should be of a boolean type. And then image file, and it should be of file type or it could be null. And after that, here observable, and then we are expecting playlist, so import this model, and then curly brackets. Inside this one we have to pass the parameters. So let params new http params, this one, and after that dot set, and the first one is name, comma, and name, and then we don't have to put semicolons, just move to the next line. Set is public, comma, okay, it should be in single quotes, so just close this one like this, and then is public dot to string, and after that put semicolon, and if description exists, right, description exists, so then we have to just append. So params is equals to params dot set and description, and then pass this description field. And after that, here we have to create const form data form, new form data, this one, and if image file exists, then form data dot append, and then we have to pass the image file in this one, and then image file this like this. And after that, here we have to write return this dot http dot post URL, and then playlist. Here we have to write playlist, close this one, and parenthesis backtick, and then dollar symbol, and curly bracket, and this dot base URL, and after that curly bracket slash, and create playlist, after that comma, and format form data, and then we have to pass the params. So params, this one, and after that parenthesis we have to write dot pipe, and we also need to tap or update the value. So pipe parenthesis, and then we have to write a tap, and after that over here this dot playlist subject update dot next, we have to just call this one, and for that put semicolon over here, and this create playlist part method is ready. Now we have to write to add song to playlist. That we can do it from the my uploads, right, playlist, and inside this one playlist ID we are expecting, and that could be of a number type, and then song ID, and that is also a number type, and after that observable, and the message response we are expecting response, this one, and then curly brackets and const params, and then new http params, this one, dot set, and then we have to pass the song ID. So song ID comma song ID dot to string, and then put semicolon, then return this dot http dot post method we have to call, and then message response, close this one, then backtick dollar and curly brackets and this dot base URL, and after that slash add song to playlist. This one we have to pass, and inside the backtick slash we have to pass, and then we have to pass the playlist ID, curly bracket and playlist ID. And after that we don't have to pass the body, so here just put null and then comma, and then we have to pass the params, so params over here, and then put semicolon. Save this. We don't have any. Now let's format this one, format this and save this one. After this we have to go to the shared folder. No, not shared folder, we have to go to the features folder and right click, open integrated terminal, and here we have to generate a component. So ng generate component and create playlist list, press enter, and it will create a component. You can see create playlist is created. After that we also need to register this one with the app routing, so just go to the app routing.modules, and over here we have to just add that whatever we have created it, so just put a comma over here, and then path and single quotes and create dash playlist, and then put component, and then we have to pass the create playlist and just format this. And we don't have to can activate with admin card because this is available, features available for all the types of users, so that's why we don't have to add this one. And once this is added, the next step is to go to the layout.html, and in that basically we have to add, so just go inside the shared folder, then we have layout.html, and then inside this one we have a nav, right? So navigation options are there, so let's scroll above over here. Okay, so just after this here we have to add a navigation button, so let me copy paste this particular lines of the code, and let me copy this one, or we can go with this one, go with this home button, because in this there's an admin icons and all those things, you have to remove it, right? So I don't want to do that, so just copy this home button exactly same. After that here we have to change create play list, and here the nav item will be same. Here the icon we have to change is to add, and after that here we have to change create play list. Save this, and if I go over to the UI, I'm able to see that button, and if I click on it, I can see that create playlist works. And over here inside my playlist section you are able to see one, because I have just for testing purpose I have created this. So let's get back over here, and now we have to write the code to relate the create the playlist, right? So let's go to the that particular component, so create playlist.ts file. So inside this one we have to write the logics related to it, so let's write here, and most of the logics we are going to copy paste it from our my uploads, because there's a on file select, all those methods already exist in that one, so we're going to use those from there. So let's write the variables first, so playlist form and form group, this one, and then uploading false, and after that image file error is equals to single quotes, and then image file, and it should be file or it should be null, and by default it is null, and image preview URL string type null and null. After that here we have to create the constructor, so constructor, and then here we have to write private form builder, so form builder, and then form builder, here we need to import. Okay, it's showing error because we don't have curly brackets over here, And after that here, private play list service, and over here play list service and private router and router and private notification service, notification service. And after this, here we've tried this dot playlist form is equals to this dot form builder dot group and parenthesis curly brackets, and after that here we have to pass the name colon and square brackets and blank by default, and then we have to add the validators. So validators or dot required comma validators dot no, not this one, validators dot min length, and we are expecting at least 2 characters, and then validators dot max length, which is 100 characters. And after that here we have to pass the description, and in this one the this will be exactly same, so I'm just copy this colon till this end part. So over here, and here I'm just increasing the size to 500, and over here I'm making to 10. So minimum it should be 10 or maximum it should be 500. Okay, after that the next one is public, like we can make our playlist public or private, so that purpose it is, and after that colon and save this. After that here we need a few methods which is already present inside the upload song. So just go to the upload song.ts file, scroll down, and the first part is ng destroy. So let's copy this ng destroy, this part only, not the complete part. So copy this one, go to the playlist, and just after this constructor paste this one and close this particular one. One more, this bracket need to be added over here because this is the part only we have copy paste, and this one is additional which is closing this one. Okay, save this, we don't have any error. And after that here we have to scroll down, and here we have a method name on image file selections, right? Selected this one. So this one we have to copy, and just after, okay, let me copy paste this particular method first. So only this method on image file select, just copy this one, go over here, just after this one just paste it. So this is the method we have just pasted it over here, select this one, save this. And after that again go back to the upload song.ts, scroll down, and then we have a method which is clear image file. So we have to just also need to copy paste this line of the codes over here, get back to the create playlist, just after the method we have to paste this one. So these are the 3 methods we have to copy paste from there. Okay, first one is ng on destroy, then this one, and then last one is this one. And if you want to implement, you can just write here implements on destroy, save this. Now scroll back to the bottom, and then we have to write the logic stated to on submit. So on submit, and inside this one this dot uploading is equals to true, and after that const, and then name description and is public is equals to this dot playlist form dot value, not a valid value, and after that this dot playlist service dot create playlist, and inside this one we have to pass one by one the values. So this dot, sorry, first the field is name, then description dot trim and is public, and then this dot image file, I'm expecting it should be not be null, so like this, and subscribe. Okay, this, okay, so there's a 2 times I have added this, so just remove once and error is gone. And after that parenthesis curly brackets, and then next, put semicolon over here, and after that over here next, then playlist, and curly brackets, and after that here this dot router dot navigate, and we are navigating to a page which is does not exist as of now, and in the next video we are going to implement that, but just write it out over here so that we don't have to come back to this particular page. Single quote slash playlist, and after that inside this one column, comma, and playlist dot id, you have to just pass, put semicolon, and if any error occur we also need to handle that. So error, and then const error message is equals to error question mark dot message, and or failed to create playlist, and please try again. So this is the message I want to show, and in this one this dot notification services dot success, and then we have to just pass not success, here it should be error, and here we have to just pass the error message, and this dot uploading is equals to false. And after that the last method which is of this create playlist, which is related to validation. So get is form valid, and it should return boolean and curly brackets, and then return, and this dot playlist form is valid, and not this dot image file, and not this dot image file error, this one. Then save this. Now let's also format this and save this one again. Now we have to copy paste the CSS part of this one. So let me copy paste the CSS, and let's go to the CSS file, paste it over here, save this. Now go to the HTML part of this one, and over here also we are going to copy paste most of the logic from our my uploads. So let's go to the my uploads page, and not my upload, sorry, upload song.html, and the first section till this, okay, this section we are going to copy paste exactly. Let's go to the, not this one, let's close others, and then open create playlist.html, and remove this one, paste it over here, then close the div. Okay, this is the div we have to close only. Let me format this one, and over here we have to change this text to the create playlist, and then here we have to just change the message, which is organize your favorite songs into a custom playlist. Save this. If I go back to the UI, right, I'm able to see this particular message, I'm able to see the subtitles, so it means it's working as expected. After that, outside of this header section, right, inside the upload container, here we have to create a form. So form, and form group, and equals to playlist list form, and then close this one. And inside this one, first we are going to create a div class, and content section, and it should allow us, actually whenever you open your VS Code, it takes few seconds to load this one, so sometime it's just take time. Okay, and after that just close this one, and playlist details. Now here inside the form first input field, which is like playlist name, right? And in the upload song section also we have the same thing. So here you can see this is the input group, right? I can just copy paste this particular one, which is input group, and in this one we are going to do the necessary modifications. So over here we have to just okay, paste it over here. Okay, before that pasting this, I think I have just made a small mistake over here, and it should be, the name should be not inside this content section, it should be in h2 and class and section title, and inside this one we have to write play list details, and just after this one we have to paste this particular one. Let me format this, let me remove unwanted space. Okay, so it's throwing the error, so we don't have to worry about it because we have just copy paste, so the namings will be not gonna match, so that's why it's throwing the error. So this div container close over here, which is content section, and h2 is just going to close over here, and then we have just added the input group which we have pasted it, copied from there. Now here we are going to change it one by one. So first, which is name, so here we have to change this to name, and here we have to just write play list, and then name over here we have to write, and here also id, it should be name, and then input field, and here we have to just write everywhere you see the song form, right? Just control F and search that, and after that you will see this icon, right? Click on it, and then you will get an option to like replace. So play list form, you have to just write, and inside over here you have to replace all. So just write that, so you can see every place it automatically gets replaced. Now error is gone, but still it will be a problem because you can see there's a title is written over here, so we have to also replace those, but we will not going to search and replace it because multiple other places the title would exist, so we have to go one by one. So after that, this name, the type input field will be there, and after that playlist dot get, and here we have to just write name. Here just copy this name, and over here we also need to pass the name, and after that the form control name is also a name type, and then here placeholder we have to just write enter playlist name, and after that the next, which is a required error message, here we have to just change this to name. Here we have to change to name, and here we have to just write playlist name instead of title. Playlist name is required. After that the next field is over here name, and over here also name, and then here we have to just change name must be at least 2 characters, and over here we also need to change to name here also, and here name cannot exceed 100 characters, which is correct, right? Format this, save this one, and let's get back over here in UI, and here you can see it's visible, right? Exactly same. If I go to the upload song, you can see the same design, you can see over here also these are the same, right? There's no difference. And if I write over here playlist name is required, if I write something you can see this is the error. If I write over here, you can see, right, this is working as expected. If I write multiple characters, it should started throwing the name cannot exceed 100 characters. So the validations, everything is working as expected. Now let's get back over here. Now the next method which next we have to copy is related to description. So we can still copy paste this same field, but it should be a text area, right? So let's go to the upload song and let's scroll down and just verify that this is a text area or not, and label input, this is an input field, right? So but the validations and other things will be remain same. Let's go back to the create playlist, we don't have to copy paste directly, and we are going to just copy paste these 2 lines for now, these 2 lines, and we are still in the create playlist page, and just after this particular div close, right, we have to create a div, paste that and close the div first. Okay, so now if I save this, we don't have any error, and over here this particular input group div is closed, and here we have to change this one to description, And here also we need to change to description. And after that, here we have to create a text area. So I'm just going to create the text area over here, and text area and ID, that this is description, double quotes closed, and then class input field and text area field, and after that class dot error. We also need to pass this class dot errors in this one, and equals, and then here we have to write playlist form dot get. Let me decrease the size of this one, and let me press enter over here, and get, and then we have to pass the description, and after that question mark dot invalid, this one, and playlist form dot get description, and then question mark dot touched, and then after that we have to pass the form control name, and that should be a description field, description, and then we have to pass the placeholder, which is add a description, and it should be minimum 10 characters, and then we also want to disable equals uploading, and then rows is equals to 4, and close this one text area, and after that here we have to create a div. So let's create a div class and field footer, this one, and then close this one, and inside this one we have to show all the errors. So let me format this, and let me copy paste this all this spans, which is error message like description is required, at least characters, and all those things. So these three I'm just going to copy paste from over here, and let me paste it over here. Let me format this, and now here we have to change it. So first which is span class error message, and then playlist.get, here we have to write description, and then we have touched, which is correct, and here also we have to write the description, and here we have to change this to description, and is required, and after that here we also need to change this to description, and here we have to change this to description, and here we have to change this to description. Why we are not getting suggestions? Description must be at least 10 characters, so just here write 10 characters, and after that the last one is also like description, here also description, and here also we have to just pass this description. Theme cannot be exceed 500 characters, here we have to write, and just after this span, the next one, which is to show the count, which is char count, and then close this one, and playlist form dot get, and parenthesis, and description, close this one, parenthesis also, and question mark dot value dot question mark dot length, if not then put 0, and then curly brackets closed, and then save this one. Let me format this also if it make any changes. So now this is the text area part is also completed. Now here you can see, okay, one more thing here we have to add. Just after this curly bracket, put slash and 500 characters, so that they can see the counts. So here you can see we are able to see the counts over here. Now if I write here, you can see that it's getting changed. Okay, so if I move this, you can see description must be at least 10 characters. And you are seeing this error. And now let's remove, get back over here. Now our content section part is completed, which is this one, this div. So this div is going to close, and just before a form close tag, right? Now we have to create a section which is related to the media. So div class, and this is content section, and then close this one, and then h2, and then class and section dash title, and which is cover image. And after that, over here we need to write the logics related to the playlist cover, right, or input field to select the image. For this, we already have the logic exist in our upload song.html. Get inside the upload song.html, and over here the first, which is related to the input file, which we don't need it, and the second one, which is related to this particular one, which is input group, right, which is related to the cover image. I want this one, so I'm just going to copy paste this complete method, not method, sorry, that this particular tag which is related to the cover images. So I'm just going to copy paste this one and going back to the create playlist, and I'm going to paste it over here. It will throw error for sure, but oh, we don't getting an error, but still we have to change little bit of text so that it should work fine. Okay, so over here the first is input group label, this is correct. Over here we have to change playlist list cover, and then file upload wrapper, which is correct, and image, this one is also correct. On image, this is also correct. File input, right, this one is also correct. Label, this one image file. Okay, this one on image file select, this one is also correct, this one is also correct. And inside the div we have mat icon, file icon, image file, add photos, file informations, image file, choose cover images, which is also correct, and 5 MB, which is also correct. And just after this one, here if you want to add the message, you can add it. So recommended, and square image at least 300 x 300 px. Let me decrease the size of this one. Let me format this. So this is the message, just we want to change it. If you're not going to want to add this one, still it will work fine. There will be no issues. It's just we are showing to the users to the UI. And after that, this image, this is also correct. Clear image and uploading buttons, close. This is also seems correct. Error messages, this one is also correct. Library cover image, everything looks good now. Let's go to the UI, and here you can see, we can see the cover image, and you can see the playlist cover, which is correct. And if I click on this one, I'm able to see the images, and let me select one, and here you can see cover image preview, you can see over here. If I click on this one, I'm able to remove this. If I select anything different, I'm able to show over here, and you can see the JPG and all those things, text and everything is working as expected. Now let's get back over here to the code, and now our this media section part is also completed, which is this content section, which is going to close just before the form. After that, here we have to create a next div. So div class and content section, then close this one, and then h2 class section title, and then here we have to write privacy settings, and after that here we have to write div class and privacy option, this one, close this one, and then we have to show a label, and then class and checkbox options or container, this one, and then close this one. Then we have to write here input type, and this will be a checkbox, and then form control name, is equals to is public, and after that here we have to pass the disabled, and which is uploading, and then close this one. After that here we have to use the span, and then class check mark this one, close this span, and after that span class checkbox label, and then here we have to write make this playlist list public, and outside of this particular label here we have to create a paragraph. So para class privacy description, and over here close this one, and then you have to write public playlist list can be viewed by anyone, private playlist are only visible to you. So this is message I want to show to the user. After that, this content section is also completed. So this one will be closed over here. Then here we have to add a button, right? That is like to create a playlist or vice versa, right? So that we can copy paste from the upload song.html. So scroll to the bottom, and then we will have this action button, right? So just copy paste this particular one, get back to the create HTML, and create playlist.html file and paste it over here. Let me format this. And after that here we have to do some modifications. So action button over here, and btn cancel, and router link here we have to just change this to home page, and after that uploading, which is correct, cancel, which is also correct, and btn close. On submit method we have to call uploading or disables, this is also correct. 20 spinner line library add. Over here we have to just change the icons, which is library underscore add, and they're uploading, and here we have to just change this one to create playlist, and save this. And let's scroll down. We don't have any error as of now. Just do some minor changes over here. So here we have to just change this to creating, and one small over here you see private playlist. So here just add yes and save this. Now let's get back over here, and now it's time to create a playlist. So here I'm going to create btech days playlist, or play, just write like this, and then here I'm just going to copy paste the same name with the description, and after that here I'm going to select a cover image. So let's select this one, and then I'm going to make it as private and create playlist. So you can see I'm able to see the btdix playlist, and if I add we route to the home page, but expected page should be like view playlist page, but as of now that path does not exist. That's why it route to the this particular page. And here you also notice that this particular section is refreshed whenever a new particular create playlist is added into it, right? So this one is also working as expected, and also our create playlist is also working, right? And now we have to write the logics related to the like let's go to the uploads, my uploads, and over here when you click on this one, right, it should open a dialog, and from dialog you can select particular playlist so that the song should be added to that particular playlist. So we call that as a playlist selector. Okay, so that's a part we are going to cover it now. So let's get back over here. Let's go to the features shared, and okay, we have to go to the shared folder, and inside shared folder right click and open integrated terminal, and then first we have to generate a component, which is ng. So generate component and play list selector dialog, and then press enter. So it will this is a common component across the multiple places we are going to use it. It will also gonna use in home page. It also might be used on the search page. So the component is created now, and we don't have to import or do anything for this one, because in the app routing module, because this is a common one which is going to be used. Now we have to go to the my upload section, and in that one we have a method, right, which is related to do. So let's go to the features, and we have my uploads. Go to the TS and then search for to do. Okay, we already had this particular method, which is open add to playlist dialog. This one, just remove this to do, and then we have to write here this dot dialog dot open this one, and then we have playlist selected dialog and comma, and then curly brackets, and inside this one width, and then here we have to pass 450 px comma and max, and width here we have to pass, which is 90 vw, and then comma and panel class, and then we have to pass custom dialog and container, and then data you have to pass as song, and after that here we have to put the semicolon, and then just format this, save this. So we don't have any error as of now. Now let's go to the UI, and over here inside the my uploads, if I click on this particular one, it opens a dialog which is playlist selector dialog box, right? So now we have to write the logic related to this, so that we can select particular or add particular song to the one playlist. Now let's get back over here. Let's go to the shared folder. Inside the shared folder we have playlist selector dialog, and go to the TS file. Let me close this one. Now here we have to write playlists, and it should be of playlist array type, and by default it is blank, and after that loading true, and after that loading more playlists is equals to false, and then adding is equals to false, and then error message blank, and put semicolon, and then selected playlist ID, and we have get the number, or it could be by default null, and over here we have to write null, and after that here we have to write current page is equals to 0, and current page size is equals to 10, and after that hash more playlist is equals to true, and after that here we need constructor. So create constructor, and then private dialog reference, and then mat dialog reference, and in this one we have to just pass the playlist selector dialog, and then close this one and put comma. Okay, let me create a curly brackets over here. Let me put a space over here too, and after that here we have to write inject. We have to import it from the core, and then we also need to import this mat underscore dialog data. This one we have to import from Angular material dialog, and after that public data, and then song dialog data. This one we need to import, and after that private playlists service, and then we have to import playlist service, this one, and then we have to use notification. So private notification service and notification service, this one we need to import, and after that here we have to implement on init and destroy. So implements on init and on destroy, this one we need to import, and then first we have to create ng on init, And okay, so after this we have to go to the upload, or not upload, or we have to go to the sorry, not html, ts file, layout.ts file. In this one we have few methods which we have to copy. So if you see, right, ng destroy and this setup infinite scroll, as well as load playlist, as well as load more playlist. So this four you have to copy paste from here, and we are inside the layout.ts. So let's copy paste this all this method. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 method. So this 4 method I have just copy paste. The methods I have already given you the name. So just after outside of this ng on it, paste those, and let's format this. Save this one. We will face some error because some codes does not exist. Okay. So we have added that. Let's get back to the layout.ts file again. Scroll up. Scroll up. Okay, here this two lines of the code, as well as this particular scroll trigger playlist, this one we also need to copy. So just copy this part of the code also. Get back to the playlist selector dialog, and just before this constructor, right, you can paste that. And we have to import this one. So just import this view childs, import this one, and let me format this. And here you can see most of the error is gone now, right? Let's get back to the top. Okay, so here we are at ng on in it, right? And here we have to call a method which is to load the playlist. So load playlist, this the API we have to call. So after this one, the ng destroy, which is correct, we don't have to make any changes in the destroy. And after that, the setup playlist infinite scroll, which is also correct, we don't have to make any changes. Now move back to the load playlist list, this one. In this one we have to make the changes. So this current page is correct, this one is also correct, and in this one here we have to use loading. Loading is equals to true, and then we also need to reset the this dot error message is making as blank, put semicolon. After that, here we have to call this dot but this particular variable does not exist, and we also don't want to search anything over here, so just remove this particular one. And I think that is a optional one field. So you can see the search is an optional field, that's why we don't have issues. Just pass the current page and page size. And after that, this dot playlist, which is correct, response dot content hash more element, which is we are going to check it from here. And then we have to just check this dot loading is equals to false. That is correct. After that, inside this one, here we have to just change this dot loading. Here we have to write loading is false. And over here we have to write this dot error message is equals to failed to load play lists dot please try again, we have to write, and then put semicolon, and then this dot notification services dot error, and then here we have to write failed to load playlists dot please try again. We have to just pass this message and put semicolon over here. And after that, over here this is load playlist part method is completed. Now scroll back to the load more playlist, and this is the first line which is correct. Then load more playlist, which is true, correct. Current page, which this is also correct, and we don't want to search anything, so just remove this part, save this. And we don't have any error, but still we are going to validate each line. Next, this dot playlist which is correct, this one is also correct, and this one is also correct, and other things looks good. So this method till load more playlist is correct. Now the next method we are going to write here is related to add to playlist. So let's write here add to playlist, and here we are going to write here play list, and this one is also a playlist type. And inside this one we have to write if this dot adding return, and this dot adding is equals to true, and this dot error message is equals to blank. We are going to set, and this dot selected playlist ID is equals to playlist dot ID we have to pass, and this dot playlist service and dot add song. This is the method which we have created just in the start of the video, this video, right? And in this one we have to pass the playlist dot ID, and this dot data dot song dot ID. So these are the value or song which are selected that has been injected over here from the this dot data. If you see here inside the constructor, so we have this dot data, so from that it has been injected. Now get back over here, and after that here we have to subscribe to this, and parenthesis curly brackets, and after that here next, and then response, and then arrow curly bracket, and after that here this dot adding is equals to false, and const message is equals to response dot message, or we are going to write here, or we are going to show add added to, and in the double quotes we are going to show the message which is curly brackets and playlist dot name, this one, and put semicolon at the end. After that this dot notification services dot success, and then we have to pass the message over here, and then this dot dialog reference dot close, and then here we have to just expect success which is true, and playlist name and playlist dot name here we have to pass, and just close this one. After that we also need to handle the error, so error, and over here error, and inside this one we have to write const error message is equals to error dot error question mark dot message, and then we have to pass a message like fail to add the song. By default we are going to set, so backtick, and here we have to write failed to add to, and then double quotes, and then we have to pass the song name, so dollar, sorry, not song, playlist name, so dollar playlist dot name, and after that the double quotes put dot, and the song may already be in the this playlist, and then put semicolon over here, and also dot at the end before the backtick, and after that this dot error message is equals to error message, and this dot notification services dot error and error message, and this dot adding is equals to false, and this dot selected playlist ID which is set to null, put semicolon colon, and after that the next method we have to write is to on close, so on close, and this dot sorry, not this, like this dot dialog reference dot close, that's it. Then save this. Now we have to copy paste the CSS because TS part is completed, so let me copy paste the CSS part over here and save this, and let me close all these files, and now we have to go to the playlist selector dialog over here. Now let's remove this, and let's write here div class and dialog container, and close this one. After that here we have to write h2 and mat dialog title, and close this one and add to playlist, And after that, here we have to create mat dialog content. So mat dialog content, close this one. And inside this one, first we have to show the song information, right? So div class song info, and then close this one. And then we have to show the image, so img src, and here we have to pass data dot song dot image url, and then we have to pass the pipe, which is auth image for authentication, and then we have to pass alt, and then data dot song dot title, and after that here we have to pass the song thumbnail, so thumbnail css. And after this we have to create a div class and song details, and inside this one we have to show the artist name as well as title. So here first we're going to show the song name and the class song title, this one, and close this one. After that, curly brackets, and over here we have to write data dot song dot title, and after that paragraph class and song artist, and after that data dot song dot artist. And so after this we have to create a divider. So just after this song information we have to create a div class, and here we have to write divider, this one, and then close this one. And after that here we have to show the loading state. So div star ngif is equals to loading, and then class loading container, and then close this one. And mat spinner and diameter is equals to 40, and color ancient, and then close this one. And after this mat spinner, I also want to show a text which is related to the loading. So loading text, and here we have to write loading play lists, and this loading state part is also completed. Now the next part, which is related to the error. So now div star ngif not loading and error message and playlists dot length is equals to 0. In that case we have to show this, and then we have to write here the css error container, and then close this one. And then we have to show the mat icon, which is class error icon, and close this one, and error underscore outline, and after that here paragraph class and error message, and then we have to show inside over here also error, or not in like this, in the like curly brackets error message, and put space over here. And then we have to show a button inside over here. So button mat raised button, and color ancient. And after that here we have to, on click, we have to call a method which is load play lists. This method we have to call, and then we have to show a mat icon. So mat icon, and it should be a refresh icon. And after that we also need to show the text. So try again text we want to show to the user so that they can retry to call the same API. And this is related to the error state. Now the next section is related to the playlist. Okay, we are getting error. Okay, over here it should be p should be small, I think. Now error is gone. And after this particular div, the next one is related to playlist. Now here let's create a div star ngif not loading, and playlists dot length is greater than 0, and then we have to pass the class which is playlist lists container, and then close this one. And after that, here h3 class playlist header heading, this one we have to pass, and then we have to write here select a playlist, and after that here we have to create div class playlist, and list we have to pass this one. And after that here we have to show a button, so star ng for loop, and let play list of playlists, this one. And after that here we have to pass a class which is playlist options, and then we have to pass a class dot adding is equals to selected playlists id is equals to playlist dot id. And after that we also need to disable this, so disabled is equals to adding, this one. And after that here on click we have to call a method which is add to playlist, and inside this one we have to pass the playlist, and then close this one. And inside this one we have to create a div, and we have to show the list of playlist name and public private, those we have to show over here. Then here we have to write div class and playlist list option content, and then close this one. Then we have to show a icon, so mat icon, and then class and playlist icon, and then here we have to write library underscore music, and after that here we have to write div class playlist info, this one. Close this one, and then span class playlist name and curly brackets, and then here we have to write playlists dot name, and then next span class playlist dash privacy, and over here playlist dot is public question mark single quotes public, and after that colon, and then private. And after that this playlist informations div will be also closed, and this one playlist content, let me format this once. And so now we have to write the logic outside of this one, which is playlist option content, and then we have to write logic related to a spinner, so mat a spinner and star ng if is equals to selected playlist id is equals to playlist dot id and adding, and then we have to pass a diameter is equals to 20, and after that class playlist a spinner, this one, and then close this one. After that here we have to show a icon, so mat icon and star ng if is equals to selected playlist id is not equal to playlist dot id and or not adding, and then we have to class add icon and then add. So our button part logic is also completed. Now let me format this again, and now we have to write the logic outside of this particular button, and we are gonna still inside this particular div which is a playlist list and outside of this particular button, and here we have to write div star ng if is equals to not equal, we have to write the conditions, so loading mode playlists, and then class loading more container. Close this one. Mat spinner diameter is 24, and close this one. And after this div, the next div is related to scroll bar trigger. So div hash scroll trigger play lists and class scroll trigger, this one, and then close this one, save this. Now our this playlist list part is also completed. Now scroll back to the, now not scroll back, just after this playlist one, div closed. The next part is related to empty state. So div star njf and not loading, and playlist dot length is equals to 0, and there's a no error message, then it's a empty state. So empty state, and after that here we have to show mat icon class empty icon. Close this one. Library underscore music, this one we have to pass, and after that here we have to pass h3 and no play lists yet, and after that here we have to pass p create a play list to start organizing your music. And after that, this mat content part is also completed. Now we have to write related to buttons. So just after this mat dialog content closed, we have to write here mat dialog actions and align end, and then close this one. And over here button mat button, and on click we have to call a method which is on close method, and over here disabled whenever it is adding, and class close btn, and then close this one, and here we have to just write close, save this, and or okay, we are getting error over here. So playlist, so over you see right here we have to just add a s at the end, playlists, and save this. Now we don't have any error. Now let's go to the UI, and here we are. Now we have to click on this particular button, and here you can see a pop-up has opened just now, and when I click on this particular song, song is already in the list. Okay, so basically I have already created the QID, we have already added the song, that's why the error you see. If I click on this one, it should not throw the error, and here you can see song added to the playlist successfully. It means it working as expected. And if I try to add this one and this one in this one, still I'm working. If I try to add it again, it will throw the error. So it means that this part related to the like adding songs to the playlist is also working. So yeah, this is all about create playlist as well as playlist selector part. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video we have completed create playlist and playlist selector part of this project. If you are not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video we are going to work on playlist details page. So let's start with that. Let's go to the VS Code, and over here we have to get inside the code folder, then service, and then we have to get inside the playlist service.ts file, and then scroll to the bottom of the page, and then here we have to create a method. So let's add here get playlist with songs, and here we have to just pass the ID which is the playlist ID. So here the number I'm expecting, and it should be of type observable, this one, and inside this one play list with song. We have to import this one model and close this one. And after that, here we have to write return this dot http dot get method. And after that, here we have to write play list with song, this one, close this one. And after that, parenthesis backtick and then dollar curly brackets and then this dot base URL, and after this curly bracket slash git play list and with songs slash, and then we have to pass the ID. So dollar curly bracket and we have to just write here ID and then put semicolon. And after that, the next method is related to reorder the songs in the particular playlist. So let's write here reorder song in play list, and then here we have to write playlist ID and it should be of a number type. And after that, song ID, and this one is also will be a number type, and then the new position, and this one is also a number type, and after that observable, and it should be a message response, and then curly brackets and then const params, this one, and new http params, this one, and then we have to set the values. So dot set and then song id comma and song id dot to string, and after that dot set and this one new position comma and new position dot to string, and then put semicolon at the end, and then we have to write the last line which is return this dot http dot patch, and this one we are expecting message response, then close this one, and after that here parenthesis backtick and dollar curly bracket and this dot base URL, and after this curly bracket slash and reorder song in play list, and after that slash dollar and curly bracket and playlist ID, and after that outside of this backtick here we have to pass the body as null, and then we have to just pass the params and at the end put semicolon. So now this method is also completed. Now the next method is to remove songs from the particular playlist. So remove song from playlist, and here we have to write playlist ID and it should be of a number type, and then song ID which is of also a number type, and then observer, not like that, observable, and then we are also expecting message response, close this one, curly brackets, and then here the first line which will be just song ID. So I'm just going to copy paste these two lines over here and just put a semicolon over here. Let me format this, and the next line which is like return this dot http dot delete and then message response and then backtick inside the parenthesis and then dollar and curly brackets this dot base URL, and after that slash remove song from play list, and after the slash and then we have to pass the playlist ID. So playlist ID, and after that comma and outside of this backtick comma, and then we have to just pass the params, And after this one, the next method is related to delete a playlist. So delete playlist, and in this one I'm just expecting a ID which is of a playlist ID, and then observable, and over here we have to pass the message response. Close this one, curly brackets, and then return, and this dot http. Okay, there should be cap this dot http dot delete, and then message response. Close this one, and after that backtick or dollar, and after that curly bracket and this dot base URL, and after that slash and delete play list slash, and then dollar under after that curly brackets ID, and outside of this particular parenthesis we have to write dot pipe so that the refresh thing's done. So here on inside the pipe over here before that put semicolon. Inside the pipe here we have to just write tap and two parentheses, and inside one we have to write like this dot playlist update subject dot next, and this method is also completed. Now the next method is to update playlist privacy, so like making it from private to public and public to private. So that changes here we want to do. So update playlist privacy, and in this one ID number we are expecting, and the value is public, and it should be of a boolean type, and then observable and playlist. Close this one, and then const params and new http params, and then dot set, and then we have to set the value related to is public, and is public dot to string, and return this dot http dot patch and playlist over here. Close this one. After that backtick and then dollar symbol, curly brackets, this dot base URL, and after that slash, and here we have to write update play list privacy, and then slash dollar, and then we have to pass the ID, and then pass null, and then params, and after that we also need to tap, so pipe and tap. This tap we have to import it from rxjx, and after that here like this dot playlist update this one dot next, and the next line we have to just put semicolon over here. Save this. Let me format this, save this again. Now let's get inside the features folder and right click on this feature filter and open integrated terminal, and we have to generate a playlist. So ng generate play list and detail, and then press enter. So it will create a component, and we have to wait for a few seconds for this, and here you can see a component is created. Now get back to the app routing module, and in this one basically we have to just write the logic related to route. So just put a comma over here, and then path, and after that here play list slash, and then we have to pass the ID. For the each playlist we are going to pass the ID in the path variable or path, and then here we have to just write play list details over here, and then format this, save this one, and after this one then we have to go back to the playlist details, and .ts file. Let's get inside that one, and then we have to write the logics over here related to playlist details. Now here we have to write playlist, and it should be playlist with song, and it could be null. So by default it should be null, and after that loading is equals to true, and then error message is equals to single quotes, and then playlist id, and then here we have to pass the number is equals to 0, and then current play song id, which is by number type, and it could be null, and by default it is null, and after that is honor is equals to false, and then we have to write here private destroy, and then dollar over here, and then new subject. This one we need to import from rxjx, and then we have to write here void, close this one, and after that here we also need to import so constructor, and inside this one we have to import so private route and activated route, and after that here private router, and then router, and then private playlist service, and then we have to import this playlist service, this one, and after that private music player service, and then we have to import this music player service, and then private auth service, and here auth service, this one we need to import, and then private dialog, and then we have to import mat dialog over here, and notification services we also need to import notification service, this one. After that we also need to implement ng on init and destroy, so on init and then on destroy, this one we need to import, and over here we have to just write after this constructor closed, then here we have to write ng on init, this one. Inside this one we have to write this dot route, not router, and params, this one, and dot pipe, and take until this one, this dot destroy. So until it should not get destroyed, till this point we are going to subscribe this one, so subscribe, and over here I'm expecting the params, and then curly brackets, and this dot playlist id is equals to then plus symbol, and here we are just doing the type conversion, and then we have to just pass the id, and after that if this dot playlist, sorry, not this dot playlist id exists, in that case we have to call a method, and let's create a method inside or outside of this ng on it, which is load playlist information or load playlist key. That will also gonna work, and over here just write inside the if condition this dot load playlist, and so outside of this particular method, now I want to write here one more thing, which is need to be subscribed, so this dot music player service dot current song and dot pipe, and in the same way I will take until and this dot destroy, and after that dot subscribe, and then song, and this dot current playing song id is equals to song dot song question mark dot id or null, and put semicolon over here. And after this, outside of ng on it, then we have to write here on destroy, ng on destroy, and this dot destroy dot next sorry, my bad, here, and then destroy dot complete, and then save this. Let's also delete this one. We don't have any errors, then we are good. Now the next thing we have to write is logic stated to load playlist details. So now on the basis of playlist ID, we have to call a backend API, and that should return the information. So here we have to write this dot loading is set to true. First we have to show the loader, and then this dot error message, I'm going to make it as set to like this, and then we have to call the API. So this dot playlist service dot get play list with song, and then we have to pass that this dot playlist ID and dot subscribe, and after that here we have to write next, and then we have to pass the play list, and outside of this one curly brackets, and over here we have to write this dot playlist is equals to whatever the playlist we get or response we get, and after that we are going to check if the user is owner of this particular song or not. So here we have to write const current user is equals to this dot auth services dot get current user, and this dot is owner is equals to current user, and current user dot id is equals to playlist dot app user id or false, and then we have to pass this dot loading is equals to false, and then we also need to handle the error, so comma and then error, and over here we have to pass the error and curly brackets, and in this one this dot error message is equals to error dot error question mark dot message or fail to load playlist, please try again. And after that here we have to just write this dot loading is equals to false. Save this. Now if I go to the UI, and in that case the loading playlist will be called and we'll get the songs. Let's try that. So we are at this particular page. Let's click on this one. So we are route to this one. Let's go to the network tab, and let's try to refresh this page. So it should call API. You can see here get my playlist, this one is getting called, and which is outside the side panel, and this one we are getting the songs information. So you can see here the song list of songs, whatever it is inside of it, right? So it means this is working as expected. Now let's get back to the VS Code, and over here now we have to write the logic stated to play and play all songs. So here play song and song int song in play list, and song in playlist, this one, and over here const all songs, and then we also need to pass or map. So for that basically we have to create a method over here first. So outside of this play song, let's create a method private map playlist songs to songs. Just create a method over here, and then it should return the song array, and it should return this dot playlist not dot songs dot map, and then s which denotes songs, and then here parenthesis and then curly brackets, and over here we have to write let me put a semicolon over here. Okay, song we also need to import. I think we have not imported that, that's why it's throwing the error. Now get back over here and id s dot song id, title s dot title, and artist s dot artist, song url s dot song url, and then image url s dot image url, comma created at, we don't want to pass that, so just write like this, and app user just let's pass as 0, and app user name just pass as blank. And after that just save this, and after that here we have to call that mapping. So this dot music mapping to the map playing list to list song, this one we have to call, and save this. Let's see, error is gone now. And then on const clicked index equals to this dot playlist not dot songs, and dot find index, and then s dot song id we have to pass is equals to song in playlist dot song id, and after that this dot music player service dot set queue, and here we have to pass all the songs, and then clicked index should be greater than equals to 0 and question mark, and then clicked index then else 0, and put semicolon, save this. And after that the play song, the next method is to play all, and if this dot playlist not equals to dot songs dot length is equals to 0, then just return this, or else this dot music player dot set queue, and this dot map playlist song, this one, and comma, and then just pass 0, put semicolon. After that the next method we are going to write is to like move song from up and down. So there's two methods we have to write, so just scroll down, let me format this one, save this, and just after this method we have to write here move song up, and then here this is the event, and then event, and the song in play list, and song in playlist, this one we need to pass, and current index, and that should be of a number type. And after that event dot stop propagate, and if current index is equals to 0, then just need to return, don't do anything, so return. And then we have to write const new position is equals to current index, and then we have to call the API. So this dot playlist service, not this one, playlist service, this one, dot reorder song in playlist, this one, and in this one we have to pass the playlist, so playlist id, and then song in playlist, playlist dot song id, comma new position we have to pass, and then dot subscribe, and curly over here. Okay, there's 2 times I have added, so just remove this one, close this one, parenthesis, and the curly brackets, and over here we'll write next, and then response, and then semicolon, and const songs, this dot playlist, not dot songs, this one, and songs dot splice, and current index comma 1, and then songs dot splice and current index minus 1 comma 0 comma, then we have to write song in playlist, and this dot playlist is not, then songs we have to pass, and then songs whatever we get just need to add over here, and then we have to show the notification. So notification dot success and response dot message we have to just pass if any error occurs. So let's handle that one also. Error, then like this curly brackets, and this dot notification services dot error, and then failed to reorder song, please try again. This message I want to show to the user. Let me format this one, save this one, and let's copy paste this method once over here, and the next method which is used to move song down. So let's paste it over here. Let's change up to down, and the event song ID, this one will remain same, and if current index is equals to this one, we have to change this one, this dot playlist not dot songs dot length minus 1, then just return this. And if const dot new position is current index and then plus 2 and after that this dot reorder and this dot playlist song IDs, which is correct, and then over here this line is also correct, and comma 1, and over instead of minus 1 here just add plus 1, and then song ID, and this dot this one is also correct, and other things seems correct to me. Let me format this and save this one. So these are the only changes we have to do inside this particular method. Now the next method is to on song drop, like we can also drag and drop, right? Let's write the method for that, on song drop, and like we can drag and drop the right. So for that purpose, so int event and cdk drag and drop, this one we need to import, and this one is part of Angular material, I think. This one, no, not Angular material, but it is of Angular CDK. You can see this one. So I have to import this one. Let's get back over here, and inside this one we have to write song int playlist, and then it should be of array type. Close this one, and after that curly brackets, and if not this is honor, then just return, and here we have to write const previous index is equals to event dot previous index, this one we have to get, and const current index is equals to event dot current index, and if both are same just ignore it. Previous index is equals to current index, then just return, and after that here we have to write const song is equals to this dot playlist list is not dot songs, and then previous index, then over here we have to write move item in array, this is also I think we have to import, and then we have to write here this dot playlist is not songs comma previous index comma current index, and after that const new position is equals to current index plus 1, and this dot playlist service dot reorder song, this one we have to call, and inside this one we have to pass this dot play list id comma song id, and the new position we have to pass, and then we have to subscribe over here, so subscribe, and over here we have to just write here next, and then response, and over here this dot notification services dot success, and then response dot messages, and after this one here we have to put comma and then error. So move item into, and then we have to just pass whatever we have earlier, so playlist not dot songs and comma current index comma previous index, and then this dot notification services dot error, and then filled to reorder song, please try again. Write like this, put semicolon and save this. And after that the next method, which is related to remove song from playlist. So let's write here remove song from playlist, and after that here we have to write event and then event comma song in playlist, and here we have to write song in playlist, and then curly brackets, scroll down over here, and then event dot stop propagation, this one, and then we have to write related to dialog we have to open, right, which is related to confirmation. So here we have to write const dialog ref, and then this dot dialog dot open, and here we have to pass the confirmation dialog, this one, comma curly brackets, and over here we have to just write uh, the like width and everything. So width, and width will be 450 px and comma, and max width is 90 VW, and then panel class, and which is custom dialog container, and after that here data title, and here we have to write remove song, and after this title the next one is message, and over here we have to just write backtick and remove, and then double quotes, and over here dollar, and then curly brackets and song in playlist dot title, and after this curly double quotes close from, then we have to write from this play list, and then question mark, and after this comma, and confirm text, and that should be we have to pass as a remove, and cancel text, and then we have to pass as cancel comma and confirm color, and then we have to pass warn, And after this one, just put semicolon over here. Then we have to pass the dialog dot reference after closed, and then we have to subscribe to this. So subscribe, and then we have to write confirm. Then we have to do some actions, and first we're going to check, okay, if this confirmed have some values. If not, then just return without doing anything, and else condition we are going to call a backend API. Not this one, we have to import this dot playlist service, this one dot remove song from playlist, and this dot playlist id and comma song in playlist dot song id we have to pass, and dot subscribe, this one, and put semicolon over here, and inside this one here we have to write this dot loading playlist, because it removes songs from playlist, right? So we have to reload so that new song should be shown over there. And after that, this dot notification services. Okay, this above line showing error. This dot, okay, my bad. After this curly brackets, right, here we have to write next, and then we have to write here response, and then we have to write like this, and inside this one we have to write this dot load playlist, and this dot notification services dot success, and here we have to write response dot message, then put semicolon, and after this one we also need to handle the error, and this dot notification services dot error, and then here we have to write failed to remove song from playlist, and please try again, and then put semicolon, and then format this one or save this. And after that, the next method, which is to delete the playlist. So I'm just going to copy this same line of the code or method from this one, and I will do the modification inside this one, because this in that one also we need the same way, right? So just paste it over here. Let me format this, and let's scroll up over here, and now we are going to change this one as a delete playlist, and error is gone. And inside this one I'm not expecting any values that need to be get, so just remove these values from here, and then here the events propagation we don't have to worry about it, so just remove this one, and in this one 40, this one, this 3 lines is correct, and over here we have to just write here delete playlist, and in the message we have to just remove all this text, and here we have to just write are you sure you want to delete, and double quotes dollar, and this, okay, after that curly brackets, and this dot playlist not, and dot name, and after that double quotes question mark, this action cannot be undone, and after that here we have to just write delete, and then cancel and warn, this is correct. Now scroll down, and after that here we have to just this part will remain same, this one here we have to just change this to delete playlist, and here we have to just pass the playlist id, so just remove this part from here, and inside the response I want to show a message whatever we get it from the backend, and after that we want to navigate to the home page. So this dot router dot navigate, and then parenthesis single slash home, and then put semicolon over here. Save this, it should hide. Okay, we don't have any error. Good. Okay, and in the notifications dot error we want to pass some errors, so let's remove this one first. And over here error question mark not sorry dot error question mark dot message, or here inside over here we have tried failed to delete play list dot please try again, and save this one, and we are getting error. So okay, over here we also need to get the error, so here just write here error and save this now, and then format this. We are good. Now the next method is to toggle the privacy one. So toggle privacy, and in this one we have to write const new privacy and not this dot playlist not dot this is public, this one, and this dot play list services, this one, dot update playlist service, and this dot play list id, and here we have to pass the new privacy, and then we have to subscribe, and here we have to write next, and after the next colon, and then we have to write here updated play list, and then curly brackets, and then here we have to write this dot playlist not dot is public is equals to updated playlist dot is public, and this dot notification services dot success, and then backtick, and here we write play list is now, and dollar curly brackets, and here we write updated playlist dot is public, and over here question mark, and then single quotes, and we have to write public or colon private, and after that this one put semicolon over here, and then we also need to handle the error, so error, and after that here put curly brackets, and then this dot notification services dot error, and here we can write here failed to update privacy, please try again. And after that here the two more methods we have to just create, so go back method, which is to navigate to the home page, so this dot router dot navigate and slash home, and is currently playing. This is the method, and in this one song id we have to pass, and it should just return by just checking it. So this dot current song id is equals to song id whatever it is. Okay, and this song id should be a number type, so number here, just write that, save this. Just one small mistake I have noticed, which is current play song id, which is not a correct variable name. So the name should be current playing song id. So scroll up over here and just select this one, and control F, search for this one, and at 3 places it's showing, just paste it, and here we have to just write correct this one, playing song id, just replace this and save this one. And after that one more thing we have to fix, scroll down and go to this particular method, which is remove song from playlist, right? So here if you see this one, here we have just write confirm color. So confirm color, this one we have to write, copy this one because this is the same mistake should be also there in the delete playlist. So just change this one and save this. Now we are good. And now we have to copy the CSS part of this one. So let's copy paste the CSS over here and close this one, save this. Now let's go to the HTML part. Now we have to write the logic statement to this. Now let's remove this and write here div class and playlist list details container, this one, and then close this one. And after that here div star ngIf, and if it is loading, so loading, and then class loading container, this one, close this one. Inside this one we have to just add a mat spinner, so mat spinner and diameter is equals to 60. We have to write inside this double quotes, and after that here color ascent, and then close this mat spinner. After this, the next line is to show a text which is loading text or loading playlist. So loading text here we have to pass, and here we have to just write loading play list and dot dot dot. And after that we have to go outside of this loading one, and we have to write error state message. So div star ng4, not ng4, ngIf not loading, and if error message, and then class error container, and then close this one, and then mat icon and class error icon, and then error underscore outline. And after this we have to paragraph we also need to show, which is with the error. So error message, and in this one curly brackets, and over here we have to pass the error message. And after this one here we have to show a button mat raised button, and the color ancient, and on click we have to call a method which is click. We have two options to go back, so go back, and then we have to show here mat icon and arrow underscore back, and after this one we have to write go back. And so this is error state is also completed. Let me forward this one, save this, and we have a error message. Okay, so here I have added one extra r, so just remove that, and error is gone. Now we have to write the logic related to the content. So let's create one more div just after this closing one, and inside this main playlist details container, and here we have to create div star ng if not loading, and there's a no error message, so error message and playlist exist, playlist, and then class content, this one, and then close this one. And after that here first we have to write the logic related to the playlist header. So div class playlist header, and close this one. After that we have to show the cover, so div class and playlist cover, and ng class equals, and then curly bracket, and then single quotes, and hash dash image colon, and then we have to write here playlist dot image URL, and this close this one after this. And inside this one we have to show the image, so img image star ng if playlist dot image URL is there, then src, and then we have to pass the playlist image URL with auth image pipe, and then alt we also need to show the just name, so playlist dot name, and after that class cover image, this one, and close this one. After this image, we also want to show the icon if image does not exist or if it is not able to load. So not playlist dot image URL and class and cover icon, and then close this one, and library underscore music, and then this particular div is completed, which is related to showing the icon. The next part is to show the information related to playlist information. So outside of this cover, let's create one more div over here. So div class and playlist info, this one, and close this one, and then first paragraph, which is related to the playlist type or just name, playlist dash type, and here in the capital we have to just write play list, and inside this one in h1 class playlist, and here we have to just pass the name, and in the curly brackets playlist dot name, and after this the next paragraph, which is playlist description, and then star ngif and playlist dot description, and close this one, and inside this one curly brackets we have to show playlist dot description, this one we have to pass. Okay, we don't have to put a space over here, so just remove the space so that it can fetch the playlist description. After that, the next div here after this paragraph we have to create, which is div class and playlist metadata meta, and close this one, then span class and meta item, this one, close this one, and after that here we have to write playlist dot app space user name, and after that here we have to put a separator, so I'm just going to add here span class meta separator, this one, close this one, and then we have to just put a dot over here. So I will just provide you the icon, or you can from the Google also you can copy paste this icon. So you can see there's a small icon, I've just pasted it over here. After that, next span class and meta item, and then we have to show the playlist count, song count. So here just add here playlist dot song and then count. Let me format this. Okay, and after this count over here put a space, then again curly brackets, and inside this one playlist dot song count is equals to 1. Then we have to show just song question mark, then we have to just show song, or in else condition we have to show songs. And after that the next line, which is separator, so I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code over here, and then span class and meta item, close this one, and we have to show the playlist is public or private, so just put a curly brackets over here, playlist dot is public, and after that question mark, and then here we have to write public if it is true, and if it is false then we have to show as a private. So now save this, and now our header part, playlist header part is also completed. So now we have to go outside of this playlist header part. So you see this particular div I'm talking about, and this will be closed over here. Now the next div just after that, which is related to action bar, which is like to play all songs and lock and delete all those buttons, we are going to provide it out. So let's create here a div, and div class, and here action bar, this one, close this one, and then here button, and it should be a matte fav, and then extended, and the color, it should be primary, and after that class play button, this one, and on click it should be play all, close this one, and after this click the next one is disabled, and playlist dot song count is equals to 0, and then close this one, and inside this one we have to show a icon. So here mat icon, and play underscore arrow, and after that we have to show just text which is play all, this particular one. So this play all button is completed. Now the next button, let me format this. Okay, and after that the next button is to like change or toggle the privacy. So let's add here button, and star ng if is equals to is honor, and then mat icon button, and then class action button over here, and on click we have to call a method which is click and toggle privacy, and after that here we have to pass the title. So title, and it should be playlist dot is public, and then we have to pass here make private and single quotes closed and colon, and then make public. So this is the different messages we will show as per the value we have, and inside this one here we have to put mat icon, and then curly brackets, and then over here we have to just pass like playlist dot is public and question mark and lock underscore open if it is true, and if it is private then we have to just pass the lock. Okay, after that the next button, let me also format this, and the next button is related to delete one, and this will be also visible to the owner. So star ng if is owner, and after that mat icon button and class action btn, and delete btn, and on click we have to call a method which is delete playlist, and then we have to show the title which is also delete playlist, and then close this one, press enter, and over here we have to show a icon which is mat icon, and here we have to just pass the delete text, save this. Now our this action bar part is also completed. If you want to format you can do that. Okay, so our action part is completed. Now it's time to write the song list part. So let's write that just after this action bar closed. So here it is going to be closed, and after that we have to write the logic. So let's write here div class and songs section, and star ng if is equals to playlist, and dot song count is greater than 0, close this one, and after that div class and songs, and song table, and then close this one, and then here we have to add header. So div class and table header, this one, close this one, and inside div class and then header index, this one, inside this one we have to just write hash, and after that, the next line, which is div class and header title. We have to just write title and then close this one, and here in the capital we have to just write title. After that, div class and then header date, this one, close this one, and then we have to write date added, and the next, which is div class and then header actions, close this one, and then actions. Now the table header part is completed. So outside of this particular one, then we have to write the logics related to it, and inside this song table, so just put a over here div cdk, not like that, so just div cdk drop list, and then here we have to pass that square bracket and cdk and drop list disabled is equals to not is honor, and then parenthesis and cdk drop list dropped is equals to on song drop. Then we have to call the method which and pass the event, and then close this one, and inside let me format this once. Okay, inside this particular div, now we have to write here div star ng for loop, and let song of playlist dot songs, put semicolon, after that let I is equals to index, and after this double quotes class, and here we write song raw, this one, and then we have to write a cdk drag, and after that the next line, which is cdk drag disabled and equals to not is honor, and after that ng class, over here double quotes curly bracket single, and then here we write now dash playing, and after that colon and is currently playing, and then we have to pass the song id, and after this here we have to on click equals to play song and then song, and just close this one, and after that here we have to show the index and other things. So let's write here inside this, let me format this once, and we are inside this particular div which is related to the loop, and inside this one we are going to write the logics for index, information, date, every sections we are going to create inside this one, and over here div class and song index, this one, close this one, and then here we have to pass mat icon, and then star ng if is equals to is honor, and then class drag handle, this one, and then we have to show here cdk drag handle, and close this one, and drag underscore and indicator we have to write, and this icon we have to show whenever it is honor of that particular one. After that, the span class and index number, close this one, and after that curly brackets and I plus 1, and then button mat icon button class play button small, this one we have to select, and Then here mat icon and play underscore arrow. This one we have to pass. So now the song index part is completed. This part is completed. Outside of this particular one, next dev, which is related to song info. Info we have to pass. Close this one. And inside this one we have to pass like image first. So img and src and song.image url, and then auth image we have to pass, and then alt here we have to pass song.title, and then class song thumbnail, this one, and then close this one. And after that here dev class and song text, close this one. And inside this one h4 class song title, and then curly bracket song dot title, close this one. And after that here paragraph class song artist, and close this one, song dot artist, and artist we have to just pass. And after that this song information part is also completed. Now the next one is related to date. So just after this div close related to song informations, the next div we have to create. So div class and song date, this one, and get close this one. Inside this one p class and date text, and after that close this one and curly brackets, and then here we have to write song dot added at pipe and date and single quotes and space d comma space y, and just save this. Okay, and after this song date part is completed, the next one which is related to song actions. So after this one, the next div we are going to create, which is div class and song actions, this one, close this one. And inside this one the first button is to like arrow up and then arrow down and then close, which is related to remove it. So let's write those buttons over here. So button and then star ngif is equals to is honor, this one, and then class reorder button, and then on click we have to call a method. So click over here we have to write move song up, and then we have to pass dollar and event comma song dot I, and after this one disabled I is equals to 0, and title move up, and then close this one. And here inside this particular button, right, we have to write here icon. So mat icon close arrow and arrow and upward, and then format this one and save this. And this particular button I'm going to copy paste because this is exactly same for the other button. It will be format this one, and then we are going to verify and is on a reorder button, which is correct, and move here we have to just change up to down, and the method will be remain same. And over here disable whenever I is equals to playlist 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 dot songs dot length -1. So if this match, then we have to disable. And here on the title we have to just write down, and over here arrow we have to just write downwards. So down and word, and so this particular icon or button is also ready. Now the next button is related to delete. So button class okay, first ngif is honor, this one, and mat icon dash button, and then class and remove button, and on click we have to call a method. So click and remove song from playlist. And then here dollar event comma song we have to pass, and then we have to pass the title. So title remove from playlist, and then close this one. And over here mat icon, close this one, and then over here we have to just write closed, and this button will closed over here. Let me format this, save this one, this button will be closed over here. So now our main container, which is like song section, is also completed. So this song section div where it is closed, just after that we have to write the logics which is related to empty state. So this one is closed over here. So now after this we have to write here div star ng if, and over here playlist dot song count is equals to 0, and then we have to write a class empty songs, and then mat icon class empty, and state or empty it should be icon, empty icon, then music underscore note, and after that here we have to show h3, and no songs in this playlist, and after that here paragraph, and start adding songs to build your collection, and then save this one, and we don't have any error. So just notice one minor issues over here. So if we go ever right in the song actions div, we have these two buttons, right, which is related to the up and down arrow, and in this one we did not added that it should be a mat icon button. So here just add here mat icon button, and just copy paste this line of this one and paste it over here also, put a space, save this. So in this two we have to just add that. Now it's time to go to the UI. Let's see what we are able to see. Let's click on any of the playlist, and before that you have noticed I have just added one more song so that I can show you drag and drop all those things. So let's click on this one, and now I'm able to see everything inside this one. I'm able to see this particular icon or thumbnail you can say, and after that I can see that okay, this is the description of it, this is the playlist, this is the song playlist name, and this is the description, and whoever created this, and total songs inside this one, and what is the status of this one. If I click on this one, it will be changed to playlist is now public. If I refresh this, I'm still able to see that okay, this is public. Now if I click on this one, it become private. So it's changing, working as expected. Now let me click on this play song. So it will play song from over here. So let's click on it. And let me mute this one so that you can see over here. So let me scroll this one. And this is the first song which are playing right now. So let's click on over here, repeat or do one thing. Let's move over here. And when I reach to the end song, after that you can see automatically it switched to the last one, right? And if I go over here also the last, it will just complete that song or play completed. After that it will be just pause, because in the playlist all the songs are covered. If I click over here repeat, so what it will do is if you click on play, it will again go back, and if I click on over here, so it will again go to the first one, and if I reach to the end it will go over here, and if I reach over here again it will go to the up. So it will be in the loop, right? It will go to the next, and the loop will work as repeat all the songs one by one. And after that if I click on repeat one, so whenever we reach to the end, so it will just play the same song. It's not going to change to the next one. So it means this one is also working as expected. Okay, and after that if you want to move to the next, you just need to click on this one. If I want to go to the previous, just click on this one. So you can see this one is also working as expected. Now let's click on over here. Let's try over here those things too. So if I am over here, you can see that there's two songs here you can see. If I click on over here, you can see the same song is playing because this is one set on one. Now it need to be changed to the second. Now if I move to the last and then it paused. If I click on the repeat mode, so let's play this one. Let's click on over here and now I'm able to play this one. Let's go to the end. Let's move to this one. Let's click on the end. It will again move to the first one. So this one is also working. If I click on next, it's changing. If I click on the repeat or enable shuffle, that we have to test it once. Let's close this one and let's do one thing. Let's add a song. So let's go to the my uploads. Let's add here plus and let's add to this one BTech days play. Click on it. Now we have 3 songs and now get back to the first one and let's make it as shuffle and let's play this and remove this and play this one and let's reach to the end. And you can see whenever we shuffle, right, automatically from 1s to just jump to 3. And if I play this one, if I reach to the bottom last, you see it plays second. So the sequence is breaked whenever we change a shuffle this options, right? So this one is also working as expected. And let's try to if I click on play one, it will start from first song. So this is also working. And if I click on delete, and then we can also do that. Let's try it out. Let's click on delete this one and you can see playlist deleted successfully, and over here it is also. And if I go over here, if I click on this one, you can see here if the same song was there, so it will also starting highlighting over here also, which is good. So now our this playlist part is also or playlist details part is also completed. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video we have completed playlist details part of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to the description and check out the link. In this video we are going to work on home page, so let us start with that. Let's go to the VS Code and inside this one we have to get inside the playlist services. So get inside this particular file and then here we have to create a method which is get all public playlists, and inside this one I'm expecting page number, which is by default is set to 0 and the size is number, which is equals to 10, and search, that will be an optional, so question mark string, and it will return observable, and it will return page response. Page response is when we need to import, and then playlist type. So play, then play list this one and close this one, and one more time we have to close this. After that here we have to write let params is equals to new http params this one, and after that here we have to just set and the first value which is page, so page comma and page dot to string, and then dot set, and then we have to set the size and size dot to string, and then we have to set the sort order, so here sort, and then we have to pass single quotes id comma in descending order, so desc we have to pass. And if condition we are going to add, let's say if the search value is there, then we have to add that to search, and search dot trim, and inside this one we have to write params equals to params dot set, and then search and search dot trim, and then put semicolon, and after this we have to just return this dot http dot get, and then page response, and then playlist this one, and close this too. And after that parenthesis backtick, and then dollar symbol curly brackets, and this dot base URL, and after this curly bracket slash, and get all public playlists and comma, and then we have to just pass the params, this one over here, and put semicolon. Save this, and after that we have to go to the home.ts file. So inside the features folder we have home component, and get inside the home.ts. Now we have to write the logics over here. So just write here songs, and this is the variable which will store the song type. You have to import this model, and this will be of array type, and by default it is blank. Same way playlists, and here we also need to import this playlist equals to blank, and then loading is equals to true, and then error message is equals to single quotes, close this one. And then we also need to maintain like whatever the current playing song, so current playing song id, and it should be of a number type, number, or it should be also a null. So here just write pass the null. And after that, here the two variables which is related to typing effect, like Musify is writing the with animation, right? So for that also we have to write multiple lines or logics. So here we're handling it. So typing interval, and it could be of any and null, and then private and destroy dollar symbol and equals. Then we have to pass the new subject. This one we need to import, and void, and close this one. And after that the next one is related to search. So search query is equals to single quotes, and then playlist search query is equals to single quotes, close this one. After that, here we have to write the logic related to song pagination state. So first we are going to write a loading more is equals to false, and current page is equals to 0, and page size is equals to 10, and hash more songs is equals to true. And after that, playlist pagination state. So playlists expanded also we are going to handle it. So let's create that. So expanded true, and loading more playlists is equals to false. And after that, current playlist page is equals to 0, and then playlist page size is equals to 10, and hash more play lists is equals to true. Save this. Just one minor issues here I can see. Here we have to just write playlist, or not this one, current playlist, this one playlist, and then we have to write here page, correct this one. And after that, here we have to write related to the scroll bar trigger, right? So like we have to copy paste that some methods from other component. So let's go to the layout.html ts file. So inside the share folder we have layout. Get inside this one, layout.ts, and here you can see this line of the code we have to copy paste. So just copy this one, get back to the playlist sorry, not playlist, home.ts file, and then paste it over here. Let me format this, and first we have to import this one, import this, and this is related to scroll bar trigger playlist. So scroll bar trigger playlist, and this one is also here. Just import this one, and after that we also need to set up or copy paste this method. So let's go to the again the layout.ts, scroll down, and then we have that method, right? So just copy paste this particular method. Okay, so let me copy paste from here to the home.ts file. So just after this view child, I'm going to paste it over here, and let me format this, and now error is gone. Now here you can see we have an error, so we have to create a method. So just copy the name of this particular method, go to the bottom of it and paste it, and just create this particular one and save this, and now error is gone. So this is related to the playlist. Now we also need to add one more like this. All these lines whatever we added is related to the songs, correct? So let's do copy paste. So let me copy paste this two line of the code and here paste it. Let me format this, and here we are going to do first change, and the first will be scroll trigger, and the next one is just remove playlist from here. That's it. So these two lines is completed. Now the next method, I'm just going to copy paste this particular method, and just after this, or after this one, I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this, and now we have to change the names, right? So here we have to change this to scroll trigger. So just remove this part, and then also here also we need to remove. So scroll trigger, here we have to write like this, and after that inside this one also we have to use the scroll trigger, so we can remove it from here, and this one we also need to do it. Before that, let's remove this from here, and here we have to just write here setup infinite scroll, and we have to not this one, scroll this one, and we don't have this method, so we're going to create that a method, and we're just going to copy paste this line of the code method. So let's create that method. So let me decrease the size of this one. So this is the method I'm going to copy paste just after this method, paste it over here. Let me format this, and I'm going to copy paste this particular name which is inside the scroll trigger, and so the error will be gone. So now error is gone, but still we have to make changes in the methods. Okay, so let's go to the method setup infinite scroll, and inside this one here we have to just change this dot observer this one, and this dot observer this one, this will be the remain same, and this dot observer this one, and new this one will be correct tracking, and then here we have to just change to loading more, and over here we have to just pass hash more songs, and then here we have to change the method. So this is related to load more playlist, but here I'm going to create one more method which is load more songs, and this method we are going to call over here. So just change it over here, load more songs this one, and after this underscore scroll trigger element, and then here also observer, and here also scroll trigger this one. Save this. Now let's scroll up. So we have created these two methods which is view child, and then we have created two methods which is related to the infinite scroll, and then we are going to call these two methods, correct? Now let's get back to the top of the page, and now we here first we implement here implements on init or on destroy. Now we are going to implement these two first, and then we will move forward. Okay, so just after like view child, let's do one thing. Let's create a constructor, and then we are going to write the logic state ng on it and all. So constructor, and then private, and song service, and song service this one, comma, and then private uh, playlist service, and playlist service this one we need to import. Let me put a curly bracket so error will be gone, and after that private music player service, and here we have to write music player service this one, and after that private and then dialog and mat dialog this one, and then private router, and then router this one, and then private notification service, and notification service, this one, and then private CDR, and change reduction reference we need to import from the core. Let me format this, save this, and after that we have to implement the ng on init. So just after this constructor we are going to write a ng on init, this one. Inside this one we are also going to call a method to loads all the data, so that we can just write it just after this one. So let's create here a method. So this dot load data not this, sorry, my bad. Over here just write like this, load dot data, and just call this method. So this dot load data, okay, and okay, it's throwing some error. Okay, ng on destroy, we have to implement it, no need to worry about it. We're going to implement just after this method, okay. And inside this ng on it, then we have to write the logics related to the like song, which particular song is playing. So this dot playlist or music player, so music player dot current song, this one, dot pipe, and then take until this one rxjx, we have to import this, and then this dot destroy, and after this we have to dot subscribe, this one, and then song, and then curly brackets, and this dot current play song id is equals to song question mark dot id is null over here, right, like this, and then put semicolon over here. And after this we have to write the logic related to ng on destroy. So ng on destroy, and over here we have to write this dot destroy dot next, and this dot destroy dot complete, and let's save this. Let's see if error is gone. So now error is gone, you can see. And after that we also need to clear the observers and all, and if this dot observer, then this dot observer dot disconnect, and after that if this dot playlist observer, this one, and then this dot playlist observer dot disconnect, sorry, or we have to just put the parenthesis, and after that if this dot typing interval is also there, then clear timeout, and this dot typing interval. So we also managing the typing effect, right? So that also need to be cleaned. So our ng destroy part is also completed. Now we have to write the logic related to start typing effect, right? So just after ng destroy, let's create a method, and that will be private method because we are going to use it over here only, and then start typing effect, and then we have const text is equals to musify, put semicolon, and then const typing element is equals to document dot query selector, this one, and then dot, then single quotes dot typing text, and then put semicolon. If not typing element, then we have to just return, and let, after that let char index is equals to 0, and is, and then let is deleting is equals to false, and after that here const type is equals to parenthesis, and then arrow, and then curly brackets, and then const current text is equals to text dot substring, and then just pass the 0 and comma and char index, and then we have to show the blinking cursor that moves with it, right? So the typing element dot inner html is equals to current text, and then add and single quotes, then we have to write here span class and equals to, then double quotes, and here we are going to write here typing cursor, and then close this one, double quotes, and then here we have to close this one arrow with this arrow. This is 2 times double quotes, just remove once, and after that here pipe, and then span going to be closed over here, and then put semicolon, and after this if not is deleting, and char index is less than text dot length, then we have to char index plus plus, or this dot typing interval is equals to set timeout, and over here we have to just write type and then 150. We have to just pass typing speed over here, and then we have else if condition, and if not is deleting, and char index is equals to text dot length, and then curly, and this dot typing interval is equals to set timeout, and then arrow curly brackets and is deleting is equals to true, and then we have to call this type. So just after this line type, and put semicolon, and then we have to pause after typing, right? So then just give us 2000 seconds, not seconds, 2000 milliseconds, so 2 seconds we can say. So now our else if condition is also completed. Now outside of this one, so else if condition again, and here is deleting, and char index is greater than 0. In that case, char index we are going to just remove, and this dot typing interval is equals to set timeout, and here we're going to just write type and comma and 100, and here put semicolon, and after that outside of this else if condition, next else if condition we have to add, and here is deleting, and char index is equals to 0, and in that case this dot typing interval is equals to set timeout, and after that here we have to just write is deleting is false, is deleting is equals to false, and then we have to call this type, not this one, type method, and after that over here just after this particular one which is closed over here, which is related to getting passed in the typing interval where curly brackets closed, put comma and just 500 over here, and pause, basically it is pause before retyping, so that's why we have just adding 500. Okay, and once this particular const type method is completed, just call this one, so just write here type and then call this. Okay, now our type method is also completed. Now we have to write the logics related to load data. So let's write here. So inside this one here we have to write this dot loading is equals to true, and this dot error message is going to remove if it have any. So this dot current page is equals to 0, and this dot current playlist and page is equals to 0, and then we also going to clear this dot songs In the same way, we are going to clear the this dot playlists, and then here we have to fetch two APIs at one go, which is related to get all songs and get all playlist. So let's write here promise this one, promise dot all, and then parenthesis and the array, and inside this one we are going to write first value from. So whatever the first value it will get, it will just return over here, and it will wait to complete both the processes. Okay, and then here we have to write this dot song service, not this song service dot get all songs, and inside this one we have to pass this dot current page, comma, this dot page size, comma, and this dot search query. You have to just pass these all the values, then put comma, and then first value from we have to pass, and this dot playlist service dot get all public playlists. We have to pass this one, and inside this one this dot current page size we have to pass, or this not size, this dot current playlist page. This is the variable current playlist page, this one, and this dot play list page size this one, and then this dot playlist search query, this one. Let me decrease the size of this one, and after this one then okay, let me scroll to the left, and after this get closed, then press enter, then write dot, then to handle the if we get the response, then 2 times parenthesis and then square brackets, and then we have to write songs response, and then comma playlists list response, and inside one parenthesis we have to just put this array and then curly brackets, and then you can see error is gone. Now we have to write the logics related to it, like appending the songs and all those things. So this dot songs is equals to songs response dot content, and this dot hash more songs, and not songs response dot last, and this dot playlist lists is equals to playlist play list response and dot content, this dot hash more playlist not playlists response dot last, and after that this dot loading we are going to make it as false, and this dot ctr dot deduct changes, this one we have to call, and then we also need to call the starting typing effect, because all the data is loaded, then the view is ready to show. So start typing effect, this one, and after that this one we have to write the logics related to catch. So if any error occurs, so how to handle that. So parenthesis, after that curly brackets, and over here this dot error message, and here we have to just write failed to load content, please try again later, and then this dot songs is equals to blank, and this dot playlists is also making as blank, and this dot loading is equals to false. Save this. Now let's scroll down, and inside this method we have to just change the little bit of root margin, make it as 200 px, and scroll down. Then we also have this setup infinite scroll, so you can also make it as 200 px, and inside this one you have noticed we have observer, and O is capital, but we want it should be small, so it will not gonna cause any issue. If you want you can continue with that, but I wanted to change this, so here I'm going to get inside over this particular variable, right click, and then we'll get rename symbol option, and just change this to small o and press enter. So what it will do is all the places where this particular variable is used, it will replace all over the place. So let's go to the same method again, and here you can see it has been changed. Not only at this particular place, all the places where it is used, it has been changed. So this one is also completed. Now it's time to write the logic related to the load more playlist. So let's write the logic over here. And if this dot loading more playlist or not this dot hash more playlist, then we are going to just return, okay, this dot load more playlists. Okay, loading more playlists, my bad. So loading more playlist, this one loader we have to, okay, activate it. So this dot loading more playlist is equals to true, and after that this dot current playlist page, current playlist page, and then we have to add increment basically, and this dot playlist service dot get all public playlist, this one, and in this one we have to pass this dot current playlist page, and then this dot playlist page size comma, and this dot playlist search query, and then we have to subscribe and curly brackets, and then here we have to write next, and then response, and curly brackets over here, then this dot playlists lists is equals to dot 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 this dot playlists a comma dot 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 response dot content, and after that this dot hash more playlists is equals to not response dot last, and this dot loading more playlists is equals to false. And after this next we have to also handle the error. So error, and if you want to print, you can print it, or you can just want to show some particular message, you can also do that. So I'm just making it as loading more playlist is equals to false, and this dot current page playlist, this one, and I'm just going to make it as decrease. Okay, it should be not loading, it should be loading more playlist. It always I go with the load, so it just call this method, which is not correct. So this dot notification services dot error, and then here we have to just pass filled to load more playlist playlists, and please try again, and put colon over here, and our this load more playlist part is also completed. Now we have to write the logics in the load more songs. So what we can do is we are going to just copy paste this line of the code inside the load more songs over here, and we are just going to replace the whatever it is required. So here whatever the place is loading more playlist, here we have to just change this dot loading more. So just copy this one, and all the places like this, over here, all these three places we have to change that. After that over here we have hash more songs, this one, and we have to replace as I think only one place over here. So just replace this one, hash more songs, and after that here loading more, this is correct, and over here we have to just write current page, okay, and then inside this one over here we have to write song services, and then we have to call a method which is get all songs, and then we have this dot current page, and this dot page size, and this dot search query, and this dot songs, here we have to write songs, and this dot songs, and response dot content, which is correct, hash more songs, which is correct, content this loading more false, this one is also correct, and over here we have to just change current page, we have to just So now the loading more songs is also ready. Now the next method, which is like on search playlist, we have to, so on search playlists, and in this one also I'm going to copy paste the same line of the code from this load more playlist. This line of the code I'm just going to copy paste from here, and we are going to do the modification inside this one. So let's paste it over here. Let me format this, save this one, and the first line we have to remove is this one because this is not related to loading more. And over here I'm just this one will be the line, correct, and the page is not going to change, so just remove the not this one, this one we have to just remove this. And after that over here we have to just write this dot current page or current playlist page is equals to 0 we have to set. And also this dot playlist we have to just make it as blank, and then this particular API is correct, we have to call it. This one we have to pass this, all these variables are correct. And then playlist we don't have to write like this, we have to just append response dot content, so just write like that. And after that also we have to remove this square bracket and response dot content and hash more playlist, and this one loading more playlist, which is false. And over here, and so this one is correct, and over here we have to just change this one as this dot loading, or not loading, this dot playlists is equals to blank, we have to just remove this. And here we have to just change fail to search playlist. This is a message we will show to the users. And after that the next method, which is like clear playlist search, and inside this one this dot playlist search query is equals to single quotes, and this dot on search playlists we have to call the method. Okay, and after that the next method, which is on search, which is will be used inside our songs. So the logic will be remain similar to whatever we have so in the load more songs. So I'm just going to copy paste this part of the code from here and going to paste it inside this particular search. Let me format this, save this, and after that over here we are going to just setting this current page is equals to 0 0, put semicolon, and then this dot songs is equals to like removing all the values, and then this dot current page size search query, which is correct, then song, and then we have to just pass the response dot content, we don't need this, has more songs loading more, which is correct. And then this one we don't need over here, we have to just change this one dot loading, or not, this one dot songs is equals to this one, close this one, and failed to search, here we have to just change failed to search songs. And while typing I have noticed there's a one small text change we have to do it. And if I go over here you can see load more songs, we have this one which is not correct, right, because this is related to the load more songs. So here we have to just change playlist to songs, and then scroll back over here at the on search page, on search method, and after that we have to write the logic related to the clear search. So just after this one, so clear search, and inside this one we have to write this dot search query, and then we have to just going to set as blank, and this dot on search we have to just call this method. And after that here we have to write the logic related to play song, so play song, and inside this one I'm expecting a song over here and also the song type. And after that here const clicked index is equals to this dot songs dot find index, and then song, we have to pass s.id and then song.id, and then this dot music player dot set queue, and then we have to just write this dot songs comma and clicked index is greater than equals to 0, and question mark and clicked index we have to pass or else 0. And after that, the next method, which is related to open playlist. So open playlist, basically it will route to the playlist details page. So playlist, and over here I'm expecting playlist, and then close this one, and over here we have to just write this dot router dot navigate, and here we have to just write single quote slash playlist, and after that this single quotes we have to just write playlist dot id and then put semicolon, and then we also we have to also options to play playlist, so it will start playing that particular song. So play playlist, and over here we have to just write event and then event comma and playlist, and it should be also of type playlist. Okay, we have to import. Okay, it's throwing some kind of error. Okay, inside this one we have writing which is not correct. Just copy paste this one and it should be inside the over here. Now it is gone, and then event dot propagate stop propagate this one, and then we have to call the API which is related to get playlist with songs. Okay, so over here we have to just write this dot player music player service dot get playlist get, not this one. Okay, it should be not player, it should be playlist service, this one dot get playlist with songs, this method, and in this one we have to just pass the playlist dot id, and then we have to subscribe to this, and then here we have to write next, and over here we have to write play lists with songs, and then curly brackets, and over here if playlists with songs and playlists with songs dot length is greater than 0, then only we are going to create a map. So just write here const songs, and here song model we have to import, and then equals playlist list with songs dot map, and then s which knows songs, and then parenthesis curly brackets. After that, okay, there's a lots of lines are there. I think one extra parenthesis is created, so just remove over here and over here too, and after that over here we have to just write id and s dot song id, and then title and then s dot title, and after that artist and s dot artist, and song url s dot song url, and after that image url s dot image url, and created at, just we don't need to pass, and app user id we are going to just pass 0, and then app user name I'm just going to pass as blank like this, and then put semicolon over here. After this songs, this particular line, the next line which is related to this dot playlist, or not playlist services, it will be a music player service dot set queue, and then we have to pass the songs, and then we have to pass the index on which it need to be placed, so 0, and then this dot router dot navigate and then slash playlists comma not okay, it should be in single quotes, so just put over here single quotes. And after that, where the single quotes close, here we have to write playlist dot id and then put semicolon. And after that, this if condition else condition, it's just to notify that okay, this dot notification service dot warning, and here we have to just show this dot playlist is empty and then put semicolon. Save this. Now after that, this next part is completed. Now we have to write the logic related to the error. So error and error, whenever you see the error, after that here we have to just write const error message is equals to error question mark dot error question mark dot message, and then here we have to just pass field to load playlist songs and please try again. And after that we also need to notify to the user, so this dot notification services dot error and then error message we have to pass and then put semicolon. After that, this particular method is also completed, which is related to play song. The next method, which is so just go outside of this particular method. Let me also do the format. Save this. We don't have any error, and now we have to write here open add to play list dialog, and then we have to pass event and then event and then song and then song type we have to pass, and event dot stop propagations, and this dot dialog dot open, and then we have to pass the playlist selector dialog, this one which we have created in the past videos, and then comma, then curly brackets, and then width, and then 450 px we have to pass the size, and then we have to pass the max width which is of 90 VW, then comma, and panel class. Okay, why it's showing these suggestions? Okay, panel class. After that, here over here we have to write custom dialog container, and then we have to pass the data, then curly brackets, and then we have to pass the song. So now it will open the dialog over here. Now the next method, which is related to the is currently playing. So this is the currently playing method we have to create, and inside this one the song ID we are going to pass, and which is of number type, and just going to return this dot current playing song ID is equals to song ID. We have to just return, and then we also need to toggle the playlist, right? So you can hide the playlist and show or extend or de-extend that playlists, and this dot playlist expand playlist expanded, this one, and it should be not whatever the value is there, it will be just revert or change it. So playlist expands. Save this. So now our TS file is completed. Now we have to go and copy paste the CSS. So let me copy paste this. Let me go to the CSS file and paste it over here. Save this. We don't have any error. Now let's go to the HTML. Let's remove this and write here div class and home container, this one, and close this one. And inside this one, first we are going to write the code related to loading state. So div star ngif loading, class loading container, and then animate fed in, close this one, then mat spinner, and diameter is 60, and after that color tint, and then class animate plus this one, and then just close this matter spinner. After this, the next line is to show a text, so paragraph class loading text, and then animate fade in this one, and then delay 300. And after that, here we have tried the text, which is loading your music, and then dot dot dot. And after that, this loading state or this method or this div is completed. Now the next one, which is related to the error. So div star ngIf is equals to not loading and error message, and then class and error container and animate shake this one, and then close this one. And after that, you have to write here mat icon, and then class error icon, and after that animate bounce, and then we have to write here error outline. And after this mat icon, the next one is button mat raised button, and color ancient, and on click we have to call a method, so loading or load data method we have to call this one, and then we have to class and animate fed in this one, and then delay 300, and then hover lift this one, and then we have to show a icon mat icon, close this one, refresh, and after this mat icon, let's write here try again this one, save this. Now the error state is also completed, which is this one is related to error. Now the next method is related to the container, which is actual container where we are going to show all the welcome and all those things. So let's create here div class, and over here instead of class, let's make it as star ngIf if condition, if not loading and not error message, the last one, this one, and then we are going to show this particular div, and inside this one div class, and here welcome section, and then animate fed in this one, close this one, then write here h1 class, and then welcome title, and then animate slide, and it should be down, close this one, and then we have to write here welcome to, and then span, and then class, and then we have to write typing text this one, and then close this one. And after that, after this h1, the next div, which is p, not div, which is a paragraph, and welcome subtitle this one, and animate fed in, and delay 300. Oh sorry, my bad, a delay 300, and then you have to write here message your personalized music streaming experience. And if I save this, if I go to the UI, and here you can see we see the text welcome to, and you can also see this musify animation over here, it's get added and it's get removed and its typing effect is there. So everything is working fine at this point. Let's get back to the VS Code, and after that, this particular section, welcome section, after that we have to go write the logic. So outside of this particular div and inside this loading and error container. Okay, so here we have to write the related to the playlist. So div class and content section animate fed in and delay 400, and then close this one, and then here we have to write div class and section header and close this one. Then we have to write here h2 class and section title and animate slide right, this one, and then we have to write here public play lists, and after that here we have to show a button to expand or revert, and so here we have to write mat icon button and class toggle button and space hover scale, this one, and on click we have to call a method, so click, and then here we have to pass toggle play lists and then close this one, and inside over here we have to write mat icon and curly brackets and then playlist and expanded and question mark, and here we have to write expand underscore less and or expand underscore more. Okay, so this is related to the section header part. So this is the section header part, and now we have to write the logics related to the like search and all those things, right? So just after this, let's create one more div star ng if, and if playlist expanded, this one is true, then we have to show this section, and this one playlist content wrapper, this one, close this one, then div class search section and then search section playlist, this one, and div class and search bar and close this one, and then mat icon and class search icon and then close this one, and here we have to write search, not this one, search, and after this search icon we need to show a input field. So let's write here input and then type text, and after that text class search input, this one, and then placeholder and search for playlists, and then we have to use ng model, so ng model, and here we have to write playlist search query, and on key up dot enter we have to call a method which is on search play lists, and then we have to close this particular one input field. After that we have to add a button, so whenever there is a text then we can show this. So star ng if and playlist search query, and after that here we have to write mat icon button and then class and clear search button, and after that here on click we have to call a method which is clear playlist search. And after this we have to close this button, and inside this one, over close, before the closing tag of button, we have to add here mat icon, and here we have just to add close. Just save this, and also let's format this one. Okay, so now this particular search section part is completed, so this particular div part is completed, and now we have to write the logics related to show the horizontal playlist scroll, right? So just outside of this one and inside of this playlist extend part, we have to write the logic. So whenever this tag is closed, we have to create here a div class playlists, and scroll container, and then a star ng if and playlists dot length is greater than 0. Close this one, and after that here we have to write div class playlist and then greet. Close this one, and inside div1 we have to write div and loop. Here we are going to use ng for loop, and let playlist of playlists, and then we have to pass a class and playlist list card, this one, and then hover left, this one, and animate scale in. And after that, let me decrease the size of this one, and after that here we have to call the click. On the click we have to call a method which is open playlist, and here we have to just pass the playlist, so playlist over here, and then close this particular div. And inside this one we have to write the logics to show the card and everything. So let's write here div and class and playlist cover, this one, and then ng class is equals to, and the curly brackets inside this one, and after that single quotes and hash dash image colon, and then we have to pass the playlist list dot image URL over here, and then close this one div, and after that here we have to use show the image image tag star ng if, and if not playlist dot image URL, and then class sorry, it should be image. Okay, it should be if image exists, then we have to show this one, or else we have to show the icon. Okay, so image over here, let's remove this, and here we have to write src equals and playlist dot image URL, and then we have to pass the auth image pipe, and after that here we have to write alt and then playlist dot name, and then we have to pass the class playlist cover image, this one, and then close this particular image tag. And after that here we have to show the icon, so if image does not exist or does not load, so that we can show something. So if it is not playlist dot image URL does not exist, in that case we are going to use or show this particular icon, so playlist dash icon, and then it should be library underscore music, and close this one. And after that here we have to show a button, so button mat icon button and class play button and hover glow green, this one, and hover scale, and on click we have to call or pass to the or play. So play playlist and dollar event comma playlist. We have to pass whatever we want to play, and then close this one, and then here we have to pass the icon, so mat icon and play underscore arrow. And our this particular div playlist cover part is completed, so just this particular div which is getting closed over here. After that, we have to write the logics related to show the name, description and app username. So just write just after this, and create a div class playlist info, and then close this one, and h3 and class playlist dash name, and close this one, and playlist dot name. And after this h3, the next one is paragraph, which is class and playlist description, and then close this one, curly brackets, close this one, and over here playlist dot description, or not this one, description, or if not exists, so we have just going to pass the no description, but we will always have value because this field is a required value. So you can also ignore this one if you want. And after that, here p class, and then we are going to write here playlist meta, this one, and close this one, and by, and then we have to pass this playlist dot app user name, and just save this. Now our logics related to loop is also completed. So if I let me decrease the size of this one. So if you see, this is the loop we have started it, correct? And we have to get inside this particular playlist grid and the outside of this particular loop. Now we have to write the logic which is related to playlist loading indicator. So here we are going to create a div class and playlist loading card and star njf, and here loading more playlists, and then close this one, and here mat spinner diameter is 40, and then color isn't, and class animate plus pulse, this one, close this one. And after that, here paragraph class and loading text small and animate fed in, this one, and then we have to just pass a loading dot, and after that the next step is to indicate inside the horizontal scrolling, so end basically you can say, so just where it is this particular div close. After that we have to write the logic, so div class, okay, this is a capital div which is not correct, okay, this should be small, this playlist grid by mistake I have make it as capital, so just correct this. Now get back over here, just after this one we have to write, so div class and playlist end card, this one, and then the star njf not hash more playlist, this variable we have to just pass over here, and not loading more playlist, okay, okay, by my bad, this is for loading this one, and also we have to add over here hash more playlists. If it is false, then we have to show this this particular one. So mat icon and class int icon. Okay, and then close this one, and here we have to write check underscore circle, and then we have to show here paragraph class int text small, and here we have to just pass the message all playlists lists loaded. And after that, here a scroll trigger, that one we have to add. So just after this particular div closed, here we have to write div hash scroll trigger playlists, and then class scroll trigger and horizontal this one, and then close this one. Now this part, this div one is also completed, which is playlist scroll container. So this div is gonna complete it over here. So if I decrease this, so this part is completed. Now just after this get closed, right, now we have to write the logic related to empty playlist state. Okay, like whenever we search something, right, it does not match, so that time it shows the empty, right? So like for that we have to write the logic. So div star ngif and playlist dot lists dot length is equals to 0, and not loading more playlists, and then class empty state and animate fed in this one, and then close this. And after that, here mat icon class empty icon animate float, and then library music, and then here we have to write h2 class animate fed in and animate float, and then close this one. And then over here, okay, so just one small change. So animate over here float we don't have to write, we have to just write here delay 200, and after this where we have to write no playlists found, and after that here we have to show the different messages. Like let's say if the playlist search is not there, so we are going to show that okay, be the first to create something like that, or if value exists, in that case we will show the message try to adjust your search. So that type of messages, different messages here we want to show. So here let's create a paragraph and star ngif and playlist search query this one, and class animate fed in, and then delay 300, and close this one and try adjusting your search if not this one search. And after that the next line is exactly same, just minor text change, and this one will be changed. So just add here not, and over here we have to just write here be the first to create a playlist, right, like this. Save this one. Now our playlist part is completed. Now it's time to test this. Let's get back over here, and here you can see it started showing this one. If I click on this particular one, let's say, and we are able to get inside this one. Let's get back to the home again, and here you can see the symbol all playlist is loaded, right? So this one is also working as expected. Now if I want to test the pagination, right, so in that case we have to just go to the home and let's scroll up, and over here if you see this playlist size, just make it as 1, so it should automatically call that API to fetch all the records one by one. So you can see there's a there should be a 2 API call. Let's go to the network tab and let's refresh this. Now here you can see get all public playlist, and here you can see the payload which we have sent it 01, and in the same way it calls one more page 1 and page 1 size it has sent to the backend. So it means it's working as expected. Now let's get back to over here. Let's revert this page size to 10 and let's get back to the home.html, because we are able to see the playlist, we are able to see this, everything is working as expected. Now we have to write the logic outside of this particular content section, and if you see here, right, so this is the where this is getting closed. So let's scroll to the bottom and it getting closed over here. So inside this particular or after this one we have to write the logic. So here we have to write dev class and content section, and then animate fed in and delay 600, and then close this one, and then h2 class section title and animate slide, and then write, and then close this one, all songs, and then same way we have to add the search thing fields and all those things. So over here we have tried dev class and search section and close this one, then dev class search bar and close this one, and inside this one we have to write mat icon class search icon, and then close this one, and here we have to just write search and then input field, so input type input, then type text, and then class search. Okay, it should be class search input, and after that place holder, and here we have to just write search for songs or artists dot dot dot, and then ng model and equals to search query, and then key up dot enter, and on search we have to just pass the value, and after that here we have to add a button, so button star ngIf and search query, this one, and after that here we have to add icon button, so mat icon button, and class clean search button, and then on click we have to call a method, so click and clear search, and then close this one, and over here we have to just write mat icon, and then we have to just write here close. Let me format this, save this one. Now our search section part is completed, so this is getting closed over here. So now after this we have to write the logics related to the song list. So just after this particular dev closed, we have to write here dev class and then songs list, and then star ngIf and songs dot length is greater than 0, then only we have to show this particular dev, and then we have to write here dev star ng for loop and let song of songs colon and semicolon, and then let I is equals to index, and then class and song item, and then animate fed in, and hover brightness, and after that ng class and curly brackets, and over here we have to write now single quotes now playing, and after that here colon, and then we have to call a method to which is currently playing, and then we have to just pass this song dot id. So it will check okay if it is match or not match, and it will return the status. As per that, we are going to highlight this particular row or not. Okay, after that we have to also on click method we can also need to play the song. So play song, and inside that one we are going to pass the particular song, and then close this one div. Inside this one we are going to just write the sequence, cover, as well as song title and all those things. We are going to and also going to give options to add to the playlist. So this inside this particular div we have to write all those logics. So div class and song index, and then close this one curly brackets I plus 1, and then close this one, and after that div class and song cover, and then close this one, and then img src and song dot image url and auth image, and then alt song dot title, and close this one, and after that here on button, so mat icon button and class play button small, and hover glow green this one, and hover scale this one, and then close this one, and mat icon and close this one play underscore arrow this one, and so this song cover part is also completed. So this is the song cover where it is getting closed, and just after this we have to write the logics related to the song information. So div class song info, and then close this one, and h4 class and song title, and over here song dot title, and after this h4 paragraph class and song dot artist, close this one, and over here we have just write song dot artist, and after that this song information is also completed. Now the next div is related to the a button to add the into the playlist. So div class song actions, and then close this one, and over here we have to just add a button mat icon button over here, and then class and add to playlist button and hover scale, and let me decrease this one again, and on click we have to call a method which is open add to playlist dialog, and in this one we have to pass the event, so $event comma, and then we have to pass the song. After that here title and add to playlist we have to just pass, and then close this one, and over here we have to just pass mat icon and playlist underscore add. Just format this, save this one. Now the div related to song list is also completed. So this is the div which is getting closed over here. So just after this, we are going to write the logic related to the load songs and scroll to the bottom and all the other logics whatever we have for the list. So just after this one where it is getting closed, we have to create a div. So div class and loading more container, and then star ngif loading more and songs dot length is greater than 0. Close this one, and then mat a spinner diameter is 40, and then color is ancient, and then class animate pulse this one, and then close this. And after this over here we have to just write p class and loading more text, and then animate fed in and loading more songs and dot dot dot. Now this div is also completed. Now outside of this particular div, here we are going to add here div and hash scroll trigger class scroll trigger this one, and then close this div. Now we have to write the logic related to the end of the song. So div class and end of list, and then star ng if not hash more songs and not loading more and songs dot length is greater than 0. Then close this one, and here we have to just add a paragraph, and you have to just show the message you have reached to the end of the list. And so this div is also completed. Now the next div, which is related to the empty song state. So let's create here a div and star ng if and songs dot length is equals to 0 and not loading more and class empty state and animate fed in and mat icon class empty icon and animate float and music note. And after this we have to just write here h2 like no songs found, something like that message. So animate fed in and delay 200, and here we have to just write no songs found, and then on basis of search query text we have to show the different messages. So star ng if and search query and class animate fed in and delay 300, and here we have to just write try adjusting your search. And I'm going to just copy paste this line of the code and over here and putting not symbol, and here I'm just going to change the text to start by uploading some songs and save this. And okay, we have some errors I can see over here. Okay, search query we have some issues, let's check it out. So here I have notice there's two issues are there. So first issue is inside this input field. So if you see right here ng model, so here we have to add just L at the end and just save this, so error will be gone. And one more issue is here. Now inside this particular song list we have div which is loop, and here in the ng class, here we have to just remove this L, so it should be playing and L was extra, so just remove that and save this. Let's get back over here and let's remove this. If I scroll down, I can see all the three songs over here. If I write something and press enter, so you can see no song found. I can see, try adjusting your search because we have some songs. And after this you can see there's options of add the songs to your playlist. We are getting these options. If I click on this one, I can add to the, if I click on this one, it will try to add that, and you can see there's a error is. Now close this one, and after that let's click on this one, and here let me mute this and let me click over here, and you can see if I click on the next button, right, it should move to the next one. If I go to the previous, it will go to the previous, and if it reaches to the end, it will just pause. It will not gonna change to the top or first position because this is not in the mode. So if I click on this one, it will change, and now it will play again. If I reach to the end, it should go to the first one. So you can see it is getting maintained. So this song one is also working as expected, and our home page is also completed. Now here you can see this all songs and everything. If I refresh this one, you can see it's gone, and here you can see the animation. You can see scroll down, you can see the all songs, and if I want to hide and show, you can do that. Okay, so everything is working as expected on the home page. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video we have completed home part of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video we are going to work on search part, so let's start with that. Let's go to the VS Code, and inside this one first we have to generate a component. So right click on this features folder, open integrated terminal, and then we have to write here ng generate component and search, and press enter. And here you can see component is created. Now we have to go to the app routing.modules files, and inside this one we have to add that search component. So let's put comma over here, and then here we have to put a path, and then put search comma and then component, and then we have to just import the search component from features one. You can see here, and just save this. After that we have to go to the layout and we have to add the button. So let's go to the layout. So layout exists inside this here folder. Go to this one, go to the HTML part of this one, and then we have to get inside this nav, and just after this home, right, we have to add a button, and this will be exactly same like home button. So I'm just going to copy paste the code of this one. I'm going to format this document, and over here I'm going to just make it search active nav active, and here we are going to change this to search, and over here we also want to change this to search. And if save this, I should able to see one component over here. You can see on click we are able to see the search works. Now get back over here. Now go to the features and search.ts file. Inside this one we are going to write the logic, and most of the logics we are going to copy paste from the home component in this one. So let's start it for now. Songs, and then songs model we have to import array, and we have to just pass the blank, and then loading which is false, and loading more false, and after that error message, and after that current playing song ID, and it should be a number type, null, and here null, and hash hash searched false, and then destroy. So private destroy dollar, and new subject this one we have to import, and void. And after this, the next one is to search query, and after that the next one, which is current page, is equals to 0, and page size is equals to 20, and hash more songs we have to change this to set is to false, or not false, true. And then here we have to add a view child, so view child this one, and then it will be for search input, so search input. And after that, here we have to just write search input, and the not symbol and colon, and then we have to write here element reference this one, and save this. Let me also delete this one so that we can keep track of the errors. Now we have to go to the home.ts file and scroll down, and from here we have to copy these two lines first, which is related to scroll trigger and observer. So just go over here and paste it over here. And after this, the next method, which is scroll trigger, so this one we have to copy paste. So just copy paste from here and paste it over here. Let me format this. Don't worry about errors as of now. We are going to implement everything. And after this, the next method, which will be constructor and as well as ng on in it. So just or destroy also we are going to copy paste. So this one we are going to copy paste over here from here. I'm just going to copy paste these things, and I'm going to remove it or whatever it is not required. So just copy paste this, format this. Okay. So first we have to import song services, which is correct. So I need this, and after that this playlist services not required for me. Music services I want, and math dialog I also needed it because we have a open. We have to open a dialog. This one I don't need router. And after that, this notification services I need to show the message, and this one also change direction reference we also need this. Import this. After this ng on it, right? I don't need this loading data because always on search I want to search something, so just import this one. And here you can see take util, right? So we have to import it from rxjx. Just import this, save this one, and inside this ng on destroy, right, I have to remove these two. These two are not required for us in our case. Remove this, then we will see only one error, which is related to this particular one. So let's do one thing. Let's copy paste this particular method from here. So let's scroll down, and yeah, this is the method I was talking about. Setup infinite scroll. So just copy paste this method, and after this one on destroy, I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this. And inside this one more method is there, so let me create that method also over here. So now error should gone. Here you can see all the error is gone. Now let's do one thing. Let's validate everything one by one. So we have import this one, which is correct. Scroll trigger, this is also looks good. Okay, and inside this, after this constructor, this is also correct, and this is ng on it is correct. Now we have to implement ng after view in it. So for that we have to import first. So implements here, implements on init this one, and after that the next one is after view init, this one we need to import, and on destroy, this one we need to import these things. And a scroll down, on just after ng on it I want to add this method, which is ng after view, and over here if this dot search input question mark dot native element, then this dot search input dot native element dot focus. We have to just pass this one focus, and put semicolon. Our ng, this one is also ready. Ng destroy, this is also correct. And after that, this is setup infinite scroll. So this first three lines and all this one is correct, this till part. And after that, this dot observer and entity dot intersecting loading hash more songs. And over here, just add one condition, and this dot hash searched, this one we have to add. And after that this method is also looks good, which is setup infinite scroll. And after this setup infinite scroll, the next method is on search. So let's write the logics related to it. So on search, and inside this one, first we have to write if not this dot search query, or not this dot search query dot trim. If values are not there, so we are going to simply return it instead of return this one and put semicolon. It's throwing some kind of error over here. It should be not search input, it should be search query. So just change it to search query and save this. Now error is gone. And after this if condition, we have to write this dot loading, which is set to true, and this dot error message is like this blank, and this dot current page is equals to 0, and this dot songs is equals to, and this dot hash searched is set to true. And after that, this dot song services dot get all songs, and this dot current page comma this dot page size comma this dot search query dot subscribe. And over here we have to just write next, and over here response curly brackets, and over here we have to write this dot songs is equals to response dot content, or it could be just array, and this dot hash more songs equals to not response dot last, and this dot loading is set to false. And after that we have to also handle the error. So error and error and curly brackets, and then console.log, or like you can just want to show the error, so just write here error message is equals to failed to search songs, please try again. You can just show this message, and then this dot loading we are going to just set as false, and then console dot error, just pass that particular error and save this. After that, the next method, which is loading more method. So this method will be exactly same from home.ts with minor changes. So just go inside this one, home.ts, scroll down, and here you can see load more songs. So I'm just going to copy paste all the logics from this particular one and going to the search.ts, and inside this one I'm going to paste it over here. And then let me format this. Let me decrease the size of this one so that we can see the complete method in one go. And after this over here we have to just add or condition, and not this dot hash searched, this one, and then return. And this dot loading is more is correct current page, then we are going to increment it. Get all songs, we have to call this current page size search query. These are correct songs. We have to just append the response dot content, and this one also looks good. Console current, we have to decrease this whenever we have error, failed to load more songs. This one looks good. After that, here the next method is to clear search, right? So in this one we have more logic compared to the home.ts, so that's why we are going to just type it out. So search query, and here we have to just put blank, and this dot songs is equals to, and this dot hash searched is equals to false, and this dot error message we are going to set as blank, and this dot ctr dot detect changes, and then we have to return now the safely to the focus to the input field. So this dot search input question mark dot native element dot question mark dot focus and parentheses and close this one. After that, here we need 3 more methods inside this one. So we are going to copy paste from the home.ts, scroll to the bottom, and here you can see this is the play song. I want this one, so just copy paste this one first, and it will be exactly same. We don't have to do any changes on this one. And the next method, which is scroll down, and yeah, these 2 methods we need. So open to add playlist dialog and is current is playing. That's it. Just paste it over here after this play song, and let me format this. Okay, we also need to import this one, so just import this particular one and save this. We don't have any error. Now let's copy paste the CSS part of this one. So let me go to the search.css, paste it over here. Let's go to the HTML part of this one. Now let's remove this right here, dev class and search container, and then close this one. After that, inside this one we have to write dev class and search header, and then close this one. After that, here dev class and search bar, and the large we have to pass and close. And inside this one we have to put mat icon first, so mat icon and class and search icon, and close this one. Then we have to write search, and after this we have to put an input field, so input and then hash search input and type text, and then here we have to write class and search input large and then placeholder, and what do you want to listen to, and then question mark, and then ng model, and then here we have to pass the search query, and over here we have to pass key up dot enter, and over here we have to just call this on search method, and then close this one. And after that, here we also need to show a button so that user can clear the field. So start ngif and search query, and after that here we have to pass mat icon button and class clear search button and click and clear search, and after this, inside here mat icon and close over here, and then save this, and let me format this one. And after this particular div close, right, section search header, then we have to write the logic, and that is related to different loading state, error states, and empty state. Lots of states are there, so that we are going to cover it. So first is loading, so dev star ngif and loading and class loading container, and then close this one, and mat spinner and diameter is 60, and color isn't this one, and then just close this particular spinner. And after this, here we have to write p class and loading text, and it should be searching dot dot dot, and after that the next div, which is related to empty state, so div star ngif and not loading and error. Okay, it is related to the error message, basically error message, and class error container, and then close this one. And after that, here we have to write mat icon, and mat icon, and then we have to pass a class over here which is error icon, and then close this one, and error underscore outline we have to pass. And after this we have to put a paragraph to show the message or error message. So error message, and close this one, curly brackets, and over here we have to just write error message, this one. And after this we have to show a button, so let's write here button, and mat raised button, and color cient, and on click we have to call a method which is on search, this one, on search we have to call. And then we have to just close this one, and over here we have to write mat icon and close, refresh. And after that here we have to just show a message which is try again, and save this. Okay, so there is some error. So okay, error message. So over here you can see we have added one extra R, so just remove this, save this one, and error is gone. Now after this div, the next div is related to the empty state. So div class, not class, div star ng if condition, and then not loading, and it is basically before search, and this is the empty state will be visible to the user. So hash searched, not searched, and no error. So error message, this one, and then class empty state, this one, and then close this. Inside the div we have to show the mat icon, so mat icon and class empty icon, and this close this one. And after that we have to show the text, so h2, and search for songs and artists, and then we have to show a paragraph, so p paragraph, and here we have to write find your favorites music by searching for song title or artist names. So this is the message will show whenever users go into that particular page. So if I go over here, click on search, I'm able to see this one, and the icon seems empty. Okay, so okay, over here in the mat icon we have to just write here search and save this. Let's go back over here, and here you can see this particular icon. So it means this is also working as expected. And over here if I write something and press enter, so it will call a API, and if the data match, so it will show over here. So for that we don't have any logic as of now. So let's write here the next div which is related to the after result if nothing match. So in that case we have to show this particular div, so div star ng if, and not loading, and hash searched, and songs dot length is equals to 0, and no error message, this one, and then class and no result state, this one we have to select, close this one, and then we have to show mat icon, and then class no result icon, and then search underscore off. And after that here we have to just write h2 and no results found for, and double quotes, here we have to put curly bracket, and over here we have to just write search query, this one. And after this h2 we have to just show paragraph and try searching with different keywords. So this is a message we are going to show to the user whenever it is empty. And then we have to write the logic stated to the search results. So let's create a next div star ng if, and not loading, and songs dot length is greater than 0, and then class search input or search results. It could be search results. This one we have to pass, and inside this one we have to create a div class and results header, and close this one, and h2 class results, and then title and search results, and after this one paragraph class and results count, and then here we have to just write found songs dot length, and after this curly bracket we have to just pass this song and curly brackets, and over here we have to just write songs dot length is equals to 1, then question mark, and then we have to just pass like blank, or we have to just pass the s, so we don't have to put a space over here. Okay, and so this div header is also completed. Now the next div inside this particular loading or this particular one, we have to write the logics related to the div class song list. So basically this will be exactly same we can copy paste from the home.ts file. So inside this one we have to scroll down, and if you see this one, right, on line number 102 we have song list, so it is getting closed over here. So I'm just going to copy paste this one, and I will do one thing. I will remove the required things from this one, and I will so let's do one thing. Let's copy paste and paste it over here. Just remove this one and paste it over here. Let me format this and save this one. Now we have to remove some of the logics, conditions and all. So if you see right side, okay, let me do one thing. Let me decrease the size of this one so you can see. So this particular div get closed over here. Inside this one we have this result header, and inside after this get closed, then we have added this song list. So in this sequence you have to add this one, and after that the song list, this is n star ng if condition we don't need it because we already have added it over here. So let's remove this one, and after that over here from this one animations you can remove this, we don't need this one, and on the play arrow icon we can also remove this hover, glow, green, this scale, this one. Okay, so this mostly the CSS changes will be there from this one, and after that song actions we have a button, so hover, scale, this one you can also need to remove. Other than it will work fine, we don't have any error, and you can see we don't have any error, right? So our this song one list is also completed. Now the next logic we have to write just inside this this particular div and outside of this song list. Okay, so just after this one where it is closed, we have to create one more div. So let's create here div class and loading more container and star ngif and loading more, and then we have to add here mat spinner and diameter is 40 and color isn't, and close this one. And after that here we have to just show a text which is loading more text, and close this one, loading more songs dot dot dot. And after that on like whenever we reach to the bottom, right, the scroll trigger should be also there. So let's write here div hash scroll trigger and class and scroll dash trigger, and then close this div. And after this the next div is related to end of the list. So div class, and then end of list, end of list, and then star ng if, and hash more songs, and not loading more. After that, over here paragraph, and here we have to just write you have reached the end of search results. So this is the message we will show to the user. Save this, go over to the UI, okay, and we have searched it. It does not have match, so you can see it started showing up. If I clear this one, we get the option. So let's write here Q and press enter. I am able to see one song. If I click on it, it will be started playing. It works fine. If I click on this one, we are able to get the options to this one. And if I clear this one, I'm able to do that. Okay, so this is like if I go to the home page, I'm able to see this. So let's write a T and press enter. You can see there's a 3 songs I can see over here, and whatever the playing, right, you can see over here, which is automatically get selected, right? And if you want to test the pagination, you have to just add that just add more songs over here and try it out. Okay, and so our search part of this project is completed. And we also need to fix one issues which I have noticed while I was doing some testing. So if I go, let me show you the issue what I have noticed. Let's go to the create playlist. Let me fill all this information, and here temp btick days 1, and let me copy this one, and over here the cover image I'm going to select this one. And now let's say I want to clear this, and let's say I select the same image now. So we'll see it will not gonna preview anything over here. It will just like nothing happens, right? If I click again, it's not working. So I want to fix this issues, and this issue exists at multiple places, like on while creating a playlist, uploading the songs, or edit the song dialog. So all these 3 places we have to fix this. So let's go to the VS Code, and first we have to go to the create playlist. So inside the features we have create playlist and create playlist.ts file, and inside this one we have to go for a method which is clear image file. And just after this, here we have to write const file input and document dot get element by id, and then here we have to pass the just image file, and then as html input element, and then if file input is there, then we have to just pass this file input dot value, and we have to just pass this blank and save this. And we don't have any error in the clear playlist. Let's go over here, let's try to do the same thing. So if I select this one, I clear this. Now I will select this again, and here you can see it's working fine now. So this is the common logic we have to add it at multiple places, and we have to just change this particular name. So I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code, and now it's time to go to the upload song. So inside the features we have upload song.ts file. So you can see get inside this one, and then you have to go to the clear song as well as clear image. So just copy paste this line of the code in the both of it, and over here also, and format this and save this one. Just minor change here you have to do in the clear song file. Over here you have to just change song file instead of image file, because this is related to the song. Okay, and now we have to go to the one more component or dialog, which is edit song dialog. So that is inside the shared folder. So you can see this is shared folder. Inside this one we have edit song.dialog. This one, scroll up, and then you will see this clear song files and clear image files. So just copy paste over here, and over here let's also copy paste, format this, and save this one. And then clear song file, we have to just change this to the song. and save this and clear image file will be there. Now get back to the UI. Let's do one testing on just upload song. So let me click on this one. I'm going to go with some song. So I'm just going to click on this one and click on, and this is on the flip. So let's try to upload the same song on the flip. I'm able to see that. If I go to the image and if I select this particular image, let's select this one, close this and try to add this again. So you can see here, it's working as expected. So our issues related to this image or songs is also fixed. So this is all about the bug as well as search part of this project. I hope you guys like this video. So please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video, we have completed search part of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to the description and check out the link. In this video, we are going to work on profile part. So let us start with that. So let's go to the VS Code, and over here first we have to generate a service. So let's get inside the core, and then we have this service. Right click and open integrated terminal, and over here we have tried ng generate service and user service and press enter. So it will create a user service. In that, basically we are going to write the two methods which is related to get user profile and update user profile. So let's go to the user service, and inside this one here we have tried private base URL and backtick and then dollar and curly brackets and then environment this one dot API URL, and after this curly bracket slash app user and then semicolon and then constructor and private HTTP and HTTP client, this one, and curly brackets, and then we have tried here get user profile, and over here we have to just write observable, this one, and then here we have tried user, this one, and then curly brackets, and over here we have tried return this dot HTTP dot get, and then here we have tried user, it will return a user type data, and then parenthesis backtick and dollar, and then here we have to write the curly brackets and this dot base URL, this one, and after the curly brackets slash and get user profile we have to write, and after this we have to write here dot pipe, and we also want to update the local storage with the whatever the values we are going to get it. So for that, parenthesis then tap, this one we need to import, and then we have to write here user and then curly brackets, and in this one we have to just write local storage dot set item, this one, and over here we have to pass the name, so current user and then comma and JSON dot stringify, and then we have to just pass this user object and then put semicolon, and over here also. Now the get user profile is method is ready. Let me format this, save this. Now let me copy paste this particular one method again over here. Let me format this again, save this. Now this method is to update the user profile, so I'm just going to write here update user profile, and over here I'm expecting a request, so just write here request, and it should be update user profile request, this one we need to import, and then this is a put method, so just change it over here put, and it's going to return the user and this dot base URL, and over here we have to just change update user profile, and after this backtick right here we have to just put a comma and we have to just pass this request object, and then pipe tap and local storage set item, this will be the remain same. So just save this. Let me also delete this one, and we don't have any error. Now it's time to generate for the features Let's get inside this features folder. Right click and open integrated terminal. Now we have to generate for profile. So ng generate component profile and press enter. And then we also need to add the routing for this. So let's go to the app routing.module, and over here scroll down, and this particular place we have to write here path, and over here we have to just pass this profile and then comma component, and over here we have to just pass this profile component, and if you want you can format this, save this one, and after that this one we have to generate one more component, and that should be inside this shared folder. Right click on this shared folder and open integrated terminal, and then here we have to write ng generate component edit profile dialog and press enter. So it will also create one more component over here, and here you can see edit profile is created. Now let me delete this too, and here we don't have any error. Now we have to go to the profile.ts file, so which we have created in the features. Get inside this one, go to the profile.ts file. Now here we have to write the logic related to the profile. So user, and it should be of a user type, and it should be null, and after that loading is equals to true, and error message is equals to blank, and then constructor private user service, and over here user service, this one, and private dialog and mat dialog, this one we need to import, and then notifications, private notification service, and over here notification service, and close this. And after that here we have to implement ng on it. So here we have to just write implement on init, and over here we have to just write ng on init, and then we have to call a method which is related to load the data. So let me create a method first. So load user profile. So this is the method we are going to call it from the ng on init whenever this page loads. So load user profile, and now we have to write the logics to load the data. So here we have to write this dot loading is equals to true, and this dot error message we are going to just put as blank, and then this dot user services dot get user profile and dot subscribe curly brackets, and next, and then user, and over here this dot user is equals to user, and this dot loading, or not this one, loading is equals to false, and after this curly brackets we close. The next we have to write here error, and then we have to handle the error. So curly brackets, and over here we have to just show this dot error message is equals to, then we have to just write failed. Okay, it should be in the single quotes, and failed to load your profile, please try again later. So this is the message we want to show to the user, and this dot loading is equals to false. And if you want to print some console.log, so just add or print the error and save this. Now the next method we are going to write is related to the open edit profile dialog, and whenever the dialog is open, after that whenever someone is click on submit, then we are also need to update the user profile. So that part we are going to cover it. So open edit profile dialog, and if this if this one user does not exist, we are just going to return, and else we are going to allow the users to open the dialog. So dialog ref is equals to this dot dialog dot open, and then we have to pass this edit profile dialog, and then comma, and the configurations, and over here we have to pass the width and the 500 px, and max width here we have to pass at 90 vw, and then panel classes, and then over here we have to just pass this custom dialog container, and then comma, and then we have to pass this edit profile, and then dialog, and then comma data, and then over here we have to just write user, and then this dot user we have to pass, and so our this dialog will be open, and after this dialog is getting closed, right, then we have to do some operations. So dialog dot reference after closed, and we are going to subscribe this dialog, and then we are going to expect it to be updated, update request, and curly brackets, and first we are going to check, okay, if the request is there or not. If not, then we are going to just return, and otherwise we are going to call the API to update those informations. So up this dot user services update user profile, and in this one we are going to just pass this updated request, and then this we are going to subscribe to that. And over here we are going to just write here next, and updated user we have to expecting updated user, and it should be like this, and over here this dot user is equals to updated user, and this dot notification services dot success and profile updated success fully, and put semicolon after this, comma, error, and then error, and over there we have to just pass this const error message, and then error question mark dot error question mark dot message, or we are going to just show the default message. So failed to update profile, please try again, and after that this dot notification services dot error, and just need to pass this error message and put semicolon, and over at some places you can add the semicolons, but it's not really required, you can also leave it. And then we have to write a batch we have to show on the basis of different roles user have. So get role batch class, and then here we have to just write return this dot user question mark dot role is equals to admin, this one. In this case we have to pass this role batch admin, or we have to pass role dash batch user. So these two we are going to show. Save this. Just I have noticed one small bug over here, and so here if you see, right, inside this particular method we have written max height, it should be maxed width, this one, and it should be 90 vw. Okay, and after this we are going to copy paste the css. So let me copy this one and paste it over here, and then go to the profile.html. Now here we are going to remove first these values, and over here we have to write dev class and profile container this one, and then close this div. After that the first div is related to the loading, so star njf loading and class loading container, then close this one, and mat spinner and diameter is 60, and color is int, and then close this one. And after that we have to show a message, so paragraph class loading text, and after that loading your profile. Okay, after that this particular div, the next div is related to error state. So div star ng if not loading and error message, and then class error container, and then mat icon, and class error icon, and error underscore outline. And after this the paragraph p class error message and curly brackets, and over here we're going to just show the error message, and then we have to show the button. So button mat raised button, button color ancient, and then on click we have to call a method which is to load user profile, and then close this one. And over here we have to just write mat icon and refresh, and after this we have to just show the text which is try again, and save this. After that we have to show the logics, write the logics related to the showing the information. So just after this div close, right, we have to write the logics related to the profile content. So here we have to write div star ng if not loading and not error message and user, and then we have to class profile content and profile content, and then close this one. And after this div class profile, and header should be there, and after that div class header content, and then div class and avatar section we have to create, and close this one. And after that div class avatar, and close this one. And inside this one mat icon class avatar icon, this one, and then account underscore circle we have to show. So we have to go outside of this this particular section which is getting closed over here, and then we have to write the logic, so which is showing the email address or name. So div class header info, this one, and then here we have to show h1 and class profile dash name and curly brackets, and over here we have to write user dot name, and after this h1 the next one is related to p class and profile email, this one, and after that user dot email, and after this the next div class and rule batch, and then ng class, and then we have to call that particular method to get the batch which one we have to show as per rule. So batch class, and this close this one. After that here mat icon class and rule icon, this one, and close this one. And over here also we have to show different icons, so I'm going to use user dot role if is equals to admin, so admin, and then question mark, and then admin underscore panel underscore settings, and after this here we have to just pass the person, so person, let me decrease the size of this one. After this mat icon span and we have to just show the user dot role. Okay, it should be in the curly brackets, so user dot role, and then this particular div, which is header content, this one is completed. Now outside of this particular div, then we have to write the logic and we have to give a button. So after this we have to just create a button, mat raised button, and color cient, this one, and class edit profile button, and on click we have to call that. So open edit profile dialog, we have to call this particular method, and close this one. Over here mat icon edit, and after that here edit profile, we have to just pass. So now our profile header part is also completed. So this div we are going to complete it over here, and we have to write the logic inside this particular div. Okay, so the now next div is related to profile details. So div class profile details, close this one, and inside this one h2 class, and then section title, and then account information, and then we have to create different details grid. So div class, and then details grid, and over here div class and detail item, this one, and then close this one, then div class and details label, this one, and then close this one. Inside this one we have to show mat icon, so mat icon class and detail icon, this one, close this one, and here we have to just write person, and after this mat icon the text we have to show, so span, and here we have to just write full name, and after this details label get closed, right, then we have to write the logics to just show the value. So div class detail value, it should be detail value, close this one, and curly brackets, and over here we have to just write user dot name. Save this, let me format this one, and now this is the grid we are going to copy paste multiple times. So you can see this is getting closed over here, this one, and I'm going to copy paste this particular one and paste it over here, and let me format this. So next one is related to the email address. So here I'm going to change the icon first, so which is email, and over here I'm going to write here email address, and here also I'm going to change this to email. After that the next one, so next one is related to the admin role. So here I'm going to just change this to sealed, and over here account role, I'm just going to write here account role, and over here I'm going to just change this to role. And after this particular one, next one is related to the date whenever he joins. So here in the div item, once again my bad, so I have copied it from details grid, but it is wrong basically. All these values you see, right, it should be inside this details grid, so these are wrong basically. What we have to do is we have to just copy paste this part of the code from each, and we have to just paste inside this particular one. Okay, so over here remove this again, and this one also I'm going to copy paste, and I'm going to copy paste just after this, and inside this one I will show you at the, like, let me copy paste this and then I will tell you. Okay, and let me remove this user part. Okay, let me format this first. Okay, Now you can see, right, we are this one div is getting closed over here, correct? And inside this one we have like div details grid, and inside details grid we have all the columns name or values names. You can see this is for details item, which is for full name, and after that in the same way this is for email address, this is for the account role, and this is for the full name. Now we have to just copy paste this particular part of the code and paste it over here and just format this. And this is related to the user create part, right? So details item, and then here we have to just use ng if and user dot created at, this is the value I'm expecting to be checked, and over here I'm just going to write it calendar underscore today, and here we have to just change the text to the member since, and over here we have to just pass this created at, and then we have to pass a pipe, and over here we have to just write date and single quotes m 4 times space d comma, and then we have to just space and y we have to pass, so it will format the date as per that. And after this we also need to pass or show the last time whenever this particular one is updated. So I'm just going to copy paste this particular line of the code and paste it over here, and let me format this. And over here we have to just change this one is to updated or updated, and over here at this one we have to just write here update, and here we have to just change this to last updated and user, and over here we have to just change this to updated. And in the date format I also want to include the time, so here put a space dash and then h colon space a and save this. After that the next one is related to the batch we have to show, so just copy paste this part of the code and paste it over here. Let me format this, and then we don't need this star ng if condition, so remove this one. And after that here we have to just change this to batch, and here we have to just show the user id, and over here just put hash and remove this all the part and just write here user dot id and save this. Now our part related to the profile details, right, that is completed. So if I scroll up, and this is the profile details I was talking about, so this one is completed. Okay, so okay, this is getting closed over here. You can see, let me decrease, and now after that here we have to write the logics related to the security section. So let me press enter over here and create a div class and security section, and then h2 and class section title, and then close security, and after that div class and security card, this one, close this one, and then div class security info, close this one, and then mat icon and class security icon, and then here we have to just pass this lock, and then div class and security text, this one, and close this one. Inside this here we have to write h3 and password, and after this one paragraph, keep your account secure by using a strong password. And after that here we have to go outside of this security information step, this one, and over here we have to just write show a button. So button, matte button, and color patient, and over here we have to write a click, and on click we have to call the open edit profile dialog, and then here we have to just write change password, save this, and we don't have any error. Okay, let's go to the UI and let's see what we are able to see. Click on this one, click on profile, and here you can see I'm able to see this particular one. Here you can see the admin BD, you can see the name, you can see the this one, and here you can see the edit profile. Click on it, you can see the edit profile dialog is open, and here you can see the account information, and here you can see full name, email address, account number, full name is duplicate. It looked like we have copy paste, but we did not removed it or changed it. Okay, so let's go over here. Full name is here, email, account, and full name. Okay, so we don't need this is because this is a duplicate one. So let's remove this, save this one, and get back over here. Now it looks good. So you can see the full name, you can see this one, the name of it, and you can see the email address, account, and which is admin, and here you can see the whenever this account is created and last updated, you can see here, and user ID you can see, and this is the one. So let me log out and let me log in with a normal user so that you can see the difference, and also we can validate some part of it. Let me log in with this is a normal user, so he only is able to see the songs, playlist, search is there, create playlist, he can do it. So all these features exist for this one, but he cannot upload any new songs and he can only see his profiles. Click on profile, and here you can see these icons or design is also get changed, and here is able to see all these informations. So it means that this profile part is working as expected. Now we have to write the logics related to the edit profile. So let's get back to the VS Code, and now we have to go inside this shared folder, and inside this shared folder we have this edit profile dialog. So go to the edit profile dialog and inside this one. Now here we have to write edit form and form group, and then hide old password, and which is also true, and then hide new password, true, and show, and one more, hide confirm password, which is also true. And then we also want to hide and show the password section. So show password section is equals to false. And after that, here we also need to completely dynamically add that password fields. So for that we have to write private read only and password fields, and then here we have to pass the name. So first is old password, and then new password, and then confirm password as const, and let me format this. And also here we have to implement on init. So implements on init, this one, it will throw error, this one will also throw error, and edit form will also throw error, so don't worry about those. Then we have constructor, and then public dialog reference, and then mat dialog reference, this one, and in this one we have to pass edit this particular component, so edit profile dialog, and then we also want some values, so we have to inject, so inject, and then mat underscore dialog data, this one, after that space public data, and then we have to write here edit profile dialog data. This one we need to import, and comma and private form builder, and then we have to import form builder, this one. And after that we have to go outside of this parenthesis and then put curly brackets, and over here we have to write the logics related to the of creating the form. Before that, I want here to write the logics related to the validations of the password, like new password and confirm password should match. That logic I want to do that. So for that, let's create a method here which is private and password match validator data, and inside this one I'm expecting control and then abstract control, and then colon and then data validations errors, this one, or it should return null, and then curly brackets, and then here we write const new password and control dot get, and here we have to just write new password, and after that question mark dot value, and after that const confirm password and control dot get, and here we have to write confirm password and question mark dot value, and after that if not new password or not confirm password, then we are just going to return that. So return null, and else we are going to return new password is equals to confirm password. If match, then we are going to question mark and return null, or we are going to, okay, here we don't need colon, so remove that, and after this we have to just write curly brackets, and over here we have to just write password mismatch, and which is set as true, and this one we are going to return, put semicolon, and after that we have to get back over this inside this constructor, and over here we have to write the logic related to the form. So this dot edit form is equals to, and this dot form builder dot group curly parenthesis curly brackets, and inside this one we have to just write name, and okay, it's throwing error that should be solved till this point. Okay, we did not implement it ng on disk drive, no worries, we'll add it later. So here we have to write data dot user dot name, this one we are expecting, and validators dot required, and then validators dot min length, here we have to just pass 2, and after that old password, and it should be blank, we don't have to pass any validation, new password, and it should be default blank, and then we have to just add a validators dot min length, and that should be a 6 characters. If you want, you can add here regex and all, and after that confirm password, and that should be also blank because the validations and everything is already done in the new password, so we don't have to do it over here again. And after that over here this particular curly bracket is getting closed, right? After that just put a comma and curly brackets, and here we have to just write validators, this one, not this one, validators, and then we have to just call this dot password validator, the method which we have created, and just save this. And after that, just this constructor we are going to implement this ng on in it, so that it should, and here you can see error is gone. Now here we have to write this dot edit dot get, and over here single quotes and new password and question mark dot value change, and dot subscribe, and after that this dot trigger trigger, and we also need to create one more method over here. So let's create that first. So private trigger form validators validation, and it should be this dot edit form dot update value and validity curly parenthesis curly brackets and emit event, and here we have to just pass as false. And this same method we have to call as a trigger form validations and parenthesis, and then close this method. And the same line we have to just copy paste, and we have to just change this for the confirm password. So here we have to just change this to confirm password. Save this. If you want format, do that. Now our ng on it completed, trigger is completed, password matcher is also completed. Now scroll down, go to the bottom of this, and now we have to write the logic related to the set password validations and also related to the clear password fields. So let's write it down. So after this we have to create multiple methods. So first we are going to write the logics related to the okay, one by one we are going to create methods. So private has change, and over here request and update user profile request, and it should return just boolean and return object dot keys, and the request here we have to pass and dot length is greater than 0, so it will just check the changes. And after that we also need to build the updated request, so that will be going to send on save call. So a private build update request, and it should return update user profile request curly brackets, and over here we have to write const request colon, and over here we have to just write update user profile request, this one, and blank, and then here we have to write const name is equals to this dot edit form dot get, and then we have to just get the name value and question mark dot value and question mark dot trim unwanted spaces, I want to remove it. After that, if condition, if name and name is not equals to this dot data dot user dot name, then we have to just append this value. So request dot name is equals to whatever the name value name, and after this the next one is const old password, and this dot edit form dot get and old password and question mark dot value and const new password is equals to this dot edit form dot get, and over here new password question mark dot value, and if this dot show password section is true and old password is there and new password is there, in that case we are going to just append this. So request dot old password is equals to old password and request dot password is equals to new password. Okay, and then we have to just return the request. So request, I'm going to return it over here, and this one we are going to use on save. So just before this we have to just create one more method which is on save, and this dot edit form dot mark all as touched, this one, and if this dot edit form dot invalid, then we have to just return, we don't have to do any operations, and after that const update request is equals to this dot build updated request. We have to call this method which we have just created below, and after that here we have to call if not, then this dot hash changes. We are going to verify hash change, and then update request, and this dot dialog reference dot close and return. Else we are going to dialog reference dot closed and updated request. If nothing changed, so we are not going to do anything, we are just going to close it. Else we are going to pass the updated request to the backend. So this is the way we are calling in the on save before, and before that we have to write here on cancel. We have to just this dot dialog reference dot close. That's it. Save this. After that here we have to write the logic statement to update password field with validity. So before on cancel we have to write here private update password fields validity, and over here we have to write this dot password fields dot for each and field, and then here we have to write this dot edit form dot get, and over here we have to just write field and then not and then dot and update value and validity, this one, and then put semicolon. And before that here we have to add one more method which is private clear password fields, and this dot password fields dot for each and field, and then curly brackets, and here we write const control is this dot edit form dot get, and here we have to just write the field name and not symbol and semicolon, and then control dot clear, not console, it should be control dot clear validators, and then controls dot set value which is blank, and then control dot update value and validity. So this is the method we have to call, and this clear password field is also ready. Now the set password field, so let's also make it as private and set password validators, and here we have to write this dot edit form dot get and old password question mark dot set validations, and then we have to write here validators dot required, and let me copy paste this 3 times over here. So let me just copy this one, paste it to 1 2, and we are going to do the modifications in this. So this one, next one is related to the new password, so new password, and over here we have to just add one more validation which is related to the validators dot min length is 6, and after that the next one is confirm password, so confirm password, and at last we have to call this dot updated password field visibility, this method we have to call over here, and then we have to write the last method of this one component which is toggle password section, and this dot show password section is equals to not, and this dot show password section, and if dot show password section, in that case we have to just call this dot set password validators, and this method we have to call, and on else condition we have to just call the clear one which is clear password fields, and then put semicolon. Now our method related to this one is also ready. So if you see, right, till this part we have completed. After that we have added this toggle password section, then set password validators, then clear password fields, then this method update password field visibility validity, then on search, on cancel, on save, and then build update request, and then hash change. That's all changes we have did it. Now it's time to copy with paste the CSS parts. Let's go to the CSS file, paste it over here, save this. Now it's time to go to the HTML part of this particular code. Let's remove this, and here we have to write div, class, and dialog, container, this one. Press enter, and then h2, mat, dialog, title, class, and dialog title over here, this one. And then here we have to just write edit profile, and if you save this, right, if I go over here, if I click on this, you can see we are able to see this edit profile. So it's working as expected till this point. And then here we have to write mat, dialog, content, class, dialog, content, this one, and then close this. And over here we have to create a form. So form group, and then here we have to just write edit form, and then class edit form, this one, and then close this. And over here we have to write div class, and form section, this one, and then close this one. Then h3, and class section title, this one, and here we have to write personal information. And after that, this field, next we have to create a input which is related to the name. So div class input group, this one, and close this. Inside this one we have to create a label. So label, and for, and this one is for the name. So here we have to just write name, and after that class input label, and close this one. Here we have to write full name, and then asterisk, and after that here we have to write div class input with icon, and close this one. And over here we have to write mat icon class field icon, close this one, and here we have to write person, this one. And after that here we have to create an input field. So input id, and it should be name, and type should be text, and class input field, okay, input dash field, it should be input dash field, this one, and then hash dash icon, this one. And after that we have to pass class dot error. So error, and edit form, this one, dot get, and name, and question mark dot invalid, and edit form dot get name, and question mark dot touched. And after that form control name is equals to name, and after that here we have to pass the placeholder. So enter your name, and then max length you can pass it over here. So max length, if you pass in this way, right, it will not gonna throw the error, it will just not allow you to write more than 100 characters. So that is also good, right? This way you can also do that. So this div input with icon is completed. After this we have to write here span class error message, and inside this one we have to like just need to write a message name is required, and over here we have to just add the conditions star ngif and edit form dot get, and over here we have to pass the name, and after that question mark dot touched and edit form, not this one, edit form dot get and single quotes name, and then question mark dot hash error, and then we have to just pass as a required. Let me decrease the size of this one and let me format this. And here you can see this is the span where we have error message, and we are going to check, okay, this is touched or not. If it is touched, it has this hash error, required error or not. So if both condition match, then only we are going to show this particular error. Let me copy paste this error and paste it over here. Let me format this again, and over here this will be this things will remain same. Here we are going to just change to min length, and over here we have to just change name must be at least 2 characters, and save this. After that, this input group part is also completed. Now the next one is related to the email address, and that will be just a read only field. So let's write here input group, this one closes, and it's just after this input group close, right, we have to create the div, okay, and then label for, and it should be for email, and class input label, this one close this one, and here we have to write email address, and after that div class and input with icon, close this one, and then mat icon class and field icon, and close this one, and then here we have to just write email, and then input id email and type text, and then class input field, this one, and hash icon, and then we also need to pass the disabled, and the value here we are expecting, so value data dot user dot email, and after that here we have to just write read only and close this one. And outside of this particular div, inside this input group, we have to write here just a span class and a hint message that email cannot be changed. This is a message we want to show to the user. So now our form section of this one is completed. If I go to the UI, I'm able to see these two fields, and here you can see I'm able to see the name, default name, whatever I have. Remove this. If I go outside, name is required, and if I write one character, you can see name must be. So if I paste it over here, okay, not this one, I'm just going to write here btech days, and it's fine. And here you can see I'm getting this not allowed cursor whenever we hover on this particular input field, and we are also getting this message email cannot be changed. So this part is also working as expected. Let's get back over here. Now our this particular section, form section, this one, this particular div, it is getting closed over here. So just before this particular div, we have to after div we have to write the logic. Now here we have to write div class and password toggle section, close this one, and over here we have to add a button type, and that should be a button, and mat button class toggle password button, and on click we have to just call this toggle password section method, and after that close this one, and over here we have to write mat icon, close this one, and over here in the curly brackets we have to write the show password section and question mark and then expand list. So expand underscore list, or we are going to show the expand underscore more. So these two icons we are going to show you as per the values. If it is true, then we are going to show this one, and if it is false, then we are going to show this one. And after that, we also want to show the message. So show password section question mark and slash, and here we are going to hide, or we are going to just write here show. Save this. So passwords section toggle is also completed. Now the next div we have to create. So just after this div closed, the next div which is related to the password field. So div class form section and password section, this one, and then star ngif and show password section, close this one, and inside this one h3 class section title, and here we have to write change password and then div class input group, and over here just write label for, and this will be old password, and then class and input label, this one, and then current password space and asterisk symbol. Let me scroll down, and this particular div is getting closed, so I'm just putting a space over here, and let's get back to this particular div again, and over here we have tried div class and then password input wrapper, then close this one, and over here mat icon class field icon, close this one, and over here we have to just write lock, and after that here we need input, so input id, and it should be old password, and then okay, not over here, old password, this one, and after that on type it should be changed, right, on the basis of it, like hide old password field, so hide old password question mark, and then it should be single quotes, and here we are going to write password, or it should be text, and after that here the next line which is class, not this one, okay, sorry, I'm just reverted this, right here text, and the next line here we have to write class and input field hash icon, this one, and after that here class dot error edit form, and after that dot get and old password, and then question mark dot invalid and edit form dot get and then old password, and then question mark dot touched, this one, and then form control name is equals to old password, and then placeholder, this one, and enter current password, and then just close this one. After that we also need to add the button, so here button type, it should be a button type, and mat icon button and class visibility toggle, and after that on click we have to just change the value, so here hide old password is equals to, and then not hide old password, and close this one, and over here we have to just show the icon, so mat icon, close this one, and here we have to write hide old password question mark, and then visibility visibility underscore off, single quotes, and then colon, and then visibility off, and we are just going to remove this one, and we are just going to pass this and curly brackets, close this. And if you want to format, just do that. Okay, we have some kind of error we are facing, so here we have to write something different. We have to write here edit form, this one. Now error is gone. So our password input field is ready, but we also need to add the current password is required. That's a validation, right? So this is the div where it closed. We have to write the logic after this. So what we can do is we can copy paste the same line of the code from the input field. So if you see here, this is the line I was talking about. So you can copy paste this one from the name field, full name field, and just paste it over here just after this get closed, and over here paste it, format this one, and here we have to just change this ones to like old password, and over here also we have to just change this to old password, and over here we have to just write here current password is required. So this is the message we want to show to the user. Okay, after that let me decrease the size of this one. So our this input group part related to the field current password field is ready. Now let's copy this particular div, which is input group part, and paste it after this particular div, and let me format this. So now we have two old password fields, so we are going to change this old password to the new password. So here we are going to write a new password, and over here we are going to change this to new password, and then this div is also correct, and then mat icon I want to show the lock underscore open icon, this one, and over here I want to change this to new password. So new password, and over here also new height, new password, and password text input field, this one is also correct, and over here also new password. So new, let me copy this one so that I can paste it easily everywhere. So new password, and the form control name is also new password, and over here we have to just write new password, and the type button type will be this is correct, visibility toggles, and over here we have to just change hide new password. So here just old, make it as new, and over here also make it as new password, and here also we have to change this to new password, and then visibility of visibility, this one is correct, and this one old password, here we also need to change this to new password, here also need to change to the new password, and here we have to just change new password is required. And then we have to add a validations related to 6 character is required. So scroll up, go to the name field, and inside this one we have added this validation, right? I'm just going to copy paste it from here, scroll back again, and after this span get closed, paste it over here, format this, and then we have to just paste it over name, new password, and min length is this one, and over here we have to just change the text. So password must be at least 6 characters. Save this, and we don't have any errors, so we are good. So now again we are going to copy paste this particular old password part of the code and paste it after this new password, which is will be used for the confirm password. Okay, paste it over here, and let me format this again, save this, and after that here we have to change this to confirm password. Okay, copy, let me copy this one, and over here we have to just write confirm new password, and over here lock underscore open, we are going to pass the icon, and over here input we have to pass the confirm password, and over here we have to just write confirm password, and this one looks good. Over here we have to change this to confirm password, over here also confirm password, and form control name also confirm password, and over here we have to just write confirm new password, new password, and after that this particular button, so button will be correct. Over here we have to change this to confirm, and over here also we have to change this to old to the confirm. Here also, and after this over here we have to change in the error message, we have to just change it to confirm password, and here we have to write please, let me remove this, please confirm your new password. Save this, and as of now I don't see any error. Now our form related to the inputs are ready. Now we have to write the logics related to the password mismatch error, like okay, so after this input group, right here we have to create one more dev. So dev star ngif and edit form dot hash error, and then here we have to write password mismatch, and inside the double quotes and edit form dot get, and then we have to pass the confirm password. So confirm password, this one, question mark dot value, and edit form dot get, and new password, question mark dot value. Then we have to show this one, so here class, and then password mismatch error, and then close this one, and inside this div we have to just show the icons, and mat icon, and then error, and after that span, close this one, and here we have to write password do not match, and so this div related to showing this particular message is also ready. So let me format this, and then after this one, the next one is related to the just showing that okay, at least 6 characters long and both passwords should match. So those, well, message we are just showing it to the bottom, so just add that, and password requirements, it basically used whenever we have to write like complex things, like characters are required, numbers are required, small characters, those type of things you want to show it, then this password requirements should be, or hint should be visible to the user. Class info, and then icon, close this one, info, and after that here create a dev class requirement text, close this one, and paragraph class requirement title, and then here we write password requirement requirements, and then ul and li at least 6 characters long, and the next line, which is li, both password must match. So now our this particular password required div is also completed, and our form, or this section is also completed, which is this one, form section password section is also completed. And just one small change here to do inside this password toggles section, right, we have added this hide and show, and after this we have to just add a message which is password change. This one we have forget to add it over here, and then after adding that, just scroll to the bottom, and our this mat dialog content part is completed. Now we have to create after that mat dialog actions, and then class and dialog actions, close this one, and then we have to add the button. So button mat struct button, and then on click we have to call on cancel this one, and then class btn cancel this one and close this one, and here we have to just write cancel. And after that, I'm just going to copy paste this line of the code and paste it over here. Let me format this, save this, and after that here we have to call on save, and here we also need to change this to raised button, and over here button save this one, and we also need to disable whenever the form field is invalid. So here disabled is equals to edit form, this one dot invalid, and over here we have to just add the icons and as well as the save change message. So mat icon, close this one, and here we have to write save, and after this span, close this one, save changes and save this. Now our form related to this is ready. Let's go to the UI, and over here you can see click on this edit profile, and here you can see this particular one. If I clicked on it, and after that if I scroll to the bottom, I am able to see all this. You can see here the change password, you can see the current password, you can see the name, you can see the new password, and here you can see the password requirements. Okay, it should be passwords requirements. So let's get back over here and just change here to the passwords requirement, and also add here both passwords must match. So it will not gonna cause any issues, but you can do that. So after that here on full name, I'm just going to add one extra, and over here I'm going with the old password. Let me paste it here, the old password for this, and let me click on this one. I'm able to see the old password. Here I'm going to enter the 12345 and 12345 I'm going to click on save changes, and here you can see it has been changed. If I click on this one edit, I'm able to see this particular value. If I want to refresh this, and after that click on edit profile, and I'm able to see this still. And if I click on this one, let's do one thing. Let's try to log out, and let's try to log in with the old password. So here this is the password which was the older one, and let me enter the email address, and here you can see invalid email or password. I'm getting error. So now if I pass the new password, which is 123456, click on login, I'm able to log in. It means the password is also changed successfully, and we are able to also getting the options. Validations is also working. If I write here 123456, and over here if I write 1, password do not match. If I write the correct one, the error is gone. So it means that this also validation is working as expected. So this is all about creating a profile or edit profile part. I hope you guys like this video, so please hit like and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In the previous video we have completed this profile part of this project. If you have not seen that video, just go to description and check out the link. In this video we are going to work on all user parts. Let us start with that, and this one will be our last video of this project. So let us start with that. So let's go to the VS Code, and first we have to get inside the service, and we have to go to the user services, and inside this one here we have to add get all users, and inside this one page number size number, and then observe label, and then page response. This one we need to import, and it should also expect user type, and then close this one. After that curly brackets, and over here const params, and new http params, this one, and then dot set, and after that here page comma page dot to string, and after that dot set size, comma, size dot to string, and then here we have to write return this dot http dot get, and then page response, and inside this one user, and after that parenthesis backtick and dollar curly brackets, and this dot base URL, and after this curly bracket slash, and then we have to write here get all users, and then comma and curly brackets, and we have to just pass this columns and then put semicolon. After that, the next method, which is to update the user role, so update user role, and then we have to pass the user ID, and it should be a number type, and then role, and it could be a user or it could be admin, and it should also return so observable, and then here we have to write user this one, and then const params, and new http params, and dot set and role, comma, and then role, and then return this dot http dot patch, and user here we have to write, and then backtick over here, and dollar curly brackets, and then this dot base URL, and over here we have to just write after this curly slash. Okay, that's throwing some kind of error. Okay, so this looks good. Return is not assigned of any. Okay, over here we have to write user, which is correct. Let's complete this line first. Update user, and then role, and after that slash and dollar and question mark, not question mark, curly brackets, and then we have to write user ID, and after that comma null, and then comma we have to just pass this params. Okay, so we are not passing this body and all, so that's why it was throwing the error. So no worries, we have to just save this. Error is automatically gone. Now we have to generate a component over here. So get inside the feature folder, right click and open integrated terminal, and then here we have to write ng generate component and all users and press enter. So it will create a component over here, and then we have to get inside the app routing modules. So get inside the app routing modules, and after that put comma over here, and then path, and it should be all dash users, and then comma component, and then all users this one, and then can activate, and then we have to pass the whatever this one, so admin role. So this is only accessible for admin, that's why we have to pass this role. And if you want to format, just format and save this. Now delete this one, we don't have any error. Get back over here, click on this all users, and we are able to route to the all users works page. Now get back to here, and then we have to go to the all users, and over here we are going to write the logics inside the TS file related to it. So let's write here users, and over here user type array, and blank, and loading is equals to true, and we also need to implement I think on init this one, and destroy also, so destroy on destroy this one, and after this loading, the next one is loading more, so loading more is equals to false, and after that error message is equals to blank, and current user ID number and null is equals to null. by default, and then related to the page size and all. So current page is equals to 0, and then page size is equals to 10, and the total elements is equals to 0, and hash more users is true. And after that, here we have to copy paste few line of the codes from other component, and the component name is search component search.ts. Create inside the search.ts file, scroll to the up, and from here we are going to copy paste this two particular this two, as well as we don't need this constructor completely, so I'm just going to copy paste this part of the code from here for now and paste it over here. Let me format this, and we have to import this one, so just import this one, and also we need to import this one. And over here we have to set up infinite scroll. We also need to copy paste this one. So let's go over to the search.ts and scroll down, and then you will see this setup infinite scroll. So just going to copy paste this particular line of the code from here, and this particular method, which is setup infinite scroll. Okay, so few more things I want to copy paste from here. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me copy paste this ng destroy, setup infinite scroll, on search, and as well as load more songs. So these are the four methods I'm going to copy paste it from here, and I will modify as per requirement. And ng destroy I'm also going to copy paste, and after this one I'm going to paste it over here. Let me format this, and will be modify as per requirement. Okay, so after this this one, next is constructor. So constructor, and inside this one private and user service, and here we have to import user.service, and then private auth service, and then auth service, this one we need to import, and private notification service, and over here notification service we need to import this one. After that we have to just put the curly brackets over here, and after that here we have to write ng on init, this one, and then const current user we have to get. So current user is equals to this dot auth services dot get current user, and after that this dot current user id is equals to this dot or current user question mark dot id, and then just pass null. And after that we have to load the users, right? So for that we have to call a method. So scroll down, and over here this is the method which will be on search. This method we are going to change this as load users, this one, and then scroll back over here, and this is the method we are going to call it. So this, not here, this dot load users, this one, and semicolon. Okay, after that on ng on destroy we don't need these two lines, so remove it, and just save this, and then we have to scroll down, and then we have to validate this setup infinite scroll. So this is looks good, this one also is correct, and over here this dot loading more is correct. This one here we have to change hash more users, and this search part is not really required for us, so just let's remove this from here. And then this loading more songs, right? We don't have more songs, we have more users. So scroll down, this is load users, and then the next one which will be load more users. This is the method we are going to write. So scroll back over here, and over here I'm going to change this load more users. So this is method going to be called inside from setup infinite scroll. Now this looks good. Now we have to write the logic stated to load users. Okay, let me decrease the size of this one. So this is method is related to load user. First I don't need this if condition, so just remove this one. this if condition, and after that this dot loading is true, this dot error, this one is also correct, this one is also looks good. And then here this search part, I don't need this, and over here we have to just write users, and that need to be set to blank. And there here we have to write user services and then get all users, and we don't want to send anything to be searched, so just remove that part. And over here we have to just change this to users and response.content, and this will be fine. And over here we have to just change hash mode users, so hash mode users and dot respond, and this loading is false, which is correct, and this dot total elements is equals to response dot total elements, so we'll show that. And on console.log fail to load users, here we have to write fail to load users, please try again. So this again, this is a message which show to the user related to load user inside this one. Now scroll down. After that, here we have to change this to hash more users, and we don't need this part, so let's remove this one. And after that, this dot loading is true, which is correct. Current, this one is also correct. Over here, user services, and over here we have to just write get all users. And from here we also need to remove this one, and over here just need to pass this page or size. And this dot users, here we have to write users, and over here also users, response dot content and hash more users and response dot content, this is correct. Loading more false, and over here loading false, current user this one, and fail to load more users. This is the message I want to show to the user. Now save this. Now it should and here you can see error is gone now. Now we have to write the next method, which is related to the update user role. So update user role, and inside this one user this one, and then new role, and it should be user, or it can be admin, and curly brackets, and over here if user dot role is equals to new role, then just return, we don't have to do anything. And if not, then we have to call the API. So this dot user services dot update user role over here, and then we have to pass the user dot id, and then new role we have to pass, and dot subscribe, and then next, and over here updated user, and over here const index is equals to this dot users dot find index, and user find u dot id user dot id this one, and if index is not equals to -1, and this dot users index, and then update users we have to just pass. And after this if condition, we have to just show the notification. So this dot notification services dot success, and over here backtick, and here user role updated to, and then dollar curly brackets, and here we have to just write new role whatever we have, put semicolon. And after that we also need to handle the error, so comma error, and over here error, and then const error message error question mark dot error question mark dot message, and not, and by default message I also want to pass, so fail to update user role, please try again. And after that put semicolon and this dot notification services dot error, and then error message we have to just pass and put semicolon. And after that this update rule part method is also completed. Now the next method is related to the get rule batch class. So get rule batch class, over here rule string, and over here we have to just return rule admin question mark rule batch admin, and over here we have to just pass rule batch user and put semicolon, and after that this current user and user over here we have to just pass and return user dot id, and over here 3 equal symbols and this dot current user id, and save this. And here you can see we don't have an error. And over here you can see inside the console or terminal. Now let's copy paste the CSS code of this one. So let's paste it over here, save this. Now it's time to write the HTML code. Let's go to the HTML part. Now let's remove this, and here we write dev class and all users container, close this one. After that inside first the div we are going to write it related to the loading container. So star ngif and loading, and after that class loading container, then close this one, and then mat a spinner and diameter is equals to 60, and color is ancient, and then close this one. And after this we have to write here paragraph class and loading text, and that should be loading users dot dot dot, and after that the error state we have to handle. So dev star ngif is equals to not loading and error message, and then we have to pass the class and error container, and then close this one, and over here we have to write mat icon and class error icon and error underscore outline, and after that here we have to pass the paragraph to show the error message and closed over here, and then error message this one. And after the paragraph we also need to give the button so that user can try to refresh this to mat raised button, and color sent, and on click we have to call a method which is load users. So load users, this is the method we are going to call, and close this one. After that mat icon and refresh, and after that here we are going to show the message which is try again message. Save this, we don't have any error. And after that here the next div is related to the content. So div class, not class, div star ngif not loading, this one. Okay, else should be small, so loading not loading, and there's a no error message. In that case we are going to show this particular section. So first we are going to add the header. So div class and header section, this one, close this one, then h1 class page title, close this one, and over here all users, and after that here paragraph class page subtitle, close this one, and over here manage user rules and permission, And after that, the next outside of this hidden section, the next div we are going to create, which is related to the user list. So create here div class, and over here content section, close this one, and then div class users, and then header, this one, close this one, h2 class, and section title, close this one, and total elements, and after that here curly brackets, total elements is equals to 1. In that case, question mark, then we have to just show the user text, and if both multiples are there, so users we have to show, so that's why we have to change it in this way. And after that, outside of this users header, this one, we have to create a user grid. So div class users grid, and close this one. Then we have to use div star ng for loop, and let user of users, and after that class, and over here user card, this one, and close this. And after that, inside this one, div class user card header we have to pass, and close this, and then div class and user avatar, and close this one, and over here mat icon, close this one, and over here we have to write class avatar icon, and over here we have to just pass account underscore circle. And after this user, this one where it div close, right, after that we have to create one more div to show the name and email address. So div class user info, and then close this one. Over here we have to write h3 and class user dash name, and close over here, and then here we have to pass user dot name, and after that paragraph class user email, and over here we have to write user dot email. And after that, this user card header div is completed. Let me format this, save this, and this is the user card header I'm talking about, which is getting closed over here. So just after this, we have to write the other part, which is related to the div body, you can say user card body, and close this, and let me put a space over here so that, okay, so looks clear. And then after that, here div class user detail, so user detail, this one, close this one, then mat icon class detail icon, close this, and here we have to write batch, and after that span class detail label, and close this, and here we write user id, and after that we have to show the value, so span class and detail value, and close this one, hash and curly user dot id, and curly brackets closed. So now this is related to the user details to show the user ID. Now I'm going to copy paste this line of the code, which is user details. I'm going to paste it over here twice, and the two will be used to show the different informations which is created by and what about the role of the user. And so next, which is over here, we write star ng if user dot created at exist, then we are going to show this one, and over here we have to just write calendar underscore today, and at text whatever it is joined, and after that over here this hash we have to just remove, and over here we have to just write user created at, and over here date, and it should be mmm space d comma space y, and after that this div which is related to the showing the join date, that is also completed. Now the next one which is related to the showing the rule. So the batch first one is sealed we have to show, and over here we have to just write rule, and then after that this one we don't need this particular line. Here I have to show the different dev, so dev class and rule batch, this one, and then ng class, and the different batch we have to show on the basis of role. So on role batch class and user dot role we have to just pass, and close this one, and inside this one we have to pass the icon. So mat icon class rule icon, this one, and then close this curly brackets, and the user dot rule is equals to single quotes, and over here we have to just write admin and question mark. If it is true, then we have to show the admin underscore panel underscore settings, right? And if not, then we have to just show the person, and close this one and close this curly brackets. Let me decrease the size of this one for now, and let me format this, save this, and after that also we need to show the value. So just whenever this one is mat icon closed, here create a span, and over here curly brackets, and over here we have to write user dot rule and save this. Now our this user card body part is completed. So this is the user card body, this one I'm talking about, and after that we have to write the logic related to the footer. So put a space over here, div class and user card footer, this one, and close this, and inside this one we have to show buttons. So button and mat button, and then class rule btn, and then rule btn user, and after that here we have to write class dot active and user dot rule is equals to and we have to just write in the capital user, and after that disabled, and it should be disabled if is dot current user match. So as an admin current user and user we have to pass, and user dot rule is equals to admin and single quotes closed. And after that on click we have to call a method. So click and update user rule, and over here we have to pass the user object, and then we have to pass the which type we want to update, which is a user, and after that here we have to also need to show the title. So title is current user, and inside this one we have to just pass the user and user dot rule and is equals to admin not, then okay, we have to just show the message you cannot demote yourself. So this is a message we will show to the user, or in else condition we are going to just pass the blank message, and just close this one, and this button over here, inside this particular button, let me format this first, and after that inside this particular button over here I'm going to add a mat icon, and over here we have person icon and set, and then we have to show the message set as user, save this, and after that this is to set as user. Now the next button is related to the admin. So button and mat button, and then class rule btn, and then rule btn admin, and after that class dot active is equals to user dot rule is equals to admin, single quotes closed, and on click we have to just call a method, and we have to call this update user rule, and inside this one we have to pass the user, and over here we have to just pass the admin, and after that close this one, and let me format this again, and over here we have to just write mat icon, close this one, admin underscore panel settings, and then we have to just write set as admin, save this. Now our part related to this container, this one, not this one, this one, which is user grid part, that one is completed. Outside of this particular one we have to write the logic, so this is getting closed over here, and after that here we have to write div class, and loading more container we have to show, and star ng if, and loading more, and closed over here, then mat a spinner, and diameter is 40, and color isn't this one, and close this one, and after that paragraph close, loading more text, this one, and over here we have to just write loading more users, and dot dot dot, and our this infinite scrolling loading is also ready. Now outside of this particular div, the next one is related to a scroll trigger, so scroll trigger, and class scroll trigger this one, and close this, and after that end message we also need to show, so div class end of list, and star ng if, and not hash more users, and not loading more, and the paragraph close this one, you have reached the end of the users list. Save this, and we don't have any error, but some minor fixes we have to do over here. So if I scroll up, right, we have this button which is literally set as admin, right? In this one we have to just change this rule btn button admin, not batch admin. So just fix this and scroll up and go to the top, and inside this one we have this try again method, right, whenever error is occur. So inside this one we have this click, so k is missing, so just write add this particular character, click, and just save this. Now let's go to the UI, and here we are. Now you can see we have 7 users, and we are able to see, and whenever you see this particular design of the button, right, it means that the user have the same rule. And here you can see, let me set as the admin, and here you can see user role updated to the admin, and here you can see this is also get changed. If I go to someone else, I'm not able to update my own. You cannot demote yourself, and if I want to change the admin to this one, set as admin, I want to revert to the back, so click on it, revert it to the user. So it means this one is also working, and here you can see all the informations, name of the user, email address, and user ID, and whenever this joined, and whatever the rule. So all these informations we can see. Now I want to test the particular, like whenever we scroll right, so it should call the API or not. So let me do one thing. Let me go over here and let me decrease the size. Let's make it as 5, or let's make it as 3. Save this, And let's get back over here. And here you can see the first 3 records is called, right? And if I scroll down, and here you can see 3 more records. And if I scroll down, 3 more, you can see. And this is the last page. If I scroll down, you get the message. You have reached the end of the user list. So it means this user part is working as expected, as per shown in the quick overview video, and we have completed all the part of this project, and our project is ready. Here you can see. And I hope you guys like this particular project, and we are also going to create more projects like this. So stay tuned with us. Please hit like and subscribe my channel, and also consider to becoming a member of this channel. Thank you.